The Lin family teeters on the brink of bankruptcy, and in this precarious moment, Huo Jinzhuo seizes the opportunity to propose a condition: marry Lin Nuohang and inject capital into the Lin family business. Lin Nuohang's parents, desperate to salvage their hard-earned company, acquiesce to the arrangement. Though reluctant, Lin Nuohang feels powerless to resist, especially with the temptation of the dessert shop, one of the betrothal gifts from Huo Jinzhuo, lingering in her thoughts. After all, this man possesses both charm and wealth. Marrying him might not be such a loss after all. Post-marriage, Huo Jinzhuo dotes on her, providing her with everything she desires. However, as time passes, she begins to wonder, does he manage every aspect of her life, even controlling the very air she breathes? Her mother insists that Huo Jinzhuo has no vices, but something feels increasingly amiss. Chapter 1. Are you selling your son? As Lin Nuohang hummed a tune while pushing open the door to her home, she was utterly unprepared for the seismic shift awaiting her. The atmosphere in the living room was heavy with tension. Her father's brow was furrowed deeply, while her mother sat on the couch, her eyes reddened. "Mom, Dad, why did you call me back so urgently?" Lin Nuohang asked, bewildered, as she removed her coat. Having just obtained her advanced pastry chef certification, she had been eagerly planning to showcase her skills at her dream dessert shop, her spirits high. "Nuohang, come sit with me." Her mother, Su Wan, beckoned to the space beside her. Being 22 and still referred to by her childhood nickname irked Lin Nuohang slightly. Yet seeing her parents' somber expressions, she set aside her annoyance and obediently sat next to her mother. "That what's wrong? Is something the matter?" she inquired. Lin Nuohang sighed heavily. Without preamble, he plunged straight into the heart of the matter. "Nuohang, the family is on the verge of collapse. The company is facing a grave crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy." "What?" Lin Nuohang's eyes widened in shock as she straightened in her seat. Though she had never been particularly invested in the family business, focusing instead on her cakes and creams, she understood the implications of bankruptcy. Her comfortable life and her parents' decades of hard work could vanish in an instant. The weight of this revelation sank heavily in her heart. Su Wan grasped Lin Nuohang's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "But there is still a glimmer of hope. Someone can save us." Lin Nuohang continued, his gaze solemnly fixed on Lin Nuohang's stunned face. "Huo Jinzhuo, the head of Minghui Group." Huo Jinzhuo? The name reverberated in Lin Nuohang's mind like a thunderclap. That man, a titan in a city's business world, known for his ability to turn fortunes at will, and someone with whom the Lin family had no prior connection? Why would he help us? Intuition warned her that the situation was far from straightforward, as expected. Lin Nuohang averted his gaze, lowering his head. His voice was dry. "He has made a condition. He wants you to marry him." "What?" Lin Nuohang exclaimed, leaping to her feet, disbelief etched across her usually composed face. "Marry him? Dad, Mom, are you both out of your minds? What era are we in? Are you seriously considering an arranged marriage? And I'm a man. Are you selling your son?" In frustration, she spun around, her fingers shaking as they pointed to herself. "Nuohang." Lin Nuohang's voice was low but filled with deep exhaustion and helplessness. "I know this is absurd, and I'm so sorry. But this is the only condition Mr. Huo has proposed. If we refuse, tomorrow the bankruptcy liquidation and court summons will arrive simultaneously. The Lin family will truly be finished. What about your mother? What will happen to you?" His words were steeped in despair, echoing their sense of desperation. Tears finally slipped down Su Wan's cheeks as she grasped Lin Nuohang's hand. "Nuohang, please think carefully. Mr. Huo's offer, at least the conditions are laid out clearly." Lin Nuohang gazed at the tear stains on her mother's face and the profound despair in her father's eyes. The anger that had surged within her dissipated considerably. Defeated, she sank back onto the couch, her voice trembling. What exactly happened to the company? How could it have deteriorated to the point where I have to consider such a thing? She simply could not accept the notion of marriage. Lin Nuohang's shoulders slumped, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was my misjudgment. I fell into a trap, and there were some regulatory violations involved. The losses are insurmountable now. If Mr. Huo doesn't intervene, bankruptcy is imminent, and I may even face legal repercussions." Finally, he uttered the heavy words, "I could face the risk of imprisonment." "Imprisonment?" Lin Nuohang gasped, her face paling. This realization chilled her more than the thought of bankruptcy itself. She had always believed it was merely a business failure, never fathoming the grave legal risks lurking beneath. Just a week ago, she had been an ordinary young woman, freshly graduated and dreaming of baking bread and creating cakes. Now, her world had collapsed overnight. Her family was going bankrupt, and her father might go to jail. Su-won wiped her tears and retrieved a thick folder from a nearby drawer. She handed it to Lin Nuohang. Nuohang, please take a look. This contains some personal information about Mr. Huo. The head of Minghui Group, young and accomplished, standing tall at 195 centimeters, possessing striking features, and with no vices whatsoever. Lin Nuohang clutched the folder, her brow furrowing slightly. Taking a deep breath, she slowly, albeit hesitantly, extended her hand to open the first page. A clear photograph struck her gaze. The man in the picture wore a perfectly tailored dark suit, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His features were sharply defined, with piercing eyes and a strong jawline that conveyed an air of cold determination. What captivated her most were his phoenix-like eyes, which seemed to penetrate through the page and reach into her very soul. He was strikingly handsome to the point of being intimidating. Lin Nuohang's heart skipped a beat, betraying her with an unbidden warmth. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Su-won had been observing her son's reactions and noticed the spark in his eyes as he gazed at the photograph. Relieved, she seized the moment to elaborate. Mr. Huo has promised that once you agree, he will not only invest to save the company and eliminate the parasites, but also ensure your father remains safe and unharmed. And he will, she gestured for Lin Nuohang to turn to the subsequent pages of the folder. He will transfer the seaside villa, Yunqi on Huafu Street to your name. Her finger pointed to another property document, her voice laced with temptation. Also, the complete ownership of the Honey Pot dessert shop located in the prime area of the city center. Isn't this the dessert shop you've always dreamed of? The very location and decor style you adore. What she didn't reveal to Lin Nuohang was that Huo Jinzhuo had been aware of her long before. Lin Nuohang's heart fluttered. Her fingers traced the words honey pot before she couldn't resist flipping back to the previous page, her gaze returning to Huo Jinzhuo's strikingly handsome face. She then skimmed through the so-called prenuptial agreement, which contained surprisingly generous terms. Real estate, vehicles, shares, all seemed like mere embellishments. Yet, the pages dedicated to the honey pot were the ones she perused repeatedly. He had wealth, he had charm. Perhaps wouldn't be such a loss after all, and she would obtain her long-desired dessert shop. Though Lin Nuohang had been raised in privilege, she was not blind to the reality at hand. With her family on the verge of ruin and her father potentially facing imprisonment, Huo Jinzhuo's appearance was undoubtedly a lifeline. Moreover, this lifeline was undeniably alluring. She closed the folder, striving to suppress the peculiar thrill rising within her. With a pouting expression, she attempted to regain a semblance of control. I need to think it over. However, Lin Jinyan merely shook his head with a bitter smile, dispelling his son's illusions. Nuohang, Mr. Huo has only granted us until tomorrow noon to respond. Once that deadline passes, he will no longer concern himself with us, and we will inevitably await the bankruptcy documents. His tone was imbued with a sense of urgency. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuohang's face crumpled in distress. Chapter 2, he felt as though he were a duck driven to the rack. That evening, Lin Nuohang sequestered himself in his room, fervently scouring the internet for information about Huo Jinzhuo. The data was not abundant, yet each piece bore significant weight. At 28, he was the actual helmsman of Minghui Group, a colossal enterprise spanning real estate, technology, finance, and various other sectors. The reviews were uniformly laudatory, portraying him as youthful and capable, with a steely resolve, a keen vision, and a merciless approach toward competitors, though he was notably generous with employee benefits. There was scarcely any gossip, his private life remaining an enigma. At 28, he was indeed 6 years her senior, which felt somewhat aged to Lin Nuohang, who merely pouted at the thought. Yet the allure of the honey pot beckoned him again, accompanied by the haunting visages of his parents, their faces etched with despair, and that dreadful implication of imprisonment. In his mind, two inner voices clashed violently. One screamed, Lin Nuohang, have you lost your mind? Are you truly selling yourself for money in a store? What your dignity? The other, more rational, countered, Can dignity feed you? Can it save your father? Can it allow you to continue living as a carefree young master? Besides, Huo Jinzhuo is quite handsome. You shan't suffer unduly. Should he dare mistreat you, remember, you are not one to be trifled with. You could abscond with the store's funds and the villa's keys, fleeing into the night. No matter how far, could he truly pursue you across the world? At 3 in the morning, silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Nuohang stepped out of his room and knocked on the door of his parents' bedroom. The door opened swiftly. Lin Zhenyi and Su Wan were clearly awake, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as they looked at him. Taking a deep breath, as if having made a resolute decision, he spoke softly yet distinctly. "Dad." "Mom, I agree." From a moment Lin Nuohang nodded. The heavy sorrow on Lin Zhenyi and Su Wan's faces seemed to evaporate at a visible rate. Although a trace of guilt lingered in their brows, the predominant sentiment was one of relief, as if they had escaped a calamity. Huo Jinzhuo's promises materialized with remarkable speed. Not only did he seal the perilous financial gap, but he also introduced several unimaginable new projects. The Lin family experienced a revival, even hinting at a potential ascendance. Most of these developments were gleaned by Lin Nuohang during family dinners, where terms like financial chains, projects, and mergers flitted in and out his ears. He harbored no interest in the commercial realm, merely noticing that his parents smiled more often and seemed to have better appetites. The sense of suffocation born from the transaction gradually dissipated, until one day Su Wan, with a cautious tone, informed him, "No, Mr. Huo wishes to marry soon. The date is set for 1 week from now." The strawberry he held slipped from his grasp with a plop, rolling twice before coming to rest. He lifted his face, his expression slightly falling. So soon? He felt like a duck driven to the rack once more. The sense of being orchestrated so explicitly, with no room for resistance, rekindled the irritation he had just managed to suppress. A few days later, in the bustling hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Nuohang encountered his future husband, Huo Jinzhuo, up close for the first time. The man exuded an even greater aura of authority than in his photographs. Dressed in a meticulously tailored pure black suit, he exuded an aura of authority accentuated by his broad shoulders. Towering at 195 meters, he loomed significantly over Lin Nuohang, who stood at 175 meters. Lin found himself instinctively looking up at him. As Huo Jinzhuo approached, Lin could distinctly sense the formidable presence of someone accustomed to power. Huo Jinzhuo lowered his gaze to Lin and nodded lightly, inquiring, "Are your documents in order?" Lin was momentarily taken aback, his prepared greeting caught in his throat. He could only manage a muted affirmative, awkwardly handing over the slightly crumpled household registration booklet in his grasp. Up close, the man was indeed strikingly handsome, a combination of features that seemed to be a divine favor. He complied obediently as they took photographs, signed documents, and pressed his fingerprints. The process was remarkably efficient. Upon receiving the red booklet, Lin felt a moment of disorientation, until a low voice above him broke the spell, asking, "What are you thinking?" He snapped back to reality, shaking his head. "Nothing, just surprised by how fast everything is happening. My mind hasn't caught up." Huo Jinzhuo smiled. Despite Lin's earlier distraction, the slight pout of his lips inexplicably evoked a desire to kiss him. Without further ado, Huo Jinzhuo nodded, escorting Lin Nuohang back to the Lin residence before turning to attend to affairs at the Lin family. A week later, the wedding of Huo Jinzhuo, the head of Minghui Group, and Lin Nuohang, the young master of the Lin family, was grandly held in the garden lawn of the opulent Shangshi Huangting 5-star hotel, owned by Huo Jinzhuo. This venue was undoubtedly one of the most prestigious wedding locations in City A. The shimmering artificial lake tenderly embraced the meticulously manicured lawn. Almost all the prominent figures of City A were present in their finery, the air filled with the scent of luxury and elegance. The media area was equipped with an impressive array of cameras and equipment. A floral aisle, adorned with exquisite Ecuadorian roses, white tulips, and lilies of the valley, led from the entrance to the pure white main altar by the lake. Standing at the start of the red carpet, Lin Nuohang felt beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He was clad in a bespoke pure white haute couture suit, designed by a renowned Italian tailor, which perfectly accentuated his slender yet youthful waist, making his complexion appear even more radiant. The only discomfort stemmed from the delicate white veil atop his head, which felt more suited for a bride. He instinctively raised his hand to remove it, only to have the wedding supervisor swiftly restrain his wrist, whispering, "Young Master Lin, this is a ceremonial request from Mr. Huo. Please bear with it. It will be over soon." Lin wrinkled his nose and took a deep breath. Lin Nuohang remained calm and composed. It's just a wedding. With so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to embarrass himself. As he surveyed the sea of heads below, a myriad of curious gazes intermingled, heightening his anxiety to the point of wanting to flee. He instinctively tightened his grip on the bridal bouquet composed of white peonies, snowy roses, and lush eucalyptus leaves. Wait, why was he holding a bridal bouquet? Did they truly regard him as the bride? Before Lin Nuohang could ponder further, the prelude to the wedding symphony resonated, instantly soothing the tumult of the gathering. The guests collectively fell into a hushed silence, their gazes, along with the myriad flashes of cameras, converging at the beginning and end of the red carpet. On one side of the main altar, the intricately carved door leading to the lounge opened silently. Huo Jinzhuo emerged, clad in a pure black tailored tuxedo with a shawl lapel. His hair was meticulously slicked back, and a dark red silk bow tie adorned his pristine white shirt. He did not glance at anyone, his profound phoenix eyes fixed intently on Lin Nuohang. His little treasure, looking so exquisite and soft, obediently donned a veil. Moving forward, he vowed to protect him well, ensuring he would never suffer the slightest grievance. Lin Nuohang felt as if his breath had been abruptly stolen away. His heart raced chaotically within his chest. He forgot his anxiety, the awkward veil, even the scrutinizing stares from the audience. With unwavering focus, he followed the figure approaching him with an almost obsessive gaze. So strikingly handsome, it was breathtaking. The impact from this proximity was 100 times stronger than on the day they registered their marriage. Chapter 3. I will take care of you. Huo Jinzhuo came to a halt just a step away, his tall silhouette enveloping Lin Nuohang completely. He extended his hand, long, strong fingers clearly defined. Lin Nuohang hesitated for a moment before gently placing his hand into that warm, broad palm. Huo Jinzhuo immediately closed his fingers around it, securing the hold. Together, they stepped onto the flower-strewn path of dreams. They stood at the center of the flower-adorned main altar, facing the officiant and the guests. The ceremony proceeded methodically. When the officiant completed the solemn vow and turned to Huo Jinzhuo, he asked, "Mr. Huo Jinzhuo, do you take Mr. Lin Nuohang as your partner? In times of prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or illness, will you love, care for, respect, and protect him, remaining forever loyal to him until the end of your days?" Huo Jinzhuo turned slightly, his calm gaze resting on the veiled Lin Nuohang. His voice was deep and resonant. "I do." The officiant then directed his attention to Lin Nuohang. "Mr. Lin Nuohang, do you take Mr. Huo Jinzhuo as your partner? In times of prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or illness, will you love, care for, respect, and protect him, remaining forever loyal to him until the end of your days?" Beneath the veil, Lin Nuohang nervously swallowed. He felt Huo Jinzhuo's grip on his hand tighten slightly. He opened his mouth, his voice somewhat wavering but sufficiently clear. I do." Had he truly just gotten married? It was still hard to believe. "Now, the groom may exchange rings as a testament and token of your vows." A charming flower girl approached, carrying a deep blue velvet ring pillow. Huo Jinzhuo first picked up the distinctly minimalist platinum band. He took Lin Nuohang's left hand and gently slid the ring onto his slender ring finger, a perfect fit. It was now Lin Nuohang's turn. He steadied himself, took the slightly larger matching men's ring, and, mimicking Huo Jinzhuo, grasped his left hand. Though somewhat awkward, he earnestly slid the ring onto Huo Jinzhuo's ring finger. The host's face radiated with a gratifying smile, his voice elevated and brimming with blessings, with the ring as witness and the vow as evidence. "I now declare that Mr. Huo Jinzhuo and Mr. Lin Nuohang are officially united as legal spouses, Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the newlyweds. Now, the groom may kiss the groom. The audience erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Confetti and petals cascaded through the air. Lin Nuohang felt the warmth rush to his face, the heat rising beneath the veil. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he was unsure where to place his hands and feet. He noticed Huo Jinzhuo leaning closer to him, his fingertips gently parting the obstructive veil. As the veil fell away, Lin Nuohang's delicately blushing face was fully revealed before Huo Jinzhuo, as well as countless cameras and gazes. Huo Jinzhuo's eyes fixated on Lin Nuohang's slightly evasive, puppy-like gaze for several seconds. Lin Nuohang felt flustered under his scrutiny, his long lashes quivering slightly. Then, Huo Jinzhuo leaned in, drawing close to his ear, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. Do not be nervous. Lin Nuohang felt his legs weaken from the proximity, hearing Huo Jinzhuo slowly add, I will take good care of you. With those words, Huo Jinzhuo gently cradled the nape of his neck, leaning down to press his lips against Lin Nuohang's. He had waited far too long for this day. His little treasure was finally his. Lin Nuohang closed his eyes, surrendering to the kiss, feeling a delightful warmth spread through him. The phrase, I will take good care of you, echoed in his ears, sounding like a profound warning. He pondered. So, this is what it feels like to kiss a man? Huo Jinzhuo's kissing technique was surprisingly adept. The audience erupted once more in applause and cheers, while the cameras clicked incessantly. Suwon was already in tears, and Lin Jinye's eyes glistened with emotion as he held his wife's hand tightly. 22 years had passed, from a chubby little bundle to the tall figure before them. Their son, whom they had cherished as if he were fragile, had been taken away by the man standing in front of them. A few moments later, Huo Jinzhuo gently pulled back, gazing at Lin Nuohang's glistening, flushed lips and slightly dazed expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the ceremony concluded, the grand wedding banquet commenced. Huo Jinzhuo naturally wrapped an arm around the still dizzy Lin Nuohang's waist, weaving through the sea of elegantly dressed guests, toasting to significant attendees. Lin Nuohang wore a standard smile, striving to remember the names and titles that Huo Jinzhuo whispered to him. Huo Jinzhuo held his wine glass steady in one hand, while the other remained protectively around Lin Nuohang's waist. Whenever someone raised their glass to Lin Nuohang, Huo Jinzhuo would effortlessly step forward, meeting them with his own glass. He navigated the social scene with remarkable finesse, leaving no room for error. After a complete circuit, Lin Nuohang's glass was still less than half full, while Huo Jinzhuo had discreetly intercepted several drinks on his behalf. Red, white, and champagne flowed together, yet Huo Jinzhuo's demeanor remained unchanged. His expression was clear and focused, his steps steady, and his speech articulate. Lin Nuohang gazed at his handsome profile, entranced. So, this is what they call social prowess? Truly captivating. The old man seems rather reliable, doesn't he? At least in this setting, he has shielded himself quite well. As the banquet draws to a close, once the guests and the Huos have departed, Lin Nuohang embraces his parents before watching them exit the venue. Still sniffling and wiping tears, he finds himself half embraced by Huo Jinzhuo, who guides him towards the door. Why are you crying? It's not like you're forbidden from returning, Huo Jinzhuo says as he wipes the tears away. Lin Nuohang pouts, his nose flushed, and looks up with a pitiful expression. I'm just so upset. Getting married like this, without any clarity. I'm still a man. Huo Jinzhuo bends down to meet his gaze, speaking softly. Be good, and I won't let you suffer. Lin Nuohang's eyes widen, and his ears turn bright red. This nickname, so intimately used since childhood, sounds even more natural coming from this man he has only recently met than from his own parents. Yet, it is oddly pleasing to hear. He bites his lip, stifling a smile, but feeling bashful, he quickly lowers his head, noticing his apparent shyness. Huo Jinzhuo gently ruffles his fluffy hair and ushers him into the sleek black luxury car. The driver, old Zhang, starts the engine as soon as he sees them approach. Once seated in the back, Lin Nuohang sits stiffly, barely making contact with the seat. The night scenery outside whizzes by. Stealing a glance at the resting Huo Jinzhuo, he wrestles with his thoughts before timidly asking, Mr. Huo, where are we headed? Home. Huo Jinzhuo replies, opening his eyes with a smile. And if you call me that again, there will be consequences. Consequences? What kind? The moment the words escape his lips, he regrets them, hastily adding, would hubby suffice? Huo Jinzhuo responds with a low hum of approval, causing Lin Nuohang to curl into himself, tracing circles on his knee with his fingers. Why does this feel so strange? In the past, when classmates joked and called him hubby, he would casually throw an arm around their shoulders and banter. But now, uttering that term towards Huo Jinzhuo sends shivers of nervousness through him. Sensing the small gestures of Lin Nuohang, Huo Jinzhuo feels a deep satisfaction. Chapter 4. It seems truly worthwhile, almost a windfall. 5 years ago, he donated to Lin Nuohang's high school, essentially funding the construction of a new library. The principal warmly invited him to watch a citywide student debate competition. Although he had no interest in such events, he found himself inexplicably drawn to attend that day. And there he saw Lin Nuohang. The youth stood at the debate podium, his expressive eyes adorably captivating. With clarity of logic and sharp rhetoric, he rendered his opponents speechless in just a few exchanges. Ultimately, while the opposing debater was brought to tears, Lin Nuohang, having won the match, displayed no arrogance. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before discreetly handing over a tissue to his competitor. It made him chuckle at the time. Who wins a match and still cares for another's tears? He sat in the audience, his gaze following that figure intently. When Lin Nuohang stepped down elated, he nearly stumbled on the steps, clumsily catching himself against the wall, his ears flushed. A thought stirred within him. How could someone be so proud, yet so gentle? From that day forward, he had people investigate Lin Nuohang's background. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Nuohang, is academically exceptional, yet possesses a delicate disposition and a fondness for sweet delicacies, occasionally reprimanded by his family for his picky eating habits. He gazes at the documents, his fingertips gently caressing the photograph. The name is endearing and charming, evoking a desire to nurture, to indulge him in his petulance solely before oneself, to witness his remorseful expression when he errs and is admonished. However, given his tender age, such ambitions must be approached with patience and careful consideration. Once this thought takes root, it becomes impossible to suppress. Subsequently, he occasionally allows information regarding Lin Nuohang to cross his path, knowing which university he has been admitted to, his preferred dessert shop, and even catching a glimpse of his flushed visage when caught secretly reading comics under his desk by a teacher. Later, the Lin family encountered difficulties, and as he perused the investigation report presented to him, a subtle smile graced his lips. At last, he could rightfully bring the young man home. Now, he observes the flustered Lin Nuohang, who is awkwardly correcting himself, and his heart softens. His Nuo remains as endearing as ever. Missteps warrant punishment. Yet once that is dispensed, comfort is also required. After all, he is the one who has cherished him for so many years. The car speeds along, swiftly entering a lush, tree-lined, upscale residential area, finally halting before a resplendent villa that could only be described as a palace. Nuo, we have arrived. Huo Jinzhuo exits the vehicle first, opening the door for Lin Nuohang. The latter responds with a soft acknowledgement, trailing closely behind. He is acutely aware that this villa is extraordinary. Nestled in the outskirts on a hillside, he had previously come across it online. It is called Yin Villa, where even a single villa commands a price in the billions. Even if he were to sell his entire company, he would struggle to amass such wealth. The two navigate the main building through a labyrinth of corridors, arriving at the grand living room. A middle-aged man with impeccably combed hair respectfully approaches. "Sir, madam, welcome home. I am Butler Zhao." The address of madam causes Lin Nuohang's cheeks to flush, prompting him to shrink slightly behind Huo Jinzhuo. Please familiarize madam with her surroundings. Huo Jinzhuo instructs Butler Zhao, then turns to Lin Nuohang with a gentler tone. "I have a few matters to attend to. Feel free to inform Butler Zhao if you require anything." Lin Nuohang replies softly. "Madam, please follow me." Butler Zhao gestures, leading Lin Nuohang onward. "Just call me by my name, please," Lin Nuohang quickly corrects, feeling uncomfortable with the title. Butler Zhao chuckles. "Mr. Huo may take issue with that, so it is best to address you as madam." He is well aware that the day before the wedding, his master had gathered all the servants. sternly instructing them to address Lin Nuohang as Madam henceforth. Lin Nuohang remained silent for a moment before conceding. All right then. If it must be Madam, perhaps I will grow accustomed to it with time. For the next 2 hours, Lin Nuohang feels as though he is exploring a grand palace. The nearly 10-meter-high living room is adorned with a magnificent crystal chandelier. An impeccably maintained wine cellar displays countless exquisite wines, many of which he has only glimpsed in magazines. In the underground garage, nearly 100 luxury cars awaited. The mere act of driving away with any one of them would suffice for an ordinary family's comfort for generations. The private cinema rivaled lavish theaters, while the fully equipped gym and a glass conservatory filled with exotic flora added to the allure. The outdoor infinity pool in the backyard shimmered under the moonlight, with a dazzling city skyline in the distance. Although Lin Nuohang's family was affluent, it paled in comparison to this opulence, which made it seem almost trivial. He felt like a prairie dog that had stumbled into a paradise. Goodness, this is overwhelmingly grand. The pool, the private cinema, the wine cellar, and the cherry on top, a dessert shop gifted by Huo Jinzhuo. He truly was extraordinarily wealthy. Moreover, he was 1,000 times more handsome in person. Zhao Bo guided Lin Nuohang through the estate, and just as they returned to the living room, he hid behind an ornate door frame, secretly observing Huo Jinzhuo, who was quietly conferring with his assistant. The man's tall stature and focused profile made Lin Nuohang's heart skip a beat. Was it truly worth it? A little voice in his head danced with joy, feeling as if he had struck gold. Before he could gather his thoughts, Huo Jinzhuo's gaze met his, and with long strides he approached, his assistant carrying a briefcase trailing behind him. Nuohang, how was the tour? Did you get lost in the mansion? Huo Jinzhuo inquired with a smile. I didn't get lost, but the villa is immense. I almost lost my way in the corridor just now, he replied, tilting his head back, his bright eyes darting to Huo Jinzhuo as assistant. This is Ding Yu, my capable assistant for 5 years, Huo Jinzhuo introduced. He gestured grandly. He can handle everything from company matters to household affairs. This statement elicited a subtle twitch at the corner of Ding Yu's mouth. Indeed, not only did he manage multinational corporation reports, but he also had to oversee the boss's personal life. Good evening, young madam. Please feel free to call on me for anything, Ding Yu smiled, just as he extended his hand, only to be interrupted by Huo Jinzhuo stepping in between them. Lin Nuohang's hand was abruptly halted, leaving him blinking in confusion. Mr. Huo, husband, what are you doing? Nuohang, let's head upstairs. I want to show you our rooms, Huo Jinzhuo replied, disregarding his question. With an arm around Lin Nuohang, he firmly pulled him close and turned toward the staircase. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Ding Yu, saying, Assistant Ding, it's getting late. You worked hard today. You may head home now. Ding Yu silently withdrew his hand, watching the two ascend the stairs with a sigh. These past few days, he had been bustling around preparing for the wedding, and just as he settled in at home, he was summoned again by his boss, merely to raise the dessert shop's countertop by a few centimeters. Truly, the capitalist's money was hard-earned, and the life of a worker was not easy. He shook his head and exited. Chapter 5. The well-behaved child who cherishes promises at the corner of the staircase. Lin Nuohang tilted his head and whispered, Mr. Huo, husband, how did you know I like that dessert shop? I did some research and learned that you enjoy sweets, Huo Jinzhuo replied, looking down at him with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The speed at which Lin Nuohang adjusted his address was adorably off the charts. Lin Nuohang pouted, realizing he had been investigated, yet he didn't mind much, thinking he had no secrets. They traversed the long corridor, turning several corners, until Huo Jinzhuo pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Lin Nuohang nearly gasped in astonishment. Beyond the panoramic glass, the starry lights in the garden shimmered like a galaxy, and further afield, the entire cityscape glimmered under the night sky. The bed was so plush that one could easily sink into it, and the leather sofa beckoned him to lounge with a cushion for an entire day. Your walk-in closet is on the right. Huo Jinzhuo indicated the adjoining rooms, and I have already arranged for several garments tailored to your size, should they prove insufficient. I shall procure more. Curiously, Lin Nuohang stepped inside, instantly taken aback. The room was larger than his own bedroom, filled with an array of garments categorized by style and neatly hung. What astonished him further was that all the clothing bore the brands and styles he typically favored. "This is too extravagant," he murmured, his fingers brushing against a row of finely crafted sweaters. "Not extravagant at all." Huo Jinzhuo wrapped his arms around him from behind, nuzzling his chin into his hair, stating, "As long as Lin Nuohang likes it, your husband will buy it for you." Lin Nuohang's cheeks flushed slightly as he shyly shifted away, asking, "Well, where's my bedroom?" Huo Jinzhuo, unfazed, believed in allowing him time to acclimate. He flicked Lin Nuohang's forehead playfully, saying, "Silly, this is your room. Now that we are married, naturally we share a bed. Do you wish to leave your husband to dwell alone in an empty room?" Noticing Lin Nuohang's continued hesitation, he added, "However, if Nuohang finds it difficult to adjust, the door to the adjacent room is always open for you. Nonetheless, I have always favored obedient children who honor their promises." Lin Nuohang felt bewildered, sensing an inexplicable hint of intimidation in his words. The prospect of sleeping beside a man felt oddly strange. Yet, meeting Huo Jinzhuo's teasing gaze, he steeled himself and nodded. "I understand. I will sleep with you." "Very obedient," Huo Jinzhuo replied, ruffling his hair in satisfaction. "The bathroom is at the far end of the walk-in closet. Simply push open the door on the left. Go take a shower and relax. I will wait for you." Lin Nuohang nodded, clutching his new sleepwear as he retreated into the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded down, he replayed their earlier conversation, particularly the way Huo Jinzhuo's eyes narrowed slightly, which sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. When he emerged wrapped in a towel, Huo Jinzhuo had changed into a smoky gray silk robe, reclining on the sofa while perusing documents. Hearing the commotion, Huo Jinzhuo looked up, and his gaze was instantly captured by Lin Nuohang. A few stray strands of hair fell across his forehead, and the beige robe accentuated his rosy complexion, resembling a freshly emerged little bun. "No, come here," Huo Jinzhuo beckoned with a curling finger, his voice deep and gentle. Lin Nuohang's heart raced as he cautiously approached his side. "What do you need, husband?" he stammered, and before he knew it, his wrist was seized, pulling him into the warmth of Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled, hastily sitting upright, his hands primly resting on his knees. Huo Jinzhuo tilted his head slightly, studying Lin Nuohang's delicate features. His eyelashes were long and thick, his nose small and exquisite, and his skin flawless. So much so that his pores were nearly invisible, soft and fragrant. Yet, he seemed rather tense. Huo Jinzhuo gently brushed aside the stray hair from Lin Nuohang's forehead, smiling as he said, "Are you so frightened of me?" "I'm not the big bad wolf," he spoke, picking up the documents on the table and handing them to Lin Nuohang. "Take a look at this. It's the renovation plan for the honey jar." Lin Nuohang accepted it with both hands, glancing at Huo Jinzhuo's face. Shyly, he lowered his head and began to slowly flip through the design drawings, his eyes growing increasingly bright. "I had someone raise the kitchen counter by 10 centimeters, and we've also partitioned a lounge on the second floor. So whenever you feel tired, you can just go up and rest for a while. Once the renovations are complete, the little boss can return to work. What do you think?" The drawings were filled with meticulous annotations, clearly reflecting great care. He looked up and met the man's profound gaze, his cheeks flushing warmly. "Thank you, husband. Why be so polite with me?" Huo Jinzhuo playfully brushed his finger against Lin Nuohang's nose, his eyes lingering on his rosy lips, filled with the desire to kiss him. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he added, "It's getting late. You should sleep." Lin Nuohang obediently stood up and walked towards the bed, noticing an additional blanket atop it. When he turned back, he saw Huo Jinzhuo staring at his back, his gaze lingering on a particular spot for several seconds, causing Lin Nuohang to hurriedly dive under the covers. Such a small frame, yet it held such charm. Huo Jinzhuo approached and turned off the main lights, bathed in the warm glow of the night lamp. He watched as Lin Nuohang lay with his eyes tightly shut, even his eyelashes trembling. So adorable, he thought, lifting the covers and lying down beside him. He wrapped his long arms around Lin Nuohang, gently patting the enticing curve of his waist. "What are you afraid of? I want tea bite." Huo Jinzhuo could feel Lin Nuohang's body tremble slightly, He tightened his embrace around Lin Nuohang's waist. Still shivering? Looks like I'll have to hold you like this every day until you feel at ease. I'm not shivering at all. Lin Nuohang protested, "Chiex flusiet." I'm just a bit unaccustomed to sudden hugs. Stubborn yet adorable, Huo Jinzhuo remarked. Lin Nuohang seemed to recall something, poking his head out from Huo Jinzhuo's neck. Husband, why didn't I see your parents at the wedding today? His voice was soft, as if afraid of touching a painful subject. Huo Jinzhuo smiled gently. The way Lin Nuohang called him husband was still somewhat hesitant. After all, it was only their first day of marriage, and he would eventually become accustomed to it. He pulled Lin Nuohang closer before explaining. They've gone on a world tour, saying they want to make up for all the places they didn't visit when they were young. Once they've had their fill of fun, they will surely return to see our little treasure. His parents were indeed carefree, having entrusted the Minghui group to him early on. The Huo family was unlike other prominent families, devoid of messy internal conflicts. Under his management, the group's market value had steadily increased over the years, fulfilling the trust placed in him. Lin Nuohang let out a quiet sigh of relief, initially worried about entering a family with complicated dynamics. It seemed that Huo Jinzhuo's parents were not only open-minded, but also remarkably laid back. Don't be so tense. I'm just giving you a hug, Huo Jinzhuo said, his voice laced with drowsiness, as he rhythmically patted Lin Nuohang's back like one would soothe a child. Go to sleep, my dear. Lin Nuohang obediently responded with a soft his once tense body gradually relaxing. Before long, he succumbed to the rhythmic soothing of Huo Jinzhuo and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 6. Which Good Samaritan wears a positioning bracelet? Thus, Lin Nuohang embarked on his married life. In those initial days, life was as enchanting as a dream one hesitates to awaken from. Huo Jinzhuo lavished Lin Nuohang with boundless affection. If Lin casually mentioned a limited edition baking mold, it would miraculously appear in his exclusive dessert workshop, equipped to rival a five-star hotel kitchen by the very next day. When he expressed a desire to visit the studio of a renowned pastry master abroad, the itinerary was promptly arranged, complete with VIP treatment throughout. Limited edition sports cars and collectibles. Any auction item he merely glanced at would find its way to him the moment he exhibited the slightest interest. Even when a sudden craving for the traditional sweet soup from a downtown establishment struck him in the middle of the night, Huo Jinzhuo would ensure arrived by his bedside within 30 minutes, personally feeding him. Lin Nuohang felt as though he were being bombarded by a barrage of sugary delights. The twinge of resentment and awkwardness stemming from marrying a man soon gave way to the overwhelming satisfaction of having a husband who was not only handsome, but also affluent and generous. Each day, he immersed himself in the spacious and bright dessert shop, experimenting with new recipes and baking fragrant bread and exquisite cakes, his spirits soaring. He even began to believe that Huo Jinzhuo was indeed the perfect husband, until one cozy evening, as they reclined on the vast bed in their master suite, watching an old movie, Lin Nuohang found himself enveloped in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. The delightful scent of his partner enveloping him, creating the perfect ambience. Suddenly, a lingering question surfaced in his mind. Why did you marry me? Lin Nuohang inwarded, tilting his face upward, confusion evident in his large eyes. We didn't know each other at all before. Why me? With your attributes, you could have anyone you desired. Huo Jinzhuo's movements faltered for a moment, a weighty emotion flashing in his eyes that Lin Nuohang could not decipher. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly replied, for some people, a mere encounter is sufficient. Lin Nuohang blinked in surprise. Encountered? When? In high school, at the centennial celebration of City No. 1 Middle School. In the auditorium, Lin Nuohang froze, desperately sifting through his memories. The centennial debate competition, he exclaimed, sitting up straight, covering his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. You were in the audience? You saw me make that bespectacled opponent from Class 3 cry. That rival had been utterly insufferable, aggressive, and resorting to personal attacks. Young and impassioned, he had unleashed a torrent of rebuttals, leaving the opponent speechless and in tears. Yet, he had still offered him a tissue. He was quite the good sport. Huo Jinzhuo's lips curved into the faintest smile, silently affirming. Goodness, Lin Nuohang's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and incredulity washing over him. You had your eye on me that early? Huo Jinzhuo did not respond, but simply pulled him back into his embrace, gently nuzzling the top of his head. The answer was unmistakable. Nestled in his arms, Lin Nuohang's heart raced like a drum. How astonishing to realize that his bold performance, which he had slightly regretted afterward, had marked the beginning of Huo Jinzhuo's interest. Such a revelation felt almost magical. He pondered, how curious that every request he made was met with compliance. Was it all part of a long-conceived plan? Marital life glided along serenely. Lin Nuohang discovered that Huo Jinzhuo's affection was genuine, yet it gradually became infused with an increasing degree of control. Initially, it was merely concern, don't indulge in too many sweets at night. It's not good for your stomach. The weather forecast predicts a drop in temperature, so wear an extra coat when you go out. Freshly baked bread? You may have a taste, but do not substitute it for a meal. No. It's 11 o'clock. It's time for bed. Don't you have new desserts to prepare for your shop tomorrow? While nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his game, Huo Jinzhuo abruptly snatched the controller from him. Just 10 more minutes. Please. Lin Nuohang protested, lunging to reclaim it. Now go upstairs. With a single hand, Huo Jinzhuo restrained him effortlessly, lifting him as one might a small kitten. Although Lin Nuohang found Huo Jinzhuo somewhat nagging, he could tolerate it, for the sensation of being cared for was not unpleasant. However, this concern soon escalated into control. He was required to return home before 10 o'clock. A bar? Such places are rife with unsavory characters. You are not permitted to go. His phone could not be silenced. I would worry if I couldn't locate you. Lin Nuohang complied obediently with all these stipulations, even after a late-night indulgence in ice cream from the refrigerator that led to acute gastroenteritis. Huo Jinzhuo affixed a device to his wrist, a beautifully crafted bracelet adorned with tiny diamonds. What is this? Lin Nuohang inquired suspiciously. Huo Jinzhuo explained it was a location bracelet, touted as the latest technology for real-time health monitoring and positioning, ensuring his safety. Let's try it out, he said, pulling out his phone and tapping a few times. For instance, if I press this button, beep, beep, beep. The bracelet emitted a sharp alarm, startling Lin Nuohang so much that he nearly jumped. Observing the startled little creature, Huo Jinzhuo chuckled, tousling his soft hair. Calm down. If you ever get lost or feel unwell, simply press this, and I will arrive immediately. As Lin Nuohang gazed at the dazzling yet high-tech shackle on his wrist, he felt an odd sensation. Who among the virtuous would wear a location bracelet? This was clearly a blatant form of surveillance. Yet, Huo Jinzhuo's demeanor was so matter-of-fact, and the sincerity in his gaze so genuine, combined with the bracelet's undeniable beauty, that he found himself wearing it in a daze. However, lying in bed that night, inhaling the cool scent of Huo Jinzhuo and feeling the chill of the bracelet on his wrist, Lin Nuohang was utterly unable to sleep. He tossed and turned, at times kicking off the covers and at others wrapping himself tightly. Huo Jinzhuo, nearly asleep, was stirred by his restlessness and opened his eyes. Reaching out to stroke his head, No, why are you still awake? You're making me dizzy with all this turning. Lin Nuohang bit his lip, tugging at the quilt, and murmured softly, Darling, I don't want to be awake either. I just can't fall asleep. I'm sorry for disturbing you. He was being coy. Huo Jinzhuo immediately gathered him into his embrace, gently patting his back. Oh, be good. Your husband is here. Go to sleep now. Nestled against his chest, listening to his rhythmic murmuring, suffused with a sense of reassurance that enveloped him, Lin Nuohang gradually relaxed. He secretly curled the corners of his mouth, drowsily thinking, My husband is simply too wonderful. Not only does he refrain from being harsh with me, but he also soothingly lulls me to sleep. As I ponder, my eyelids grow increasingly heavy, and before long, I succumb to a deep slumber. Chapter 7. More fatherly than his own, father time passes swiftly, and half a year has slipped away. Lin Nuohang has fallen for Huo Jinzhuo. They have indulged in all things permissible and impermissible. Although this man possesses an intimidatingly powerful aura, he treats me with unparalleled kindness, being attentive and fulfilling my various reasonable desires. Moreover, that face, that physique, gazing upon him for too long can truly accelerate one's heartbeat. Occasionally, when Huo Jinzhuo returns late from work, the vastness of the empty house evokes a faint longing for him. However, this affection is soon overshadowed by another, more intense emotion. Huo Jinzhuo is simply more paternal than my own father. He regulates everything: time, space, even the air I breathe. Lin Nuohang has come to a profound understanding of the deeper meaning behind the phrase, "I will take good care of you." This care is comprehensive, a meticulous oversight without any blind spots. He dictates what time I rise. If I linger in bed for more than 5 minutes, I am met with a gentle waking service, which includes, but is not limited to, the lifting of blankets, playful pinching of cheeks, and even being carried directly to the bathroom. He controls my meals, ensuring a balanced diet while limiting treats and snacks. What I wear when I step outside is also under his scrutiny. On slightly chilly days, a jacket is a must. The company I keep is monitored, with dubious friends subtly prohibited from visiting. Yet, I stubbornly continue to reach out to those very friends. He even regulates the time I spend playing video games. Huo Jinzhuo, I am not a 3-year-old child. Lin Nuohang's temper flares for the umpteenth time, her beautiful face puffed in indignation. I am 22, an adult. I possess freedom. Is it not enough that you control my diet, my daily necessities, but now you also dictate whom I associate with? Are you my husband or my father? Her small temper has reached its peak. Huo Jinzhuo merely sets down the financial magazine in his hands and meets her gaze. His eyes are calm. Freedom does not equate to indulgence. Staying up late harms your health, junk food damages your stomach, and careless friendships can lead to hurt. I am responsible for your health and safety. Nuohang. Lin Nuohang feels her fervor diminish under his steady gaze. Today, she must resist, otherwise next time, even the color of her underwear may be subject to his demands. With a defiant tilt of her neck, she looks up at him. Huo Jinzhuo, can you please refrain from being so controlling? At this rate, will I need to report the color of my underwear? You are a control freak. An old man. Huo Jinzhuo narrows his eyes slightly, his gaze sending a chill down Lin Nuohang's spine. Why has Nuo been so contrary lately? Have I spoiled her too much? It appears that if I do not address this behavior, she will continue to challenge my authority. I must let her understand the consequences of opposing me. He rises slowly, moving toward Lin Nuohang. His towering figure casts an imposing shadow, exuding a subtle, aggressive pressure. It seems I have been too lenient with you. I once allowed your antics, believing you to be well-behaved. Huo Jinzhuo's voice deepens, carrying a dangerous undertone. Let's remind our dear Nuohang of what rules entail. A siren blares in Lin Nuohang's mind. Instinctively, she attempts to rise and escape. But Huo Jinzhuo swiftly wraps his arm around her waist, gently pulling her close, causing her to lose her balance. A startled cry had yet to escape her lips when she found herself turned over, pressed face down onto the sturdy thigh of Huo Jinzhuo. Huo Jinzhuo, what are you doing? Lin Nuohang exclaimed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and urgency as she struggled with all her might. This is to teach you a lesson. Huo Jinzhuo's voice was cold, and his large hand fell mercilessly. A crisp sound echoed as it landed upon her pert backside through the not-so-thick fabric of her loungewear. A sharp, fiery pain instantly spread throughout her body, leaving Lin Nuohang frozen for a moment, soon engulfed by overwhelming shame. Another slap followed, landing on the opposite cheek. Her expression was one of disbelief, mingled with confusion. In all her years, not even her parents had treated her this way. Why did Huo Jinzhuo feel entitled to act so? This was utterly different from her mother's descriptions of a man without vices. Was Huo Jinzhuo exhibiting tendencies of domestic violence? You, on what grounds do you strike me? Let me go. You scoundrel. Old rogue. She cried indignantly, struggling even more fiercely. Simply because I am your husband, Huo Jinzhuo replied with unyielding finality, his hand continuing its rhythmic descent. Not too hard, yet perfectly timed, it landed on that shameful area. Because you persist in disregarding your own well-being and safety. Lin Nuohang, my affection for you does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Another 2 unrelenting slaps landed in succession, amplifying the pain. Am I wrong? Huo Jinzhuo's tone remained calm. I'm not wrong. It is you who is too controlling. Lin Nuohang's eyes welled with tears from the pain, yet she stubbornly refused to concede. The punishment continued, each slap methodical and precise, eliciting searing pain and deeper humiliation. Her struggles appeared futile against the overwhelming force. Pain and grievance intertwined, and finally, tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice turning plaintive. You're bullying me. As her sobs broke through, the slaps ceased. Huo Jinzhuo lifted her up, settling her onto his lap. With red-rimmed eyes resembling a pitiful puppy, her tear-streaked face bore the evidence of her distress, and the fiery ache persisted behind her. She attempted to push him away, but found herself lacking the strength. Huo Jinzhuo gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips, his tone softening, tinged with a hint of helpless affection. So, are you still going to call me an old man? A control freak? Lin Nuohang pouted, sniffling, and fell silent. She felt both anger and grievance. After all, it was he who was too overbearing. Yet, the term old man was clearly a term of endearment, not a true insult to his age. Huo Jinzhuo ruffled her fluffy hair, asking playfully, why the silence? If you don't speak, this old man may have to punish you further. With tear-filled eyes, she glared at him, her voice quivering. I don't want to be punished. Old man is a term of affection, and so is control freak. After uttering those words, she felt embarrassed and quickly turned her face away, adding in a muffled tone, anyway, I'm not wrong. All right, it is a term of endearment. Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened considerably, but he felt the need to clarify his intentions. Have you forgotten, my dear? Forcing a rotina, encouraging healthy eating, and steering clear of detrimental friends is all for your own good. He cradled Lin Nuohang's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. It appears I need to remind you of the rules once more. First, do not indulge in cold foods. Your stomach cannot withstand the strain. Second, refrain from staying up late. It is detrimental to your health. Third, you must report when going out. Your safety is my responsibility. As he continued, his fervor grew, recounting the little transgressions of the past 6 months. Rule 45, you may only have 3 skewers from street vendors. Rule 46, do not surreptitiously pour calcium tablets in a flower pot. Do you understand the last one? The concern reflected in his eyes seemed genuine. Lin Nuohang felt a pang of unjust grievance, as if his heart had been pricked. He listened in a daze, overwhelmed by the multitude of admonishments. He could not fathom why the man who had once held him so dearly had suddenly transformed into such a stern figure. Were all those moments of affection mere illusions? Was it solely due to his disobedience? Chapter 8. Growing increasingly spoiled speak. No, do you understand? Huo Jinzhuo's warm hand soothingly patted his back. Lin Nuohang buried his face in the crook of his neck, tears dampening the collar of his shirt. The strange amalgamation of fear and an inexplicable feeling of being controlled rendered him hesitant to retort. He could only respond with a reluctant, nasal He mumbled softly, could you not speak to me harshly? Speak properly. Did you hear me? Huo Jinzhuo countered, noticing his little nose scrunching up. Remember your lesson. If you misbehave again, the punishment will be doubled. Please no. Lin Nuohang wrapped his arms around his waist. I could be obedient, but punishment is absolutely out of the question. Huo Jinzhuo held the soft bundle in his arms and gently brushed his finger against Lin Nuohang's nose. This is what a good baby looks like. Remember, if you listen well, there will be rewards. But if you misbehave, he straightened his face, poking Lin Nuohang's plump backside, then you'll be punished here. He was being intimidating. Lin Nuohang looked up with tear-streaked cheeks, sniffling as he protested. You're bullying me. My backside is meant for sitting, not for being hit. He vaguely contemplated that this married life seemed to diverge from the sweet, romantic script he had envisioned. This husband was indeed handsome and wealthy, and his affection was genuine. But his discipline was harsher than that of a biological father. Seeing him cry pitifully, Huo Jinzhuo gently pressed on the tender area. Does it still hurt? It hurts. Lin Nuohang mumbled, nuzzling closer into his embrace. His adorable demeanor was irresistible. It seemed that next time he erred, he would need to be punished more severely to instill a sense of caution. In the next moment, Lin Nuohang was swept into Huo Jinzhuo's arms. who reassured him as he ascended the stairs. "Be good. Your husband will take you to wash up and sleep." Upon entering the bathroom, as Lin Nuohang steadied himself, a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied was presented before him. He grasped the toothbrush and began to brush his teeth, glancing at himself in the mirror. He noticed Huo Jinzhuo standing with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently upon him, the movement of his Adam's apple causing Lin Nuohang's heart to race. Mouth full of foam, he mumbled, "Husband, why do you stare at me like that? It feels like I'm a criminal." The intensity of his gaze was unsettling, rendering him unable to focus on brushing his teeth. "If I don't watch you, who knows what you might sneakily indulge in?" Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow. Drawing closer, "Did I forget about the 5 bags of chips in the bathroom trash last month?" At that moment, he merely offered a verbal reprimand, refraining from using harsh words. In retrospect, it was clear that such leniency could not continue. Lin Nuohang's ears flushed crimson as memories of his snack theft surfaced. He hastily splashed water on his face after brushing his teeth. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Huo Jinzhuo waiting with a towel in hand, chiding him while drying his face. "Look at you, unable to wash your face properly. Your hair is soaked. If you catch a cold, you'll whine for me to comfort you." Lin Nuohang allowed him to fuss over him, playfully murmuring, "But I have my husband to help me." Unable to contain his laughter, Huo Jinzhuo hoisted him onto his shoulder and made his way to the bedroom. As soon as Lin Nuohang was placed on the large bed, he clung to Huo Jinzhuo like a koala, wrapping his arms around his neck and mumbling, "I need a hug to sleep." Feeling the soft head nuzzle against him, Huo Jinzhuo tightened his embrace and pressed a kiss to his forehead, saying, "Sleep now. If you continue to be troublesome, there will be consequences tomorrow." Despite his words, his palm gently patted Lin Nuohang's back until the latter's breathing deepened into a soft rhythm. The following morning, Lin Nuohang was forcibly awakened by Huo Jinzhuo. He buried his head deeper into the pillow like an ostrich, his exposed ears blushing pink in the morning light. Huo Jinzhuo paused in fastening his cufflinks and poked at Lin Nuohang's flushed ear. "Say no, it's time to get up." Husband," Lin Nuohang mumbled, rolling over in his blanket, his eyelashes not even fluttering. "Just 5 more minutes, please." 10 minutes ago, you said 5 minutes." Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow, pressing his knee into the mattress and warning softly, "If you go to work on an empty stomach, a disobedient child will face punishment." With that, he retrieved a locator wristband from the nightstand and snapped it onto Lin Nuohang's wrist. The cool sensation jolted Lin Nuohang into partial wakefulness. Before he could protest, Huo Jinzhuo swept him up in his arms. "Put me down, Huo Jinzhuo," he protested, kicking his legs, revealing his porcelain-white calves beneath his pajama pants. "Call me husband," Huo Jinzhuo replied, unfazed, as he carried him steadily towards the bathroom. Who was it last night that whined for a hug to fall asleep? Lin Nuohang was momentarily at a loss for words, his cheeks flushing. Once in the bathroom, the toothbrush was already squeezed with toothpaste, ready on the sink. "Hold this and open your mouth," Huo Jinzhuo instructed, gently prying open Lin Nuohang's stubbornly closed lips, supervising him as if he were a child brushing his teeth, reminding him to brush the left molars 5 more times. "I'm not a 3-year-old." Lin Nuohang shot a glance at him in the mirror. Finish brushing your teeth obediently, then come downstairs for breakfast. The driver will arrive in 20 minutes. Huo Jinzhuo said as he moved toward the door, turning back to add, "Husband is heading to the office. You stay put at the dessert shop. If you dare indulge in too much cream cake, you will face the consequences when I return." As the sound of footsteps faded, Lin Nuohang shook his fist at his reflection in the mirror. The young man in the mirror, with soft chestnut curls and a few wayward strands sticking up from just waking, had a fair face still marked with the imprint of the pillow, resembling an adorable, feisty kitten. As the toothbrush foamed in his mouth, he mumbled indistinctly, a 28-year-old man managing everything. 20 minutes later, Lin Nuohang tumbled into the back seat of the car, a sandwich in his mouth. The driver, old Zhang, glanced at him in the rearview mirror and chuckled, "Madam, you were 3 minutes faster today than last time. Quite the improvement." Zhang Shulin, with his cheeks still puffed, murmured complaints, "Even you mock me." Lao Zhang chuckled as he started the car, choosing silence thereafter. He couldn't help but feel that this young master had become increasingly spoiled by Mr. Huo, who cherished him more than his own eyes. The car halted in front of the honey pot, adorned in a charming palette of white and natural wood, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that were immaculate. A delightful sign decorated with cartoon clouds and candies hung at the entrance, accompanied by a tinkling wind chime. Lin Nuohang eagerly swung open the car door and strode into the shop, his spirits high as he hummed a tune. This was his little sanctuary, a retreat from Huo Jinzhuo's constraints. The shop assistant, Xiaoya, was busy polishing the glass counter. The wind chimed melodiously as she looked up and smiled. "Good morning, young boss." "Good morning." Lin Nuohang bounced towards the kitchen, tying on an apron adorned with a bear motif. "Do the mangoes I ordered arrive?" "Just in, Mr. Huo specifically requested the golden mangoes be air-freighted from Thailand," Xiaoya replied, following him into the kitchen. "You know, the previous owner was quite stingy. They used the cheapest fruits. When Mr. Huo took over, our salaries even increased by 30%. As she tied her apron, she continued, "Mr. Huo is truly kind to you. When a shop was being renovated, even the height of the workstations was customized to your stature." While pouring flour into the mixer, Lin Nuohang's hand trembled at her words, causing a cloud of white flour to envelop his face. Xiaoya burst into laughter and quickly handed him a damp towel. "This isn't good," he grumbled, wiping his face. "He even keeps tabs on what I eat." "That's because he cares about you," Xiaoya pointed out, gesturing to the diamond-studded bracelet on his wrist. "Last time you fainted from low blood sugar. If it weren't for this real-time heart rate monitor, the consequences could have been dire." Lin Nuohang fell silent, focusing intently on kneading the dough. Xiaoya continued her chatter. "Last week, my little one had a high fever, and Mr. Huo sent a private doctor to our home. Such a considerate husband is hard to come by." Lin Nuohang, feeling his ears turn red, dropped a blueberry into the dough with a thud. "What's so great about him? He's merely a control freak. He even dictates how many strawberries I can eat, claiming that too many will upset my stomach, and allowing only 5. He lamented he was once a normal person, but now he is more stringent than a kindergarten teacher." Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, cautiously glancing at the puffed-up young boss. The dough in Lin Nuohang's hands morphed under his grasp, prompting her to change the subject. "But, honestly, Mr. Huo is commendable when it comes to employee welfare." "Oomph." Lin Nuohang flicked the dough in exasperation, noting that the online chatter about his concern for employee benefits was indeed true. He wiped his flour-covered hands on his apron, grumbling, "But why doesn't he ever consider my needs as his legitimate partner? Why do I have to go through security just to eat a bag of chips?" Xiaoya cautiously advised, "Mr. Huo is just worried about you overeating and feeling unwell. Keep defending him." Lin Nuohang exclaimed, hands on his hips and eyes wide. "I'll eat every last blueberry cake today. Not a single dollop of cream will be left for the customers." Though his words were fierce, a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Yesterday, after exchanging sharp words with Huo Jinzhuo, he felt his legs weaken under the intensity of the gaze directed at him. It was merely a fleeting moment of defiance, yet he knew that if he truly crossed the line, his husband would be there to set things right. Seeing him puffed up with indignation, yet appearing rather timid, Xiaoya decided to cease her commentary. She understood all too well. Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, Mr. Huo's WeChat message would invariably pop up. Nuo, have you been good and eaten? What cake did you make today? Did he sneak a taste of the cream again?" If all the cake had vanished, how could her role as a spy be justified? Thus, the two of them silently busied themselves crafting a new cake until the customer flow gradually increased. The new blueberry cake quickly sold out. Finally, as the crowd began to thin, Lin Nuohang stretched and was about to collapse into a lounge chair when her phone vibrated at the perfect moment. "Lunch will arrive in half an hour. You must finish it and send me a photo." Read the message from her older partner. Lin Nuohang grinned at the screen, responding with a simple, "Got it." 30 minutes later, Xiaoya exclaimed as she brought in a 3-tiered lunchbox. "Goodness! Truffle steak, French foie gras, and creamy mushroom soup. Mr. Huo is so kind to you," she said with envy. Lin Nuohang crossed her arms in mock disdain. Who can eat all this? Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she leaned towards the lunchbox, her little nose sniffing eagerly and her bright eyes betrayed her pretended aloofness. When she lifted the bottom layer to find perfectly arranged macarons, her ears perked up with excitement, all in her favorite pastel shades. Yum! Lin Nuohang exclaimed as she bit into a macaron, its crispy shell melting into sweet delight in her mouth. She twirled joyfully on the spot, marveling at her husband's impeccable taste. Immediately, she offered one to Xiaoya. You must try this. It's simply divine. Xiaoya recoiled in surprise, hastily waving her hands. No. This is Mr. Huo's thoughtful gift. Her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. What if Mr. Huo keeps a record? What if we're caught on camera? Could I be fired? However, Lin Nuohang refused to give her a chance to decline, swiftly pressing the macaron into her mouth. With eyes crinkling into crescents, she reassured. What are you afraid of? If I eat all this alone, Huo Jinzhuo will nag me again. Let us share a little secretly. You want to notice? The sweet flavor burst on her tongue, and Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. Help! This is too delicious. Seeing the little boss flashing innocent puppy eyes, she surrendered completely. All right, just this one bite. Now that's more like it. Lin Nuohang responded, stuffing a piece of foie gras in her mouth. Eat more if you gain weight. It's on me. How adorable was the little boss, basking in the joy of being pampered. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Nuohang collapsed into the lounge chair, letting out a hearty burp before whipping out her phone to snap 10 pictures in quick succession. While editing the message, she selected a pouting emoji with arms crossed and hit send. Hubby, I'm done eating and I'm stuffed like a little pig. Just as she sent it, a voice call came through. Huo Jinzhuo's deep voice, laced with amusement, echoed. Is the little pig lying down now? You're the pig. Lin Nuohang retorted. Hearing the rustling sound of pages turning through the receiver, Huo Jinzhuo leisurely opened his mouth. The surveillance shows that a certain little pig just secretly hid the last piece of steak in the cake box, not eating obediently. The air fell silent for a few moments. Lin Nuochan's ears burned with embarrassment as he grabbed a cushion to cover his face and mumbled, Huo Jinzhuo, how dare you spy on me with surveillance? You pervert. Well, the pervert wants to hear a little one say thank you. His voice lowered, hinting at a playful tone. When Nuochan was feeding Xiaoya earlier, didn't he consider that I would rather be the one being fed? Lin Nuochan's fingers trembled, causing the cushion to thud onto the floor. I just couldn't finish it. The soft end of his husband's voice curled slightly, his gaze darting towards the surveillance camera in the corner. It turned out that his earlier act of feeding Xiaoya had been clearly observed by the old man on the other side of the monitor. In the chairman's office, Huo Jinzhuo chuckled as he watched Lin Nuochan's awkward demeanor on the screen. Tonight, when we return home, let me savor the macarons from your mouth. And by the way, I shall teach my Nuochan the true art of being fed. Lin Nuochan bit his lower lip and let out a hum, his cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. Mr. Huo, you are utterly inappropriate. Improper? Just wait until you return, and you shall see that I have yet to teach you the real meaning of inappropriate. You rogue. Lin Nuochan flustered, hurriedly picked up the cushion and placed it over his stomach. Huo Jinzhuo, you are so naughty. Tomorrow, I'll cover the dessert shop surveillance cameras with stickers, and let us see how you spy. Cover them? Then I'll have to come over personally and observe my Nuochan even more clearly. Lin Nuochan gasped softly, burying his face in the cushion, revealing only his adorable puppy-like eyes, mumbling in a muffled voice, big bad guy, always bullying others. Huo Jinzhuo glanced at the time, deciding not to tease him any longer. His tone shifted to that of a gentle caretaker. All right, go take a nap. No kicking the covers. The surveillance is watching. Who asked for your concern? Though he protested with a fierce demeanor, Lin Nuochan obediently lay down, muttering, then, I shall sleep. Goodbye, husband. He drowsily hung up the call, staring blankly at the ceiling. They had lived together for 6 months. Although their bodies were familiar, their hearts were still in the process of adjusting. Huo Jinzhuo managed his life with strict oversight, monitoring meal reports, such that even feeding others would be discovered. Around 3 in the afternoon, the wind chimes rang again. Lin Nuochan looked up, his expression immediately dropping. Chen Yu, what are you doing here? Just passing by to see an old classmate. Is that not permissible? The young man, dressed in an ostentatious purple suit, walked straight to the counter. His gaze quickly locked onto the bracelet on Lin Nuochan's wrist. Oh, what is this? The latest high-tech gadget? Lin Nuochan instinctively covered the bracelet with his sleeve, just an ordinary smartwatch. Come on, Lin Nuohang, this is obviously a GPS tracking bracelet. Chen Yu grabbed his wrist, inspecting it thoroughly. Your partner really treats you like a child. Let go. Lin Nuohang yanked his hand back, accidentally bumping his wrist against the edge of the counter, causing him to gasp in pain. Chapter 10. It's been a while since I've been so wild. Chen Yu was a classmate from high school and university, coming from family that also engaged in business, similar to Lin's family. Their relationship was average. Ever since she wed Huo Jinzhuo, a peculiar smile has adorned his face, one that unsettles Lin Nuohang, as if he is perpetually weighing something in his gaze. His speech has taken on an odd, mocking tone. Lin Nuohang, aren't you an adult male? Aren't you embarrassed to be so managed? Chen Yu leaned closer, lowering his voice. Tonight is the anniversary celebration at the My Bar. The guys are all going. You should join us. They invited a DJ from Paris, and their S8 buy one get one free offer on limited edition cocktails. Lin Nuohang paused in his task of wiping the counter. I can't. Mr. Huo won't allow me to go to bars. Mr. Huo, are you his wife or his son? Chen Yu scoffed. You're 22, not 22 months. What? Can you not even go to a bar without your guardian? Does Mr. Huo require you to file a report to use the restroom? Lin Nuohang's grip on the cloth tightened, his knuckles turning white. Seeing this, Chen Yu pressed on. Just say you're working late tonight at 9. Do you really lack even this small freedom? I hear they all gossip in their circle about how Mr. Huo's little wife is as obedient as a pet. Is this how others perceive him? Enclosed, monitored, even forbidden from trivial pleasures like visiting a bar. A pang of sorrow welled in his heart, and his throat felt constricted. No, his husband treats him so well, buying him beloved macarons and caring for him through illness. How could he possibly regard him as a mere pet? Chen Yu must be deliberately deceiving him, seeking to incite his distress. Don't tell me you're afraid of him. Indeed, a man like Mr. Huo might even strike his wife at home. Observing Lin Nuohang's grim contenance, Chen Yu delivered a final blow. You've been married to him for half a year, and you're almost living like a caveman. What right does Huo Jinzhuo have to control you so completely? He is not your father. Yes, what right does he have? Why must he be so tightly bound? That old man Huo Jinzhuo is simply relying on his good temper. A rebellious fire ignited within him. Who is afraid of him? Lin Nuohang lifted his chin defiantly. I'm going. Chen Yu, victorious, chuckled, casually taking several cakes from the display case. I'll put this on your tab. Rascal, I want to take advantage of you. Lin Nuohang retorted. Chen Yu waved his phone, retreating toward the door. Tonight's drinks are on me. Once Chen Yu's figure vanished at the entrance, Lin Nuohang's motions of wiping the counter gradually slowed. How was he to inform Huo Jinzhuo about working late? He decided to feign his way through it for now. He had no desire to be so tightly controlled. He tossed aside the cloth and rushed to the kitchen, clasping Xiaoya's arm and sweetly imploring her to help him cover for him. Aware that Huo Jinzhuo usually inquired about him through Xiaoya, he needed her agreement. Xiaoya, frightened, waved her hands in protest. I can't deceive Mr. Huo. She didn't understand why Lin Nuohang sought her out rather than other staff. However, unable to withstand his affectionate pleas, she eventually relented with a hesitant nod. Lin Nuohang, disregarding everything else, swiftly texted the driver that he would be working late and didn't need a ride. He also messaged Huo Jinzhuo, stating he wished to inventory stock with Xiaoya and would return later. As soon as he hit send, he promptly turned off his phone, preferring not to see what might trouble him. This time I will certainly show Chen Yu that he is not a soft persimmon easily intimidated by his husband. As time passed, Lin Nuohang mechanically kneaded dough and baked bread. Xiaoya quietly approached, inquiring, Little boss, do you have something on your mind? He merely shook his head, yet unease lingered within him. It was only when darkness enveloped the sky that he anxiously powered on his device. To his astonishment, there was not a single message from Huo Jinzhuo. Lin Nuohang let out a significant sigh of relief and cheerfully hailed a taxi. Soon, he arrived at the midnight bar, glancing at the time, 8:50, just perfect. Before even stepping inside, the deafening music assaulted his ears. After scanning the entrance for Chen Yu, he was about to make a call when a WeChat notification popped up. Something came up. I'll treat you next time. Feel free to indulge in drinks tonight. I've already spoken to the owner. Damn it. Furious, Lin Nuohang nearly tossed his phone, but then reconsidered. Since he was already there, he might as well unwind. He shook his head and strode into the bar. The thunderous music invigorated every cell in his body. He took a seat at the bar and pointed at the drink menu. A glass of the strongest abyssal kiss, with ice to the brim. It had been ages since he last visited a bar. Huo Jinzhuo treated him like a schoolboy, and today he was determined to revel. He accepted the cocktail from the bartender and downed it in one go. The sweet and spicy liquid slid down his throat, igniting the rebellious spirit that had been subdued for half a year. Now, this was what life felt like. "Hey, handsome, are you having fun?" A girl in a sequined dress shouted in his ear. "Absolutely," Lin Nuohang replied loudly, flashing a radiant smile at her. It had been far too long since he had allowed himself such unrestrained joy. The last time was before graduation. As the drinks flowed, he became increasingly animated, ordering several vividly colored cocktails that he eagerly consumed. After a few drinks, he was pleasantly tipsy, his cheeks flushed with an enticing pink hue. He remained oblivious to the girls nearby who were pointing at him, one adorned with earrings licking her lips, saying, "This little handsome guy looks a bit tipsy. He can barely stay upright. Let us take a cocktail over to him, and then we can float him off to a hotel for our usual fun, snap some pictures, and share the laughter in the group chat." The girls exchanged mischievous glances, their eyes brimming with mischief. Unbeknownst to him, in the VIP section on the second floor of the bar, Chun Yu was raising his glass and chuckling with friends. The little wife of the Hui family really came? Of course, I told him everyone in the circle laughs at him for being as obedient as a pet. Aren't you afraid Huo Jinzhuo will find out? Why should I care? He snuck out on his own. Chun Yu waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Forget about that. Let us drink." With that, the sound of clinking glasses filled the air. At that moment, a woman with red hair approached, balancing 2 blue Hawaiian cocktails. Swaying her hips as she settled beside Lin Nuohang, she pushed the blue drink towards him, sweetly saying, "Handsome, drinking alone is so boring. How about I join you for a drink?" Lin Nuohang, feeling a bit dizzy, squinted and grabbed the drink, exclaiming, "Cheers. We must drink. Whoever doesn't drink is a little dog. I intend to drink until dawn. I am free now, huh?" With that, he tilted his head back and took several hearty gulps. The red-haired woman took 2 steps back, exchanging a glance with her companion, quietly awaiting the effects of the drug to manifest. Lin Nuohang let out a hiccup, his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Without needing to glance at the screen, he knew who was calling. He trembled as he retrieved his phone, noting that all 7 missed calls were from an older man. A series of urgent messages flashed across the screen. "Where are you? The location indicates you are at the Emerald Gold Street's Misty Night Bar. Answer the call." Lin Nuohang's hand shook as he swiftly disabled the location tracker. Almost simultaneously, a call came through. He stared at the screen, the name of the older man glaring back at him, and with a clenched jaw, pressed the power button to silence it. Completing this act, he felt somewhat more sober. He gently patted his chest, reassuring himself not to be afraid. Chapter 11. Are you having fun, Mrs. Huo? Huo Jinzhuo, while driving, dialed a number. The car's screen incessantly repeating in a mechanical voice. "Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." Sorry, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. He needed to head to the last known location of the tracker at the Misty Night Bar. Frustrated, he slammed his hand against the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, racing towards Emerald Gold Street. Half an hour prior, Huo Jinzhuo had just concluded a multinational meeting, so busy that he hadn't even checked his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he noticed a message from Lin Nuohang, but his call went unanswered. He then contacted Xiaoya, who hesitated before finally confessing that she was covering for Lin Nuohang and had no idea where he had gone, only to discover the tracker indicated he was at a bar. A surge of anger coursed through Huo Jinzhuo. He had previously advised Lin Nuohang against going to bars, and while he had initially complied, it seemed he had now learned to lie and sneak out for fun. His frown deepened as the driver called him again, reporting that Lin Nuohang had left a message saying he would be working late and would return home on his own. This only fueled Huo Jinzhuo's ire, but a sliver of fear also crept in, worrying about Lin Nuohang's safety in such a chaotic environment. As if to exacerbate his frustration, red lights appeared one after another along the route. Meanwhile, Lin Nuohang swayed as he stood, edging closer to the center of the dance floor. His pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Curls dampened by sweat clung to his forehead, illuminated by the enchanting lights, resembling a fairy who had strayed into the mortal realm. Huo Jinzhuo stepped into the bar, his black suit starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere. His expression was dark, and his gaze, icy, fell upon Lin Nuohang. "Are you having fun, Mrs. Huo?" he inquired, moving closer to Lin Nuohang. His voice, though calm and not raised, pierced through the deafening music, reaching Lin Nuohang's ears with clarity. A chill ran down Lin Nuohang's neck. Following that voice, he stiffly raised his head, the mesmerizing lights casting shadows that accentuated Huo Jinzhuo's deep, austere features. "Husband." Lin Nuohang's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the floor. The alcohol dulled his cognitive faculties, yet his instincts screamed alarm. Danger. The red-haired woman, perplexed, steadied him. "Hey, handsome, are you all right?" She was anxious, unable to comprehend why Lin Nuohang had not yet felt the effects of the drink he had consumed. In the next moment, Lin Nuohang was pulled away by an irresistible force. The woman with red hair lifted her gaze, directly meeting the cold, piercing eyes of Huo Jinzhuo. Instinctively taking a step back, having navigated a city for quite some time, she had certainly heard whispers of this formidable figure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the world with a mere stamp of his foot. Observing the handsome youth's panicked demeanor, she realized he was indeed one of his. The thought of having secretly administered a drug to him moments ago drained the color from her face. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and melted into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Huo Jinzhuo cast a fleeting glance at the red-haired woman before retracting his gaze. "Home," he stated succinctly, pulling Lin Nuohang along as they made their way outside. "Wait, I can walk myself. Don't drag me like this." Lin Nuohang stumbled after him, feeling even dizzier from the way he was being yanked. Huo Jinzhuo did not engage in further conversation. In the next instant, the world spun around as Lin Nuohang found himself hoisted over Huo Jinzhuo's shoulder. He let out a short gasp, his bottom facing upwards, his head dangling down. The bar erupted in a chorus of whistles and laughter, and Lin Nuohang's ears flushed crimson with embarrassment as he pounded his fists against Huo Jinzhuo's back. "Put me down. Huo Jinzhuo, you scoundrel." Unfazed by his struggles, Huo Jinzhuo secured Lin Nuohang's flailing legs with one hand while the other landed a sharp slap on his rear. It was not a playful tap, but a firm smack that made Lin Nuohang gasp in pain. "Move again, and I will use the belt when we get home." The gravity of this statement rendered Lin Nuohang motionless. An overwhelming sense of humiliation combined with an inexplicable shiver of being publicly marked surged through him. He could feel countless curious, probing, and even mocking gazes directed his way. Huo Jinzhuo, carrying him effortlessly, strode through the throng, parting the crowd with his mere presence. In the VIP area on the second floor, Chun Yu and his companions observed the scene unfolding below with keen interest. Everyone but him wore expressions of amusement. Upon reaching the entrance, Huo Jinzhuo deposited his burden into the passenger seat of his Cullinan, the low pressure within the vehicle creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. "Buckle yourself in," he instructed, rounding to the driver's side and slamming the door shut. Lin Nuohang's hands trembled as he attempted to fasten the seatbelt, his face flushing a deep red after several failed attempts. "Why can't I get it to click? It seems to move." He bit his lip and mumbled, "Darling, I can't do it. Could you help me?" Without a word, Huo Jinzhuo reached across and swiftly secured the seatbelt with a decisive click. "Why was the location disabled?" he inquired. Lin Nuohang's body quivered imperceptibly as he bit his lower lip. I forgot to turn it on." "And the phone?" "My phone's dead." "You're lying." Huo Jinzhuo's temples throbbed with frustration. "Have I not expressly forbidden you from going to bars? Out late drinking?" With each statement, the temperature in the vehicle seemed to drop a degree. "In such places, exposing yourself to so many strangers." "I'm not your prisoner," he retorted in a voice barely above a whisper. "Why is it that you can go wherever you please, yet I'm scrutinized for merely enjoying a drink at a bar?" Lin Nuohang, he addressed him by full name, his voice as frigid as ice. "It appears I have been far too lenient with you." This final remark was the last straw, shattering the tautness of Lin Nuohang's nerves. In the past 6 months, Huo Jinzhuo had scarcely called it by his full name. A sense of grievance, trepidation, and the dread of impending unknown punishment engulfed him all at once. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears began to cascade down his cheeks, striking the back of his hand that clutched his clothing tightly. He dare not sob aloud, emitting only soft, suppressed whimpers, his shoulders trembling. "Husband, I am merely the tongue of Lin Nuohang, tied in knots," he wished to convey, explaining that he had simply been cooped up for too long and pleading for him to refrain from being so fierce. Huo Jinzhuo remained silent, observing him weep without uttering a sound. Something within the depths of his profound gaze surged violently. It seemed that the icy anger had cracked open a fissure, revealing a hint of exceedingly intricate compassion and helplessness. Yet, his taut jawline remained unyielding as he averted his gaze, no longer looking at him. The car glided smoothly into the night, enveloped in silence. Lin Nuohang huddled in a corner, using the back of his hand to wipe away his tears, the effects of the alcohol dissipating significantly. Nonetheless, he felt an unusual warmth coursing through his body. Chapter 12. No longer gentle. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Uni Villa. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Huo Jinzhuo opened the door, rounded the back of the car, and swiftly pulled open Lin Nuohang's door. "Get out," he commanded with a cold expression. Lin Nuohang froze, unable to move. Fear gripped him once more, and his eyes reddened again. Without further ado, Huo Jinzhuo leaned in, grasped his wrist, unfastened his seatbelt, and yanked him from the car. Lin Nuohang stumbled, the grip on his wrist causing him pain as he attempted to shake free. "Let go of me." Huo Jinzhuo, however, paid no heed, firmly holding his wrist and striding across the courtyard towards the brightly lit main building. He headed straight for the study on the 2nd floor. The butler and servants, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, greeted them briefly before discreetly withdrawing. Huo Jinzhuo called out to butler Zhao, "Zhao, prepare a glass of honey water and bring it to the study." Observing Lin Nuohang's flushed complexion and slight scent of alcohol, it was apparent he was inebriated. Glancing at Huo Jinzhuo's simmering fury, butler Zhao hastily complied, not daring to delay, and hurried to the kitchen to instruct the servants to prepare a glass of honey water to sober him up. Huo Jinzhuo pushed open the door to the study, the heavy mahogany door closing ominously behind him. The warm light of the room illuminated the neatly arranged tomes on the shelves. A faint aroma of cedarwood and paper permeated the air. This familiar environment should have offered a semblance of security, yet Lin Nuohang's heart raced, his anxiety intensifying. Huo Jinzhuo had released his grip. Was he about to face punishment again? Huo Jinzhuo took long strides, crossing over to the massive mahogany desk that could easily double as a bed. He single-handedly secured the imposing high-backed leather chair, dragging it forcefully to position it in front of Lin Nuohang. Rather than sitting down, he removed his suit jacket, unfastened his cufflinks, and methodically rolled up his shirt sleeves. Subsequently, he took off his wristwatch, each movement causing Lin Nuohang's heart to race uncontrollably. Finally, Huo Jinzhuo settled into the leather chair, patting his thigh. 30 strokes. You come over here, he commanded. Lin Nuohang shook his head, instinctively taking a small step back. Huo Jinzhuo, once gentle, now exuded an air of dominance as he firmly grasped Lin Nuohang's wrist. In an instant, his gaze darkened, the frigid emotions coalescing into an oppressive force. He did not reiterate his command. Instead, he advanced a step, capturing Lin Nuohang's delicate wrist with an unyielding grip. A startled cry escaped Lin Nuohang's lips, and within the next heartbeat, he found himself pinned down, his upper body uncontrollably bending forward, his abdomen resting against Huo Jinzhuo's solid thigh. This position stripped him of all balance, his rear elevated high and through the thin fabric of his trousers. He could distinctly feel the hardness of Huo Jinzhuo's muscular leg. "Huo Jinzhuo, you can't do this. I'm not a child." Lin Nuohang's panic surged, and he struggled desperately, his voice high-pitched and distorted under the pressure of the stance, laced with a tone of despair. A large hand pressed firmly against his lower back. securing him against Huo Jinzhuo's leg, rendering all his struggles futile. What do you think you're doing? I'll teach you what it means to obey. Huo Jinzhuo's voice brimmed with suppressed fury and undeniable severity. I will show you what safety entails. I will teach you to take responsibility for your actions. With that, a hand rose high, and the sharp sounds of slaps echoed throughout the quiet study. The subsequent pain pierced through the fabric, searing into his flesh. A pained cry escaped Lin Nuohang as his body jolted, yet the grip around his waist remained steadfast. Lin Nuohang, what have I told you? Your audacity grows bolder, daring to venture into such places alone? Huo Jinzhuo did not relent, delivering a fourth strike that precisely landed atop the previous one, the force unwavering. It hurts, dear. Lin Nuohang embedded. Respond. Huo Jinzhuo's voice escalated, laden with authority. Did I not warn you against such establishments? Do you lack common sense? Do you comprehend the chaos of those places? If you were targeted and slipped something, you wouldn't even know how you met your end. A barrage of questions rained down upon Lin Nuohang, laden with remnants of fear and anger. He trembled at Huo Jinzhuo's wrath. Feeling this was the first time Huo Jinzhuo had been so fierce with him. His eyes reddened, reignited by the alcohol and the grievances he bore. Yes, I am foolish. I am a brainless idiot, he retorted sharply. The fifth strike landed with increased force, causing his skin to quiver beneath the palm. He immediately wilted, his voice softening, tinged with a cry. I was wrong. You told me not to go to bars. I shouldn't have retorted. Please don't hit me. Then why disobey? Why were your wristbands and phone turned off? The sixth slap fell heavier, the sound resounding through the air. I'm scared. I fear your wrath like this. Lin Nuohang sniffled, refraining from mentioning Chun Yu's provocation. I just wanted to sneak out and enjoy myself for a bit. His words tumbled out incoherently, tears and snot smearing his face, a pitiful sight. His body writhed slightly under Huo Jinzhuo's grip, akin to a small beast battered by a storm. No longer concerned with pride, he yearned for this punishment to conclude swiftly. I understand. I want to go to bars again. Husband, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. The pain is unbearable. Please, no more. I promise I will behave. He sobbed as he pleaded, yet the punishment behind him persisted. Huo Jinzhuo's heart had softened, yet he continued to administer the 25th strike to instill a lesson. Lin Nuohang had already cried to the point of breathlessness, the amalgamation of alcohol and pain creating a peculiar sensation that exacerbated his distress. I'm sorry, dear husband, I won't lie again. The final blow landed particularly heavily, prompting Lin Nuohang to cry out, his body collapsing as Huo Jinzhuo caught him effortlessly. Do you understand why the punishment is so severe? Huo Jinzhuo asked, cradling him on his lap and gently wiping away the tears staining his face. Lin Nuohang nodded through his sobs. It's because the bar is dangerous. 3 transgressions. First, lying. Second, going to the bar. And third, disabling his location and silencing his phone, rendering himself unreachable. Huo Jinzhuo, using a tissue to clean Lin Nuohang's tear-streaked face, glanced at his trembling form, a pang of hurt piercing his heart. And there's one more thing. He paused, his gaze piercing. The gravest of all, deliberately defying my requests and challenging my boundaries. Do you have any idea how worried I was when you ignored my calls and messages? I'm sorry, Lin Nuohang whispered, his head spinning, barely able to think. Yet he had never witnessed such a look on Huo Jinzhuo's face, a blend of concealed fear and anxiety. Nuo, from now on, you must not turn off your wristband, nor ignore calls or messages. If this occurs again, the consequences will be even more severe. Do you understand? He inquired, his gaze returning to Lin Nuohang's tear-filled eyes. Lin Nuohang opened his mouth but found no words. No spec, Huo Jinzhuo insisted softly. Noticing something amiss, he observed Lin Nuohang's flushed face and feverish body, uncertain if it was due to tears or the effects of alcohol. His voice seemed loud to Lin Nuohang, and the recently wiped tears threatened to flow again. With red-rimmed eyes, he nodded vigorously, nearly toppling over from emotion. I understand. My phone will be on 24/7. I won't dare turn off my wristband again, and I certainly won't go to the bar. His voice was thick with emotion, tinged with a sense of regret and fear. Yes, my precious, You are adorable when you cry. And even more so when you admit your faults, Huo Jinzhuo murmured gently. In the future, if you wish to relax, your husband will always accompany you. And no more lies. He sighed and kissed the top of Lin Nuohang's head, adding, if you misbehave again, I might just have to order a little rattan stick or ruler for you. Otherwise, you won't learn. Please no, Lin Nuohang exclaimed in terror, lifting his tear-streaked face to see a glimmer of amusement in Huo Jinzhuo's eyes. I'll be watching your behavior, Huo Jinzhuo said, stroking his back thoughtfully, contemplating ordering a delicate rattan stick and ruler from a craftsman in a few days. He didn't truly intend to use them, merely to rattle him a bit. Otherwise, he would never learn. Chapter 13. Already covered in ant bites, 15 minutes later, Butler Zhao knocked on the study door and, upon receiving permission, entered carrying a cup of honey water. He froze at the sight before him. Lin Nuohang was languidly nestled on Huo Jinzhuo's lap, his small face flushed with heat, even his earlobes tinged with an unusual pink hue. Darling, I feel so hot like fire is surging through my bones, Lin Nuohang gasped softly, nuzzling her head against Huo Jinzhuo's neck. Instantly, Huo Jinzhuo sensed something was amiss. Her reaction bore the hallmarks of someone being drugged. Moreover, having frequented a bar, a place rife with dubious characters, he pondered whether someone had covertly slipped something into his drink without his knowledge. His handsome brow furrowed into a tight knot. Nuohang, did you consume something you shouldn't have, or took something offered by someone else? His voice tightened, his heart constricted with concern. With great effort, Lin Nuohang lifted her eyelids, her consciousness somewhat hazy. I don't know. I feel awful. Save me, darling. With that, her small head tilted, burying itself once again into the nook of Huo Jinzhuo's shoulder. Sir, honey water, Zhao, the housekeeper, observed the situation and promptly handed over a cup. Huo Jinzhuo seized it and turned to Zhao, exclaiming, Uncle Zhao, immediately contact Su Wenyuan to come here. Zhao had never before seen his master so distressed over another individual. After all, he had witnessed over the past 6 months how truly cherished the young mistress was. However, the affection was not without its boundaries. Not daring to delay, even for a moment, he swiftly dialed a number. Dr. Su, the young mistress is unwell. Please come to Univille at once. After hanging up, he hurried to the entrance to await the arrival. Huo Jinzhuo cradled the back of her neck, bringing the honey water to her lips, gritting his teeth as he soothingly urged, Nuohang, darling, drink some water. The doctor will be here shortly. Lin Nuohang obediently opened her mouth, sipping delicately, droplets cascading down her chin. Yet, her body felt increasingly feverish, her heart racing anxiously, as if swarms of tiny ants were crawling all over her. Seeing her flushed face and clammy skin, Huo Jinzhuo's heart twisted in agony. He regretted having punished Lin Nuohang so severely that evening. It was his fault for being too preoccupied to even check his messages, which had led her into this perilous situation. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Nuohang pushed the cup away, her gaze unfocused. I don't want it. Her feverish hands gently caressed Huo Jinzhuo's face. Darling, there are ants biting me. It hurts so much. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and amidst her sobs, she choked out an apology. I was wrong. I won't go to such places again. Huo Jinzhuo felt a surge of heartache, but refrained from holding her tightly, fearing it would exacerbate Lin Nuohang's discomfort. Instead, he coaxed gently, Nuohang, just hold on a little longer. The doctor is on the way. Lin Nuohang cried and suddenly fell silent, burying her face in his chest, her tears soaking through his shirt. Compared to the 30 slaps he had given her earlier, this sensation of ants crawling over her body felt like mere twigs poking her gently. She clung to Huo Jinzhuo tightly, her breathing growing increasingly frantic. 20 minutes later, Zhao, beads of sweat forming on his brow, hurriedly guided Su Wenyuan towards the study. Upon entering, they found Lin Nuohang, resembling a koala, clinging to Huo Jinzhuo, her slender arms wrapped tightly around him. Jinzhuo, Uncle Zhao mentioned the young lady is suffering from heat stroke. Su Wenyuan, unable to engage in pleasantries, noted Lin Nuohang's flushed ears. Yes, come with me to the master bedroom, Huo Jinzhuo replied succinctly, gently lifting her and proceeding. Su Wenyuan and Zhao exchanged glances before hastening to follow. Su Wenyuan and Huo Jinzhuo grew up together, now embodying dual roles. He serves as the exclusive family physician of the Huo family and is also the director of Heng'an Hospital, a legacy of the Su family. Huo Jinzhuo generously assists by providing top-tier medical equipment to Heng'an Hospital free of charge. Within the vast commercial empire of the Huo family, the medical industry is one of the crucial sectors. Just as he prepared to leave work, he received a call from butler Zhao. He rushed over without even changing out of his work clothes. Despite their familiarity, he had never witnessed Huo Jinzhuo in such a state of urgency. After navigating a few turns, they arrived at the master bedroom. Huo Jinzhuo pushed the door open with one hand, intending to place Lin Nuohang onto the soft bed. However, Lin Nuohang clung tightly to his clothing, refusing to let go no matter how hard he tried. In desperation, Huo Jinzhuo sat on the edge of the bed. Holding him, he exchanged a glance with butler Zhao, both feeling a sense of awkwardness. Wenyuan, he was drugged at the bar, and the effects will take about 2 hours to manifest, Huo Jinzhuo explained in a low voice, his anger barely concealed. Su Wenyuan nodded, swiftly opening the medical kit, proceeding with disinfection and blood extraction in one fluid motion. I'll identify the type of drug first, and then cleanse the toxins from his blood. Lin Nuohang nestled closer into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, mumbling incoherently. Huo Jinzhuo gently patted his back, soothing him. No, don't be afraid. I am here. After 10 minutes of waiting, Lin Nuohang felt as though he were on the brink of death, softly murmuring, "Husband, am I going to die?" I can't breathe. His little head grew heavier, teetering on the edge of despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Wenyuan, can you hurry? Huo Jinzhuo's voice became hoarse, his fingers gripping the bed sheets tightly. Su Wenyuan glanced at the clock and pressed the button on the portable detector a minute early, retrieving the report. He breathed a sigh of relief upon reviewing the results. Thankfully, the dosage was less than half of what would be lethal. It was simply a slow-acting drug. He lifted the antidote syringe, ready to administer it. However, if the dosage had been even half a tube more, the consequences would have been dire. Even with timely injection of the antidote, the body would still suffer damage. Upon hearing this, Huo Jinzhuo's brow furrowed deeply, his dark eyes filled with a dreadful gravity. Give it to him, he ordered, his voice tinged with fear. Lin Nuohang, tears still flowing, perked up at each word, sniffling as he murmured, "Husband, I don't want the needle. It's too scary." I'm afraid his pitiful demeanor tugged painfully at Huo Jinzhuo's heart. Su Wenyuan watched as the usually decisive Huo Jinzhuo held him tighter, his voice soft enough to soothe. "Be good. It will feel like a little ant bite, and then it will be over quickly. If we don't inject, you will feel worse." "No, I've already been bitten by ants all over," Lin Nuohang whimpered, struggling to catch his breath in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. Huo Jinzhuo leaned down, brushing his warm forehead, coaxing him gently. "Oh, listen to me. We must do this. No injections." Lin Nuohang fiercely turned his little face upward, pouting as he lightly thumped Huo Jinzhuo's chest. All right, no injections." Huo Jinzhuo immediately acquiesced, tenderly wiping away the tear stains on his cheeks. Turning to Su Wenyuan, his gaze dimmed slightly. "Wenyuan, is there any other way?" Su Wenyuan had never witnessed such tenderness from Huo Jinzhuo towards anyone, aware only of his long-held affection for Lin Nuohang. However, the intensity in Huo Jinzhuo's eyes now seemed to suggest a dangerous edge, as if he were the one wronged rather than the one administering the potion to Lin Nuohang. Chapter 14. A room filled with spring water clearing his throat, he discreetly retracted the syringe. If he truly wished to abstain, it would require the direct assistance of Chairman Huo himself, for the aphrodisiac's effects must be unraveled gradually. Observing Huo Jinzhuo nod in immediate understanding, he produced a specially formulated ointment and placed it on the bedside table. For swelling, apply it once in the morning and once before bed. His delicate frame cannot endure much strain, so take it easy. Butler Zhao's face flushed crimson, hastily turning away. It was too much to bear. The old bones were nearly crumbling. Huo Jinzhuo had no time to entertain Su Wenyuan's jesting. His entire focus was consumed by the treasure nestled in his arms. After Zhao and Su departed, The room was left with a palpable tension. Lin Nuohang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, lay languidly in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, softly whimpering. His feverish little hand clutched Huo Jinzhuo's tie, murmuring, "Darling, I feel utterly miserable. Please help me." These words caused Huo Jinzhuo's throat to constrict violently, a surge of heat coursing through him. As he gazed down at the person in his arms, his eyes glinted with a hint of perilous desire. "How would you like me to assist you, my dear? Be more specific," Huo Jinzhuo whispered into his ear. Lin Nuohang's face flushed a mix of crimson and pale, fully aware of Huo Jinzhuo's feigned ignorance. Typically, Huo Jinzhuo dominated their encounters, yet now he insisted Lin Nuohang articulate his desires. The internal turmoil of ardor threatened to engulf him. Biting his lip in hesitation, he finally managed to murmur, "I want you." Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow, seemingly dissatisfied. "Who am I?" "Darling," he replied, voice soft and sweet, his fingers now entwined with Huo Jinzhuo's shirt buttons. Huo Jinzhuo felt a rush of warmth flood to his head, his temples throbbing. In the next moment, he fervently captured Lin Nuohang's lips, their bodies collapsing onto the bed, entangled in a passionate embrace. Tears of ecstasy streamed from the corners of Lin Nuohang's eyes as he heard Huo Jinzhuo's husky whisper urging him, "Nuo, call me." "Darling." This utterance deepened the heavy breaths in the room. The moonlight poured in like water, softly illuminating the space through the panoramic glass. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of passion, Huo Jinzhuo initially neglected to draw the curtains. Fortunately, the glass was specially designed, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. From around 11 o'clock at night, their fervent lovemaking persisted until dawn's early light. Afterward, Huo Jinzhuo gently carried the exhausted Lin Nuohang into the bathroom to cleanse him, tenderly placing him back onto the bed, gazing at the serene figure beneath him. Huo Jinzhuo's face radiated satisfaction as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Nuohang's cheek. He observed Lin Nuohang's features. The flush from earlier passion now faded, leaving only a soft blush. He appeared incredibly endearing and sweet, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish him tenderly. Throughout those hours, Lin Nuohang had sought him with persistent fervor, and he knew he must apply some medicine to his little treasure soon. In a state of half-sleep, Lin Nuohang heard Huo Jinzhuo gently call out to him, "Wife." He responded with a soft, drowsy hum, his voice as tender as that of a kitten. "Do you want more?" Huo Jinzhuo teased with a smile. Lin Nuohang slightly shook his head, his refusal adorably endearing. "Are there still little ants biting you?" Huo Jinzhuo inquired again. "No," Lin Nuohang mumbled. Huo Jinzhuo playfully scratched the tip of his nose, coaxing him. "Then what should you say to your husband?" "Thank you, husband." This expression of gratitude made Huo Jinzhuo's heart flutter. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Nuohang's fair neck, murmuring, "Good boy, my darling. Shall I help you apply some medicine?" Lin Nuohang shook his head, murmuring a soft no. "Listen to me, sweetheart. If you do it yourself, it might hurt. Trust your husband. I'll be gentle, just like soothing a little kitten. Is that all right?" Huo Jinzhuo patiently reassured him. At last, Lin Nuohang nodded. Huo Jinzhuo retrieved the ointment left by Su Wenyuan from the bedside table and delicately applied it to Lin Nuohang's little bottom, saying, "Darling, turn over." Lin Nuohang remained curled up, resembling a shrimp. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled, squeezing out the ointment and carefully spreading it on the reddened area. Listening to Lin Nuohang tremble in pain while patting his back and soothing him, "Good boy, it will be over soon." He examined the area closely and noticed that the place where Lin Nuohang had been hit was slightly swollen, causing him immense heartache. He applied more ointment, being even more gentle. By the time the medication was applied, Lin Nuohang had already drifted into a drowsy sleep. Huo Jinzhuo covered him with a light blanket and kissed his forehead softly. "Sleep well, my darling." He then rose slowly and walked towards the study. There was an urgent matter that needed his immediate attention. He took out his phone and dialed Ding Yu's number, briefly explaining the situation. "Have someone investigate the My Bar on J Gold Street and see if there are any suspicious individuals who frequent it. Focus on communicating with the bar owner to access the surveillance footage, especially of that red-haired woman. We need to scrutinize her thoroughly." The way she supported Lin Nuohang last night seemed very off. After hanging up, Huo Jinzhuo accessed the surveillance video from the honey jar. He wanted to understand what had transpired before Lin Nuohang went to the bar. Soon, the footage revealed a young man, roughly Lin Nuohang's age. This boy lingered in the store for quite some time, while Lin Nuohang's expressions fluctuated between a pouting disappointment and an angry flush. Upon closer inspection, Huo Jinzhuo recognized him as Chunyu, the young master of the Chun family, a classmate of Lin Nuohang from high school and university. It was unclear what Chunyu had said, but as he turned up the volume, Huo Jinzhuo's expression darkened. It became evident that Chunyu had been goading Lin Nuohang into going to the bar. Eventually, he had even swiped a few cakes, while Lin Nuohang could only mutter soft curses in response. What a naive fool, easily lured into such a chaotic place by just a few words. Huo Jinzhuo muttered to himself. He called Ding Yu again, sent a few more security personnel to keep a close watch on that Chunyu from the Chun family. If he makes any move, report to me immediately. After a moment's thought, he added, also, investigate if Chunyu is connected to the drugging incident. After dealing with everything, Huo Jinzhuo returned to the master bedroom. Observing the person peacefully asleep on the bed, he instinctively softened his footsteps, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Nuohang's face. His husband, upon being lightly touched, unconsciously stirred his lips. Huo Jinzhuo felt his heart nearly melt. Silly little one, are you talking in your sleep? He hurriedly lifted the covers and pulled the person into his embrace, softly coaxing, "No, it'll be good. Your husband is here." When Lin Nuohang awoke, it was nearly noon. He found himself alone, curled up in the silk duvet. A faint ache in his rear caused him to sleep restlessly. Groggily turning over, he winced at the sudden pain, fully awakening. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, clutching the pillowcase tightly. Last night, Huo Jinzhuo had firmly held him over his knee and administered a thorough spanking, harsher than ever before. Even more distressing was the later sensation of ants crawling all over him, a consequence of being drugged at the bar. He had clung to Huo Jinzhuo, pleading for it several times. The mere recollection caused his cheeks to flush crimson, wishing he could vanish on the spot. At that moment, the bedroom door gently creaked open. Chapter 15, Not a Delicate Flower. Lin Nuohang trembled in fright, hurriedly pulling the blanket up to cover his head. The footsteps approached, and Huo Jinzhuo stood by the bedside. "No, let me apply some medicine for you. Be good and turn over." His voice, deeper than usual, carried an unfamiliar hint of guilt that Lin Nuohang had never heard before. Remaining motionless, he pretended to be asleep. He had no intention of acknowledging the older man who had spanked him and engaged in that sort of act. Although Huo Jinzhuo had later been astonishingly gentle, it did not erase the fact that his rear still throbbed. Huo Jinzhuo sighed, his warm hand gently resting on Lin Nuohang's shoulder. "No, don't hide. I know you're awake." The little hill under the blanket trembled slightly. I don't need your concern," he stubbornly replied, though his voice trembled. How could this be? Was it too lacking in assertiveness? A few seconds of silence ensued outside the blanket. Then he felt the mattress dip as Huo Jinzhuo sat down. "I had the kitchen prepare your favorite strawberry pancakes and hot cocoa." Lin Nuohang's stomach betrayed him with a growl. He was indeed hungry, having eaten nothing since last night. But dignity was paramount. He clutched the blanket tightly. "I want to go to the office this week. I'll be home to accompany you." Lin Nuohang's ears perked up. Huo Jinzhuo was a workaholic, having hardly taken a day off since their marriage 6 months ago. Was he planning to monitor him at home? Slowly, he lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing half of his flushed little face. His wet eyes resembled a frightened puppy, darting a swift glance at Huo Jinzhuo before immediately looking down. Huo Jinzhuo was gazing at him, his usually sharp phoenix eyes now bloodshot, faint circles under his eyes. He wore a dark gray loungewear set, without a tie, appearing both exhausted and tender. "Does your rear still hurt?" Huo Jinzhuo asked softly, his fingers lightly brushing against Lin Nuohang's small curly locks that peeked out from under the blanket. Lin Nuohang felt a pang in his nose, nearly succumbing. However, the pain in his rear reminded him to maintain his resolve. "It hurts so much," he lamented with a voice thick with tears. "You struck me so harshly. Your demeanor so fierce. I have already admitted my mistakes, yet you continue to lash out. In the past, whenever I erred, you would embrace me and soothe my troubles. But now all you know is to hit me. You clearly do not love me and only adhere to your cold, unfeeling rules. His lips quivered, overwhelmed with grievance. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze darkened. It was precisely because he had indulged the boy too much that this temperament had spiraled out of control. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It is precisely because I hold you dear that I cannot permit you to venture into such perilous places. Su Wenyuan warned that if the dosage within you were to exceed even half a vial, the consequences would be dire. Do you understand? Lin Nuohang bit his lower lip, fully aware of the truth. Had Huo Jinzhuo not arrived, he might have been taken away. I have instructed Assistant Ding to investigate that bar. Huo Jinzhuo continued, gently lifting a corner of the quilt. Now, let me see your injury. No. Lin Nuohang hurriedly pressed down on the quilt, his face flushed like a boiled shrimp. Not only did Huo Jinzhuo strike him last night, but he also tended to his wounds, which was utterly humiliating. Be good, just a glance, Huo Jinzhuo coaxed, his tone imbued with a gentle persuasion. How can you heal if the wound remains untreated? Or are you merely shy? Last night, I scrutinized everything that needed to be seen. Stop it. Lin Nuohang seized a pillow and hurled it at him, only to have it caught effortlessly. All right, I want to tease you. Seeing Lin Nuohang genuinely upset, Huo Jinzhuo immediately quelled his amusement, adopting a serious expression. I promise it will be just for treatment. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Nuohang slowly turned over, burying his face in the crook of his arm, his ears aflame. He felt the quilt being gently lifted, and the cool air caressed his swollen skin, causing him to flinch. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze subtly shifted. Lin Nuohang's skin was fair and sensitive. Even a slight impact would lead to redness and swelling. A mere pinch would leave a mark. It is my fault. I failed to control my strength, he murmured, his voice hoarse with self-reproach. Lin Nuohang remained silent, yet miraculously, some of his grievance dissipated. Huo Jinzhuo's fingers, now smeared with ointment, moved with an astonishing tenderness, a stark contrast to the severity he had displayed the previous night. Lin Nuohang hesitantly broke the silence. Are you truly fine with not going to work? Worried about me? Not at all. Lin Nuohang quickly retorted. I was merely asking. Understood, Huo Jinzhuo replied, ruffling the boy's chestnut curls with a gentle smile. The entire corporation belongs to me. I decide when to go. Right now, the most important thing is to soothe my little delicate one. I'm not delicate. Stop saying such nonsense. Lin Nuohang protested vehemently, feeling that Huo Jinzhuo was implying he was childish. Huo Jinzhuo helplessly rubbed his temples, his eyes brimming with uncontainable affection and indulgence. He echoed Lin Nuohang's words. Yes, yes. Our Nuohang is the most sensible, not delicate at all, the strongest little friend. It is I who lack the words. Lin Nuohang huffed, turning his face away in a show of pride, though it was clear he was pleased. The treatment was complete. Huo Jinzhuo tucked the blanket around him and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his hair. I will go fetch something to eat. Where would you like to dine? On the bed, Lin Nuohang whispered, realizing that this was their first normal conversation following a quarrel. He quickly added, don't overthink it. It's just that my backside hurts from sitting. It's not that I'm being dramatic about wanting to eat in bed. I certainly don't want to eat with you. All right. We shall heed our little darling's wishes, Huo Jinzhuo replied, his eyes softening with a tender smile. Having spent over 6 months with Lin Nuohang, he understood his tendency to speak contrary to his feelings, and besides, he had not yet had breakfast. His long fingers gently pinched the soft, plump cheek, the delightful texture making it hard for him to let go. It was only when Lin Nuohang waved his small fist in protest that he reluctantly got up and descended the stairs. After instructing the servant to deliver strawberry muffins and hot cocoa along with lunch to the master bedroom, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Dingyu. He pressed the answer button as he walked toward the bedroom. Have you clarified the situation? Yes, I have. Dingyu's voice came through, tinged with anger. The young lady was drugged with an aphrodisiac by a red-haired woman that night. They frequent various bars and target handsome boys, either blackmailing them with photographs or selling them. Is Chinyu involved in this? Huo Jinzhuo furrowed his brows. Surveillance shows he was in the VIP area that night, but he is indeed unrelated to the drugging incident. Upon hearing this, Huo Jinzhuo's expression shifted slightly. He arrived at the master bedroom door and lowered his voice. Once all evidence is collected, report it to the authorities. Don't let your guard down with Chunyu. Continue to keep an eye on him. Understood, Mr. Huo. After ending the call, Huo Jinzhuo pushed the door open and stepped inside, his demeanor once again radiating warmth. Lin Nuohang had curled back up in the blankets, fast asleep. He crouched down and gently stroked his lover's tousled curls. Nuo, it's time to get up and freshen up. As he spoke, he gathered both him and the blanket into his arms. Chapter 16, exceptionally obedientum. Lin Nuohang drowsily opened his eyes to find himself seated on Huo Jinzhuo's lap. Instinctively wanting to struggle, he was reminded of the pain from his injury and ultimately settled, resting his forehead against Huo Jinzhuo's shoulder. No, may I carry you to wash up? Huo Jinzhuo inquired, patting his back. Normally, Lin Nuohang would have readily agreed to such a question, but after yesterday's events, he felt a bit awkward and softly declined. No need, I can walk by myself. He slowly slid off his lap, his fluffy hair bobbing as he made his way to the bathroom. Huo Jinzhuo was puzzled. Was he being petulant? Was he upset that he had been too rough the previous night? Or was he simply shy from their intimacy? He rubbed his forehead in contemplation. A soft knock echoed at the door. After receiving permission, a servant wheeled in a dining cart. Once everything was set up, they quietly retreated. When Lin Nuohang emerged from the bathroom, his eyes immediately brightened at the sight of the strawberry muffins and hot cocoa on the table. However, thinking that Huo Jinzhuo would insist he eat a proper meal first, he lowered his eyelids. No, come sit here, Huo Jinzhuo beckoned, patting the empty space beside him. Lin Nuohang obediently moved over, placing his small hands neatly on his lap. This demure demeanor reminded Huo Jinzhuo of their wedding night. First, have a sip of warm water to soothe your throat. He handed over a glass of water. Watching Lin Nuohang obediently finish it before pushing over a bowl of freshly prepared white truffle chicken soup. Do give this a taste. It's just been simmered. Lin Nuohang sipped the soup delicately, indeed finding it delectable. As dishes continued to arrive, he quietly consumed them all, until at last he received the much-anticipated muffin. The meal remained lavish, yet Lin Nuohang exhibited an unusual level of compliance. Though sensing something amiss, Huo Jinzhuo resolved to remain discreet for the time being, intending to observe and discern the source of his beloved's discontent. In the following 3 days, Huo Jinzhuo stayed by Lin Nuohang's side without a moment's respite. When handling work calls, he kept his voice remarkably low. During Lin Nuohang's afternoon naps, he gently drew the curtains, and even uncharacteristically accompanied him in watching tedious baking shows. On the surface, Lin Nuohang remained aloof, yet much of his earlier irritation had dissipated. Especially on the morning of the 4th day, while scrolling through his phone, he stumbled across a local news article. Criminal gang at midnight bar captured, targeting young men with drugs and photography. Upon clicking for details, a photo of a red-haired woman caused his finger to tremble. It was indeed the same person who had offered him a drink that night. The article elaborated on how this group administered drugs, took photographs, and even extorted their victims. A wave of nausea gripped Lin Nuohang's stomach, his complexion paling. What are you looking at? Huo Jinzhuo's voice emerged from behind him, startling Lin Nuohang to the brink of dropping his phone. And nothing, he stammered, hastily locking the screen, his heart pounding. He now comprehended fully why Huo Jinzhuo had been so furious, yet he found himself unable to lower his pride and apologize. Huo Jinzhuo refrained from pressing further, merely offering him a cup of warm milk, his tone gentle. How do you feel today? Is there still pain? Lin Nuohang accepted the cup, sipping cautiously while avoiding his gaze. Much better. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shall we take a stroll in the garden? The larkspur you adore has blossomed. Huo Jinzhuo was determined to clarify matters today, for Lin Nuohang had become inexplicably quiet over the past few days. He no longer even called him husband. He obediently ate when told, rested when instructed, and did not mention his beloved baking at all. His once delicate temper and playful demeanor had vanished, leaving him akin to a finely crafted doll. Huo Jinzhuo observed this transformation closely, his brows furrowing deeper with concern. Each time he inquired, Lin Nuohang would mumble that everything was fine, even deliberately shrinking towards the edge of the bed while sleeping. In the past, He would always initiate embraces during the night. An outsider might assume Huo Jinzhuo had committed some grievous offense. Lin Nuohang nodded, noting the unusual softness in Huo Jinzhuo's demeanor over the past few days. There were no commanding tones, and he sought Lin Nuohang's opinions on every matter. This should have brought joy, yet inexplicably, Lin Nuohang felt a twinge of melancholy. That afternoon, he lay on the living room sofa, perusing a dessert magazine, while Huo Jinzhuo attended to documents at the adjacent desk. The room was filled only with the rustle of paper and the clattering of keys. "Now, Nuohang, we need to talk." Huo Jinzhuo broke the silence. "You've hardly spoken to me these past 3 days." Lin Nuohang froze, biting his lip. Slowly sitting up, he acknowledged that his physical discomfort had subsided, yet a lingering ache remained in his heart. He lowered his gaze, fiddling with his fingers, uncertain of how to begin. Huo Jinzhuo closed his laptop and crouched down in front of him, gently grasping his chin to meet his gaze. "Is there anything between us that cannot be spoken?" As he spoke, his fingers softly combed through the strands of his hair. "Are you still upset about that night?" His tone was calm, devoid of reproach. Lin Nuohang shook his head, his eyes gradually reddening. "Why is that?" Huo Jinzhuo inquired patiently. "You were never like this before. You would cling to me, eager to try the new desserts I made, and you would complain about my busy schedule, lamenting that I hardly even glance your way now." As he spoke, a bittersweet ache filled his heart. Lin Nuohang certainly longed to act spoiled, to indulge in the whims he once did. Yet, every time he locked eyes with Huo Jinzhuo, memories of that night's punishment and the terrifying truths revealed in the news flooded back. He felt both grateful and wronged, a whirlwind of complex emotions choking his voice. Noticing his silence, Huo Jinzhuo reached out to caress his cheek. "Nuohang, don't bury your feelings inside. Talk to me." I saw the news," Lin Nuohang murmured, his gaze lowered, his voice so soft it could barely be heard. "That red-haired woman has been arrested." Huo Jinzhuo's expression softened. "Yes, I'm sorry." Tears welled up and fell onto his thigh. "I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Should have gone to that place. It was so embarrassing, my disobedience." He choked on his words. Huo Jinzhuo's heart twisted. How could such an obedient little darling still be secretly blaming himself? Feeling shy after having already admitted his fault last time? "Nuohang, punishing you was never the intent. I want you to remember that the outside world is not as safe as you think." He wiped away Lin Nuohang's tears, his thumb gently stroking the flushed cheek. "My punishment was because you disobeyed and put yourself in danger, not to humiliate you. Yet, I too made a mistake in failing to protect you." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Nuohang nodded, then shook his head, his tears flowing more fiercely. "It's not your fault. It's my disobedience." He sobbed. "That shouldn't you..." Huo Jinzhuo's gaze sharpened. "What happened to him?" Lin Nuohang hurriedly shook his head. Nothing at all." He could not admit that Chunyu had coaxed him to go to the bar, lest he face another lecture. Huo Jinzhuo observed the flicker in his eyes with thoughtful scrutiny, but chose not to press further. He settled on the sofa, his large hand gently resting on the back of Lin Nuohang's head, his gaze burning. "You haven't called me husband these past few days. Doesn't that deserve a punishment?" "Punish me for what?" Lin Nuohang glanced at his face. Such sharp eyes and a prominent nose. He looked handsome no matter the angle. He quickly averted his gaze. Huo Jinzhuo tapped his lips lightly. Lin Nuohang's face flushed, understanding his meaning. Leaning in, he quickly pecked his lips, only to be held in place by Huo Jinzhuo, who returned the kiss. He held Lin Nuohang's soft lips, laughing as he kissed him. "Nuohang, why are you so sweet? Let me kiss you a little longer." The kiss deepened, leaving Lin Nuohang breathless, bringing back memories of that night when he had cried from similar affection. He softly whimpered, "Husband, husband, silly darling, learn to breathe." Huo Jinzhuo planted a kiss on his forehead, then another on his blushing earlobe. I can breathe. It's just that you bully me." He finally revealed the first expression of affection he had shown in these past few days. Huo Jinzhuo, satisfied, planted another kiss atop his head, saying, "This is my good little darling." Now, he needed to inquire why Lin Nuohang had been ignoring him these days. He wanted him to articulate it. "Nuohang, why have you been avoiding me?" Chapter 17. The spoiled and proud Lin Nuohang's body noticeably stiffened. his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of Huo Jinzhuo's shirt. I'm just shy. Was it because of what happened that night? Lin Nuohang nodded, feeling embarrassed. That evening, he had been under the influence of an aphrodisiac, with Uncle Zhao and Dr. Su witnessing everything, and he had clung to Huo Jinzhuo, acting all raucous. How humiliating. Seeing his nose scrunched up, Huo Jinzhuo enveloped him in his embrace. We are legally married. Engaging in such activities is quite normal, is it not? But, Lin Nuohang stammered, flustered. It was because of you. He found it difficult to vocalize, the imagery too awkward to describe. After the punishment, Huo Jinzhuo interjected with a chuckle. That was merely the effect of the drug. You need not blame yourself. Lin Nuohang looked up, his eyes glistening with moisture as he gazed at Huo Jinzhuo. Is that really true? Of course it is. He leaned down to kiss the tip of Lin Nuohang's nose, his expression turning serious. However, what did Chinyu discuss with you? Lin Nuohang bit his lip. Nothing at all. Did he know something? Why the inquiry? He hadn't let anything slip. Could it be that he reviewed the surveillance footage from the dessert shop? He resolved to remain silent. As long as Huo Jinzhuo ceased his questioning, he feared facing further penalties. Huo Jinzhuo narrowed his eyes, taking in every subtle expression of Lin Nuohang. He understood perfectly. He ceased his inquiries, instead gently pinching the nape of Lin Nuohang's neck. Remember, keep her distance from him. He is unreliable. Lin Nuohang obediently nodded, perceiving the tenderness in Huo Jinzhuo's gaze. The tendency to become spoiled by affection reared its head once more. Darling, can you stay with me for 3 more days? The company can't be that busy, can it? My bottom is still a bit sore. Could you follow my lead for these 3 days? Upon finishing his plea, he felt his face flush, burying his head into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, concealing it thoroughly. Both anxious and expectant, Huo Jinzhuo gazed at the adorable creature in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. It was both pitiful and audacious. How could he not acquiesce? Yet, he feigned sternness. Continue this way, and I might just have to reconsider. Please don't, he lamented softly. It seems that after being married for a while, you no longer dote on me. All right, I will monitor company affairs remotely. Retracting his earlier statement, it was clear that his husband still loved him. Pinky promise. Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled as he immediately looked up, extending his pinky finger. You must not go back on your word. Huo Jinzhuo, binche Lin Nuohang soft chick. However, you must promise me that in the future, should anything arise, you will inform me immediately. No hiding, and certainly no listening to others' provocations. Do you understand? Lin Nuohang vigorously nodded, utterly obedient. Once Huo Jinzhuo hooked his pinky, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, he nestled back into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, his little head rubbing against his chest. He felt an immense sense of security. Despite the strictness of his older partner, he was undeniably reliable. He had promised to indulge him for these 3 days, and so he did. Huo Jinzhuo caressed his little curly hair, his gaze tender and affectionate. During their 72 hours together at home, the young master of the Lin family exhibited an exponential increase in his spoiled demeanor. Yet, Huo Jinzhuo willingly indulged him. On the first day, they visited Lin Nuohang's favorite French restaurant. Crystal chandeliers sparkled overhead, and silver cutlery gleamed on the pristine tablecloth. Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the menu, his fingertips lingering over the images of the exquisite dishes. This one, and this one. With each selection, he stole glances at Huo Jinzhuo's reaction. Fearful that Huo Jinzhuo might perceive him as too willful, recalling the previous consequences of misbehavior. He also couldn't bear the thought of wasting food. Huo Jinzhuo merely nodded slightly and instructed the waiter to proceed with Lin Nuohang's selections, adding a portion of foie gras. Lin Nuohang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sipping on a straw, the strawberry juice stained his lips a vivid red. He swung his legs, contemplating the delightful sensation of being lavished with such affection. Huo Jinzhuo had been so strict that he had nearly forgotten what it felt like to be spoiled. After their meal, the shopping spree was nothing short of exhilarating. Huo Jinzhuo had arranged for Ding Yu to clear the luxury store of all customers, and Lin Nuohang, his face alight with excitement, darted between the shelves. He picked up a crocodile leather wallet only to set it down again. He touched a silk scarf, then turned to admire a limited edition watch. Do you like everything? Huo Jinzhuo inquired from behind him. Lin Nuohang shook his head, overwhelmed. There's too much. I can't decide. In the end, as they departed, Huo Jinzhuo instructed the staff to wrap up all the items Lin Nuohang had touched. In the car on the way home, Lin Nuohang was so exhausted that his eyelids drooped, his head bobbing toward Huo Jinzhuo's shoulder. As he drifted into slumber, he murmured, "Husband, you're so good to me." Huo Jinzhuo turned to gaze at the sleeping figure, a soft smile blooming in his eyes. He gently cradled Lin Nuohang's head, pulling him closer into his embrace. "Silly boy, if I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? As long as you behave, you can have anything you desire." On the following morning, Lin Nuohang, adorned in the silk pajamas purchased the previous day, dashed into the dining room. "Today, we're going to the amusement park," he declared, reminiscent of a little king issuing a decree. It had been ages since he last visited an amusement park, and today he intended to play to his heart's content with Huo Jinzhuo. Huo Jinzhuo, engrossed in financial reports, frowned at the suggestion. "It's too crowded on weekends. It's not safe." "No," Lin Nuohang protested, his tone soft as he rested his head on Huo Jinzhuo's arm. "You promised to follow my lead for these 3 days." Huo Jinzhuo tilted his head, scrutinizing the spoiled child before him. Is he becoming too spoiled again? Lin Nuohang immediately deployed his secret weapon. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips quivering like a small kitten on the verge of abandonment. Huo Jinzhuo couldn't bear it any longer, reaching out to wipe away the faux tears he had feigned. "Little rascal, you're quite skilled at playing the pitiful card. Just for 2 hours, and no street food." Huo Jinzhuo relented. "Hooray!" Lin Nuohang exclaimed, excitedly wrapping his arms around Huo Jinzhuo's neck, showering his cheeks with affectionate kisses. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by butler Zhao, who turned crimson with embarrassment and hurriedly turned to stop the approaching servants. "Hold on. Don't go over just yet. Wait until later to clean up." Observing his master constantly fussing over the young lady, taking leaves of absence, and indulging in extravagant purchases, butler Zhao could only shake his head. Ever since the incident with the drugging, the young lady had been lavished with affection beyond measure. Just yesterday, sorting through the numerous bags of luxury items had taken the servants over an hour. Fortunately, the estate was spacious. Otherwise, it would hardly be able to contain the master's adoration. An hour later, the two arrived at the amusement park. Huo Jinzhuo, unable to resist Lin Nuohang's playful antics, relented, allowing him to savor cotton candy in one hand and a balloon in the other as they ventured onto the roller coaster. Standing below, Huo Jinzhuo watched as the small figure screamed in delight at the pinnacle of the ride, leaping into the arms of a nearby girl. His gaze darkened, his temples pulsing with irritation. How could someone so timid insist on such adventures, and moreover, throw himself into the embrace of a stranger? He had ignored the advice not to indulge in sticky cotton candy earlier. When Lin Nuohang descended, his legs trembled, rendering him unable to walk, and he playfully begged for a hug. Huo Jinzhuo did not comply immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the little face smeared with sugar. He managed to utter, "Next time, do not embrace others indiscriminately." "I was just so frightened," Lin Nuohang protested. "Oh," Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow. "I promise there won't be a next time. Darling, please hug me," Lin Nuohang pleaded, shaking his arm. Finally, Huo Jinzhuo swept him into his arms. "Will you dare to ride again?" he inquired. Lin Nuohang buried his face in the crook of Huo Jinzhuo's neck, muffled, "I will. Not scared at all. Not scared at all." At that moment, the girl who had been embraced by Lin Nuohang witnessed the scene, her expression shifting from surprise to excitement as she squealed. This left Lin Nuohang utterly embarrassed, and he swiftly jumped down from Huo Jinzhuo, blushing as he dashed towards the next attraction, making Huo Jinzhuo feel that this outing was not in vain. That night, Lin Nuohang curled up in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, dreaming of another ride. The following day, in the early morning, Lin Nuohang lay lazily in bed, watching as Huo Jinzhuo tied his tie. "Could you not go to the office tomorrow?" he asked, playfully tugging at Huo Jinzhuo's belt with his toes. Huo Jinzhuo caught the mischievous foot and gently tickled the sole, causing Lin Nuohang to squeal and retreat under the covers. There were pressing documents to address, and a video conference scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. He leaned down, patting the bulge beneath the quilt. Be good. Lin Nuohang lifted the covers, his hair tousled. You spent 3 days with me. Can you not stay a bit longer? His voice softened. Just one more day. Huo Jinzhuo felt his heart soften, but remained resolute. Nuohang, there are matters at the company that I must handle personally. This week has already reached its limit. Your dessert shop has been unattended for a week. Xiaoyu messaged this morning, saying the supplies are running low. Lin Nuohang immediately wilted. He indeed missed his dessert shop, the warmth of the oven, and the sweet aroma of cream. Yet, he hadn't had enough of Huo Jinzhuo's affection. Then I will accompany you in the study during the meeting, he exclaimed with a sudden idea. Are you sure? Last time you dozed off after 10 minutes and drooled all over the table. Do you remember? Lin Nuohang certainly recalled. The voice had been so hypnotic, more effective than sleeping pills. This was hardly his fault. Fearing that Huo Jinzhuo might disagree, he hastily patted his chest in assurance. This time, absolutely not. Huo Jinzhuo sighed in exasperation, recalling how this individual had previously resorted to throwing documents like darts in the study and stamping his seal all over the notebooks, which was indeed quite bothersome. However, upon encountering those watery, puppy-like eyes, he ultimately could not resist. He reached out to ruffle the curly hair. Fine, but let us establish some ground rules first. During meetings, keep that little mouth shut, and do not climb onto my lap to create chaos. Should you dare to touch my seal or documents, you will be punished with a written reflection tonight. Did you hear me? Understood. Mr. Huo. At 1:50 p.m., just as Huo Jinzhuo settled into the study, a furry head peeked through the door. Darling, I'm coming in, Lin Nuohang exclaimed, clutching a thick dessert magazine with eager eyes. He made a shushing gesture towards Huo Jinzhuo, indicating his intent to remain quiet. Huo Jinzhuo pointed to the corner where a beanbag chair sat. Sit there and no noise. Lin Nuohang's face lit up with joy as he scampered inside, planting a kiss on Huo Jinzhuo's cheek. He nestled into the chair, opened the magazine, and pretended to read seriously, though his peripheral vision was consistently stealing glances at the figure behind the desk. Huo Jinzhuo was clad in a deep gray shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his sturdy forearms. Quite handsome indeed. Lin Nuohang was so entranced that he didn't even realize he was holding the magazine upside down. Good afternoon, everyone. Huo Jinzhuo's deep voice resonated as the video conference commenced. Initially, Lin Nuohang made an effort to pay attention, absorbing terms like quarterly reports and market share. But soon, the monotonous business jargon lulled him into a stupor. His eyelids grew heavier, and his head began to droop, ultimately resting against the armrest of the chair as he fell asleep. In between discussions, Huo Jinzhuo glanced over and saw his beloved curled up, the magazine slipping from his grasp as he slept soundly. Without a sound, he adjusted the air conditioning temperature and returned his focus to the meeting. 2 hours later, Lin Nuohang groggily awoke, realizing that only the sound of Huo Jinzhuo typing remained in the study. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed a blanket draped over him, though he couldn't recall when it had appeared. Has the dessert master awakened? Huo Jinzhuo inquired without looking up. Lin Nuohang stretched lazily, a sudden idea striking him. He thought it was time for Huo Jinzhuo to cater to his whims. Shifting his numb body, he let out a small, exaggerated gasp. Ouch. My back is a bit sore. He pouted, feigning discomfort from sleeping too long. Huo Jinzhuo observed his poor acting with a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Rising, he walked around the expansive desk to Lin Nuohang's side. Is your sleeping posture uncomfortable? He asked. Lin Nuohang nodded pitifully, secretly relishing the success of his ploy. As anticipated, a large hand deftly settled on his lower back, applying just the right amount of pressure. Each need was perfectly executed, so pleasurable that he nearly let out a hum. A bit lower, to the left side is sore too, he directed, inching forward in his demands. Huo Jinzhuo complied willingly, even pressing a few more acupressure points. Lin Nuohang, like a cat being petted, melted into the sensation, having completely forgotten that he was merely acting. The massage continued for 10 minutes, and just as Lin Nuohang was about to drift off again, Huo Jinzhuo suddenly withdrew his hands. All right. Lin Nuohang sensed a stillness at her waist and raised her little head. "Hey, could you press a bit more, dear? My right side still aches." She persistently tugged at his arm. Huo Jinzhuo narrowed his eyes, intending to no longer indulge her. "You've gone too far, little trickster." Caught in her deception, Lin Nuohang felt her ears heat up and new ideas sprouted. "Then I'll make you some snacks. Consider it my way of repaying you," she declared, rising and slipping into the kitchen. This was the only domain where she could reclaim some semblance of authority. Seeing her busying herself, Butler Zhao inquired if she needed assistance. Lin Nuohang pondered for a moment and nodded. Thus, she directed the servants to assist her, kneading dough, preparing fillings, and toiling for an hour, finally presenting a plate of rather peculiar-looking small breads. Their golden hue was offset by several burnt patches, exuding a strange sweetness tinged with the over-caramelized sugar and an excess of some spice. With her creation in hand, she confidently marched into the study. Huo Jinzhuo had just concluded a phone call. "Here." She placed the plate on the desk before him, chin slightly raised. "My newly developed caramel storm. Care to taste?" Huo Jinzhuo scrutinized the dish before glancing at Lin Nuohang's expectant face. He was well aware of her dessert-making skills. Yet, he pondered whether this offering was truly a gesture of gratitude or an act of revenge. Without uttering a word, he picked up a piece that appeared relatively harmless. Lin Nuohang held her breath, watching intently as he bit into it, chewed, and swallowed. "How is it?" she asked eagerly. Huo Jinzhuo took a sip from the nearby cup, his voice steady and unruffled. There is improvement." Lin Nuohang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Huo Jinzhuo. Improvement? Was this edible? She had just surreptitiously tasted a small scrap from the kitchen and nearly choked. Did this old man's taste buds malfunction, or was he teasing her? Observing the sudden deflation of her expression, filled with disbelief, Huo Jinzhuo's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. He reached out and pinched her puffed cheek. "At least." He paused, his amusement deepening. This time he didn't mistake salt for sugar. Last month's kitchen disaster was one of the black marks Lin Nuohang wished to erase. Since marrying Huo Jinzhuo, her misadventures could fill a collection. "Old man," she huffed, leaping at him to grasp his neck. "Don't you dare mention that." Huo Jinzhuo laughed heartily, catching her and playfully pressing her down onto his lap, giving her a light pat on the rear. Such audacity, grasping necks and scolding. "Have you forgotten your lesson?" Lin Nuohang let out a soft sound, frightened into compliance, settling obediently on his lap. "I haven't forgotten. You can't hit me anymore. I'm being so good, dear." Huo Jinzhuo was utterly charmed by her adorableness, his heart melting completely. "All right, darling, play for a while. I'll join you once I finish this document." Lin Nuohang responded obediently. She was just about to indulge in some chips, and the latest episode of her melodramatic series had also been released. After all, Huo Jinzhuo was busy with work, leaving her to her own devices. After reporting to Huo Jinzhuo and receiving his approval, he immediately bounced out of the study. Chapter 19. What are these netizens saying? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the afterglow cast a warm golden sheen over the living room. Lin Nuohang nestled into the softest sofa, engrossed in a melodramatic family ethics drama on his tablet. Once Huo Jinzhuo finished with the document, he emerged from the study and walked towards the living room. There, he spotted his beloved comfortably sinking into the sofa, a small bag of potato chips in hand. His gaze lingered on the bag of snacks for a moment. Just as Lin Nuohang reached the climax of the plot, where the leading couple confessed their feelings in the rain, he became so absorbed that he instinctively reached for the chips. His fingertips barely grazed a crispy chip when a deep voice resonated above him. "Lin Nuohang." The tone was not loud, yet it carried a familiar weight of authority. Startled, Lin Nuohang's hand trembled, causing the poor chip to tumble onto the carpet. He jerked his head up to meet Huo Jinzhuo's gaze, standing behind the sofa. Huo Jinzhuo looked down at him with a tranquil expression, briefly scanning the bag of chips in Lin Nuohang's hand before landing on his slightly parted lips. Still agape from shock. The air thickened for a few seconds. Lin Nuohang's heart skipped a beat. Almost reflexively, he felt a phantom pain at his rear. With a swift motion, he tossed the chip bag aside, creating a gust of air. "I wasn't eating," he blurted out, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt. I was just looking at it. Yes, just admiring the packaging. Another lie. It turned out he had bounced out of the study, intending to sneak a snack. Huo Jinzhuo remained silent as he approached Lin Nuohang, bent down, and picked up the solitary chip that had fallen on the carpet, casually tossing it into the nearby trash can. His gaze returned to Lin Nuohang's face, his eyes deep and inscrutable, emanating a silent scrutiny and warning. Under Huo Jinzhuo's intense stare, Lin Nuohang felt a chill run down his spine, the earlier enjoyment of the drama evaporating. He shrank his neck, muttering softly with a hint of grievance and pleading, I understand. Junk food is unhealthy. A 1T sneak it again. He stole a quick glance at Huo Jinzhuo's unchanging expression and, in a resigned tone, added, hubby. A touch of affection, considering his acknowledgement of wrongdoing. There would be no punishment. Huo Jinzhuo deemed it necessary for him to consume more nutritious food. Fruits needed to be cut immediately. Lin Nuohang et weirdly, stealthily observing Huo Jinzhuo's retreating figure. Why did he emerge from the study looking so serious? Was it the accumulation of work over the past few days? Or was he displeased to discover Lin Nuohang sneaking chips? The lingering grievance from the silent scrutiny had yet to dissipate, bubbling up new frustrations. Humph. Old man. Controlling everything, even potato chips. Such a miser. 5 minutes later, Huo Jinzhuo returned with a fruit platter, which contained sliced melon, strawberries, and kiwi, accompanied by a cup of warm milk. Eat this. Lin Nuohang pouted, picking up a piece of melon. As he tasted it, he found it truly sweet, far sweeter than the chips. Having a strict yet gentle husband didn't seem so bad after all. Certainly, such words would never escape his lips. At least not at this moment. He discreetly inched closer to Huo Jinzhuo, shifting until the edges of their garments brushed against one another. Darling, he said softly, proffering a piece of strawberry, sweet and succulent. Huo Jinzhuo accepted the offered fruit, savoring its flavor. Darling, he called again, his voice barely above a whisper. Huo Jinzhuo responded. Tomorrow, when you go to the office, may I join you for lunch? Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled with hope. He longed to visit his workplace, yearning to be near him. Huo Jinzhuo considered the request, thinking it would be beneficial for him to come along, allowing him to ensure that Lin Nuohang was eating properly. All right, I'll have old Zhang pick you up at 11. Lin Nuohang's face lit up with joy, and he leaned in to plant a kiss on Huo Jinzhuo's cheek, brimming with anticipation. Later that evening, after dinner, Huo Jinzhuo retreated to his study to attend to work matters. Lin Nuohang, having finished his bath, refrained from disturbing him, instead reclining on the bed, his delicate feet swinging playfully in the air, his toes curled intermittently, intrigued by the amusing content he encountered. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new notification. Lin Nuohang swiped it open, his eyes widening in astonishment. Breaking. The leader of Minghui Group caught in a bar late at night with a young man. The headline was adorned with 3 fiery emojis. His fingers hovered above the screen, as if time had momentarily paused. He trembled as he clicked to reveal more details. And a high-definition photograph filled the screen. Huo Jinzhuo, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, stood beneath the bar's neon lights. A young man in a pink long tee draped over his shoulder. The youth's flushed face and dazed expression, along with the half-exposed slender waist, could only belong to Lin Nuohang. Panic surged through him. How could this have been captured? Lin Nuohang flipped over, sitting up abruptly, his pajama bottoms slipping down slightly to reveal his fair skin. In a flurry, he tapped into the comments section, his ears burning with embarrassment. Wow, look at those broad shoulders. Huo's commanding presence is off the charts. 120K likes. Insiders reveal that the young man is his beloved partner, apparently taken home from the bar for a lesson. 874 likes. Dying. That physique. The little beauty is so flushed. He must be tipsy. Tonight he's in for quite the experience. 360K likes. Don't run away. A friend of mine is eager for the details, smirking. 280K likes. As Lin Nuohang continued scrolling, he felt himself burning with embarrassment, biting his lip. Am I the only one who finds the way the little beauty is being carried particularly enticing? Dog emoji. I suggest we develop this play further. 520K likes. Below, a flood of replies ensued. Reply 1. Sister, please wear some pants. But he. 480k likes. Reply 2. I can't confirm. I was there. When we carried him away, the little beauty was still squirming, and someone captured a shot of his backside. Then he settled down, grinning. 430k likes. Reply 3. Such an adorable partner sneaking off to a bar. He is going to get quite the scolding tonight. 220k likes. Reply 4. Will the little beauty even be able to get out of bed tomorrow? Haha. 160k likes. Lin Nuohang flung his phone aside and rolled into the comfort of his blankets, curling up in embarrassment. What were these netizens discussing? Although that night, indeed, transpired. How can such matters be deliberated in this manner? He kicked his legs beneath the covers, unable to resist reaching for his phone, and continued to scroll. Suddenly, a few comments caught his attention. A friend of mine works at the midnight bar and said that after Mr. Huo took someone away that day, he sent someone to check the surveillance footage at dawn. And within a few days, the gang that specialized in drugging and photographing was apprehended with 210 likes. Is this true? This is too heroic. A savior rescuing the handsome and ridding the world of evil. With 573 likes. Am I the only one curious about what the little beauty experienced after returning home? Looking at the way he carried the person, it seems he might get a spanking with 190,000 likes. Lin Nuohang let out a squeal, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could they even guess that he had been beaten? He buried his little head into the pillow, his delicate feet starkly visible against the dark sheets. A warm current surged within him. Not only had Huo Jinzhuo saved him, but he had also quietly dealt with those villains. Just as he was lost in thought, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Chapter 20. How dare they say anything? Huo Jinzhuo, having finished dealing with company documents, walked in while loosening his tie. After several days of working from home, he had accumulated quite a bit of work. Rubbing his sore neck, he lifted his gaze and beheld the enticing sight on the bed. His little darling was sprawled on the bed, wiggling his toes. The creamy silk nightgown draping loosely over him, revealing a slender waist. With each movement, the edges of his sleeping pants subtly revealed 2 adorable dimples at his waist. Further down, his rounded posterior, wrapped in fabric, was so beautifully shaped that it was hard to look away. Huo Jinzhuo swallowed hard, his gaze darkening slightly. Since their wedding night, he had realized that Lin Nuohang's petite frame concealed considerable allure. He silently approached the bedside, knelt on the mattress, and took hold of the little pink foot that was swinging about. The ankle was so delicate that he could encircle both feet with one hand. Why was his little darling's ears so red, hiding his head in the pillow? Lin Nuohang was startled by the sudden touch, flipping over in surprise. Upon seeing Huo Jinzhuo, his flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. When did you come in? Just now. Huo Jinzhuo sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze falling on the phone that had been discarded nearby. What were you so engrossed in? You didn't even notice my entrance. In nothing. Reflexively, he lunged to hide the phone, forgetting that his sleeping pants were still wrapped around his ankles, causing him to stumble forward and fall directly into Huo Jinzhuo's arms. A warm embrace? Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow slightly. He effortlessly lifted Lin Nuohang onto his lap, one hand firmly capturing the flailing wrist, while the other reached for the phone. Let me see what has you so flustered. Don't look. Lin Nuohang desperately tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Is this it? Huo Jinzhuo quickly scanned the screen and set the phone aside. He then pinched Lin Nuohang's rosy cheek. Feeling shy? Lin Nuohang kept his head down in silence, fingers twisting the hem of Huo Jinzhuo's shirt. Of course, he was shy, feeling as if his face had been thrown into the Pacific Ocean. He found himself at the center of a whirlwind of discussions online regarding how his husband had carried him away from a bar, accompanied by a slew of harsh comments. Whispers about spankings upon returning home and the night not being safe from certain individuals were rampant. How could they dare to speak so freely? Huo Jinzhuo seemed to perceive his thoughts, gently massaging the nape of his neck with his large hand. Do not concern yourself. I've already had people attend to it. Half an hour prior, Ding Yu had called to report this matter, and he had promptly arranged for a resolution, so it should be resolved shortly. His husband was remarkably reliable. Lin Nuohang hesitated, lifting his tear-streaked eyes. "It was said that the criminal gang was you." He trailed off, his expression calm. "According to Assistant Ding's findings, they specifically target beautiful boys like you." Lin Nuohang pouted in silence, indicating that he was already aware of this. Yet, a chill ran down his spine. Seeing Lin Nuohang's small mouth pouting, Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened immensely. He pressed a kiss to the top of his head and reassured him, "Do not fear. It has all been resolved." He had intended to scold him further, but now he could not bring himself to do so. The sight of his disheartened expression was simply too painful for him. Lin Nuohang felt a lump in his throat and nestled closer into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, discreetly wiping away his tears from a hidden angle. In a muffled voice, he whispered, "Thank you, husband." His soft, nasal tone melted Huo Jinzhuo's heart. "Simply saying thank you is insufficient," he said, gently lifting Lin Nuohang's chin to meet his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Nuohang blinked his glistening eyes and quickly leaned in to peck Huo Jinzhuo's lips. A kiss for you." This innocent kiss brushed like a feather, yet it made Huo Jinzhuo's breath hitch. His gaze darkened as his hand, resting on Lin Nuohang's waist, instinctively tightened. Lin Nuohang sensed the shift in energy and realized what might ensue. He instinctively wanted to escape, but found himself firmly held in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. All he could do was protest softly, his face flushed, "My bottom still hurts." Huo Jinzhuo took a deep breath, suppressing the rising desire within him. He understood the need to refrain from pressuring Lin Nuohang and not to frighten him. "Then just a kiss," he conceded with a sigh, lowering his head to gently capture Lin Nuohang's soft lips. This kiss was tender and restrained, with Huo Jinzhuo patiently guiding him until he felt Lin Nuohang gradually relax, his small hands timidly climbing onto his shoulders. As the kiss lingered, Lin Nuohang became a puddle of warmth against Huo Jinzhuo's chest, breathing softly. Huo Jinzhuo affectionately caressed his flushed cheeks, then rose to dim the main lights, leaving only a soft, warm night light glowing. "Good boy, sleep now." He gently tucked the still shy little treasure under the covers and headed to the bathroom for a cold shower. By the time Huo Jinzhuo returned to bed, Lin Nuohang had curled up into a ball, fast asleep, his long lashes casting soft shadows upon his face. His pink lips slightly pursed, exuding an air of innocence and vulnerability. He tenderly pulled him into his embrace, planting a goodnight kiss on Lin Nuohang's smooth forehead. The following morning, after being gently awakened by Huo Jinzhuo, Lin Nuohang surprisingly did not linger in bed, obediently rising to freshen up. After breakfast, Huo Jinzhuo headed to his company, while Lin Nuohang went to his dessert shop. As he entered, the sweet aroma of cream enveloped him. Xiaoya was meticulously arranging the petite cakes in the display case when her eyes lit up. "Goodness, little boss, you finally arrived." She trotted over, exclaiming, "The Madagascar vanilla beans that arrived yesterday are in the refrigerator." Another staff member, Xiaoku, bounced over, "Little boss, we saw that trending topic." Although it was quickly taken down, she mimicked the act of carrying something, adding, "Mr. Huo's boyfriend energy is off the charts." Lin Nuohang felt his ears flush, realizing what they were alluding to and fearing they would delve into the comments. He quickly adopted a stern expression, declaring, "Work. Anyone who gossips will have their wages docked." Xiaoya and Xiaoku exchanged glances, watching their little boss, blushing, scurry into the kitchen. Tying on a bear-themed apron, Lin Nuohang took a deep breath. Today's task was to experiment with a new creation, cloud soufflé. He approached the task earnestly, meticulously whipping the egg whites, blending the batter, and pouring it into the molds. In that moment, he was wholly absorbed in the realm of baking. It wasn't until the oven chimed that he snapped back to reality, carefully extracting the fluffy soufflé and dusting it with powdered sugar. The aroma was delightful. He gazed at his creation with satisfaction, unable to resist tasting a small spoonful. The sweet yet not cloying flavor made him squint with pleasure. "Customers are here," Xiaoya called from the front. Lin Nuohang wiped his hands and rushed out, just in time to see an elderly lady receiving a beautifully packaged gift box. "My little granddaughter simply adores these. She says they are even more authentic than those from French patisseries." Lin Nuohang's eyes curved into crescent moons as he turned back to continue his work. Moments like these brought him unparalleled joy, even more than when Huo Jinzhuo gifted him a limited edition sports car. As the last customer departed with a satisfied smile, Lin Nuohang rubbed his slightly aching waist. He glanced at the time, 10:58 a.m. Almost forgot. He quickly untied his apron, washed his hands in haste, and told Xiaoya, "I'm going to have lunch with Mr. Huo. I'm leaving the shop in your capable hands." Xiaoya looked on with envy. "Go ahead, little boss. And remember to send our regards to Mr. Huo." Old Zhang's car arrived punctually at the shop's entrance. Lin Nuohang jogged to the vehicle, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the glass. Clad in a white shirt and black wide-leg trousers, his hair was somewhat tousled from the busyness. He hurriedly ran his fingers through his hair, already anticipating the lunch ahead. He wondered what Huo Jinzhuo would prepare. He always had a knack for serving Lin Nuohang's favorite dishes. The Minghui Group's towering building never failed to leave him in awe with each visit. As he stepped through the revolving door, the receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Mrs. Huo, welcome. Mr. Huo specifically instructed us to treat you well. Please follow me to the private elevator." "Thank you," Lin Nuohang replied shyly, lowering his gaze. Though he had only visited a few times, it seemed the entire company recognized him. The attention was somewhat embarrassing, yet oddly gratifying. Chapter 21. Half a bomb, the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. And when the doors opened, Lin Nuohang was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The entire floor was Mr. Huo's office area, with floor-to-ceiling windows that made the clouds seem within reach. It was magnificent, much grander than his family's company. This thought prompted a pang of longing for his parents, and he resolved to return to the Lin family home in a few days, planning to stay for a night. Lin Nuohang navigated the open office space with the ease of familiarity, greeted by countless warm smiles along his path. Upon encountering several executives savoring their coffee, they all stood in unison to offer their greetings, leaving him somewhat flustered. He paused before the chairman's office door, recalling the last time he curiously inquired of Huo Jinzhuo why, despite holding the esteemed title of chairman, did everyone still call him Huozong? The honorific felt comfortable. It had also diminished the sense of distance. "I prefer they continue as per tradition," Huo Jinzhuo had replied, idly twirling a strand of his hair. Yet, Lin Nuohang understood this to be a manifestation of his husband's understated demeanor. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he found a message from Chunyu. "I know the truth about the Lin family's near collapse 6 months ago. If you wish to know, meet me at the coffee shop downstairs from my office at 3:30 this afternoon." Lin Nuohang's eyes widened. Chunyu's family had indeed engaged in considerable business dealings with the Lin family. He was utterly ignorant of such matters, and during the family's crisis, he had been consumed by fear and confusion, his parents likely deeming him incapable of assistance, hence their silence on the details. If Chunyu truly possessed insider knowledge, he bit his lip, hesitating momentarily before deleting the message. Chunyu had previously stood him up. This individual was unreliable. His phone buzzed again. It was still Chunyu. "Don't pretend you didn't see it. I know you're looking at your phone. This time, I won't leave you hanging. You can order whatever you want at the coffee shop. Consider it an apology for last time. However, if you don't come, you'll surely regret it." Lin Nuohang's heart surged with indignation. What did he mean by ordering freely? It made him seem gluttonous. Wasn't he, Lin Nuohang, the owner of a sweet shop, free to indulge in as many desserts as he desired? Did he truly need Chunyu's hospitality? The condescending tone, laced with a sense of charity, unsettled him. He paced back and forth in the corridor, grappling with his thoughts before ultimately responding. "See you at 3:30. Whoever stands up the other is a jerk." The message sent successfully, his heart raced as though he had committed a transgression. He swiftly deleted all records of their conversation, as if that would erase the reality of his impending disobedience. A pang of regret struck him. If Huo Jinzhuo discovered his intention to meet Chunyu, he would likely remain oblivious to Chunyu's behind-the-scenes machinations. Otherwise, how could he escape unscathed? Fool, fool, fool. He chastised himself, fearing he had fallen into someone else's trap yet again. But words had been spoken. He could not retreat into his shell. It was time to uncover Chun Yu's true intentions. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he composed his expression before the screen of his phone and knocked on the door. "Come in." Huo Jinzhuo's melodious voice reached his ears. He pushed the door open, immediately enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of food. Huo Jinzhuo sat behind a spacious desk, reviewing documents, clad in a crisp white shirt layered with a black vest. His tie impeccably arranged, even the tie clip gleaming with understated elegance. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, his sharp brows softening at the sight of Lin Nuohang. Utterly charming, Lin Nu dashed over, wrapping her arms around Huo Jinzhuo's neck from behind. "Darling, you look so handsome when you're working seriously." These words seemed to stir no ripples in Huo Jinzhuo's demeanor. He casually set down his pen, his long arm encircling her waist, pulling her onto his lap. "What has gotten into our Nuohang today? Surely, you haven't gotten into trouble and are seeking to sweet-talk your way out of it?" Lin Nu pressed her lips together. She hadn't caused any trouble yet, but her agreement with Chun Yu felt like a ticking time bomb. Didn't it? Not at all. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, nuzzling like a guilty little puppy. "It's just that you smell absolutely divine." The familiar scent of cedarwood brought her a sense of comfort akin to the urge to purr. Her small hand wandered restlessly to Huo Jinzhuo's Adam's apple, only to be caught and lowered gently. "Nuohang, Nuohang." Huo Jinzhuo's voice deepened, his gaze turning intense. "Are you being this unruly with the intention of engaging in something else in the office?" Today, Lin Nu seemed particularly clingy and enticing. He scrutinized his little treasure carefully. The simple white shirt she wore had 2 buttons undone, revealing a delicate collarbone. Her black wide-legged trousers accentuated her slender waist, radiating an aura of innocence and purity. "Darling, you smell amazing." Lin Nu appeared oblivious to the underlying tension in his words, or perhaps simply indifferent to it. She was captivated by how mesmerizing her husband looked today, unable to tear her gaze away. Her small hand instinctively climbed onto Huo Jinzhuo's broad shoulder, her head bobbing like a wind-up toy as she affectionately nuzzled into his neck, emitting soft, satisfied murmurs. Huo Jinzhuo's eyes darkened. His little darling was dancing perilously close to the edge of his reason today. Yet, she had indeed been well-behaved in the morning, rising when asked and sitting properly for breakfast, much like a cat that had been pampered. He tightened his embrace, relishing this rare, proactive display of affection. Knock, knock, knock. 3 restrained raps at the door shattered the heated ambience of the office. "Come in," Huo Jinzhuo replied, his arm still wrapped around Lin Nu. The door swung open, and Ding Yu entered, carrying a tablet and a thick folder. The sight before him caused his steps to falter imperceptibly. Here was his formidable boss, often commanding and decisive in the business realm, now cradling his little wife on his lap. Lin Nu's head nestled comfortably against Huo Jinzhuo's neck, seemingly oblivious to Ding Yu's presence. Moreover, Huo Jinzhuo showed no intention of concealing his affection, even gently patting Lin Nu's back like one would soothe a child. Ding Yu endeavored to maintain a professional demeanor, avoiding any sideways glances as he approached the expansive desk, placing the documents and evaluation reports down. "Mr. Huo, here is the final version of the third-quarter project risk assessment report for your review." He then handed over the tablet. Additionally, the details of the acquisition contract for Ruifeng Technology and the schedule for signing are included here. The legal department has confirmed it 3 times. Please have a look. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze skimmed over the documents without immediately perusing them, simply stating, "For Ruifeng, proceed according to the final plan we confirmed in our call last night. If the legal department has verified it, there should be no issues." His attention was evidently still fixated on the warm, soft beauty in his arms. "Yes, Mr. Huo," Ding Yu replied, silently exhaling in relief. He swiftly reported a few urgent matters that required immediate attention, to which Huo Jinzhuo succinctly provided his directives. Once the report was complete, Ding Yu stood by with his hands at his sides, awaiting further instructions. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance toward the sofa area. The large, mahogany tea table was already laden with exquisite food boxes, and tantalizing aromas wafted through the air. Ding Yu felt a pang of sorrow within. These were, of course, all pre-ordered by him, meticulously timed for delivery from the restaurant. This role of a personal assistant required not only proficiency in business negotiations, but also a commitment to ensuring the emotional well-being of the boss. Fortunately, the numbers on his paycheck were sufficient to soothe his troubled heart. Huo Jinzhuo had no intention of allowing Dingyu to remain as a third wheel. With a firm grip, he effortlessly cradled Lin Nuohang in his arms. Lin Nuohang let out a small gasp, instinctively tightening his hold around Huo Jinzhuo's neck. Huo Jinzhuo carried him a few steps to the sofa and gently placed him down. "All right, no, let us have something to eat first," he said, ruffling Lin Nuohang's hair. "After you finish, take a short rest, and then I'll have the driver take you back to the store." Lin Nuohang nodded obediently, a faint blush lingering on his cheeks. He picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of fragrant crab, raw tofu with delight. Only then did Huo Jinzhuo move to the desk, quickly flipping through and signing the documents Dingyu had left behind. Dingyu, demonstrating his keen awareness, slightly bowed and said, "Mr. Huo, I will go arrange the signing matters." After receiving a nod from Huo Jinzhuo, he promptly exited the office. The moment the door closed behind him, he felt a significant release in the atmosphere. Chapter 22. Provocation lunch proceeded in a tranquil and warm ambience. Following the meal, Huo Jinzhuo gently pressed Lin Nuohang into a brief half-hour nap on the sofa, while he sat nearby, perusing the documents provided by Dingyu. When the time was right, he roused the still drowsy Lin Nuohang. Personally escorting him downstairs, he reminded him, "Remember to wear your wristband. Don't make me worry." Lin Nuohang sweetly acknowledged him, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. As he watched the car driven by the driver, Old Zhang, smoothly head toward the honeypot, Huo Jinzhuo turned back towards the building. The sleek black Maybach waited at the entrance of the honeypot. Lin Nuohang thanked Old Zhang and walked in with a light step. "The little boss is back," greeted Xiaoya and Xiao Ku with cheerful smiles. "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Nuohang responded with a smile, hurrying toward the back kitchen, pretending to continue his research on new products. However, his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. He glanced around, noting the numerous surveillance cameras in the dessert shop. If his husband wished to track his movements, he could easily review the footage. He touched the diamond-studded wristband on his left wrist, torn between conflicting thoughts. His husband was so busy managing countless affairs. Surely he wouldn't have the time to monitor the cameras constantly, would he? He dare not contemplate what might happen if Huo Jinzhuo were to find out. A shiver ran down Lin Nuohang's spine at the thought of the man's anger, instinctively drawing his legs together as if some part of him had begun to ache. He could only console himself repeatedly in his mind. It was merely a meeting at the cafe to clarify a few matters, and then he would leave immediately. If Chunyu dared to play tricks or speak nonsense, he would turn on his heel and depart without a second's delay. Unbeknownst to anyone, the more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Having been ensnared by the tracking bracelet last time, he had learned his lesson. This time, he decided to leave the bracelet at the store, thereby allowing him to feign that he was diligently working. He extended his trembling fingers, feeling for an exceedingly small clasp on the inner side of the bracelet. With a gentle press, the bracelet yielded. The coolness of the metal departed from his wrist, leaving behind a faint, nearly imperceptible indentation. Lin Nuohang's heart raced faster, as if he had committed an egregious crime. He hurriedly ascended to his exclusive lounge on the second floor, yanked open the bottom drawer of the bedside table, and stuffed the bracelet deep inside, covering it with several baking magazines. After completing this, he leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his palms slick with sweat. He dared not linger further, fearing he might change his mind, and hastily descended the stairs, calling out to Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, I'm going out to buy something. I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for a response, he pushed open the shop door and waved down a passing taxi. "Driver, to the cafe at the corner of Wudong Road. Please hurry. Thank you." His voice trembled slightly as he stated the address. The taxi pulled away, merging into the flow of traffic. The cafe soon came into view. Lin Nuohang paid the fare and alighted, standing by the roadside. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, he immediately spotted Chunyu seated at a window table. It appeared that the latter had been waiting for a while, idly stirring his coffee. He steadied himself and pushed open the glass door adorned with wind chimes. Chen Yu looked up at the sound, spotting Lin Nuohang. "You're here?" He set down his coffee spoon, reclining back against the sofa with a casual air, and remarked, quite punctual, "Feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me." Lin Nuohang furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling within him. That tone again. He was hardly interested in Chen Yu's trifling generosity. Enough with the pleasantries. Just sit down and tell me what you know. He took a seat across from him, his face taut. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. In just a few days, this young master seemed to have become even more radiant. Even his slight frown, displaying impatience, exuded an unaware charm born from indulgence. It was evident that Huo Jinzhuo had indeed pampered him thoroughly, and this realization only stoked Chen Yu's simmering ire further. "TSK, looks like President Hua has taken good care of you." Chen Yu scoffed lightly, cutting straight to the chase. "All right, since you're pressed for time, I shall be direct. Lin Nuohang, aren't you the least bit curious? How is it that your family was fortuitously on the brink of bankruptcy just before Huo Jinzhuo married you 6 months ago? Lin Nuohang's bro, furomed depe." "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Chen Yu leaned forward, enunciating each word with clarity. "It means that Huo Jinzhuo played an indispensable role in your family's crisis. He orchestrated the disruption of your financial chain, leaving your parents with no way out. Then he appeared like a savior, proposing that perfect condition, your well-being in exchange for the tranquility of the Lin family." Boom! Lin Nuohang felt as if something had exploded in his mind. That day, he was urgently summoned back home, where his parents wore expressions of despair. They said that only Huo Jinzhuo could save the Lin family, with the condition being him. Although he felt aggrieved and furious at that moment, as if he had been sold, Huo Jinzhuo did indeed help the family weather the storm, even elevating the Lin family's status beyond what it had been before. He had never delved into the underlying reasons. Could it be that the source of all this calamity was Huo Jinzhuo? "Impossible. You speak nonsense." He wouldn't he," Lin Nuohang instinctively retorted, seemingly recalling something. "What evidence do you have?" He straightened his back, attempting to overpower his opponent with sheer presence. Yet within, he was a tumult of chaos. "Evidence?" Chen Yu exaggeratedly shrugged. "Who would leave evidence in such matters? My father has a bit of a network in the circle. During a drinking session, I overheard several executives discussing Huo Jinzhuo's ruthless tactics, infamous in the business world for being unscrupulous in achieving his goals. Do you think he has any reason to take an interest in you? Is it merely your looks? Or because you can bake a few pastries? He regards you as nothing more than an amusing plaything, kept at home, entertained when obedient, and when disobedient." He deliberately paused, relishing Lin Nuohang's tense form. "Just like that time on the trending searches, directly taken home for discipline. That posture, TSK, you must have received quite the beating, didn't you? Did it hurt? Did you cry?" The corners of Lin Nuohang's mouth immediately fell. That was his most embarrassing moment. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, leaning forward, seizing Lin Nuohang's left wrist resting on the table. Startled, Lin Nuohang exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chen Yu narrowed his eyes, scanning his empty wrist. "Oh, why aren't you wearing that diamond-studded pet locator bracelet today? Has President Hua exchanged it for a more discreet collar, like one you'd use to tether a dog? At the end of the day, you are merely a canary that your parents discarded, a beautiful little pet sold to him." "Shut your mouth." Lin Nuohang forcefully shook off Chen Yu's grip. A surge of fury rushed to his head, blurring his vision as his blood boiled. "How I live my life is none of your concern, young Master Chen. At least my husband is willing to keep me, providing me with everything I desire. And you? You don't even have anyone willing to take you in, do you? Here you are, barking like a mad dog. Don't you tire of it?" He narrowed his eyes, noticing how Chen Yu's pupils subtly contracted each time Huo Jinzhuo was mentioned. "I see. Perhaps you're simply jealous?" Chen Yu was provoked by this remark, slamming his hand on the table, causing the cups and plates to rattle. The patrons at the nearby table frowned. "Jealous? Jealous of you? Lin Nuohang, stop gilding yourself. I merely pity you, kept in the dark, like a fool being toyed with by Huo Jinzhuo." Chen Yu took a deep breath, standing up, glaring fiercely at Lin Nuohang as if he wished to devour him whole. All you can do is rely on that face and body to please men. I sincerely wish to unveil the truth to you, to help you discern the true nature of Huo Jinzhuo. The crisis enveloping the Lin family is of his own making. Such a cold-hearted and merciless businessman should be left behind at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, prepare yourself for a time of sorrow. Having spoken, he seemed unable to endure another moment in this place, seizing his coat from the back of the chair and storming out in a fit of rage. Lin Nuohang's chest heaved violently, her small hands clenched into fists. Rising, she directed her utmost frustration at his retreating figure, cursing him vehemently. "You lunatic! You should be the one to get far away." Yet, all that met her outburst were the inquisitive gazes and hushed whispers of other patrons in the cafe. An overwhelming sense of suffocation gripped her heart. Bowing her head, she fled the cafe. Chapter 23. Returning to the Lin family amidst the bustling street. Lin Nuohang felt an unprecedented sense of solitude. Shivering by the roadside, she remained oblivious to the sleek black car parked across the street. Her mind was clouded with Chun Yu's sharp words. Huo Jinzhuo had brought ruin to the Lin family, calling her a pet, a plaything, declaring that her parents had forsaken her, selling her away. Additionally, she recalled the complex emotions that danced in Chun Yu's eyes whenever he mentioned Huo Jinzhuo. Emotions she found difficult to decipher. What were they? Jealousy? Resentment? Or something else entirely? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She had no desire to return to the dessert shop, a place rife with surveillance and the presence of Xiaoya and her friends. She did not wish to force a smile. All she yearned for was to hide away. Calm down, she told herself. Yes, return home. Return to the Lin family. She longed to see her parents. Almost instinctively, Lin Nuohang hailed a taxi, reciting the address of her childhood home. Driver to the Jingshan Villa district. Leaning against the car window, she watched the familiar streets retreat rapidly outside, her forehead pressed against the cool glass. How much of Chun Yu's words held truth? If Huo Jinzhuo had indeed orchestrated everything, then the happiness she had immersed herself in for the past 6 months would merely be a meticulously crafted deceit. As the taxi turned onto a familiar intersection, the Lin family's grand wrought iron gates came into view. Lin Nuohang paid the fare and opened the door. Standing outside the entrance, she suddenly hesitated. How was she to confront her parents? Should she directly inquire, "Did you sell me?" Or challenge them with, "Is Huo Jinzhuo behind the Lin family's downfall?" Such inquiries would be cruel, both to her parents and to herself. In the upper echelons of Minghui Group, in the chairman's office, Huo Jinzhuo perused documents with an unsettled mind, his movements somewhat perfunctory as he turned the pages. Rarely did he experience such disquiet. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. Ding Yu entered briskly, approaching the imposing desk with an uneasy expression. "Mr. Huo, the security department has an urgent report." Huo Jinzhuo lifted his gaze, signaling him to continue. Ding Yu carefully chose his words. This afternoon, Chun Yu met with a young lady. The meeting took place at the corner cafe beneath the Chun Corporation building. According to our observations, their discussion lasted approximately 40 minutes, and the atmosphere appeared quite tense. When Chun Yu left, he wore a dark expression and walked briskly. Shortly thereafter, the young lady emerged, her demeanor seemingly quite dejected. She lingered by the roadside for a considerable time before finally hailing a taxi, which appeared to be heading towards the Lin family residence. A faint crease formed between Huo Jinzhuo's brows. The other hand, concealed beneath the table, had quietly formed a fist, the veins on its back slightly protruding. Indeed, his precious little one had ventured to meet Chun Yu without his knowledge. The moment he received the cold notification from the tracking device indicating it had been removed from her body, he understood. On the mapping software, the small red dot representing Lin Nuohang remained stubbornly at the location of the honey jar, utterly still, as if mocking him. He could almost envision her secretly removing the device, carefully concealing it in some corner, and then believing herself to be stealthily escaping. This little rascal. The lesson from the last encounter at the bar, that firm punishment, that harrowing experience, had evidently not etched itself into her memory. Why must she be such a source of worry? A tumultuous mix of concern, anger, and profound helplessness surged within Huo Jinzhuo. "Ding Yu," he said. Observing his increasingly solemn expression, do you think it prudent to send someone to retrieve the young lady from the Lin residence? Huo Jinzhuo paused for a moment before ultimately loosening his tightly clenched fist. No need, he replied, then added, continue to monitor Chinyu closely. Report any developments immediately. Understood. Mr. Huo. Ding Yu felt a twinge of confusion. It was evident that the boss was quite invested in the young lady, yet chose to remain passive at this juncture. However, he harbored no doubts, promptly acquiescing before exiting the office. The door closed softly behind him. Huo Jinzhuo leaned back in a chair, firmly massaging his throbbing temples. Was Lin Nuohang once again clandestinely meeting Chinyu without his consent? Why had she removed the tracking device? Why could she not openly inform him of her visit to her parents' home? Did she perceive him as so fearsome, so untrustworthy? Was she afraid of his reprimand? This thought pierced his heart like a fine needle, leaving him with a dull ache. He needed to catch his breath, to engage in conversation with someone. Grasping his phone, he hesitated not a moment before dialing a number. The phone rang several times before being answered, the background noise somewhat chaotic, interspersed with the ticking of instruments. Hello, Jinzhuo? A clear yet slightly fatigued voice responded from the other end, that of Lin Nuohang. What a rarity, the esteemed chairman were reaching out. Huo Jinzhuo replied succinctly, Lin Nuohang, do you have time for a drink? Lin Nuohang paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected invitation during working hours. He astutely sensed the unusual tension in his friend's voice. I just finished a surgery and am quite exhausted, he admitted after a brief silence, but I am also inclined to discuss something. Shall we meet at the usual place? Indeed, Huo Jinzhuo affirmed with a single word before disconnecting the call. He rose, donned his suit jacket draped over the chair, and strode purposefully out of the office. At the Lin family villa, as Lin Nuohang lingered in a state of inner turmoil outside the door, the butler, Wang Bo, fortuitously spotted his familiar silhouette on the surveillance screen. Ah, young master, you've finally returned. Wang Bo has missed you dearly. The butler's voice, tinged with delight, resonated from behind the door, which was promptly swung open. The elderly man, beaming with joy, stepped forth and grasped Lin Nuohang's hand. Have you lost weight? Have you been eating well out there? Is Mr. Huo treating you kindly? Lin Nuohang was somewhat taken aback by the warmth of the old butler, his nose tingling with emotion. Forcing a faint smile, he replied, I'm quite well, Wang Bo, I haven't lost weight. I just miss home. His voice softened. Are mom and dad at home? Indeed. Both your parents are in the living room. Come in quickly, Wang Bo insisted, ushering Lin Nuohang into the foyer. The familiar scent enveloped him, imbued with the essence of home. Just as he changed into his indoor shoes, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the living room. His parents, Lin Zhenyi and Su Wan, had come to greet him eagerly. No, Su Wan exclaimed, enveloping her son in a warm embrace, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Let me see. Have you lost weight? Is Junzhou taking good care of you? Why do you look so pale? She tenderly caressed Lin Nuohang's slightly wan face. While Lin Zhenyi did not exhibit the same fervor as his wife, his concerned gaze remained fixed on their son. Mom, I'm fine, really, Lin Nuohang protested, feeling the tightness of Su Wan's embrace, and his nose prickled with emotion. The facade of his forced smile finally crumbled, and tears began to well in his eyes. Sensing her son's melancholic mood, Su Wan gently pulled him onto the sofa. What is the matter, my dear? Speak to your mother. Have you been wronged? Or did you have a quarrel with Junzhou? Lin Zhenyi moved closer, worry etched on his face. Lin Nuohang lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and posed a question that had long tormented him. Mom, Dad, did you really sell me? Chapter 24. I never expected my parents to stand with what Junzhou what? Lin Zhenyi and Su Wan exclaimed in unison, their faces a canvas of shock and confusion. Su Wan immediately cupped his face, her voice urgent. No, what nonsense are you talking about? Selling you? Who has filled your head with such baseless rumors? Lin Zhenyi's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Nuohang, tell your father. Who has been spreading such unfounded gossip in front of you? Observing the genuine concern and urgency in his parents' expressions, Lin Nuohang's doubts wavered slightly. He sniffled, adopting a more precise inquiry. Well, if I hadn't married Huo Jinzhuo 6 months ago, Would our family have truly been doomed? Was there really no other way? A momentary silence enveloped the living room. Su Wan, filled with maternal compassion, embraced her son's shoulders. Silly child, that time has passed. Isn't everything all right now? Yes, it is all right. Lin Jinyi sighed, his gaze toward Lin Nuohang laden with complexity. But those days were indeed quite difficult. No, please be honest with your father. Has someone spoken to you about this? He noted that Lin Nuohang appeared troubled. Lin Nuohang lowered his head, nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. I just wanted to come back and see you both. And his voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of grievance. Huo Jinzhuo is certainly not as my mother described, devoid of any bad habits. He is exceedingly strict with me. He forbids me from visiting bars, restricts my consumption of sweets, and imposes numerous other restrictions, much like a warden. He attributes his return to this, temporarily concealing part of Chun Yu's involvement. Surprisingly, after hearing this, Lin Jinyi and Su Wan did not display the anger or concern that Lin Nuohang had anticipated. Instead, they exchanged a subtle glance, their expressions revealing something nuanced. Su Wan gently patted the back of Lin Nuohang's hand, her tone warm, yet undeniably affirming. No, your mother believes that Jinzhuo is in the right. What? Lin Nuohang looked up in astonishment. How could his mother speak in favor of Huo Jinzhuo? He is right, Su Wan reiterated with unwavering conviction. Do you not understand how chaotic places like bars can be? Is it truly beneficial for your health to consume excessive sweets? Jinzhuo's restrictions are for your own good. He cares for you and is concerned about you, which is why he goes to such lengths to manage your behavior. Lin Jinyi nodded in agreement from the side. Lin Nuohang found himself utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that his parents would side with Huo Jinzhuo. He muttered in discontent. But he is too strict. I am already so grown up. To your parents, you will always be a child, and in the eyes of those who love you, you are a treasure, deserving of careful protection and nurturing. Su Wan gently interrupted, tapping his forehead with a tone of affection. She then asked with genuine concern, But Nuo, your sudden return and these questions, do you have something else on your mind? Speak the truth to your parents. Lin Nuohang glanced at Su Wan and then at Lin Jinyi, taking a deep breath. He finally posed the pressing question that had been gnawing at him. Dad, how did the company come so close to bankruptcy 6 months ago? And you mentioned something about almost going to prison. What is the truth behind this? Did Huo Jinzhuo have a hand in it? As the last question escaped his lips, he regretted it, feeling he had acted impulsively, too easily swayed by Chun Yu's influence. No. Lin Jinyi interrupted sharply, his tone more serious than ever. How could you think such a thing about Huo Jinzhuo? He is a benefactor to our family. He observed the bewildered and distressed look in his son's eyes, realizing that Lin Nuohang harbored heavy thoughts and had evidently been misled. Lin Jinyi fell silent for a few moments, seemingly organizing his thoughts and contemplating how much to disclose. He had initially wished for his son to pursue his passions without worry, to shield him from the treacheries of the business world. Yet now, he understood the necessity of clarity. The company reached that critical point due to various factors. Firstly, there was a misjudgment in my decisions, leading to excessive investment in an overseas project that ultimately failed, placing immense strain on our financial resources. This created an opportunity for our competitors. He spoke, his brow furrowing slightly. Secondly, and most critically, there were deliberate machinations at play. Machinations? Lin Nuohang's heart raced. It was the Chun family, along with Yuanhong Industries, who secretly colluded with them. They took advantage of our financial strain and orchestrated numerous underhanded tactics behind our backs, spreading detrimental rumors about us, maliciously shorting Lin's stocks, poaching our core clients and suppliers, and even corrupting our former financial director. The financial director? Lin Nuohang recalled his father's mention of imprisonment. Indeed, a look of hatred crossed Lin Jinyi's face. That scoundrel, under the instigation of the Chun family and Yuanhong, fabricated accounts, embezzled substantial funds, and forged enormous debt contracts, attempting to frame me. If these pieces of evidence were substantiated, not only would I face bankruptcy, but I could also be staring down the barrel of prison time. Reflecting on this past, Lin Jinyi still felt a shiver of dread. And what happened next? Lin Nuohang inwarded andiosely. What happened next? He gazed at Lin Nuohang, his eyes brimming with relief from surviving a calamity and profound gratitude. Just when we were overwhelmed and on the brink of total collapse, Huo Jinzhuo sought me out. He reminisced about that moment. He was forthright, presenting an exceedingly detailed assessment report. Within it, the risks faced by the Lin family were clearly delineated, along with all the illegal evidence of the collusion between the Chen family and Yuan Hong to devour the Lin family. This included recordings and transfer records implicating the financial director in their conspiracy. Lin Zhenye's voice was filled with incredulity. He had even covertly intervened, delivering a severe lesson to the Chen family and Yuan Hong, rendering them temporarily hesitant to act rashly. Then, he candidly told me he could help the Lin family resolve this crisis entirely by investing, settling lawsuits, and eliminating pests with only one condition. He placed a hand on Lin Nuohang's shoulder, stating he wants you. Lin Nuohang's heart raced violently. I was utterly astonished and bewildered. Lin Zhenye continued. I asked him why. Why help the Lin family? After all, prior to this, the Huo family and the Lin family had no deep ties. Do you know what he said? Lin Nuohang held his breath, shaking his head as his heart raced. Lin Zhenye looked at his son and slowly said, he mentioned he had been aware of you since your high school days. He said, Lin Nuohang deserves better. Lin Nuohang felt his mind go blank, his cheeks uncontrollably burning. He realized that during that time, Huo Jinzhuo must have been assisting the Lin family in resolving issues, which is why they had only a brief meeting on the day of obtaining their marriage certificate. As for your claim that he meddled, Lin Zhenye chuckled bitterly. He indeed accelerated the outbreak of the Lin family's crisis, because he exposed the schemes of the Chen family and Yuan Hong with a thunderous approach, forcing them into a desperate offensive. But no, you must understand, even without Huo Jinzhuo's revelation, according to the Chen family's and Yuan Hong's plan, the Lin family could only last a few more weeks at most. The outcome would have been the same, perhaps even more catastrophic, as we would have been caught completely off guard and utterly crushed. It was Huo Jinzhuo's appearance that turned the tide of this inevitable defeat, preserving the dignity of both your mother and me, and entrusted you to someone capable of safeguarding you. The truth emerged like sunlight breaking through clouds, vividly illuminating Lin Nuohang's perspective. Chapter 25. The calm before the storm die. Chen Yu, 9 out of 10 sentences you utter are false. What is your ultimate aim? Was it purely to disgust himself? He recalled the complex and twisted gaze that Chen Yu had when mentioning Huo Jinzhuo, deepening his inner doubts. Father, I understand now. I apologize. I should not have doubted Mr. Huo or listened to the provocations of others. Lin Nuohang trembled slightly, his long eyelashes fluttering, his small head bowed low. Seeing his son's guilty and aggrieved expression, Lin Zhenye's heart softened. He reached out affectionately to stroke his head. Silly child, as long as you recognize your mistakes. I tell you these things so that you remain vigilant and not be deceived by malefactors. So, how is Jinzhuo treating you? Upon mentioning Huo Jinzhuo, Lin Nuohang's face flushed again, this time with embarrassment. He replied softly, he's been very kind to me, father. That is good, very good. Lin Zhenye felt a wave of relief. As a father, he had always worried that his son was reluctantly accepting this marriage out of sense of obligation. All right, enough of overthinking. Suan took her son's hand. You are back now. Stay for a few days if you wish. The kitchen has just prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs and oil-braised shrimp. Let's eat. Lin Nuohang followed his parents to the dining room. The atmosphere at the table became much more relaxed. His parents continuously served him dishes, inquiring about the details of his life in the Huo household. Lin Nuohang made an effort to respond, but his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Huo Jinzhuo must have already discovered that he was not at the dessert shop, and had slipped away to return to his family home. He secretly glanced at his phone, resting nearby. The screen remained silent, devoid of any missed calls or a barrage of messages from Huo Jinzhuo. This unusual tranquility only heightened his unease. Given Huo Jinzhuo's temperament, it was impossible for him not to know of his whereabouts. Was this the calm before the storm? Why had he not reached out? Was he furious? Or was he waiting for him to return of his own accord? Upon returning, would he not face dire consequences? He instinctively pressed his legs together. Throughout the meal, Lin Nuohang was distracted. After dinner, he found himself too weary to continue chatting with his parents and softly said, "Dad, Mom, I feel a bit tired and would like to rest in my room for a while." "All right, go ahead. Your room is cleaned daily and is quite tidy." Lin Nuohang quickly ascended the familiar spiral staircase and pushed open the door to his room. The familiar light blue walls, the windowsill piled with stuffed toys, and the bookshelf against the wall still held his favorite comic books and baking magazines. Everything was just as it had been, as if he had only departed yesterday. He closed the door behind him, leaning against the cool door panel, and slowly slid down to sit on the soft carpet. A profound sense of security enveloped him, yet could not dispel the growing unease within. He took out his phone. The screen remained quiet. Huo Jinzhuo's silence unsettled him more than any reprimand could. He buried his face in his knees, letting out a frustrated and fearful whimper. "Huo Jinzhuo," he murmured softly, pitifully repeating the name, his heart in disarray. "I was wrong, but I'm so afraid." The thought of facing the impending punishment upon his return made his legs feel weak. What should he do? In the VIP room on the top floor of the Rosemary Bar, all the clamor below was effectively hushed. Huo Jinzhuo had already arrived. He removed his suit jacket, unfastened the 2 buttons at his collar, revealing the elegantly defined contours of his collarbone as he reclined on the sofa. Before him, atop a crystal coffee table, sat an open bottle of deep gemstone red Romanicani. He was pouring himself a glass when the door to the private room swung open and Lin Nuohang entered. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, a pair of charming, peach blossom eyes sparkled with their usual mirth. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Huo Jinzhuo, his brow arching slightly in surprise. "Oh, even Romanicani is on the table? It seems something significant is afoot." Lin Nuohang teased as he settled onto the sofa opposite Huo Jinzhuo, pouring himself half a glass as well. He lifted his glass, gently swirling the liquid within, observing the way it clung to the sides before finally turning his attention to his friend. "Speak, Jinzhuo. You wear a countenance that suggests a desire for solitude. How long has it been since I've seen you like this?" Lin Nuohang took a sip of his wine and sighed contentedly. "Let me think. It seems that since you married that young companion of yours, you have seldom come here to drown your sorrows in drink. What is the occasion today? Have you broken your vow? Or is it because of him?" Huo Jinzhuo did not deny it, tilting his head back to gulp down some wine. The elegance of the exquisite red wine appeared somewhat rugged in his grasp. He set his glass down with a soft clink. Lin Nuohang's playful demeanor faded slightly as he leaned forward. "Have I truly guessed correctly? Pray tell, what has your young companion done to vex you?" Huo Jinzhuo placed his glass down, fingers tracing the cool surface. "I have discovered that he is easily incited by others and seems to lack trust in me." He appeared to be formulating his thoughts, searching for an appropriate entry point. "Oh," Lin Nuohang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do elaboraci." Speaking of which, the last incident at the bar was also due to him disobeying and sneaking out, wasn't it? His implication was clear, suggesting he was not entirely uninformed about past events. Huo Jinzhuo nodded, his gaze heavy with concern. He briefly recounted the day's occurrences, how Lin Nuohang had removed his bracelet, how he had secretly met Chinyu, and now had gone alone to the Lin family. "That Chinyu again." Huo Jinzhuo's voice was laced with suppressed fury. He was the one who instigated the last escapade at the bar, and now he has invited him again. It seems Nuohang has learned nothing from his previous lesson. Lin Nuohang listened intently, having known Huo Jinzhuo for over 20 years. This friend had always been one to remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. He had never shown such disquiet over personal matters, regardless of the crises faced by the company. This was the first time he had heard him so openly express the troubles caused by his young companion's disobedience. Yet within this lament, there appeared to be more than mere dissatisfaction, hints of disappointment, or perhaps something even deeper, intertwined with his words. However, when the name Chinyu resurfaced, a fleeting yet intricate emotion flickered across Lin Nuohang's beautiful eyes, so swift it was difficult to grasp. He raised his glass again, taking another sip as if deliberating his choice of words. "Take your time, Jinzhuo," Lin Nuohang moderated his tone. "After all, you have cherished him for so many years. It is no small feat to finally bring him home. Shouldn't you cherish him tenderly? Your young companion, clearly, has been overly sheltered since childhood and has been spoiled by you. Innocent and naive, he is easily led astray. You must help him comprehend that your oversight and constraints are not intended to strip him of his freedoms, but rather, they are genuinely for his own benefit. He must be made aware of the world's treachery, understanding that some individuals approach him with ulterior motives. Huo Jinzhuo silently nodded. I could not know. It was precisely because he cared too deeply, wishing to shield him completely, that he repeatedly broke his own principles to indulge him, resulting in seemingly contrary outcomes. Whatever he desired would immediately manifest before him, as long as it was within his capabilities. He had never contemplated whether such excessive indulgence might also be a form of pampering that could lead to harm. Su Wenyuan observed Huo Jinzhuo's furrowed brow, secretly intrigued. This was far more vexing for Mr. Huo than managing a multi-billion-dollar corporate crisis. It appeared he was utterly smitten with that young lad. He set down his wine glass, raised his hand to massage his temples, and gazed intently into Huo Jinzhuo's eyes. His tone was more serious than ever. Jinzhuo, there is something I feel compelled to clarify with you. Huo Jinzhuo lifted his gaze, the depths of his phoenix eyes revealing fluctuating emotions. He recognized that Su Wenyuan's expression indicated the forthcoming words were of significant import. Speak, he said in a low voice. Su Wenyuan took a deep breath, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I am aware of Chunyu. In fact, I have had someone keep an eye on him for some time. Chapter 26. Perhaps he is also rather pitiable? Huo Jinzhuo's expression shifted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. You two have been watching him? Why? This is highly unusual. Su Wenyuan's eyes, framed by his glasses, narrowed slightly, darkening with the recollection of an unpleasant experience. About a month ago, I went to a bar called Nightshade to unwind. You know how it is. Sometimes the pressures of surgery can be overwhelming. While traversing the corridor to the restroom, I encountered a boy who was utterly intoxicated. He was in a disturbing state, his body burning with fever, his face alarmingly flushed. He stumbled towards me, grasping my arm with a trembling voice, claiming that he had been drugged and pleading for my assistance. Huo Jinzhuo's brow furrowed tightly. I intended to take him to the hospital. Su Wenyuan continued, his voice steady despite the gravity of the recollection. However, he was incoherent, clinging to my clothing with astonishing strength, mumbling nonsensically, making it impossible to disengage. Reluctantly, I had to book a room at the hotel upstairs, hoping he could rest before I could contact the hospital or his family. Su Wenyuan raised his glass once more, taking a generous sip. However, upon entering the room, the effects of the drug fully manifested, and he lost all rationality, becoming even more clingy, leaving no possibility for communication or transport to a medical facility. Although I, Su Wenyuan, am not a paragon of virtue, I have never taken advantage of anyone in distress. Yet that night, I lost control, and I admit, given his state. He grimaced with self-deprecation. In any case, that night, everything that was meant to happen, and that which was not, indeed transpired. Huo Jinzhuo's expression darkened, his phoenix eyes intensely fixed on him. He had not anticipated such a connection between Chunyu and Su Wenyuan. The following morning, as Su Wenyuan awoke, a flicker of light danced in his eyes, reflecting the intensity of the events that had unfolded. Chunyu, who had been clinging to someone the previous night, awoke to find me and immediately transformed his expression, displaying shock and humiliation, and accused me of taking advantage of him. Huh, he sneered. Fortunately, I'm someone who is accustomed to leaving a safety net. At the bar's corridor, when he implored me for assistance, I sensed something was amiss and discreetly activated my phone's recording function. The recording clearly captured his pleas for help and his refusal to go to the hospital. I presented the recording to him, and he instantly wilted, not daring to utter a single word. This is the reason he now refrains from recklessly seeking trouble with me. Su Wenyuan poured himself another glass of wine, taking a large gulp in an attempt to calm his emotions. Then he dropped an even more shocking bombshell. This is not the crux of the matter. Jinzhuo, do you know whose name he called out that night while in bed, lost in emotion and confusion? A wave of foreboding gripped Huo Jinzhuo. He remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes for Su Wenyuan to continue. Su Wenyuan fixed his gaze on him and articulated each word. He called your name. Huo Jinzhuo repeated the name several times, his gaze darkening. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched tightly. Shouldn't you harbored such thoughts towards him? Su Wenyuan smirked slightly. Isn't it intriguing? Later, as the effects of the medication waned, though still in a haze, he exhibited low vigilance. I cautiously probed him with a few questions, and he answered each as if spilling beans. He mimicked Chun Yu's likely tone at the time, recounting how, from the first moment he saw you at their school during a donation event in high school, he was captivated by you. He found your maturity, strength, and commanding presence particularly alluring. Yet, he could not fathom why it was your family's young one who ended up marrying you, which instigated his jealousy towards Lin Nuohang, an intense jealousy. He constantly contemplated ways to separate Lin Nuohang from you. However, he discovered that your relationship seemed quite strong, which only fueled his resentment and bitterness. Su Wenyuan pressed his lips together, his tone tinged with barely perceptible sympathy, yet predominantly cold indifference. He also mentioned that since his mother passed away, his father had treated him poorly, coupled with the fact that half a year ago, due to the Lin family's affairs, you had dealt a significant blow to the Chun family, severely injuring his father's company, his father now, in an attempt to align with Hongda Group, even contemplated offering him as a pet to their notoriously indulgent young master. Thus, he felt a profound sense of unwillingness, discontent with his degraded situation, while Lin Nuohang could bask in your protection and affection. As I listened, Su Wenyuan shrugged, believing that although this young man harbored unjust intentions, his experiences were indeed somewhat pitiable. Moreover, he felt that this twisted infatuation and jealousy would likely not stir any significant upheaval. Since I also preferred not to entangle myself further with him, I refrained from specifically informing you, to spare you any discomfort. However, it now appears that his obsession and animosity run deeper than I had anticipated. Your young one, so innocent, could easily be swayed by his few words of provocation, which is no surprise. After hearing this, Huo Jinzhuo's lips tightened into a firm line. Grasping the remaining wine in his glass, he downed it in one swift motion, slamming the cup heavily onto the table. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Su Wenyuan, why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? He was on the brink of laughter from anger, realizing that Chun Yu's animosity towards Lin Nuohang originated from himself. And now, Lin Nuohang was running back to the Lin family, incited by this madman. Huo Jinzhuo rarely used profanity, but he couldn't help himself at this moment. Su Wenyuan was taken aback by Huo Jinzhuo's outburst, quickly realizing something. With his beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on him, he inquired, by the way, Jinzhuo, what exactly transpired between you and Chun Yu? He was alluding to whether Huo Jinzhuo had inadvertently given Chun Yu a false impression. Absolutely nothing, Huo Jinzhuo retorted firmly, his gaze icy. I have no connection with him. I scarcely paid any attention to him. Wenyuan, I simply believe you should have informed me about this much earlier. He pinched the bridge of his nose, suppressing his anger. Discussing this now was futile. I'm telling you this so you can understand Chun Yu's motives. He is likely to seek out Nuohang as well. I understand, Su Wenyuan nodded. Huo Jinzhuo narrowed his phoenix eyes, scrutinizing him. Speaking of which, what is the current situation between you and Chun Yu? Your tone suggests it's more than mere trouble. Huo Jinzhuo knew his good brother all too well. Su Wenyuan's demeanor had been calm while recounting the story, yet a fleeting coldness appeared in his eyes when mentioning Chun Yu being sent away as a pet. The subtle pause when discussing Chun Yu's drunken confessions did not escape Huo Jinzhuo's notice. Su Wenyuan hesitated when questioned. Pretending to relax against the sofa's armrest, he replied, what situation could there be? My encounter with him was merely an accident, coupled with some troublesome leverage we hold over one another. He picked up his glass and took a sip, his long fingers lightly tapping against the cup's rim. Recalling the tailing report, he added, however, my sources say they had quite an unpleasant encounter at the cafe this afternoon, ultimately parting on bad terms. Huo Jinzhuo shot Su Wenyuan a glance, his temple twitching. Indeed, Dingyu mentioned that Nuohang left with a rather poor expression. Su Wenyuan's lips tightened momentarily before relaxing again. Interestingly, the tailing report also stated that Chun Yu burst out of the cafe in emotional turmoil, seemingly in tears. This revelation was unexpected. The usually aggressive individual had been brought to tears by his little friend. I must say, I am quite curious about what your little friend said that wielded such impact. Su Wenyuan mused, his gaze thoughtful as he envisioned the scene. Chapter 27. Drowsiness of faint, nearly imperceptible smile of understanding graced Huo Jinzhuo's lips. How could he have forgotten? His little treasure, appearing soft and easy to bully, had won the title of best debater in high school. In critical moments, that little mouth could indeed deliver some sharp retorts. It seemed she was not entirely defenseless. His previous worries about her being bullied by Chunyu had been unfounded. However, while this little rascal had the ability to make others cry, she herself was evidently not without her own emotional turmoil. Huo Jinzhuo's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. Did he return to the Lin family out of a sense of grievance? Or were Chunyu's insidious words truly like thorns in his heart, making him uncomfortable even in his own presence? Or was it merely the fear of confronting potential punishment at home? Countless questions swirled in Huo Jinzhuo's mind. Su Wenyuan observed the shifting expressions on Huo Jinzhuo's face, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mischievous amusement. Jinzhuo, what do you plan to do next? Will you storm into the Lin family to seize him, or wait for the little one to return on his own accord? Huo Jinzhuo exhaled heavily, raising his gaze. I will head to the Lin family shortly. He stood up, retrieving his suit jacket draped over the sofa and putting it on with practiced ease. Time was of the essence. Today's meeting would conclude here, and they could reschedule for another day. Su Wenyuan watched his movements, chuckling softly to himself, and also stood up. All right then, I wish you success in your endeavor, and hope you can sweet-talk your little ancestor. The two exchanged no further words as they exited the private room, taking the elevator down to the ground floor. Su Wenyuan approached his sports car, opened the door, and settled inside. He instinctively glanced back in the direction Huo Jinzhuo had departed, his expression behind the gold-rimmed glasses inscrutable. Meanwhile, Huo Jinzhuo walked directly towards the awaiting Cullinan, where old Zhang had respectfully opened the rear door. Once inside, Huo Jinzhuo leaned back against the seat, weary, and closed his eyes. Su Wenyuan's concerns about the troublesome matter were not as clear-cut as he professed. Perhaps he was even somewhat perturbed? This revelation only added to his inner turmoil. If Chunyu was merely instigating out of jealousy, Huo Jinzhuo could easily crush the Chun family with ruthless resolve, eliminating any future threats. He had never been one to show mercy, especially when it came to his bottom line, Lin Nuohang. However, now that Su Wenyuan was involved, he detected the faintest hint of protectiveness in Su's words regarding Chunyu. The subtly expressed complex emotions compelled Huo Jinzhuo to reevaluate. He could empathize with Chunyu's fragility and misfortunes, but that was no justification for inflicting harm upon Lin Nuohang. Perhaps proper guidance could set things right? That depended on whether Chunyu could grasp the gravity of the situation, as well as whether his seemingly ensnared friend, Su Wenyuan, could truly rein in the toxic wild stallion. Should Chunyu dare to overstep again, Huo Jinzhuo would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands, ensuring that anyone who coveted or harmed him would understand the consequences, regardless of who stood behind them. Huo Jinzhuo opened his eyes, his gaze icy and profound. He retrieved his phone and dialed Dingyu's number. Dingyu, investigate Chunyu thoroughly, including his whereabouts after leaving the cafe, as well as his father Chun Jiaming's recent dealings with Hengda. Dingyu pondered for a moment before responding promptly. Understood. President Hua. In the Jingshan Villa area, Lin Nuohang curled up on his large bed, embracing his comforter, completely immersed in slumber. The turmoil of how to explain things to Huo Jinzhuo before sleep had long been whisked away by the Sandman. In his dream, it seemed he was still arguing with Chunyu, their exchange leaving him parched and breathless. Then Huo Jinzhuo appeared, wielding a ruler, and he was so startled that he turned to flee. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking reverberated through the air, measured and unhurried. Lin Nuohang, lost in the depths of slumber, wrinkled her delicate nose and turned over, burying her face deeper into the pillow, showing no signs of awakening. The figure outside the door, evidently endowed with great patience, struck the door with increased force. The sound echoed sharply in the still corridor. Yet, there was still no response. The tall silhouette outside seemed to exude an even lower pressure as the darkness enveloped it. In that moment, a barely audible inhalation, tinged with a hint of irritation, could almost be heard. Long fingers reached for the doorknob, twisting it experimentally. Click! It was locked. Lin Nuohang. A deep voice resonated through the door. Its volume low, yet commanding. Open the door. The persistent disturbance finally roused the slumbering individual from her dreams. Lin Nuohang mumbled in confusion, her long lashes fluttering a few times before she reluctantly opened a slight crevice. She fumbled for a moment, finally managing to switch on the bright light, which caused her to squint. Rubbing her eyes, she shuffled in her slippers, swaying unsteadily as she approached the door, still muttering indistinctly, "Is that you, Mom? At this late hour?" Click! She turned the small lock, slowly pulling the door ajar. Her gaze first fell upon the impeccably polished black leather shoes gleaming in the corridor light. A shiver ran through her heart. Holding her breath, she gradually lifted her head. The tailored dark gray trousers enveloped long, powerful legs, and a meticulously pressed suit jacket fell neatly over them. Above that, the man's lips were tightly pressed, their contours stern. Finally, her eyes met a pair of profound phoenix eyes, which at that moment were fixed intently upon her. In an instant, all traces of drowsiness vanished. With a sudden reflex, she slammed the door shut, pressing her back against the cold surface, gasping for breath. Surely, it must be a figment of her imagination. How could her husband possibly be here? She murmured to herself. Her small hand rose to slap her cheeks, still marked by sleep, attempting to awaken herself. It had to be a lingering effect from that vivid nightmare. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and cautiously pulled the door open just a crack once more. Outside, the imposing figure remained steadfast, unmoving. The chill in those phoenix eyes seemed even more pronounced than before. It was over. This was not a dream. Lin Nuohang felt a jolt of fear and flung the door wide open, her voice trembling. "Husband, what are you doing here?" Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, yet her feet remained rooted in place. Huo Jinzhuo did not respond immediately, instead lowering his gaze and surveying her face. The little rascal still bore adorable red imprints from her pillow on her cheeks, her hair tousled from sleep. He reached out, his cool fingertips brushing over the most prominent sleep mark on Lin Nuohang's cheek. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired, his voice calm yet heavy, like a boulder pressing upon Lin Nuohang's heart. She instinctively nodded, only to suddenly realize something and shook her head vigorously. No. Husband, why are you here?" he cautiously inquired once more, his voice barely audible. The gaze of Huo Jinzhuo swept over his empty wrist, darkening his eyes a shade further. "I'm here to take you home." The mere mention of home struck Lin Nuohang like a summons to face judgment. A chill surged from the base of his spine. The situation was dire, truly dire. Stealing a furtive glance, he quickly assessed Huo Jinzhuo. That handsome visage was devoid of expression, which only heightened Lin Nuohang's anxiety. The fear of retribution seized him. Instinctively, he extended his small hand, timidly, with a hint of supplication, gently grasping Huo Jinzhuo's large hand that hung by his side. "Husband," he softly called out. Huo Jinzhuo lowered his gaze, noticing the delicate, pale hand that held his wrist. He did not pull away, allowing Lin Nuohang to maintain his grip. It felt as though he had received some tacit approval. Gathering a modicum of courage, Lin Nuohang gently tugged Huo Jinzhuo into his bedroom. He guided him to sit at the edge of the bed while he stood before him like a small criminal awaiting judgment, head bowed. His small hand remained tightly clasped around Huo Jinzhuo's fingers. "Why didn't you inform me you were returning to the Lin family?" Huo Jinzhuo finally spoke, posing his first question. Chapter 28. Marching to the gallows, Lin Nuohang bit his lip, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Huo Jinzhuo's eyes. I suddenly missed my parents, so I just came back. I forgot," he stammered, attempting to deflect. Suddenly, a faint, crisp aroma of red wine wafted from Huo Jinzhuo. It was as if he had clutched at a lifeline. Immediately, he shifted the topic, lowering his voice even further. "Husband, have you been drinking?" He secretly scrutinized Huo Jinzhuo's expression. Huo Jinzhuo's lips were pressed tightly, revealing no overt anger, merely responding with a subdued He softened his tone. "So, Noah, are you now coming home with me?" Lin Nuohang was taken aback, not expecting Huo Jinzhuo to unleash his wrath immediately. He scrutinized Huo Jinzhuo's demeanor. The striking yet stern face betrayed little emotion, and his gaze seemed less intimidating. His heart, though still anxious, relaxed slightly. Yet, an overwhelming urge for survival compelled him to admit his mistake. He edged forward a little, nearly brushing against Huo Jinzhuo's leg, obediently sitting beside him. Lifting his face, his eyes brimmed with sincerity and trepidation. With utmost vulnerability, he pleaded, "Husband, I was wrong. I want to go home with you." He willingly displayed weakness, akin to a small dog that, having misbehaved, wags its tail in hopes of forgiveness. In Huo Jinzhuo's eyes, Lin Nuohang appeared both pitiable and endearing, causing a portion of his indignation to dissipate. At least the little rascal knows he erred. Yet he maintained an impassive facade, merely asking, "Do you understand your mistake?" Lin Nuohang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, fearful of a slow response. Yes, I understand. Let us go home, husband." His earnestness was palpable. "Very well," Huo Jinzhuo replied, standing up. Lin Nuohang promptly trailed behind him, like a devoted little tail. The two individuals exited the bedroom, one following the other. Upon reaching the staircase corner, Lin Nuohang gazed at Huo Jinzhuo's broad and upright silhouette, a flicker of curiosity resurfacing within him. He inquired softly, "Darling, how did you know I was here?" Just as he began to elaborate on his thoughts, he abruptly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with trepidation. Huo Jinzhuo's steps came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing Lin Nuohang to collide with him. The imposing figure turned, casting a formidable presence in the dim light of the staircase. Huo Jinzhuo, with an impassive expression, seized Lin Nuohang's vacant left wrist. The touch of his fingertips against the skin sent a shiver coursing through Lin Nuohang. He remained silent, slowly retrieving the diamond-studded locating bracelet from the inner pocket of his impeccably tailored suit. The crisp sound of the clasp snapping shut echoed in the air as the cold metal once again secured itself around Lin Nuohang's slender wrist. His face drained of color as he beheld the incriminating evidence, raising his gaze to Huo Jinzhuo. "How did you find it?" Huo Jinzhuo's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as he observed Lin Nuohang's tightly pressed lips. In the candy jar, the second-floor lounge, at the bottom drawer of the bedside table. It was thoroughly concealed by a disobedient little rascal beneath several baking magazines. On his way to the Lin residence, he had recalled the forsaken bracelet left in the dessert shop and had instructed the driver to detour to the candy jar. The deserted dessert shop was eerily silent in the dead of night. He retrieved his phone, directly activating the emergency alert function of the locating bracelet. The piercing beeping resonated sharply in the stillness of the second-floor lounge. Following the sound, Huo Jinzhuo opened the bottom drawer of the bedside table. Beneath several pristine baking magazines, the small object that should have adorned Lin Nuohang's wrist lay there, emitting a faint red glow. Lin Nuohang's heart raced, his entire being frozen in disbelief. His seemingly flawless concealment appeared utterly juvenile and laughable before Huo Jinzhuo. How could he have forgotten that Huo Jinzhuo could trigger the alarm? He parted his lips to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, engulfed by despair. He trailed behind Huo Jinzhuo, descending the staircase step by step. The living room on the first floor was ablaze with light. Lin Zhenyi and Su Wan had yet to retire for the night, their faces etched with concern as they sat on the sofa. From the moment they received Huo Jinzhuo's call, they sensed that Lin Nuohang might be at odds with him. After all, who would return home in silence and pose such peculiar questions? Upon seeing the two descend, Su Wan rose to greet them, her expression a blend of reproach and affection. "No, my dear child, have you quarreled with Jinzhuo again?" Running home without a word, not even a call, to Jinzhuo. "Look how worried he is, coming all this way to fetch you at such a late hour. How inconsiderate." As she spoke, she tenderly stroked her son's pale face. Lin Zhenyi approached as well, his expression one of regret. He patted Huo Jinzhuo on the shoulder, his tone earnest. "Jinzhuo, I apologize for the trouble. This child has been spoiled since he was young, his temperament a bit delicate and willful, I'm sure he has caused you no small amount of trouble." He sighed, suggesting that they should come back to stay more often when they have time. It was late, and he advised them to drive slowly and be cautious on the road. He glanced at Lin Nuohang, his gaze filled with silent reassurance and reminders. The cold demeanor on Huo Jinzhuo's face quickly softened in the presence of his in-laws, replaced by a demeanor of appropriate respect and gentleness. "Dad, Mom, please don't worry. Nuohang is fine. It is I who failed to take good care of him, making him homesick. I will look after him well, so you can rest assured." His response was impeccably crafted, providing an exit for the Lin couple while subtly emphasizing the responsibility of care and guidance. Lin Jinya and Su Wan observed Huo Jinzhuo's calm and reliable presence, then glanced at their son, who, though somewhat wilted, was evidently well cared for. Their concerns gradually dissipated, and they nodded in agreement. "All right. As long as you both are well." Lin Nuohang looked at his parents, feelings of grievance and trepidation surging within him, revealing his inherently delicate nature. His eyes reddened as he rushed forward to embrace his mother, then his father, burying his small face in his father's embrace, nuzzling against him. His voice was muffled and tinged with a hint of childishness. "Dad, Mom, I'm really leaving," as if he were heading towards some dire fate. Huo Jinzhuo stood quietly beside them, offering no urgency, his gaze deeply focused on Lin Nuohang. "All right, enough of this. Hurry back with your husband. Don't keep Jinzhuo waiting." Su Wan gently patted his back. After bidding farewell to his parents, the two exited the Lin family gate. In the courtyard, driver Lao Zhang was already respectfully holding the car door open, awaiting their arrival. The night breeze carried a chill, tousling Lin Nuohang's bangs. Huo Jinzhuo shielded his head, allowing him to enter the warm back seat of the car first, before following suit. To Uni Mountain Villa, Huo Jinzhuo instructed Lao Zhang. The car door closed, and they sped away. Outside, the neon lights flickered by in rapid succession, casting shifting shadows across Lin Nuohang's anxious face. He sat pressed against the car door, nearly curling into a ball, hardly daring to breathe. He knew that upon returning home, warmth would not be the only thing awaiting him. Chapter 29. No beatings. No scoldings. The car entered Uni Mountain Villa, halting smoothly. Huo Jinzhuo was the first to alight, his tall figure casting a long shadow beneath the neon lights. Lin Nuohang obediently followed, trailing closely behind Huo Jinzhuo with his head bowed. Butler Zhao had long been waiting at the entrance. "Sir, madam, welcome back." Huo Jinzhuo nodded slightly, continuing his stride without pausing. Lin Nuohang mumbled in a low voice, lacking energy, "Hello, Zhao Butler." Zhao, with his keen perception, instantly sensed the unusual atmosphere and discreetly stepped aside, realizing that the young mistress had once again found herself in trouble. Following Huo Jinzhuo upstairs, Lin Nuohang's heart raced faster as they approached the study. When he saw Huo Jinzhuo turn his steps, it became evident he was not heading towards the warm bedroom, but towards the heavy mahogany door of the study. Lin Nuohang's last shred of hope shattered. "Husband." He mustered his courage, jogging a few steps to catch up. Gently tugging at Huo Jinzhuo's sleeve, he inquired, "Where are we going? Aren't we going to sleep?" It was late, and he wished fervently that Huo Jinzhuo would pause and tell him it was too late for today and that he should rest. Huo Jinzhuo offered no reply, nor did he turn back. He merely hesitated momentarily, then extended his hand to grasp Lin Nuohang's chilly, trembling fingers. His brow furrowed slightly. "Why are your hands so cold? Are you cold?" Lin Nuohang quickly shook his head, a lump rising in his throat as he confessed. "I'm not cold. I'm scared." Huo Jinzhuo tightened his grip on his hand, saying nothing further, and directly pushed open the mahogany door. A familiar scent enveloped them. Instinctively, Lin Nuohang attempted to withdraw his hand, but Huo Jinzhuo held on tighter, rendering him unable to escape. Resigned, he closed his eyes briefly and allowed himself to be led inside. Huo Jinzhuo shut the door with a swift motion. Releasing his hand, he walked to the mahogany table, effortlessly pulling out the heavy high-backed leather chair, positioning it directly facing the entrance. He then leisurely unbuttoned his suit jacket, removing it and draping it over the chair's back. The pure white shirt enveloped his robust physique, the slightly taut fabric delineating the smooth contours of his muscles. Under the warm, yellow light, The sense of strength and pressure was magnified exponentially. Lin Nuohang found himself momentarily breathless. Just like last time, the jacket came off. He sat down, and then he rubbed his eyes, as if he could still visualize the version of himself sobbing pitifully while sprawled across Huo Jinzhuo's lap. Huo Jinzhuo settled into the leather chair, his legs casually apart, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Nuohang's delicate face, scrutinizing him for a moment. He knew Lin Nuohang was terrified at that moment. Every hair on Lin Nuohang's body stood on end under Huo Jinzhuo's gaze. An overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to act. He would take the initiative to admit his mistake. His attitude had to be impeccable. He lowered his head, inching forward with excruciating slowness until his knee brushed against Huo Jinzhuo's sturdy thigh. Only then did he cautiously shift to sit on Huo Jinzhuo's lap, daring to perch himself on the edge, afraid to place his full weight upon him. He raised his eyes, filled with a sense of vulnerability akin to a forlorn puppy, his long lashes glistening with tiny tears as he whispered, "I was wrong." Huo Jinzhuo remained silent, extending his large hand to gently tousle Lin Nuohang's slightly tousled soft curls. This fleeting tenderness only heightened Lin Nuohang's anxiety. "What did you do wrong?" Huo Jinzhuo inquired. Lin Nuohang could discern no emotion from his voice. Sniffling, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. I shouldn't have removed the bracelet without permission. And I shouldn't have sneaked back to the Lin family without saying anything." His voice dwindled as he stole glances at Huo Jinzhuo's expression. Huo Jinzhuo emitted an ambiguous hum from his nasal cavity. The hand resting on Lin Nuohang's head glided down his hair, gently pinching his soft earlobe. "What else?" Lin Nuohang pouted in distress. He understood that since Huo Jinzhuo was able to locate the Lin family, he must have discovered his meeting with Chunyu. He raised his gaze timidly, peering at Huo Jinzhuo's taut jawline, trembling as he asked, "Husband, do you know that I want to see Chunyu?" Huo Jinzhuo's expression darkened, and he calmly admitted, "Yes." A single word made Lin Nuohang's heart plummet even further. "I had previously advised you to keep your distance from him, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Once again, you took it upon yourself to meet him." The tone of my voice began to carry an edge of sternness. "This afternoon, when you returned to the dessert shop, what did you promise me?" "To wear the bracelet obediently." "And what happened?" "The moment you returned, you removed it. Acting with misguided cleverness, you concealed the bracelet and ran out without a word, causing me great concern. When you went back to your family, you didn't even wish to call me. Nuohang, do you distrust me, or are you testing the limits of my patience?" Each word from Huo Jinzhuo struck Lin Nuohang's heart like a hammer, clear and heavy. A profound sense of fear and grievance finally broke the dam. Two streams of warm tears cascaded down her fair cheeks. "Husband, I'm sorry," she sobbed, as she recounted the entire episode of her meeting with Chunyu that afternoon. From her hesitation upon seeing the message to Chunyu's malicious and cutting remarks. "Your pets. Your parents don't want you anymore. You've been sold, and your toys." Huo Jinzhuo is the mastermind behind the Lin family's downfall. She even revealed the peculiar look in Chunyu's eyes when he mentioned Huo Jinzhuo's name, along with her inner turmoil and resentment at that moment. Her words tumbled out in a flurry, yet she endeavored to articulate them clearly. In the end, she stammered, "I shouldn't have removed the bracelet. I shouldn't have believed his words. And I certainly shouldn't have sneaked back home without telling you. I truly was wrong, husband." Upon hearing this, Huo Jinzhuo's gaze was filled with icy intensity. He did not explode in anger immediately, but instead commenced a logical discourse. No, do not believe a single word of Chunyu's. Why does he say such things?" He lifted Lin Nuohang's chin, compelling her to meet his tear-filled eyes. "Because he is envious of you, envious of all that you possess. His father wishes to offer him to the notorious Mr. Li from Hengda in exchange for profit. Unable to safeguard his own interests and with a warped mindset, he resorts to the most venomous words to attack you, attempting to inflict pain upon you as well." Lin Nuohang furrowed her brow, beginning to comprehend. As for the Lin family's crisis 6 months ago, it was the result of multiple market factors and internal decision-making errors, as substantiated by a detailed business evaluation report. He stated, pulling out his phone to show Lin Nuohang the assessment. Minghui's last-minute investment was a timely aid, not a malicious act. Your parents are more aware of this than anyone. Gazing at the irrefutable evidence and recalling Huo Jinzhuo's consistent protection and affection, Lin Nuohang realized that although he was strict, there was a certain enjoyment in it. Huo Jinzhuo observed her tear-stained face for a moment before setting his phone down and placing his large hand upon Lin Nuohang's left wrist. His voice was deep and earnest. "And this bracelet, you removed it without permission. Meeting with someone with ulterior motives independently. What if they take more extreme actions? The bracelet is meant to ensure your safety. It is designed to allow me to locate you in emergencies, not to be a shackle." He gently squeezed Lin Nuohang's cheek, the pressure light yet laden with warning. "Do you understand?" Lin Nuohang nodded her small head repeatedly, tears welling up again. Yet her gaze conveyed genuine acceptance and regret. "I understand. I truly do, husband." He sobbed, lamenting that he should not have listened to Chun Yu's nonsense, nor should he have doubted you. "My parents have clarified everything to me. It was merely a moment of confusion that prompted me to rush home for clarification." As Huo Jinzhuo gazed at his reddened, tear-stained nose, his heart melted into a soft heap. This little one truly cannot be scolded or punished. The moment he cries, his resolve weakens. Yet, he maintained a stern facade. When faced with uncertainty, who should one consult first? "Ask you," Lin Nuohang replied softly. Recalling Huo Jinzhuo's previous admonition to inform him of anything promptly, forbidding any concealment, he realized he had erred once again. Fear gripped him anew. I was wrong. I'm sorry, darling," he stammered, his small hands clutching tightly at Huo Jinzhuo's shirt. "Please don't be angry. I will tell you everything from now on. I won't do this again." He was terrified, fearing that Huo might be truly upset. Huo Jinzhuo observed the pitiful little one in his embrace, whose attitude of remorse was profoundly sincere. The last vestige of frost in his eyes melted away, leaving only a heart full of tenderness and helplessness. Nevertheless, discipline must be upheld. He spoke in a grave tone. "While you have acknowledged your mistake with sincerity, no." He shifted his tone, his demeanor turning somber, repeatedly disregarding instruction, independently removing your bracelet to engage in perilous actions. It seems that mere physical reprimand has not etched the lesson into your memory. The weight of mere physical reprimand struck Lin Nuohang like a thunderclap. He trembled, abruptly springing away from Huo Jinzhuo's lap, staggering back 2 steps, eyes wide with terror. He fixed his gaze on Huo Jinzhuo, as if seeking confirmation that this was all a jest. Chapter 30. Should you misbehave, a custom-made rattan switch and ruler await. Little did he anticipate it was true. Huo Jinzhuo rose expressionlessly. Lin Nuohang's heart nearly halted. Huo Jinzhuo approached the cabinet against the wall, opened the top drawer, and retrieved a small, rectangular box, entirely black and devoid of adornment. The box was unassuming, yet felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Huo Jinzhuo returned to Lin Nuohang, placing the box steadily on the expansive mahogany desk. "Open it," he commanded, lifting his chin. Lin Nuohang's pale face turned an ashen hue, his lips quivering slightly. He sensed that the box contained the most terrifying objects in existence. He did not wish to open it. He was afraid. But Huo Jinzhuo's penetrating gaze bore down upon him, robbing him of the courage to refuse. He could only extend his trembling hand, slowly lifting the lid. As the lid creaked open, 2 items lay silently within. A slender, flexible dark brown rattan switch and a smooth, hefty red sandalwood ruler. Overwhelmed by fear, his calves quivered, nearly buckling beneath him. Tears burst forth like a torrential flood. He looked up at Huo Jinzhuo in disbelief, his eyes filled with sheer terror and accusation. He had thought Huo Jinzhuo's earlier half-joking, half-threatening remark about custom-made rattan switches and rulers was merely a scare tactic. He never anticipated it to be a grim reality, and so swiftly presented before him. Huo Jinzhuo gazed intently at the fragile little face before him, his expression taut with an unyielding seriousness. His phoenix-like eyes bore an impenetrable gravity, devoid of any semblance of jest or compassion. This unwavering severity and sense of oppression filled Lin Nuohang with a despair even greater than that wrought by anger. Husband, husband, I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes, Lin Nuohang cried, lunging towards him, his small hands clutching Huo Jinzhuo's larger ones tightly, shaking them with fervor. His voice was a pitiful wail. Please don't use that. I beg you. I promise. I swear. I will never take off the wristband again. I will inform you wherever I go. I will obey you in all things. Huo Jinzhuo allowed him to shake his hands, surveying the tear-streaked visage before him. After a few moments of silence, he pointed towards the wrought-tan switch within the box with his other hand, his voice cold and commanding. Pick it up and hand it to me. Lin Nuohang's sobbing faltered momentarily. He glanced between Huo Jinzhuo and the menacing switch, believing his pleas were nearing fruition, yet daring not to ask again. Instead, he could only let tears fall like raindrops while tremblingly extending his hand, gingerly pinching the switch that sent shivers down his spine. With a quivering hand, he presented it to Huo Jinzhuo. Huo Jinzhuo accepted it. In his strong, defined hand, the switch appeared almost trivial, yet it brimmed with peril. He casually pinched its ends, inspecting its flexibility by giving it a gentle tug. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he struck his own palm with a sharp crack. The sound rang clear and resounding. He needed to gauge the force. Previously, he had unintentionally harmed someone due to a lack of control. Lin Nuohang watched as the veins on the back of Huo Jinzhuo's hand slightly bulged. Abruptly closing his eyes, his small face contorted in distress. Instinctively, he shielded his back, as if the whip had already struck him. His legs felt weak, almost buckling beneath him. After testing the switch's elasticity, Huo Jinzhuo's gaze returned to Lin Nuohang, who resembled a frightened quail. Resuming his seat in the leather chair, he tapped the switch against his thigh surface. His voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority. Come here, sit down. Lin Nuohang shook his head vigorously, instinctively retreating. No. Husband, I'm afraid. Come here, Huo Jinzhuo repeated, his tone growing firmer, or the punishment will double. The notion of doubling the punishment utterly shattered Lin Nuohang. His small face turned ashen, forgetting to cry, his whole being rendered dazed. Under Huo Jinzhuo's formidable gaze, he could only advance in despair, taking tiny, hesitant steps toward him. Finally, he edged close enough to Huo Jinzhuo, eyes shut tight, resigned to his fate, daring only to lightly graze the edge of Huo Jinzhuo's thigh with the tip of his bottom as he sat down. Every muscle in his body was taut with tension. This posture, filled with trepidation, elicited a mix of amusement and ire in Huo Jinzhuo, yet above all, a profound sense of compassion. No longer hesitating, he extended his long arm, enveloping Lin Nuohang's trembling little form in a warm embrace, holding him close. The little one quaked violently, nuzzling his flushed, tear-streaked face into the crook of Huo Jinzhuo's neck, dampening his skin with warmth. The voice wailed softly, laced with an endless sense of pity. Please, darling, don't use the rattan. I'm truly terrified. Huo Jinzhuo's heart had long been softened, steeped in a sense of melancholy. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss atop Lin Nuohang's hair. His deep voice finally shed all its coldness. It was custom made a week ago and just arrived yesterday. He felt the small body in his arms tense even more. He deliberately paused, savoring the pale, frightened face of Lin Nuohang and the terror reflected in those puppy-like eyes. Then, amidst the impending collapse of his gaze, he reached out and closed the black box containing the instruments of punishment. The sound of the lid snapping shut resonated in Lin Nuohang's ears like celestial music. This time, his tone softened, infused with a hint of indulgence. Given your sincere acknowledgement of wrongdoing, I shall remember this for now. He meaningfully patted the closed box, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. The implication was unmistakable. The contents within were ever ready to serve. Lin Nuohang was petrified, fear gripping his heart. He dare not contemplate a second chance. With trembling hands, he clung tightly to Huo Jinzhuo's neck, repeatedly assuring, "There won't be a next time. Absolutely no next time. I was wrong, I won't dare again. I promise." His sincerity was such that he felt he might as well offer his heart as proof. Seeing the little one truly frightened, Huo Jinzhuo tightened his embrace, holding him securely. In a gentle whisper, he soothed, "Be good, don't be afraid. Just remember today's lesson." He lifted Lin Nuohang's tear-streaked face, tenderly wiping away the traces of sorrow with his fingertip, and then pressed a warm kiss on his smooth forehead. "Nuo, remember, you must never remove your bracelet for any reason. Wherever you go, inform me beforehand, no sneaking around. Should you harbor any doubts, anxieties, or grievances, come to me directly. Do not entertain the gossip of outsiders, and never keep secrets from me. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. I understand, darling." Lin Nuohang fervently nodded, his little head bobbing to the point of dizziness. He clung tightly to Huo Jinzhuo's robust waist, burying his face deep within the comforting scent of cedar emanating from him. At that moment, his sense of reliance peaked. Huo Jinzhuo gazed at his swollen eyes and weary little face, then leaned down to press another kiss on the reddened eyelids. "All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up like peaches." Lin Nuohang sniffled, striving to hold back his tears, and in a muffled tone demanded, "Then you must never hide things from me again. I don't want to hear confusing tales from others." He cast a wary glance at the ominous black box. His lips pouted in a pitiful manner. "You can do as you please, but don't scare me with that dreadful rattan. So timid yet so delicate." Huo Jinzhuo's eyes sparkled with amusement. He effortlessly lifted the little one as if cradling a child, supporting him under the small backside, allowing Lin Nuohang to nestle entirely against him. "As long as you behave, that box will remain merely a decoration," he said while carrying him out of the study. Lin Nuohang nodded vigorously in his embrace, his little head rubbing against Huo Jinzhuo's chin. "Yes, I will be good, extraordinarily good." Chapter 31. Waste Utilization. Returning to the warm master bedroom, Huo Jinzhuo gently placed the little tear bag in his arms onto the large bed, tucking the covers around him. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, ready to sleep. He ruffled Lin Nuohang's hair, who obediently nodded and shut his eyes. Huo Jinzhuo then turned and entered the bathroom. When he returned, enveloped in a refreshing mist and the subtle fragrance of shower gel, he discovered Lin Nuohang still awake, his large eyes shimmering brightly under the dim night light, devoid of any sleepiness. "Why are you still awake?" Huo Jinzhuo lifted the covers and lay down. Instantly, Lin Nuohang clambered over to him, curling into his embrace. His small head nestled against Huo Jinzhuo's neck, seeking comfort, as he whimsically murmured, "Husband, I can only sleep if I'm held by you." A warmth surged within Huo Jinzhuo as he embraced him. His large hand naturally slid down, resting just below Lin Nuohang's slender waist at the soft and pert curve, delivering 2 playful taps. Slap, slap. Lin Nuohang shivered at the sensation, quickly darting from his grasp, retreating deep into the covers, leaving only a small, rounded bump. Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow, about to pull him out, when he felt a sudden weight on him. Lin Nuohang had emerged from the blankets and climbed onto him, adjusting his position to lie comfortably on Huo Jinzhuo's sturdy chest. His small chin rested against the warm skin, and his still damp, puppy dog eyes gazed at him, unwavering. The innocence and affection in those eyes were enough to make one's heart flutter. "Nuo, stop it." Huo Jinzhuo's voice deepened, his large hand cradling Lin Nuohang's bottom, attempting to shift him down so he would sleep obediently. Yet, Lin Nuohang remained stubborn, nuzzling closer to his neck, sniffing like a little dog, confirming his scent. With a soft sigh, he exclaimed, "Husband, you smell so good." The warm breath cascaded over Huo Jinzhuo's sensitive skin, akin to pouring hot oil onto kindling. His phoenix eyes narrowed, desire intensifying. "This is of your own making, Nuo." His throat tightened, and with a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning the little treasure beneath him. "It seems you're not tired enough?" His voice was dark and menacing. Lin Nuohang, trapped beneath him, gazed up at Huo Jinzhuo's stunning face, now radiating an undeniable aggression, his heart racing wildly. He did not resist, but slightly tilted his head, willingly meeting those profound eyes. Huo Jinzhuo could no longer suppress himself. He lowered his head and captured Lin Nuohang's enticing lips. A kiss, laden with a sense of possession. ignited all the suppressed emotions. Huo Jinzhuo's kiss was masterful and assertive, effortlessly prying open Lin Nuohang's mouth, conquering and savoring the sweet essence within. Lin Nuohang, though inexperienced, responded with fervor, his small hands clutching Huo Jinzhuo's neck, pulling him closer. As the kiss concluded, Lin Nuohang gasped for breath, his eyes glistening even more. Huo Jinzhuo's breath was equally ragged, struggling to quell the raging desire within him. Pressing their foreheads together, his voice was hoarse. Asleep. Otherwise, I truly cannot restrain myself. He refers to a deeper sense of possession. He has always respected Lin Nuohang's wishes, even amidst the flames of desire consuming him. Should Lin Nuohang exhibit the slightest reluctance, he would immediately cease. Lin Nuohang lifted her glistening eyelashes and leaned in, pecking swiftly at the tightly pressed lips of Huo Jinzhuo. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet resoundingly clear. I am willing, my dear husband. This declaration shattered Huo Jinzhuo's last vestiges of restraint. Damn it, he growled, kissing her again with fervor, more heated and profound than before. His large hand slipped beneath her collar, caressing her delicate and supple skin. The fervent kisses trailed along her chin and neck, leaving a trail of warmth. Lin Nuohang trembled slightly, yet her body responded eagerly, emitting soft, sweet whimpers. The night was still long. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, while the room was thick with the essence of spring. The following morning, Huo Jinzhuo was already seated behind his expansive desk, diligently attending to the mountain of paperwork. The satisfaction of the previous night seemed to have no effect on his meticulous work ethic, though his eyes held a hint of softness. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Ding Yu entered, holding a tablet. Mr. Huo, the matter you entrusted to me last night has yielded results. As Huo Jinzhuo's esteemed executive assistant, his efficiency never failed to impress. Ding Yu placed the tablet before him, displaying a well-organized report on the screen. Chen Yu, aged 22, was an alumnus of the same high school as the young madam and had known her for many years. His personal history appeared unblemished, devoid of significant scandals. Though his social circle was somewhat complicated, often seen reveling with a group of friends. Huo Jinzhuo listened impassively, his fingers gliding across the screen as he perused the information. Notably, Ding Yu spoke with a hint of admiration, noting that his computing skills were exceptional, on par with top hackers according to various sources. After leaving the cafe yesterday afternoon, he returned to the Chun family home. However, upon his exit, he appeared in poor condition, as observed by our agents, with a distinct handprint on his face. Additionally, Ding Yu opened another document, revealing that Chun Jiaming, his father, had been quite active lately, making overtures to Hengda Group. The objective was clear: to offer Chun Yu to the young master Li Tianhao of Hengda in exchange for financial backing or project support to salvage the Chun family's declining fortunes. Li Tianhao had a notorious reputation in their circles, known for his peculiar tastes, particularly in nurturing young, beautiful, and talented individuals who had fallen on hard times. A cold smirk graced Huo Jinzhuo's lips. Chun Jiaming truly played a shrewd game, selling his son for prestige. Chun Yu himself was vehemently opposed to this arrangement. Having staged numerous fierce protests, Ding Yu frowned slightly, sensing deep-seated concerns that prevented him from fully utilizing his hacking abilities to resist his father or confront Hengda. He retrieved a supplementary piece of information. We discovered that Chun Yu's mother passed away early, leaving behind some belongings, but they seem to be under Chun Jiaming's control, who has even used them to threaten Chun Yu. Furthermore, all substantial assets and cash flows under Chun Yu's name have been meticulously monitored and even frozen by Chun Jiaming, rendering him almost entirely economically dependent on others. Upon hearing this, Huo Jinzhuo narrowed his phoenix-like eyes slightly. He was indifferent to Chun Yu's fate. However, this audacious individual dared to use malicious words to sow discord between him and Nuohang, causing his precious darling to return to her mother's home in distress, even momentarily shaking her trust in him. This grievance, Huo Jinzhuo meticulously noted. Moreover, the seemingly prestigious Hengda Group, which secretly engages in various dubious businesses, recently sought to usurp a crucial piece of medical land that he had his eyes on, proving to be quite an eyesore. Leaning back against the broad chair, He pondered thoughtfully. He understood his brother, who had grown up alongside him. The seemingly gentle director of Hung Hospital harbored a controlling ambition and cunning that rivaled his own. Last night at the bar, although Su Wenyuan feigned disinterest in Chun Yu, his eyes betrayed him. A plan that killed two birds with one stone began to crystallize in his mind. He picked up his phone and directly dialed the number. Hung Hospital, director's office. Su Wenyuan had just completed a challenging surgery and was resting in a spacious leather chair, his white coat casually draped over the back. His phone vibrated, displaying the name Huo Jinzhuo. He answered the call. Jinzhuo, what brings you to call me so early in the morning? Wenyuan. Huo Jinzhuo got straight to the point. I have something to discuss regarding Li Tianhao from Hengda and Chun Yu. He succinctly relayed the findings of Ding Yu's investigation to Su Wenyuan, emphasizing the slap mark visible on Chun Yu's face when he left the Chen household. There was a brief silence on the other end, punctuated only by Su Wenyuan's steady breathing. Huo Jinzhuo knew he was listening and pressed on with the crux of the matter. I recall you mentioned having some leverage over him. That lad is said to be exceptionally skilled with computers, a hacker prodigy. Rather than letting him be wasted in Li Tianhao's hands, why not put him to use? After all, Hengda has been quite audacious lately, attempting to seize the medical land we have our sights on, which is rather bothersome. On the other end, Su Wenyuan seemed to chuckle softly. Interesting. Jinzhuo, your intelligence work is impressively swift and thorough. Recording? Of course, it's available. The sound quality is impeccable. I'm in need of a capable technical assistant with quick reflexes and a sharp mind. Thank you, brother. The call ended. Su Wenyuan put away his phone and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He should have anticipated that Huo Jinzhuo would dig deep into the matter. Despite his complex feelings toward Chun Yu, the audacity of that young man, who so readily turned his back after a fleeting encounter, had indeed ignited a fierce desire for conquest within him. The recording from that night was now vividly clear in his mind. Chapter 32. The impatience of anticipation when Lin Nuohang awoke. The sun was already high in the sky. His entire body felt as though it had been disassembled and reconfigured, achingly soft, particularly in the waist and in a region too delicate to mention. Habitually, he reached out to the side, only to find the bed cold. He reached for his phone, and the screen illuminated with a message from the older gentleman. Wake up and have breakfast. Uncle Zhao is waiting. Lin Nuohang rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling a slight warmth in his cheeks. He understood that Huo Jinzhuo must have inquired with butler Zhao and learned that he was still indulging in slumber. He sluggishly typed a reply. Got it. Just woke up, before finally mustering the strength to rise. After completing his morning routine and donning a loose, comfortable outfit, he meandered to the dining room. The long table was already adorned with a sumptuous lunch, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Butler Zhao stood by with a beaming smile, and upon seeing Lin Nuohang enter, he enthusiastically called out, Little madam, you are finally awake. Come quickly and see this freshly arrived live sea cucumber. It's quite fresh. I've specially prepared soup for you to replenish your energy. The mention of replenishing energy made Lin Nuohang's ears flush. Butler Zhao's implication was rather overt. It was undoubtedly a directive from Huo Jinzhuo. That old man. He had clearly said last night that it was unnecessary. Uncomfortable, he rubbed his still slightly sore waist. Taking a seat at the dining table, he spoke softly, Thank you. Uncle Zhao, would you like some as well? Butler Zhao hurriedly waved his hands. No, you should enjoy it while it's hot. Are you going to the honey jar later? Lin Nuohang nodded affirmatively. All right then, I will have old Zhang wait for you at the door in half an hour. Butler Zhao, being considerate, chose not to disturb him further and turned to leave the dining room. As Lin Nuohang gazed at the table laden with nourishing dishes, he felt a warm glow in his heart, albeit a tinge of embarrassment. He sipped the delicious sea cucumber soup and sampled some light dishes and rice, relishing the meal to his heart's content. The weariness that had enveloped him dissipated considerably. He picked up his phone and took a photo of the empty soup bowl and several clean plates, sending it to Huo Jinzhuo. Report to my husband. Everything is gone. Obedient JPG. The reply came almost instantly. MHM, very obedient. Lin Nuohang held his phone, feeling a sweet sensation in his heart. At that moment, he noticed several unread messages from Xiaoya, Little boss, where have you been? Shopping for a day and night? Where are you? Reply to me. Don't scare me. Mr. Huo hasn't contacted me. You should be all right, right? Lin Nuohang tapped his forehead, realizing that amidst the chaos of last night, he had completely forgotten about the dessert shop. He quickly replied, Xiaoya, I'm fine. Saw thee. While shopping, I missed my husband and went to find him. I'll return to the shop shortly. After sending the message, Lin Nuohang exhaled deeply. An hour later, a sleek black luxury car came to a halt in front of the honey jar. As Lin Nuohang pushed the door open, he was warmly enveloped by the rich aroma of cream and baked goods. Hello, little boss. Xiaoku was busy packing for customers and greeted him with a radiant smile. Today's caramel pudding and strawberry mousse were selling exceptionally well, nearly running out. Lin Nuohang's eyes crinkled into a smile. Thank you for your hard work. He walked straight into the kitchen, tying on a bare apron. Xiaoyu was busy checking the ingredients and turned her head upon hearing the commotion. Immediately setting aside her list, she hurried over, her round face filled with concern. My little ancestor, what happened yesterday afternoon? After the greeting, you vanished. The silence lingered, and Lin Nuohang felt a twinge of embarrassment creeping over him. His cheeks flushed. He could hardly confess that he had met Chunyu, listened to his provocations, and then returned home to endure a lengthy lecture from his husband. Rubbing the back of his head, he managed a slightly guilty smile. Oh, it's nothing, Xiaoya. See, I'm perfectly fine. He referred to the hasty message he had sent, expressing his longing for his husband. Xiaoya regarded him with suspicion, sensing that his demeanor was unusually cautious and restrained today. The faint dark circles under his eyes hinted at sleeplessness and fatigue. With a sigh in her heart, she concluded that this young boss had certainly faced some stern words at home. Yet, she was relieved he was unharmed. Half jokingly, she remarked, as long as you're all right. If you pull a disappearing act like this again, I'll one be able to shield you from Mr. Huo's inquiries. She refrained from pressing further and turned back to her tasks, silently noting her observations of Huo Jinzhuo. How could such a good-natured boss still be subjected to bullying? Lin Nuohang exhaled softly, hastily washed his hands, and immersed himself in his beloved work. On Wudong Road, Chunyu emerged from a towering office building, his expression dark and brooding. Inside, he had just endured another fierce confrontation with his father, Chun Jiaming. With pressure mounting from Li Tianhao, Chun Jiaming had nearly lost his composure, insisting that Chunyu must attend the so-called business dinner that evening. Both men understood its true nature. Either serve the young Master Li well and secure the investment, or watch the Chun family crumble, obliterating any remnants of his mother's legacy. The chilling threat from Chun Jiaming echoed in his mind. Damn it, Chunyu muttered under his breath, irritably kicking an empty soda can aside. As he reached the roadside to hail a cab, a black Bentley Mulsanne glided silently to a stop before him. The window lowered, revealing a cold, hard face obscured by sunglasses. Mr. Chunyu? The man's voice was devoid of emotion. Chunyu furrowed his brow in suspicion. Who are you? Instinctively, he thought of his father and Li Tianhao. Were they so impatient that they had sent someone to apprehend him? Someone wishes to see you. The door to the passenger seat swung open, and another imposing man, also clad in a suit, stepped out. His tone was polite, yet commanding. Please get in. He slightly inclined his body, gesturing for Chunyu to enter, but his towering figure effectively blocked Chunyu's escape. Someone? Who? A sense of dread settled in Chunyu's chest. Was it Li Tianhao, or had his father dispatched someone to abduct him? Get lost. Without a second thought, he pivoted and sprinted across the street. Damn it. The burly bodyguard was evidently taken aback by his swift departure. At that moment, Chunyu unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, deftly halting a passing taxi. He flung open the door, slipped inside, and slammed it shut. Driver, step on it. Anywhere. Just lose that Bentley behind us. He urgently pounded on the back of the driver's seat. His gaze was fixed intently on the rearview mirror, where a sleek black sedan surged forward with alarming speed. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. Through the mirror, he caught sight of the relentless pursuit by the undoubtedly expensive Bentley, and then glanced at the young man in the back seat, whose pallid complexion betrayed his fright. Instinctively swallowing hard, he muttered, "Young man, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Are you being chased by paparazzi? Don't ask, just drive. Hurry." Chen Yu's eyes were red with urgency. "Shake them off. I'll pay you more." "All right, hold on tight." The seasoned driver, having weathered numerous storms, perked up at the mention of extra money, especially upon seeing that Chen Yu indeed resembled someone fleeing from debt collectors. He slammed the accelerator, and the dilapidated taxi shot forward like a bullet, mumbling to himself, "Don't worry, I once drove a woman being chased by her husband's mistress. We got away just fine." Chen Yu could only curse internally, lamenting the fact that the driver still had the presence of mind to reminisce about the past at such a critical moment. Chapter 33. What happened to that arrogant demeanor from yesterday? The taxi weaved through the evening traffic, the driver's skill evident as he navigated sharp turns into the busier main thoroughfare. Yet, the Bentley, with its superior performance and expert handling, maintained a relentless proximity, refusing to be shaken off. "Damn it, why won't they quit?" Chen Yu growled, slamming his fist against the door, his palm vibrating from the impact. "Driver, are you capable or not? Why haven't we lost them?" The driver, now sweating, recognized that his pursuers were no amateurs. He sharply turned the wheel, heading towards the bustling heart of the city. "Don't panic, trust me. Up ahead is the entrance to the pedestrian street, where the crowd is thickest. When a moment is right, get out and merge into the crowd. With so many eyes around, they won't be able to track you." Chen Yu watched as the throngs of people and dazzling neon lights grew ever closer. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Driver, stop here." He pulled out 200 yuan bills and shoved them into the driver's hand, flinging open the door and plunging into the bustling sea of humanity. The Bentley halted alongside the curb as well. The man in sunglasses and the burly figure swiftly exited, their sharp gazes scanning the surging crowd. In the heart of the city at dusk, it was the peak of pedestrian activity. The air was filled with the aroma of food, and the windows of luxury boutiques sparkled enticingly. Chen Yu darted through the crowd, his heart racing wildly. In his panic, he collided with a woman carrying shopping bags. "Hey, watch where you're going," she exclaimed, stumbling slightly and nearly dropping her bags, grabbing his arm in indignation. "I'm so sorry." Chen Yu repeatedly apologized, desperate to break free, yet she insisted on confronting him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the two suited men parting the crowd, advancing rapidly towards him. His heart sank. With a forceful tug, he freed himself from the woman's grip and, disregarding her angry protests behind him, fled. His frantic gaze swept across the storefronts, and a familiar yet absurd name caught his attention. Honey Jar, the shop belonging to Lin Nuohang. In a flash of instinct, Chen Yu had no time to weigh the consequences. The primal urge to survive overrode all else. He forcefully pushed open the glass door adorned with wind chimes and stepped inside. Lin Nuohang was meticulously placing the freshly baked strawberry tarts into the glass display case. Hearing the hurried footsteps and the jangling of the wind chimes, he curiously looked up. What met his gaze was the pale, sweat-drenched, and disheveled face of Chen Yu, whose eyes were filled with panic and distress. Gone was the arrogance he had displayed yesterday at the cafe. "Chen Yu?" Lin Nuohang's expression tightened, his brows furrowing. "What brings you here again?" The harsh words Chen Yu had uttered the day before were still fresh in his memory. Chen Yu, however, paid no heed to Lin Nuohang's demeanor. He was gasping for breath, casting a fearful glance towards the glass door. Speaking in a rapid-fire manner, he exclaimed, "There is no time to explain. Listen, two men in black suits are chasing me. If they ask if you've seen me, you must say no. Do you understand?" His tone was nearly commanding. Lin Nuohang was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, just about to inquire further when Chen Yu urged, "Just do it. Consider it a favor." With that, he urgently shouted and dashed into the kitchen, disappearing behind the curtain. Lin Nuohang stole it frozen, still holding a tart that he had not placed properly, utterly bewildered. What was unfolding before him? Had Chen Yu gotten entangled with gangsters? Whatever happened to his arrogant demeanor from yesterday? Before he could sort through his thoughts, the glass doors swung open once more. Two tall men clad in impeccably tailored black suits strode in. The first was a burly man with a fierce countenance, followed closely by a man in sunglasses. The few customers in the shop and the waitress, Xiaoya, were startled into silence. The burly man's gaze swept across the cafe before finally landing on Lin Nuohang, who appeared to be the owner. His voice was gruff as he asked, "Kid, did you see a guy in a white t-shirt and dark gray wide-leg pants rush in here? About this tall." He gestured to indicate Chen Yu's height. The man in sunglasses added, his tone more composed, "We saw him head this way. He should be inside." His gaze purposefully flicked towards the kitchen curtain. Lin Nuohang's heart raced. He looked at these two evidently intimidating men, recalling Chen Yu's terrified and disheveled expression. Though Chen Yu's words from the previous day had infuriated him, the thought of standing by while someone might be taken away stirred a sense of compassion within him. Moreover, Chen Yu's desperate plea moments ago had tugged at his heartstrings. Suppressing his anxiety, he endeavored to maintain an innocent and bewildered expression. "No, I haven't seen a guy in a white t-shirt." He feigned ignorance, tilting his head as if trying to recall. Then he extended his delicate finger, pointing towards another direction outside. "Oh, it seems someone did rush past in a fluster from that way." He gestured towards the very corner where Chen Yu had been apprehended by the woman earlier. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. The gaze of the man in sunglasses lingered momentarily on Lin Nuohang's exquisite face, which bore a hint of baby fat, suggesting an absence of guile. He recognized her as Huo Jinzhuo, the cherished gem of Huodong. Their employer, Su Wenyuan, and Huo Jinzhuo shared a brotherly bond, a fact they were well aware of. The burly man, seemingly skeptical, was about to voice his thoughts when the man in sunglasses subtly nudged him with his elbow, shaking his head slightly. They had no desire to offend Huo Jinzhuo. Such trouble was best avoided. "Apologies for the interruption," the man in sunglasses stated in a neutral tone, nodding slightly to Lin Nuohang as a form of greeting. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the burly man, and together they exited the honey jar with decisive grace. As a glass door closed, a gentle chime of wind bells resonated. Lin Nuohang remained rooted in place, exhaling a long breath, her small hand pressing against her racing heart. Xiaoya immediately approached, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "Little boss, what kind of spy drama is unfolding here? Who is that person from the kitchen? Is everything all right?" "It's nothing at all." Lin Nuohang reassured her with a wave of her hand and a calming smile. "Just an acquaintance who might be in a bit of trouble." She chose to gloss over the details, unwilling to elaborate further. Although Xiaoyu was filled with questions, she understood the unspoken cue and nodded, turning to attend to the startled patrons. Steeling herself, Lin Nuohang lifted the curtain to the kitchen and stepped inside. There, she found Chen Yu emerging from the supply room, leaning against the counter with his head bowed, obscuring his expression. However, the tautness of his body indicated he had not relaxed. "They've left," Lin Nuohang whispered. Chen Yu looked up, his eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions, and his lips moved slightly before he managed to utter a terse, "Thanks." Straightening, he attempted to bypass Lin Nuohang, eager to escape the discomfort of the situation. Yet, Lin Nuohang swiftly stepped in front of him, tilting her face upward, her clear, inquisitive eyes filled with concern. "Wait, who are those people? What trouble have you gotten into?" She sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. "I don't know. Is it annoying?" Chen Yu snapped, his irritation resurfacing as he tried to push past her. "Move." Just then, with a sudden force, the kitchen curtain was yanked aside by a large hand. Chapter 34. A day of tumultuous change. The burly man and the man in sunglasses stood at the entrance like sentinels, their expressions impassive. They hadn't teased straight far. Instead, they lingered outside, lying in wait. "Lin Nuohang, you've betrayed me." Chen Yu erupted, his face ashen as he directed a furious shout at Lin Nuohang, believing her to be the source of his predicament. "Betray? I would never do such a thing." Lin Nuohang gasped, startled by the sudden turn of events. Her small face contorted in confusion. "You were supposed to have left. Why are you back?" The man in sunglasses scrutinized Lin Nuohang, whose expression conveyed innocence and indignation. Ultimately, his gaze shifted to Chen Yu, his tone laced with a note of warning. "Mr. Lin, please step aside. Otherwise, you may inadvertently find yourself in harm's way." Before Lin Nuohang could fully comprehend the situation, she caught a glimpse of a fleeting, desperate ferocity in Chen Yu's eyes. He turned around and swiftly seized the small, glimmering knife from the fruit-cutting station, its blade trembling as it was pointed at the advancing bodyguard. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes were now filled with bloodshot fury and madness. "Stay back. Get away." His voice was hoarse. "Chinyu, are you out of your mind? Put down the knife." Lin Nuohang exclaimed, his face paling. The man in sunglasses narrowed his eyes, showing no hesitation. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, his movement as swift as lightning. In a panic, Chinyu swung the knife, the blade grazing the bodyguard's suit sleeve with a faint tearing sound, yet it failed to break the skin. The bodyguard's expression did not waver. With precision, his left hand grasped Chinyu's wrist, twisting it with force. A sharp pain shot through Chinyu, eliciting a cry as he released the knife, which clattered to the ground. "Impressive agility, but your speed is lacking and your strength feeble," came the mocking voice of the man in sunglasses, as his right hand moved behind Chinyu, twisting his other arm behind him. Under the overwhelming disparity of strength, Chinyu's struggles were akin to a kitten playfully scratching. The burly man stepped forward, expertly restraining Chinyu's flailing legs. Together, they subdued Chinyu, who continued to writhe and curse, as if he were a dangerous criminal being escorted away. "Let me go. Who are you? Who sent you? Litiano, or my father?" Chinyu fought desperately, his voice a mix of anger and humiliation. "Enough noise," the man in sunglasses frowned, his tone laced with impatience. Swiftly, he retrieved a clean white handkerchief from his suit pocket, shoving it into Chinyu's mouth to silence his curses. Chinyu's fierce protests turned into muffled whimpers, his eyes blazing with fury. The two bodyguards, one on each side, marched forward, firmly holding the struggling yet futilely resisting Chinyu, making their way toward the door. "Wait, you can't do this. This is kidnapping." Lin Nuohang snapped back to reality. Though frightened, he summoned his courage to step forward, arms outstretched to block the doorway. His voice trembled, yet remained resolute. "This is illegal. Let him go, or I will call the police." His fingers shook as he reached for his phone. The burly man paused, observing the beautiful youth before him, who was clearly terrified, yet putting on a brave front. He leaned down slightly, lowering his voice, adopting a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Mr. Lin, be a good lad and mind your own business. Rest assured, Director Su won't harm him. Perhaps this could even be a blessing in disguise." He emphasized the name Director Su deliberately before bypassing Lin Nuohang and pulling open the glass door. The man in sunglasses marched Chinyu out right behind him, and the burly man was the last to leave, closing the door behind him. Lin Nuohang stood there in a daze, clutching his phone that he hadn't dialed yet. Director Su? Which Director Su? Su Wennian, the childhood friend of Huo Jinzhuo. The current director? Did he send someone to capture Chinyu? He stomped his foot in frustration, cursing into the air, insane. The words of the bodyguard earlier seemed to carry a tone of deceit. Chinyu was detestable, but surely, given his desperate struggles, he wouldn't come to any harm. Would he? Su Wenyuan appeared quite serious. But how on earth did Chinyu provoke these individuals? The conversations from the cafe yesterday, did they lead to further complications? Countless questions swirled in Lin Nuohang's mind. However, before he could unravel the thoughts, the door to the shop swung open once more, and a few familiar patrons entered, curiously surveying the somewhat chaotic atmosphere within. "Little boss Lin, what was all that commotion outside just now?" one inquired. "Oh, you have strawberry tarts today? I'll take a box." Lin Nuohang quickly suppressed his myriad of questions and greeted them with a cheerful smile. They're just out of the oven, still warm. They smell divine. Would you like to try one?" He momentarily cast aside the troublesome issue of the abducted individual. Meanwhile, Chinyu was thrust into the back seat of a Bentley by his bodyguards. Once seated, he finally freed himself from the constraints that had bound his mouth. Disgusted, he hurled the antiseptically scented white handkerchief to the floor. "Damn it," he muttered, vigorously massaging his sore jaw, his fierce gaze fixed on the bespectacled driver in front, then shifted to the imposing figure beside him, who loomed like a mountain. "Where the hell are you taking me? Who is this Director Su you mentioned? Is it Su Wenyuan? What does he want with me? I'm not interested." His agitation intensified as he reached for the door handle, only to discover it was immovable. The central locking mechanism was engaged. Anger and helplessness intertwined within him. In frustration, he pounded on the car window a few times before finally slumping back against the leather seat, his chest heaving heavily. The burly man beside him turned his head, his voice steady and calm. "Mr. Chun, please remain composed. Director Su merely wishes to speak with you. You may find the discussion regarding Mr. Li Tianhao of Hongda Group and some recent business decisions made by your father, Mr. Chen Jiaming, to be of interest." Chen Yu froze, his complexion draining of color. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. How could Su Wenyuan know? How much did he know? Had Huo Jinzhuo discovered something and informed him? Or had that fool Lin Nuohang, after being provoked yesterday at the cafe, rushed back to report to Huo Jinzhuo, who then pieced together his background and passed it on to Su Wenyuan? He recalled the superficial politeness of the two bodyguards toward Lin Nuohang earlier. It was all too revealing. So it was true. Lin Nuohang was indeed a harbinger of disaster. What could Su Wenyuan possibly want from him at this juncture? To gloat over his misfortune, or was there a deeper motive at play? As he gazed out the window at the swiftly retreating streets, he felt an unprecedented sense of isolation and confusion. Soon, the car came to a halt in the underground parking lot of Hung and Hospital. Chun Yu was escorted by the two bodyguards into a private elevator. As the elevator ascended smoothly, the numbers flickered, and his anxiety mounted with each passing floor. The elevator doors slid open silently on the top floor. The bespectacled man stepped out first and paused before a heavy, dark wooden door, raising his hand to knock. "Come in," came a warm and composed voice from within. The door swung open to reveal a spacious and brightly lit office. Su Wenyuan sat behind a grand desk, dressed in an immaculate white lab coat, which accentuated his poised and refined demeanor. The moment Chen Yu entered, the peach blossom eyes behind the lenses settled upon him, surveying him from head to toe. His somewhat disheveled hair, the wrinkled t-shirt, the dust on his knees, and those almond-shaped eyes that, despite their defiance, could not conceal the flicker of panic. Chapter 35. But I am not your pet. Su Wenyuan's lips curled slightly. "You've worked hard. You may leave now," he instructed the bodyguards. They nodded, and the door closed behind them, leaving just the two of them in the office. Chen Yu suppressed the turmoil within, stepping forward to pull out the chair opposite the desk, and seated himself without courtesy. Leaning forward, he braced his hands on the edge of the table. "Su Wenyuan, what the hell do you want from me? Did you really need to send two vicious dogs to track me down? What else with this grand spectacle? Are you out of your mind?" Su Wenyuan, unfazed by his outburst, rose leisurely and moved to the water dispenser, filling a cup with warm water. He returned and gently placed it before Chen Yu. "You've run quite a distance. You must be thirsty. Have a sip of water to catch your breath." Chen Yu did not even glance at the cup, defiantly retorting, "Stop with the feigned concern. Speak plainly." Su Wenyuan did not press further, returning to his seat, interlacing his fingers on the desk. His gaze, sharp as a blade, cut directly to the heart of the matter. "Your father, Chen Jiaming, intends to present you as an exquisite gift, packaged for Li Tianhao of Hongda, in exchange for funds to save the Chen family. Li Tianhao's reputation is well known within the circle. His peculiar tastes and trained amusements need not be elaborated, do they?" Chen Yu's pupils constricted, his fingers tightening imperceptibly against the desk, knuckles whitening. Su Wenyuan was indeed fully aware of everything. "I can assist you," Su Wenyuan offered, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "I can help you evade Li Tianhao and render your father powerless over you." "Help me?" Chen Yu scoffed, leaning back against the chair, his expression rife with skepticism. "What gives you the right to help me? Are we even familiar? Why should I trust you? What is in it for you?" His gaze bore into Su Wenyuan's face, searching for signs of deceit. Su Wenyuan chuckled softly, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "Because you are currently isolated and without options. Because aside from me, no one else can or wishes to assist you in dealing with Li Tianhao and your father. As for what I desire," he paused, leaning slightly forward. "It's quite simple. I have conditions." Chen Yu's heart sank. He had anticipated that it would not be so uncomplicated. First, Su Wenyuan's voice was clear and cold. "Keep your distance from Huo Jinzhuo and Lin Nuohang. Do not harass them again, especially not with those despicable methods of instigation." "Well, have I ever harassed them?" Chen Yu could not contain his agitation upon hearing their names. Slamming his palm against the table, causing the cup of water to tremble. Su Wenyuan's gaze turned slightly frosty, carrying an air of warning. Whether you have or not, you know in your heart, if you slam the table again, there will be consequences. Second, he disregarded Chun Yu's fury, continuing, your commendable hacking skills will be put to my use. Engage in legitimate work, such as safeguarding the information systems of Hong and hospital, or assisting in public welfare projects aimed at locating missing children or information on rare diseases. No tricks of a dubious nature or attacks on other systems shall be tolerated. Chun Yu's countenance darkened further. Su Wenyuan had thoroughly scrutinized even his trump card. Indeed, he had entertained malicious thoughts, attempting to infiltrate Su Wenyuan's mobile device. He sought every possible loophole, crafted backdoors, and even endeavored to ensnare his target with counterfeit phishing links, all to no avail. Su Wenyuan's mobile security was as solid as a rock, leaving him no opportunity to exploit. Otherwise, that accursed recording would have been silently erased long ago. Su Wenyuan's gaze lingered on Chun Yu's taut face, underscoring the most crucial point: submit to my discipline. Here, my rules prevail. Should one err, one must bear the corresponding consequences. There is no room for negotiation. Discipline. Chun Yu erupted in fury, springing to his feet. Su Wenyuan, are you a pervert? Like that Li Tianhao, do you wish to play some sort of taming game? Let me tell you, dream on. I won't agree. After shouting, he turned to storm toward the door. Stop. Su Wenyuan's voice was low, yet effectively halted Chun Yu's advance. Though he did not turn around, he clearly heard Su Wenyuan's subsequent words, delivered with a chilling calmness. You can choose to leave right now. Step through that door and face Li Tianhao's hospitality, along with your father's relentless coercion and threats. You must have heard of Li Tianhao's methods, right? His patience with his prey is rather limited. Or do you secretly look forward to it? Chun Yu's back stiffened like stone. Oh, by the way, Su Wenyuan seemed to feel that the moment was still ripe. Leisurely picking up the phone from the table, his slender fingers tapped the screen a few times nonchalantly. Then he waved it at Chun Yu's back. The screen was dark, but the gesture itself radiated menace. I almost forgot this. Chun Yu, adjust your attitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind reminding you of how you sobbed for my assistance that night at the Nightshade Bar. Or perhaps I could share this delightful recording with your father and that young Master Li, who pines for you. Let them enjoy the celestial sounds of the Chun family's young master in a moment of passion. Su Wenyuan. Chun Yu abruptly spun around. The fury in his almond-shaped eyes seemed ready to erupt. Yet, beneath it lay a profound humiliation and a glimmer of despair. He bit down hard on his lower lip, nearly drawing blood, his body trembling slightly from the intensity of his emotions. The recording, that accursed recording again. That night, under the influence of drugs, he had lost his senses. Under Su Wenyuan's guidance, he had uttered a myriad of shameful, vulnerable confessions. This had become Su Wenyuan's most potent leverage against him. The atmosphere was thick with tension, stifling in its weight. His gaze was fixated on Su Wenyuan's deceptively gentle, yet utterly detestable face. Recalling his father's menacing threats and the nauseating rumors surrounding Li Tianhao, it seemed he truly had no other choice. Though humiliating, Su Wenyuan's terms were at least preferable. This man, with his refined demeanor and esteemed status, was 1,000 times better than the depraved scum that was Li Tianhao. Moreover, he could indeed assist in extricating him from his current predicament. In addition, he was reluctant to wager whether Su Wenyuan would truly make the recording public. A profound sense of helplessness surged over him, drowning out his anger. Ultimately, his head drooped. I agree. He took a deep breath, lifted his gaze, and endeavored to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity, enunciating each word with emphasis. But I am not your pet. Understand that. Su Wenyuan observed his feeble struggle, a clear and satisfied smile finally gracing his lips. He rose, circled the desk, and approached Chun Yu, who was half a head shorter than him. Leaning slightly, his warm breath brushed against Chun Yu's forehead. Certainly not a pet, but rather a troublesome individual in need of strict discipline and proper guidance. Chapter 36. Under the Eaves. One must bow their head, you. Chun Yu was infuriated and wanted to curse, but Su Wenyuan silenced him with a mere glance. Adding another stipulation, Su Wenyuan returned to his desk, retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from the drawer, and declared, Here, profanity is strictly prohibited. This is the first rule. He slid the paper across to Chunyu. Grabbing it, Chunyu noticed several lines of neatly handwritten behavioral guidelines. 1. Daily itineraries must be reported in advance, and outings require approval. 2. The misuse of computer technology for unauthorized attacks or illegal activities is strictly forbidden. 3. Participation in at least one volunteer activity organized by Hungen Hospital each week, such as companionship in the children's ward or guiding services, is mandatory. 4. Excessive consumption of alcohol and caffeine is prohibited. A regular routine must be maintained. 5. Profanity and provocations are forbidden. There were numerous such regulations, but the most glaring was the final one. Any violation of the above rules will result in unconditional acceptance of corresponding penalties, the nature of which will be determined according to the circumstances. What sort of nonsense is this? Su Wenyuan, do you fancy yourself a disciplinary officer? Chen Yu's head spun as a surge of indignation coursed through him. He was furious enough to slam the paper in Su Wenyuan's face. Su Wenyuan simply regarded him calmly, adjusting his glasses with a gentle push. It seems you're already contemplating the consequences of the first rule against profanity, aren't you? However, considering you have just signed a contract of servitude, remember this lesson. His tone bore a semblance of feigned benevolence. A tight knot formed in Chun Yu's throat, nearly choking him. He could only glare fiercely at Su Wenyuan, swallowing the curse that threatened to spill forth, feeling utterly stifled. What contract of servitude? When did I sign that? This is absurd. Very well. Su Wenyuan appeared unfazed by his fury as he tapped his pen against the desk. From today onward, you will reside with me. Now, let those two fierce dogs accompany you back to your place to gather your belongings. This evening, they will escort you to my residence. Chun Yu lifted his gaze. Now? Why not? Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to return to the Chun family and wait to be sent to Li Tianhao's banquet? Chun Yu was instantly rendered speechless. How did Su Wenyuan know about that? He begrudgingly nodded, tacitly agreeing. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Once again seated in the black Bentley, the atmosphere felt subtly different. The burly man drove while the man in sunglasses occupied the passenger seat. Chun Yu sat alone in the back seat, gazing at the familiar streets as the vehicle made its way to his desolate apartment, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within him. The car came to a halt, and the man in sunglasses exited, opening the door for Chun Yu with an air of gentlemanly courtesy. He inclined his head slightly, saying, "Mr. Chun, please, we shall await you downstairs." His demeanor was a stark contrast to the rigid authority he had displayed during the earlier confrontation. Taken aback, Chun Yu inwardly cursed, "Damn, where was this gentleness when you were apprehending me? Now you act like a big shot." Frustration simmering within him, he stormed into the apartment building. His apartment, though modest, bore the remnants of a bachelor-esque chaotic lifestyle, with the essence of a tech-savvy recluse. He haphazardly shoved a few frequently worn clothes, his laptop, peripherals, and various personal items into a suitcase, his actions rough and cathartic. As he lifted a weathered frame adorned with a mother-son photograph from the bedside table, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he gingerly nestled it among his clothes. Upon descending, the man in sunglasses kindly took charge of his heavy suitcase, placing it in the trunk, while the burly man even opened the rear door for him. "Thank you," Chun Yu managed to utter, his tone stiff and clipped. As he settled into the vehicle, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped him. The car proceeded towards an upscale villa district in the city center, an embodiment of elegance and tranquility. It finally stopped before a standalone villa, surrounded by lush greenery. "Mr. Chun, we have arrived. Director Su is waiting for you inside," the man announced, unloading the suitcase and setting it at Chun Yu's feet. He and the burly man bowed, slightly before retreating to their vehicle. Chun Yu stared at the imposing, closed dark gray gate, then glanced at the solitary suitcase at his feet, taking a deep breath. He recognized this place, or rather, was aware of the development. He had seen a villa belonging to Huo Jinzhuo nearby from afar. He had not anticipated that Su Wenyuan also resided here. He recalled that, prior to the night in question, he had known Su Wenyuan to be a close friend of Huo Jinzhuo, a highly skilled doctor at Hungen Hospital. Yet, he had never imagined that Su Wenyuan was the director himself. Moreover, He could not believe that the person he had found himself entangled with that fateful night would be this very individual, especially with the added embarrassment of being recorded while uttering such mortifying words. What a blemish on his life. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was cursing Su Wenyuan's treachery or his own foolishness and current vulnerability. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, raised his hand, and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open swiftly. Su Wenyuan had changed into comfortable loungewear, exuding a softer demeanor than during the day, yet the gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses remained profound. He glanced at the suitcase by Chun Yu's feet before stepping aside, gesturing, "Please come in." Chun Yu dragged his suitcase inside, walking in silence. The interior showcased a minimalist and elegant modern design, characterized by clean lines and an aura of sophistication, yet it felt coldly distant. Without further ado, Su Wenyuan led him upstairs. They arrived at the door of a guest room, which Su opened. "You will reside here. My room is across the hall." He indicated towards another closed door diagonally opposite. The bathroom was separate, and all the amenities within were brand new. Chun Yu peeked inside. The room was quite spacious, far superior to the apartment he had rented, and it even rivaled the rooms in his own home. He let out a subdued humph as he dragged his suitcase inside. After a brief moment of tidying up, he planned to head downstairs for dinner. Su Wenyuan finished speaking and turned to descend the stairs. Chun Yu closed the door, leaning against the door panel, releasing a long, silent sigh, surveying this unfamiliar space, uncertain of how long he would reside here. He felt a profound sense of bewilderment and a stifling feeling of being controlled. By the time he slowly made his way downstairs to the dining room, he discovered a table set with several steaming, fragrant dishes. 2 sets of chopsticks awaited. Su Wenyuan was seated at the head of the table, engrossed in his phone. "Please, take a seat," he said, putting his phone down and gesturing to the empty spot across from him. Chun Yu approached and sat down, astonished by the array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes before him. "Did you make this?" he inquired, struggling to fathom that an elite dean like Su Wenyuan would don an apron. Su Wenyuan picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of steamed fish, replying nonchalantly, "We have a part-time housekeeper responsible for cooking and cleaning. My role is simply to eat." He glanced at Chun Yu. "Go ahead, you must be hungry by now." Indeed, Chun Yu was famished. He hadn't consumed a morsel since a heated argument with his father earlier that afternoon, followed by a thrilling chase. He wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the meal. The flavors were unexpectedly delightful. They ate in silence, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle awkwardness, yet also a sense of tranquility. After dinner, Su Wenyuan guided him on a brief tour of the villa, the gym, the media room, the study, and even a well-equipped small laboratory. Spacious and fully functional, it lacked nothing. Chun Yu silently observed, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him. "It's getting late. You must be tired. Rest early," Su Wenyuan concluded, pausing at the staircase to address Chun Yu. "Tomorrow morning at 8, accompany me to the hospital. There are work arrangements for you." Chun Yu acknowledged with a nod, turning to ascend the stairs and return to his designated room. He opened his suitcase, mechanically unpacking his belongings and arranging them neatly. He placed a photo frame on the bedside table, where his mother's gentle smile radiated warmth. He threw himself onto the large bed, gazing at the unfamiliar chandelier on the ceiling, feeling utterly exhausted. Thoughts of Su Wenyuan's disciplinary actions regarding Li Tianhao swirled in his mind. He turned over, pulling the thin blanket higher. What would the future hold for him? He had no inkling, but at least for tonight, he had temporarily escaped the nightmare that was Li Tianhao. As for Su Wenyuan, he would take things one step at a time. Just before surrendering to sleep, a vague thought flickered through his mind. What would Su Wenyuan's discipline truly entail? Chapter 37. How could Dr. Su do such a thing? In the study of Uni Villa, Huo Jinzhuo was intently reviewing the details of a contract on his computer screen. Half an hour prior, he had tucked the freshly bathed Lin Nuohang, dressed in adorable bear pajamas, into bed, soothingly promising, "Be a good boy and warm the bed. I'll finish this work and join you shortly." Lin Nuohang had obediently nodded at the time, clutching his tablet to watch baking videos. However, an hour had passed, and he wondered why his husband had yet to return. Lin Nuohang tossed aside the tablet, stifling a small yawn. No matter how exquisite the fondant cake in the video was, it could not capture his attention any longer. He turned over, rolling back, his large eyes gazing at the ceiling, and finally, with a huff, he sat up. Deceitful husband, he mumbled, throwing back the covers, slipping into his slippers, and making his way to the study. The heavy redwood door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light to escape. He pressed his ear against the gap, where the deep and steady voice of Huo Jinzhuo could be heard on the phone. Ah, has Lin Nuohang already taken him away? What's the response from Chen Jianming and Li Tianhao? Good. Continue monitoring. Report any abnormalities immediately. Curiosity sparked in Lin Nuohang's eyes as he placed a small hand on the doorknob, nudging it open just enough to peek his head inside. Huo Jinzhuo was seated before the computer screen, one hand holding the phone and the other twirling a pen. He seemed to sense the movement at the doorway and glanced over. Upon seeing Lin Nuohang's fluffy head and those accusing puppy eyes peering through the crack, his brow furrowed slightly. Understood. Let us leave it at that. He succinctly concluded his call, ending the conversation. Lin Nuohang promptly pushed the door open and bounded over to the expansive redwood desk, disregarding whether Huo Jinzhuo was engaged in work or not. He circled to his side, pouting. Huo Jinzhuo, how can you go back on your word? You promised to come soon. I've been waiting for an hour. Huo Jinzhuo regarded his puffed cheeks, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes, yet he maintained an air of authority. He set down the pen and leaned back in his chair. Extending his long arm, he pulled Lin Nuohang onto his sturdy thigh. Finished with your work? Lin Nuohang nestled into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position. Huo Jinzhuo's large hand naturally encircled his waist, while the other gently pinched his soft cheek. He did not address Lin Nuohang's question, but instead inquired, "How was your day at the store?" His tone was casual, yet it sent a jolt through Lin Nuohang's heart. Why was his husband suddenly asking this? Huo Jinzhuo was well aware of the reason. Just before Lin Nuohang's arrival, his phone had been abuzz. A message from Xiaoyu read, "Hello, Mr. Huo. This afternoon, 2 men in black suits came to the store, seemingly pursuing a young man named Chunyu. The little boss recognized him and provided cover, but he was eventually taken away. The little boss was unhurt, though he appeared somewhat shaken. Just want to keep you informed." Ding Yu's report was even more detailed, confirming not only the actions of Su Wenyuan's bodyguards, but also elaborating on Chunyu's distress before being taken to Shengshiyin. Lin Nuohang lay in Huo Jinzhuo's arms, tilting his face upward to catch a glimpse of Huo Jinzhuo's perfectly chiseled jawline and the slight movement of his Adam's apple. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to be forthright. After all, the lesson learned from the last time he concealed something from his husband was still fresh in his mind, and the pang of guilt was beginning to stir again. Well, it was fine, he murmured softly, pursing his lips before adding, "This afternoon, Chinyu came to the store." Huo Jinzhuo looked down at him, his eyes encouraging him to continue. Thus, Lin Nuohang recounted the entire chaotic pursuit from that afternoon. Chunyu's tumultuous entrance and his anxious plea for cover were vividly recounted. The 2 bodyguards who entered to inquire were met with his clumsy indication in the opposite direction. The bodyguards, sharp-eyed, discerned the ruse and returned to block the door. In desperation, Chunyu grasped a small dagger, only to be subdued once more. Ultimately, he was silenced and taken away. He narrated the events in great detail, his small face tightening slightly as he recalled the tension of that moment. When he spoke of Chunyu being silenced and led away, a flicker of fear and sympathy lingered in his gaze. Huo Jinzhuo listened quietly, his large hand gently stroking Lin Nuohang's back. Once Lin Nuohang finished speaking, he pinched the soft cheek of the person in his embrace. His phoenix eyes darkened slightly, betraying a hint of subtle admiration mixed with jealousy. Such courage, daring to provide him cover? Are you not afraid they might be villains? He murmured, leaning closer to Lin Nuohang's ear, his breath brushing against the delicate shell. Just yesterday, did you not refer to him as a mere pet, a plaything? Have you forgotten those words? Lin Nuohang squirmed at his warm breath, instinctively drawing back his neck. Pouting, he replied, at that moment, I was indeed a bit frightened. Those people were initially quite fierce, but seeing Chinyu like that, He recalled Chun Yu's despair as he was dragged away, and the feigned fierceness in his almond-shaped eyes shattered, leaving only a sense of helplessness. It felt rather tragic. He paused before curiously asking, "Darling, were those individuals truly sent by Dr. Su? Who is Li Tianhao? Why do they want to capture Chen Yu? Dr. Su seems so earnest and gentle. How could he engage in such actions?" He struggled to reconcile the refined Su Wenyuan with the act of publicly seizing someone. Upon hearing Lin Nuohang's assessment of Su Wenyuan, Huo Jinzhuo nearly succumbed to laughter. The seemingly mild-mannered Su Wenyuan was, in truth, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, a paragon of the genteel rogue. In the eyes of his precious Nuo, he had somehow transformed into a figure of earnestness and gentleness. His Nuo was indeed adorably naive. Nevertheless, Su Wenyuan's bodyguard had exercised restraint, recognizing Lin Nuohang's identity and refraining from excess. Since Chen Yu had already come under Su Wenyuan's control, Huo Jinzhuo deemed it unnecessary for these troubling matters to continue weighing on his beloved. He succinctly recounted Chen Yu's predicament, Chen Jiaming, in a bid to salvage the Chun family's decline, intended to offer Chen Yu to the peculiar heir of the Hengda group, Li Tianhao, in exchange for benefits. As for Su Wenyuan, he omitted mention of the recording and the absurd events of that evening, vaguely stating that Su Wenyuan had some grievances with Chen Yu and had now taken charge of him. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuohang's mouth fell agape in shock. Rendered speechless, he profoundly understood the feeling of being treated like a mere commodity. Instantly, his inherent kindness overshadowed any disdain he held for Chen Yu. He felt that Chen Yu's plight was even more pitiful than his own. With a sense of empathetic concern, he clutched Huo Jinzhuo's collar, looking up earnestly and pleading, "Darling, Chen Yu is so unfortunate. How could his father do such a thing? Can we help him?" His heart ached. How could his Nuo worry for another? He lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss to Lin Nuohang's forehead. Nuo, your heart is too kind. There is no need to worry. He is now under someone else's care, and it will be resolved. Is it Dr. Su? Lin Nuohang quickly grasped the situation. Huo Jinzhuo nodded, affirming the answer. Just as Lin Nuohang sighed in relief, still unprepared to feel grateful for Chen Yu, his cheek was suddenly pinched hard. Ouch! Lin Nuohang pouted in grievance, covering the pinched spot. Huo Jinzhuo, observing his pitiful expression, bore a hint of mischievous satisfaction in his eyes. This was a result of Lin Nuohang's concern for an outsider, particularly someone who had once spoken harshly to him like Chen Yu. A surge of possessiveness and paternalistic discipline welled up within him. His large hands slid down, landing on a soft and perky area through the fabric of his pajamas. Slap! Slap! The sound echoed, causing Lin Nuohang to shudder slightly. He let out a soft hum, staring at Huo Jinzhuo with a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could his husband pinch his cheek and strike him like that? So naughty. Such a miscreant. He was left with lasting impressions of fear. Chapter 38. Unwittingly alluring. Minor punishment. Huo Jinzhuo maintained a serious demeanor, laced with a hint of warning. Should Lin Nuohang concern himself with other men again, the punishment would be doubled. His tone resembled the announcement of a new household rule. Lin Nuohang felt a flutter of anxiety under his gaze, yet he found the situation unjust. Blushing, he protested, "I wasn't worrying about him. I just thought he was too pitiful. You can't keep hitting me." You last night, as he recalled the intimidating rattan in the study from the previous night, his voice dwindled, lacking conviction. He squirmed, attempting to distance himself from that perilous hand. This combination of timidity and fragility softened Huo Jinzhuo's heart further. He tightened his embrace around his little treasure, poised to lean down for a kiss when suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. The screen lit up. It was Su Wenyuan. Huo Jinzhuo raised an eyebrow, signaling Lin Nuohang to be silent, and pressed the speakerphone button. Su Wenyuan's gentle and calm voice emerged. "Jinzhuo, the person has been received. There was a bit of commotion, but for now, he is behaving." "Thank you." Lin Nuohang, curious, leaned against Huo Jinzhuo's shoulder, eavesdropping attentively. Huo Jinzhuo's lips curled into a knowing smile. No need for formality. "All set?" Su Wenyuan chuckled softly. "Yes, I have established a few rules for him. Now, on to business. Regarding Li Tianhao from Hengda, how do you plan to proceed?" I have an idea. Huo Jinzhuo replied, let's hear it. Hung Da is determined to acquire that medical land in the southern suburbs, and their methods are certainly unscrupulous. Bribery and falsified documents are their usual tactics. I plan to have Chenyu attempt to breach Hung Da's core system tomorrow, particularly the encrypted folder of Li Tianhao's confidant. If he can gain access and obtain direct evidence of their illegal operations, their bidding will be doomed. Huo Jinzhuo listened, a playful smile blossoming on his lips. He was well aware of Hung Da's secrets, even possessing a few leads that could incriminate Li Tianhao. However, he chose not to reveal this, instead following Su Wenyuan's lead. My intel also points to that encrypted folder. It undoubtedly contains valuable information. However, he shifted his tone to one of testing. Are you certain your new assistant possesses the capability? Hung Da's firewall is not easily breached. This statement served as both an inquiry and a provocation. He sought to ascertain whether Su Wenyuan could truly reign in the wild horse that was Chenyu. Su Wenyuan chuckled softly on the other end of the line. Pondering the extent of Chenyu's abilities, which Ding Yu had deemed to be of top-tier hacking caliber. Whether he possesses such talent will be revealed tomorrow, he remarked, pausing to add with a hint of implication, rest assured, the cage is secure. Lin Nuohang listened, somewhat confused. Yet the terms black system and encrypted files hinted at the notion that Chenyu was embarking on an endeavor both formidable and perilous. He sensed a conspiracy woven into this telephone conversation. All right, I shall await good news, he replied, and with that, Huo Jinzhuo refrained from further conversation. Their understanding was palpable. All right, I'll hang up now. Su Wenyuan concluded the call with efficiency, restoring silence to the study. Huo Jinzhuo gazed at Lin Nuohang, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity ignited by the recent dialogue. With an air of affection, he playfully pinched Lin Nuohang's nose. Did you enjoy the commotion? Lin Nuohang giggled and snuggled closer, his voice a soft plea. Darling, let us sleep. I feel so tired. Huo Jinzhuo wasted no time, effortlessly enveloping him in his arms. Upon returning to the master bedroom, he gently placed Lin Nuohang in the center of the large bed, dimming the overhead light to leave only a softly glowing night lamp. The warm, golden light outlined Huo Jinzhuo's tall silhouette, while Lin Nuohang nestled into the fluffy blankets, revealing a small face with bright, dog-like eyes that shone in the dimness. He gazed at Huo Jinzhuo, radiating complete trust and an unintentional allure. As Huo Jinzhuo leaned over the bed to speak, Lin Nuohang's little feet, hidden beneath the covers, suddenly emerged restlessly. His delicate ankles playfully ensnared Huo Jinzhuo's strong waist, while his toes mischievously brushed against the fabric at Huo Jinzhuo's lower back. Instantly, Huo Jinzhuo's body tensed, a wave of heat surging through him. His gaze deepened, and his voice turned husky. Nuo, let go. Don't be mischievous. Don't tempt me. He grasped the wayward ankle, his palm radiating warmth, warning, if you continue this, you will regret it. Do you recall how you begged for mercy last night? The memory of the previous night flooded back, and Lin Nuohang felt once more the overwhelming force that had nearly engulfed him, along with the suffocating sweetness that had rendered him weak. Overwhelmed, he had pushed against Huo Jinzhuo's solid chest, tearfully exclaiming, I really can't, darling, please stop. Only then did Huo Jinzhuo relent, holding him tightly and tenderly kissing away his tears, offering comfort for what felt like an eternity. Lin Nuohang, startled, shivered and quickly withdrew his feet, curling deeper into the blankets, his wide eyes filled with panic. I want to do it again, I promise. This timid display evoked both exasperation and amusement in Huo Jinzhuo. Without hesitation, he pulled back the covers and lay down beside him. As soon as he settled, the little figure immediately crawled over, nestling into his embrace, wrapping his arms around Huo Jinzhuo's neck and nuzzling his furry head into the crook of his shoulder. With a tone full of charm and contrition, he pleaded, Darling, please don't be angry. I was wrong. My backside still aches. If we continue, I might break. He gazed up with a pitiful expression, and in the dim light, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Huo Jinzhuo felt his desire intensify at Lin Nuohang's endearing antics. The little creature entices without awareness. He chuckled softly, his large hand punishingly kneading that pert little spot. noticing the sudden stiffness and gasping of the person in his embrace. He withdrew his hand in satisfaction. Do you understand fear now? Lin Nuohang nodded frantically, obedient as a quail. Yes, yes. I understand. Darling, shall we sleep? He merely wished to retire immediately for the sake of peace, no longer daring to entice. However, Huo Jinzhuo had no intention of letting this little rascal who flirts and then flees escape so easily. He lowered his head, capturing those enticing, rosy lips. Lin Nuohang barely managed a faint whimper before his breath was completely stolen away. Huo Jinzhuo's large hand naturally cradled the back of Lin Nuohang's head, deepening the kiss. His tongue forcefully pried open the other's lips, advancing boldly. Lin Nuohang was left dazed by the kiss, his body softening. Yet he clumsily responded to the fervent entanglement. His kissing skills were as naive as a toddler taking its first steps before Huo Jinzhuo. As the kiss concluded, he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling. His little face flushed, lips slightly swollen from the fervor. His gaze was both dazed and tinged with the embarrassment of being teased. Huo Jinzhuo's eyes lingered on his face for a moment before he restrained himself and lowered his head, gently pecking those crimson lips once more. He then pulled him tightly into his embrace, allowing Lin Nuohang's small face to rest against his own equally tumultuous chest. He pressed a kiss to Lin Nuohang's damp hair, his voice a husky whisper imbued with lingering desire and suppressed tenderness. Sleep well, my dear. Lin Nuohang extended his small arms, tightly wrapping around him. Yes, good night, darling, he mumbled indistinctly. Chapter 39. The bunny pajamas while Chunyu was still lost in dreams. He was disrupted by a steady knock at the door. Top, top, top. The rhythmic sound persistently invaded his ears. Annoyed, he tugged the blanket over his head, wishing to ignore it. Chunyu, wake up. A voice called from beyond the door. No response. A few heavier knocks followed, still met with silence. Su Wenyuan's patience was evidently limited. He turned the doorknob, discovering it was unlocked. Before Chunyu could react, the bedroom door was silently pushed open. Su Wenyuan approached the bedside, his gaze settling on the tightly wrapped figure in the blanket. Without uttering a word, he reached out, grasping the edge of the blanket, and yanked it off forcefully. Suddenly deprived of his warm barrier, Chunyu let out a cry, curling up slightly, still heavy with sleep and irritation at being disturbed. He reluctantly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he was met with Su Wenyuan's tall, imposing figure, standing against the light at the bedside. Even his well-tailored dark gray loungewear could not conceal the commanding aura he exuded. Chunyu jolted awake, instinctively shrinking back. How did you get in? Su Wenyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. I called you 3 times. It seems we must add timely response to the code of conduct. Chunyu, startled, was fully awakened. He sat up abruptly, too forcefully, causing the loose collar of his pajamas to slip to one side, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. What draws attention most is the pajama worn by him, adorned with adorable little white rabbits, with 2 long ears dangling from the hood. Su Wenyuan's gaze lingered on Chunyu for 2 seconds, sweeping over the silly rabbit patterns. Then his eyes met Chunyu's almond-shaped eyes, still hazy with sleep. Even with his remarkable composure, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. He seemed taken aback by the unexpected innocence of this prickly individual. Chunyu, following his gaze, looked down and fell as though struck by lightning. In a fit of restlessness the night before, he had carelessly thrown on the most comfortable old pajama he could find, completely forgetting that it was the rabbit outfit his mother had bought for him during middle school, long relegated to the depths of his drawer. A wave of intense embarrassment surged over him. You pervert! What are you staring at? Get out! He jumped out of bed, rushing barefoot towards Su Wenyuan, attempting to push him away. His fair cheeks and the back of his ears quickly flushed a delicate pink. Su Wenyuan remained unyielding instead. He firmly grasped the wrist that Chunyu had thrust towards him. Furrowing his brows slightly, his eyes darkened. Chunyu, adjust your attitude. It seems you have yet to fully comprehend your current situation. His voice, though not loud, felt like ice water cascading over Chunyu's heart. Su Wenyuan was right. What was he now? Merely a stray dog seeking refuge under someone else's roof. Why did he have to shout and fuss here? Sensing the rigidity in Chun Yu's wrist and the sudden drop in his spirit, Su Wenyuan released his hold. He did not linger on Chun Yu's embarrassed face, but naturally scanned the entire room. Everything was neatly arranged, entirely unlike the chaotic image he had conjured of a solitary tech geek. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the bedside table. Within a simple wooden frame lay a slightly yellowed photograph. In the picture, a woman with gentle features and a warm smile embraced a little boy of about 7 or 8, who was grinning with sunny delight. It was Chun Yu and his mother. The photograph was impeccably clean, clearly cherished by its owner. Su Wenyuan's gaze lingered on the photo for a few seconds, his eyes deep and contemplative. He withdrew his gaze, restoring his tone to its usual calmness. "I will give you 15 minutes to get ready and come downstairs for breakfast." With that, he turned and walked out, gently closing the door behind him. Chun Yu stood frozen, staring at the closed door. His fingers absently brushed against the soft rabbit ears of his pajamas, feeling an overwhelming chill within. By the time he made his way downstairs into the dining room, Su Wenyuan was already seated at the head of the table. He had changed into a high-quality black shirt paired with impeccably tailored black trousers. The fabric of the shirt subtly revealed the well-defined muscles beneath, projecting an aura of restraint. Chun Yu entered silently, pulling out the chair opposite Su Wenyuan to sit down. He averted his gaze from Su Wenyuan and said nothing, grabbing a slice of bread from the table and biting into it with a touch of rebellious rudeness. Su Wenyuan glanced at him, pushing a carefully prepared, nutritious meal towards him. His tone remained indifferent. "Finish eating, and then we will go to the hospital." The meticulously arranged breakfast, with its balanced components, stood in stark contrast to the dry slice of bread in his hand, the difference immeasurable. Yet, a flicker of rebellious spirit ignited within him. Ultimately, he refrained from any provocation, merely uttering a sound of acknowledgement before immersing himself in his meal. The flavor was undeniably superior to the haphazard takeout he usually settled for, yet Chun Yu found himself chewing with indifference. After the meal, Su Wenyuan escorted Chun Yu to Hung'an Hospital. They ascended in the elevator directly to the director's office. Upon entering, Chun Yu immediately noticed an additional desk beside Su Wenyuan's expansive workspace. It was equipped with a state-of-the-art computer, both the tower and monitor clearly designed for intensive computational tasks. Chun Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing the day's workload would be substantial. "You will work here from now on," Su Wenyuan stated, removing his suit jacket and draping it over the chair's backrest while gesturing toward the new desk. "That will be your station." Without a word, Chun Yu approached and took a seat, pressing the power button. The screen illuminated instantly, the booting speed astonishingly swift. The seamless performance afforded by the top-tier hardware slightly eased his agitated mood. At least engaging in technical work could temporarily distract him from his troubling thoughts. Su Wenyuan donned a white lab coat from a nearby hook, his movements fluid and practiced. The pristine fabric softened the starkness of his black shirt, yet curiously exuded a blend of asceticism and professional authority. Chun Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to him as he deftly fastened each button with his slender fingers. The lab coat enveloped his tall frame impeccably. In that moment, an inexplicable thought of uniform allure flashed through Chun Yu's mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly shook his head, chastising himself. What a fool! To have such thoughts about someone in a lab coat? It's surely a result of my restless night. Today's objective. Su Wenyuan's voice interrupted his reverie as he appeared beside Chun Yu's chair, leaning casually against the backrest. With his eyes narrowed behind his glasses, he continued, "Is to penetrate the core system of Hongda Group. Locate the personal encrypted partition of our financial director, Wang Jinhai. Inside, I require certain information. Extract all data pertaining to illicit activities, including bribery records, falsified qualification documents, and shadow contracts." Chun Yu's brows immediately furrowed in concern. Hack into Hongda's core system? Su Wenyang. The second rule you explicitly stated yesterday forbids attacking others or engaging in illegal activities. Now you're asking me to do just that? Are we to break the law? He felt deceived. In his prior rebellion against his father, he had indeed attempted to breach Hongda's system to uncover some leverage against them, but had barely grazed the firewall before being interrupted. Su Wenyuan's lips curled into a near-mocking smile at Chen Yu's words. He responded leisurely. The rules pertain to unauthorized attacks. Now, I am granting you permission to attack. Hence, it does not qualify as unauthorized. A game of words? Chen Yu felt a rush of anger almost overwhelming him, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You cunning fox," he exclaimed, realizing he was witnessing a true example of a cultured rogue. Su Wenyuan appeared to be quite pleased with his reaction, his mood notably elevated as he reached out to tousle the disheveled dark hair atop Chen Yu's head. This sudden, somewhat affectionate gesture left Chen Yu momentarily frozen. An indescribable, tingling sensation surged from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. "Behave and perform well." Su Wenyuan's voice deepened, imbued with a subtle, persuasive allure. "If the task is executed flawlessly, I shall grant you a reasonable request." He withdrew his hand, his fingertips seemingly lingering with the sensation of the hair. Chen Yu gripped the mouse tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Conditions? Behave? It all felt strangely ambiguous, tinged with an unexplainable intimacy. He dared not meet Su Wenyuan's gaze, nodding awkwardly, his throat dry. Understood. Noticing Chen Yu's slightly reddened ears and his forced composure, the smile behind Su Wenyuan's glasses broadened. "It seems I should speak to him more gently in the future." Rising, he turned to gather the documents on the table, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 40. He too had such times the office was left with only Chen Yu. He exhaled deeply, feeling a thin sheen of sweat forming on his back. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he focused intently on the screen before him. His fingers danced across the keyboard. In less than 10 minutes, he dispatched a phishing email disguised as an upgrade from the tax bureau, and soon enough, a staff member from the finance department fell for the trap. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly typed to breach the Hengdao firewall. Pathetic, he scoffed, simultaneously initiating a disguised program to infiltrate the internal network. After pinpointing the computer of the finance director, Wang Zhenhai, he found that conventional cracking methods were ineffective. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, but remained undeterred. He pulled up the fragments of personal information he had previously gathered about Wang Zhenhai. As he quickly attempted passwords, he muttered to himself, birthday, anniversary, company name combinations. As seconds ticked by, the screen displayed a continuous stream of complex codes and data. Just as he was about to reach the core, his phone on the desk rang. The interruption irked him as he cast a glance at the screen. He hesitated for several seconds, but ultimately pressed the answer button. Just as he brought the phone to his ear, Chen Jiaming's furious roar erupted. "Chen Yu, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you attend Li Tianhao's business dinner last night? And what about your belongings in the apartment? Where have they gone? Have you grown wings? Daring to vanish?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu struggled to suppress his boiling anger. "Dad, can you please stop pressuring me? Do you not know who Li Tianhao is? Just for a bit of money, you want to push your own son into the fire? Hand me over to that pervert to be tormented." On the other end of the line, Chen Jiaming's breath hitched. Then came a deeper hysteria. "The Chen family is on the brink of collapse. Can you just stand by and watch it crumble? Are you still a Chen? Don't forget your mother." "Enough." Chen Yu interrupted him, shouting into the phone. "Do you really not understand why the Chen family is in this state? Behind your clandestine violations and unsavory dealings, being caught and reprimanded is truly your own doing. It is your own folly for failing to conceal your tracks. Now that trouble has arisen, instead of contemplating remedies, you seek to betray me for monetary gain. Is there a father like you in this world? You ungrateful wretch." Chen Jiaming's voice trembled with fury. "Very well. You shall await my arrival. Return to the Chen family tonight, at once. If you do not come back, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond. You shall not lay claim to anything your mother left behind." The phone was forcefully hung up. Chen Yu remained frozen in the position of having just received the call. His phone slipped from his palm, landing with a thud on the table. The focus and frustration he had felt while breaching the system were swiftly replaced by a profound weariness and despair. He stared at the stubbornly flashing encryption prompt on the screen, feeling a deep sense of irony and despondency. What nonsense is this Hengda system? What encrypted files? To hell with it all. He was utterly exhausted, drained, and longed for a breath of fresh air. Yu abruptly rose, not even glancing at the high-end computer, and strode out of the dean's office. Behind Hungin Hospital, there lay a sizable rehabilitation garden, lush with greenery and winding paths. Numerous patients strolled under the company of their family members and caregivers, basking in the sunlight. Yu, like a wandering soul, aimlessly made his way to a secluded bench in the depths of the garden. He hunched over, his hands tangled in his hair, staring vacantly at a vague stain on the ground. This was a habit he had cultivated since childhood. During moments of extreme distress, he would retreat to a corner and fixate on a single point, emptying his mind. Time slipped by unnoticed until a burst of laughter and merriment broke his self-imposed isolation. What a good child. Once we recover, Daddy and Mommy will take you to the largest amusement park to play. We'll ride roller coasters and eat cotton candy, all right? A gentle male voice resonated from nearby. Yay, Daddy is the best. I will be good and listen, so we can get better quickly. Mommy, I want ice cream right now. A little girl tugged at her mother's hand, playfully. No, Eneen, we must wait, the mother replied tenderly yet firmly, stroking her head. We must listen to the doctor and only have ice cream once you are completely well. Once you recover, I will buy you the biggest one. Yu lifted his gaze. Not far away, a family of 3 strolled joyfully together. The man was tall, the woman gentle, and the little girl, clad in a hospital gown with a pale face, radiated a brilliant smile, enveloped by her parents' love. Yu stared blankly, his heart feeling as if it were submerged in icy lemonade, both sour and bitter, swelling painfully. He too had once experienced such moments, when his mother was still alive. His father, though stern, would lift him high into the air. His mother would tenderly tell him stories and buy him pajamas adorned with little rabbits. The sunlight of those days seemed to be warm and sweet. But now, his mother was gone, taking all warmth and color with her. His father had become unrecognizable, and home had transformed into a cold prison and a mere bargaining chip. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged to his nose, and his vision swiftly blurred. Yu's neck slackened as he lowered his head. Scalding tears surged forth unexpectedly from his eyes, dripping down onto his thighs, one drop, then another. He bit his lower lip tightly, stifling any sound, while his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Time passed, long enough for the laughter of the family to fade into the distance, long enough for the dampness on his legs to nearly dry in the breeze. Only then did Yu raise his hand to forcefully wipe away his tears. He tilted his head back, blinking his sore eyes, taking a long, deep breath as if he were expelling all the pent-up frustration from his chest. The phone in his pocket vibrated once more. Yu numbly retrieved it. The screen displayed a message from Su Wenyuan. Where are you? How was the progress with Hungda? Yu respond. Have you forgotten the rules? This is the last time. Return to the office immediately. Otherwise, face the consequences. It seems you wish to confront Shun Jiaming and Li Tianhao by yourself. Each message grew colder, laden with an unmistakable tension, culminating in a blatant threat. Yu stared at the messages, a fire igniting within him. He smirked, letting out a disdainful scoff, embodying a rebellious disregard. With a firm press, he silenced the screen. His mood was utterly dismal. He had no desire to work, to respond, or to face Su Wenyuan's controlling visage. To hell with the progress. To hell with the rules. To hell with Su Wenyuan. He rose to his feet, aimlessly wandering through the vast hospital. The outpatient building, the inpatient department, the research facility, the chilling scent of disinfectant, hurried medical staff, and the sorrow etched on the faces of the ailing all contributed to an overwhelming sense of oppression and suffocation. His phone vibrated again, this time with an incoming call. Chapter 41. At worst, both fish and net are lost. Yu glanced at the screen. It was Qian Lai, an old drinking buddy. Hey, Ye, where are you hiding? Qian Lai's boisterous voice resonated. There's an explosive trendy party at Huanyi tonight, with a top DJ and a crowd of stunning girls and stylish guys. Are you in? Let's unwind. A party? Alcohol? Blasting music? Dazzling lights? Yu hesitated not a moment. He desperately needed an outlet for his pent-up emotions, a means to forget the wretched reality. Count me in. Send me the address. I'll find you. At the Huanyi nightclub, the thunderous electronic music seemed ready to tear the roof off. The kaleidoscopic laser lights flickered wildly, and the dance floor was packed with writhing young bodies. The air was thick with a potent mixture of alcohol, perfume, and sweat. Chen squeezed through the crowd, clutching a glass of whiskey on the rocks, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous sip. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, loosening his taut nerves just a bit. Qianlai and a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces surrounded him, laughing loudly and toasting. Yay. Awesome. Let's do this. Huh. Tonight we won't stop until we drop. Look at that girl over there. Hot, right? You go, want me to help you out? Yay. Feeling good? Qianlai leaned in, shouting over the deafening music. Absolutely. Chen Yu shouted back, taking another swig of his drink. The deafening music, the mesmerizing lights, the raucous laughter of those surrounding him, and the endless shots of hard liquor flowed down Chen Yu's throat as he laughed heartily, swaying his body wildly to the rhythm. For a fleeting moment, he forgot about Su Wenyuan, the cursed encrypted folder, his father's threats, and even the image of himself, clad in rabbit pajamas, weeping beneath the covers. Time slipped away rapidly amidst the intoxication and uproar. When Qianlai clapped him on the shoulder, slurring, "Brother Ui, I'm heading out. My ride is here," Chen Yu suddenly realized that the outside world had long since succumbed to darkness. As the party approached its conclusion, the crowd began to disperse. "You go ahead." Chen Yu waved his hand, feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet, his head swirling. He fished out his phone to check the time, and upon unlocking it, he was taken aback. The screen was inundated with an avalanche of missed calls and WeChat messages, nearly overwhelming the notification bar. All were from the same name, Su Wenyuan. "Chen Yu, you better explain yourself immediately. Ignore my messages? It seems you truly consider the rules as mere whispers in the wind. This is your final warning. Return my call at once." "Very well. Do you think hiding will shield you from the consequences? Having fun at the party? How does the whiskey at fantasy night taste?" "Chen Yu, do not test my patience. Return to Shengshi Yun by 10 o'clock, where the repercussions are something you certainly do not wish to bear." The last message bore a timestamp of merely 10 minutes prior. His heart began to race violently. How did Su Wenyuan know he was at fantasy night? How did he know he had consumed whiskey? He felt as if he had been stripped bare and thrust into the spotlight, utterly exposed. Cursing under his breath, he felt his fingers tremble around the phone. He could only imagine the grim expression on Su Wenyuan's face at this very moment. Nearby, Qianlai was being assisted by friends as they attempted to shove him into a taxi, his bleary eyes turning back towards Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, are you all right? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Chen Yu feigned composure, waving his hand dismissively. "Iem fine. Just a bit tipsy. You should hurry and leave." He straightened his posture, concealing the turmoil within. Once Qianlai's car departed, the streets, now devoid of their earlier din, left Chen Yu feeling a chill as the night breeze brushed against him, the alcohol's effects wearing off, replaced by a gnawing sense of dread and cold. Standing at the roadside, he gazed at Su Wenyuan's final message on his phone, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he trembled as he summoned a taxi. "Shengshi Yun," he announced, his voice dry. The car sped through the night. Leaning against the cold window, his heart twisted with anxiety. How would Su Wenyuan react? Would he truly turn him over to his father or Li Tianhao? Upon arriving at Shengshi Yun, Chen Yu paid the fare, exited the vehicle, and walked a short distance, his steps unsteady as he approached the imposing dark gray door. The villa was ablaze with light. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. What was he afraid of? Could Su Wenyuan truly harm him? He dared him a try. Worst-case scenario, it would be a matter of mutual destruction. But with the recording in their possession, what could he possibly do against his father and Li Tianhao? Su Wenyuan, surely he wouldn't actually do anything to him, would he? After all, he still required assistance. He engaged in a futile exercise of self-reassurance. Chen Yu closed his eyes and ultimately pressed the doorbell. The door did not open immediately. The silence stretched infinitely, and his mind raced with a torrent of dreadful thoughts. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to ring again, the door swung open. Su Wenyuan stood within, clad in an exquisitely tailored black shirt, 2 buttons of the collar undone, sleeves casually rolled up. His expression was inscrutable as he stepped aside to allow Chen Yu entry. Casually uttering, Follow me." With that, he turned and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. There was no thunderous fury, no scathing rebuke as he had anticipated. Moreover, Su Wenyuan had not yet donned his loungewear, as if he had been waiting for him. Chenyu pressed his dry lips together, hesitated for a moment, and then followed swiftly behind. The two ascended the stairs, arriving at a study that radiated an even greater solemnity than the one below. A full wall of towering bookshelves was densely packed with substantial medical tomes and scholarly articles. At the center stood a grand ebony desk, adorned with a computer and a sleek desk lamp. To one side, near the window, a set of dark leather sofas was arranged. Chenyu lingered at the doorway, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washing over him. This place felt akin to an interrogation room. He steeled himself internally. What is there to fear? I am not easily intimidated. When faced with adversity, one must stand firm. Su Wenyuan took his seat in the expansive leather chair behind the desk, adopting a relaxed posture. He lifted his chin slightly, beckoning Chenyu to approach. With gritted teeth, Chenyu forced himself to maintain composure as he walked over and stood before the desk. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close, separated by the vast surface of the desk. Su Wenyuan's gaze lingered on him, scrutinizing his slightly flushed cheeks. His nostrils flared as if detecting something. With a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, "TSK, how much did you drink? What does that smell? Perfume, alcohol, and sweat. Absolutely foul. You reek as if you've just emerged from a refuse heap." Chenyu was momentarily taken aback by his blunt contempt, his almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise, swiftly followed by a wave of embarrassment and anger. He clenched his fists, pushing back defiantly. "Why did you summon me? If you have something to say, just say it." This outburst ignited the pent-up fury Su Wenyuan had harbored throughout the evening. "Chenyu," he said, his brow furrowing, "why did you not respond to a single message today? Not answer a single call?" Chenyu, provoked by this attitude and influenced by the residual effects of alcohol, retorted impulsively, "I was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. Is that a problem? A bad mood?" Su Wenyuan's lips twitched slightly, his eyes narrowing to a frightening glare. "What a poor excuse, Chenyu. Can you not procure a more reasonable justification?" He slammed his palm down on the hard ebony desk with a resounding thud. The desk's pen holder jolted with the impact. Chenyu was startled, his entire body trembling, nearly causing his heart to cease its rhythm. The alcohol had dissipated, leaving only overwhelming fear. Chapter 42. You must allow me to be in a bad mood too. Su Wenyuan leaned slightly forward, the formidable pressure bearing down across the table. One by one, with meticulous clarity, Su Wenyuan enumerated Chunyu's transgressions today. Halfway through the mission for Hongda, he vanished without a trace. This is the first violation of task failure. All calls and messages he categorically ignored, demonstrating a blatant disregard for protocol. The second violation, he failed to report his whereabouts, leaving his movements shrouded in mystery. The third violation, he frequented nightclubs, indulging in excessive drinking. The fourth violation, furthermore, he returned reeking of a foul odor, polluting the air. The fifth violation. With each infraction recounted, Chunyu's complexion paled further. "Chenyu, count for yourself. How many rules have you broken in a single day?" Su Wenyuan declared, leaning back against the chair, his gaze behind the lenses heavy and unwavering. "Tell me, how shall we reckon this account?" The rising intonation at the end of that question sent shivers down Chunyu's spine. The bravado brought on by alcohol had completely evaporated. He recognized his culpability, compounded by the fact that he relied on Su Wenyuan to extricate him from the troubles involving his father and Li Qianhao. Drawing a deep breath, he attempted to soften his tone in a gesture of contrition. "Su Wenyuan, I understand that I have erred today. I didn't inform you before going out, but—" He lifted his head, his eyes reddening slightly. "You must allow me some space when I'm feeling down, right? Is it wrong to want to be alone for a moment?" The final words nearly broke into a sob. Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing his handsome face. Those almond-shaped eyes were now misty, exhibiting a blend of stubbornness and fragility, with a hint of grievance in his voice. The anger that had simmered within Su Wenyuan felt as though it had been prodded, dissipating somewhat, replaced by an indescribable sensation, a mix of heaviness and bitterness. He paused for several seconds, his icy demeanor thawing slightly. Tell me, who has upset you? What is troubling you? The unexpected softness in his tone left Chun Yu momentarily taken aback. Perhaps the remnants of alcohol still lingered. Or perhaps Su Wenyuan's current demeanor evoked an unusual desire to confide. In a moment of impulsive candor, Chun Yu divulged the content of the phone call from Chun Jiaming that morning. He only wants to sell me off for money. He doesn't care about my well-being at all. In his eyes, I'm even less significant than that worthless Chun family shell. As Chun Yu spoke with increasing fervor, his voice quivered and his eyes grew even redder. It was only when his final, tearful accusation escaped his lips that he abruptly regained awareness. What was he doing? Had he lost his mind? Why was he laying bare his most vulnerable, most humiliating side before this man who held the power to crush him at any moment? Su Wenyuan would surely mock him, viewing him as a mere clown. Chun Yu pressed his lips together, his face ashen, his gaze dropping in a flurry of panic. Yet, the anticipated derision did not come. Su Wenyuan listened quietly to his outpouring, his gaze behind the lenses inscrutable and dark. Chun Jiaming's shamelessness surpassed what he had imagined. The atmosphere in the study turned heavy with tension. Silence. An oppressive silence. After what felt like an eternity, Su Wenyuan finally spoke slowly. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I will handle it. Chun Yu looked up, incredulous. Su Wenyuan claimed he would handle it. Handle what? His father? Yet, his chaotic thoughts were abruptly interrupted. However, Su Wenyuan shifted the conversation, regaining that calm demeanor of total control. What does this have to do with your impulsive departure today, abruptly interrupting the task and vanishing? What progress has been made on the Hongdam matter? This was the core issue that weighed most heavily on his mind. Chun Yu's heart raced, a sense of guilt washing over him as he scratched his head nervously. Stammering, he said, I'm almost there. Just a little more. The firewall is too tough. Tomorrow, I will definitely resolve it. He was eager to prove his worth. Noticing Chun Yu's evident lack of confidence, Su Wenyuan's gaze turned slightly frosty. He suddenly rose, swiftly closing the distance to Chun Yu. His towering figure completely overshadowed him. All right, I will trust you this once. Su Wenyuan's eyelids flickered. However, today's mistakes must be punished. Punished? What do you mean? Chun Yu asked, his voice trembling. He instinctively took a step back, only to find the bookshelf blocking his retreat. Su Wenyuan leaned in, the proximity allowing Chun Yu to distinctly feel his warm breath brushing against his forehead. He chuckled softly, appraising Chun Yu's tense form and pale visage. What is the matter? Did you drink yourself foolish? You don't even know what the punishment is? First, go wash off that foul stench. After your shower, come find me in the study. Chun Yu felt a shiver run down his spine under Su Wenyuan's scrutinizing gaze, his fists clenched tightly. He stared at Su Wenyuan's strikingly handsome, yet dangerously charming face, tinged with a scholarly air. With a sense of humiliation, he nodded slightly before hastily escaping from Su Wenyuan's shadow and bolting out of the study. Su Wenyuan stood still for a moment, the light behind his glasses flickering uncertainly. He rubbed his brow, feeling that his earlier reaction had been somewhat amiss. What was this inexplicable irritation and the impulse to soothe? Shaking his head, he temporarily suppressed these disordered thoughts and descended the stairs. Entering the kitchen, he prepared a cup of honey water and returned to the study. The warm liquid cascaded through his body. Meanwhile, Chun Yu vigorously scrubbed away the lingering smell of smoke and alcohol, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. How would Su Wenyuan punish him? Would he hit him, scold him, or employ even more severe methods? After donning a clean, deep blue cotton pajama set, he hesitated before making his way back to the study. He pushed the door open to find Su Wenyuan seated at his desk, engrossed in a thick medical tome. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up. Chun Yu stood awkwardly at the door, the deep blue pajamas accentuating his pale skin. His damp hair clung to his forehead, giving him an aura of innocence and fragility, as if he had washed away the burdens of the world. Come here. He set down the book, beckoning to Chun Yu with a finger. Chun Yu's heart began to race again. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, stopping just a pace from the desk. In a low voice, he inquired, How do you intend to punish me? He braced himself for humiliation. Yet, Su Wenyuan did not immediately answer his question, his gaze roaming over Chen Yu's figure. With a slight raise of his brow in a teasing tone, he remarked, "Why aren't you wearing that rabbit pajama set anymore?" The memory of the scene he had witnessed that morning flashed in his mind, and a small smile graced his lips. Chen Yu was instantly petrified. The tips of his ears flushed crimson at a visible pace. Embarrassed and furious, yet unable to express his anger, he could only stifle his breath and growl. "What business is it of yours what I wear?" This Su Wenyuan was utterly infuriating. In this day and age, he still cared about what pajamas he wore. Moreover, he always felt that when Su Wenyuan posed this question, there was an unmistakable mischief glinting in his eyes. Su Wenyuan, amused by his reaction, curved his eyes slightly. He gestured towards the side of the desk, saying, "Drink the honey water on the table." Only then did Chen Yu notice a cup of honey water sitting at the corner of the desk, its golden hue glistening. His almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, staring incredulously at the cup before shifting his gaze back to Su Wenyuan. Was this prepared for him? His throat tightened, and he managed to squeeze out a soft, "Dry thank you." Su Wenyuan responded with a casual, "You're quite polite." Chen Yu approached and picked up the cup of honey water. The temperature was just right, and its sweetness was perfectly balanced. He sipped delicately, unable to resist glancing furtively at Su Wenyuan. There he was, reclining against the chair, his gaze steady upon him, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Once Chen Yu finally finished the honey water and set the cup down, Su Wenyuan spoke again, his tone returning to its previous seriousness. "Now, let's discuss the matter of punishment." He rose and walked toward Chen Yu, causing his heart to leap in an instant. As Su Wenyuan approached step by step, the pressure of his tall figure instinctively made Chen Yu retreat until his back pressed against the cold bookshelf. What do you intend to do?" His voice trembled with evident fear. "I warn you, Su Wenyuan, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll call the police." Su Wenyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly at his blustering bravado. Call the police? In his current state, hunched with a panicked gaze, he would likely fumble even the emergency number should something arise. He continued to close the distance until they were nearly close enough to feel each other's warmth. He raised a hand and, with a thud, pressed it against the bookshelf beside Chen Yu's ear, effectively blocking his escape route. Chen Yu was trapped between the bookshelf and Su Wenyuan's imposing figure, his heart racing as if it might burst. He couldn't comprehend Su Wenyuan's intentions or why his heart raced so uncontrollably, warmth flooding his cheeks. "What are you afraid of?" Su Wenyuan leaned down, admiring the slight tremor in Chen Yu's shoulders and the flush on his cheeks, speaking leisurely. "Am I going to devour you?" He was so close that Chen Yu could feel his breath. Before Chen Yu could respond, Su Wenyuan suddenly reached out and grasped his wrist. Chen Yu jolted in fright, attempting to break free, but the grip was unyielding. Su Wenyuan pulled the bewildered Chen Yu and seated him in the chair before the desk. He leaned against the edge of the table, looking down at him. "Since you have broken so many rules today, you must be properly punished to learn your lesson." As he spoke, he opened a drawer of the desk and retrieved a printed code of conduct. Once again, a pristine notebook and a sleek black fountain pen were tossed in front of Chen Yu with a resounding slap. "Copy this," Su Wenyuan commanded succinctly 30 times. "Ensure your handwriting is neat and submit it to me for review. Should you miss even a single repetition or present an illegible character, you will rewrite it." A dense array of regulations and a thick stack of blank paper lay before Chen Yu. An intense surge of indignation flared within him. 30 times? He must be insane to think he would comply. Copying had been his greatest aversion since childhood. "I refuse." He sprang to his feet, defiantly raising his chin and shouting, "Are you out of your mind? So many repetitions? Su Wenyuan, do you truly believe you are the principal?" He felt utterly exasperated by Su Wenyuan's archaic and torturous methods of punishment. Su Wenyuan slowly lifted his gaze, displaying no anger, but rather a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. The more Chen Yu resisted, the more determined he became to strip away Chen Yu's prickly defenses, teaching him the virtue of obedience. After all, who dared to challenge his limits on the very first day? "Chen Yu, have you forgotten the rules?" The first rule, no foul language. Another infraction will result in 5 additional repetitions. Chen Yu felt as if he might faint from frustration. his eyes blazing as they bore into Su Wenyuan. "You," Chen Yu pointed at him, his hand trembling. "This is utterly unreasonable." He resolved not to fall for the threat of additional repetitions. "My rules are entirely reasonable." Su Wenyuan stepped forward slightly, lowering his gaze to meet Chen Yu's. "We haven't settled the account for your earlier rudeness. Shall we address that?" Chen Yu felt a wave of intimidation wash over him, his defiance wavering as he subtly shrank back. Yet, he maintained his bravado. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. I simply refuse to copy." Refusing to comply is not an option. "I have my methods," Su Wenyuan said, raising an eyebrow, and leisurely retrieved his phone, gliding his fingertips across the screen. His tone dripped with malicious delight. "Not willing to accept the punishment? Very well." He opened an audio file, cranked up the volume, and directed the phone towards Chen Yu. "Let me help you remember. Listen to this." In the next instant, a crystal-clear recording filled the air, laced with heavy breaths and sobs. "It's so hot. Please help me. I can't take it anymore. I beg you." A deep, coaxing male voice replied. "Help you? How can I assist?" "Whatever you wish, just ask." "I implore you, touch me. Do as you please." Another male voice chimed in. "Anything you desire?" "Make that sound again. It's delightful." "Brother, please, I beg you. I need you, take me." A rustling of fabric and muffled moans followed. Chen Yu felt his blood rush to his head, his fair complexion turning crimson in an instant. It felt as though he had been stripped bare before this man, his vulnerabilities laid out in stark exposure. His mind blanked. The singular thought was to eradicate that wretched sound immediately. Turn it off. Please, turn it off." Chen Yu let out a desperate, broken cry, lunging towards Su Wenyuan, hands frantically reaching to snatch the phone from his grip. Su Wenyuan seemed taken aback by his own intense reaction. With a sudden lunge, he collided forcefully against the bookshelf behind him. A muffled groan escaped him, yet his hand, still clutching the phone, remained defiantly elevated. Chen Yu, in a frenzy, gripped Su Wenyuan's arm with desperation, rising on tiptoe to reach for that infuriating device. The sweet, fruity scent that lingered post-bath enveloped them, intensifying with each of Chen Yu's fervent movements, invading Su Wenyuan's senses. Their warm bodies pressed closely together due to the struggle, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The soft texture of Chen Yu's form and the quickened heartbeat resonating through the delicate fabric of his nightwear. Su Wenyuan lowered his gaze, taking in the proximity of Chen Yu. The flush of his ears, the glistening, tear-filled almond eyes, the slightly parted lips shimmering with moisture, and the soft body desperately brushing against his chest kindled within him a strange, overwhelming impulse that shattered the dam of his rationality. He yearned to seize Chen Yu's lips, silencing the alluring sounds that escaped them. The thought startled him, igniting a deeper irritation alongside a burgeoning desire. He felt on the brink of madness. The recording of Chen Yu's sweet, pleading voice continued to play, like a spell weaving through their nerves. "Su Wenyuan, I beg you, please turn off the recording. I'll accept my punishment. I'll transcribe it. Isn't that sufficient? Just don't play it anymore." His voice trembled with a thick sob and desperate entreaty, his whole being quaking and his eyes misty with tears. The sight of Chen Yu's near collapse finally satisfied Su Wenyuan's mischievous inclination, even stirring within him an inexplicable tenderness. With a flick of his finger, he finally pressed the stop button, and the suffocating recording abruptly ceased, leaving only Chen Yu's heavy, choked breaths in silence. Su Wenyuan set down the phone and regarded Chen Yu's face. "Transcribe it for me to check." If the handwriting is illegible, he paused deliberately, the unspoken implications evident. Chen Yu's shoulders slumped, his gaze lowered. "I understand," he murmured, resigned, as he approached the desk and sat down. He picked up the black pen, opened his notebook, and began to write, each stroke deliberate and methodical. Su Wenyuan settled into the adjacent armchair, grasping the medical tome from earlier, though his attention wandered, drawn to the silent figure diligently transcribing at the desk. Though frustration and indignation simmered within him, he could only comply with the punishment. He relished the sense of control he wielded and found amusement in Chen Yu's conflicted yet vibrant demeanor. He even thought that the slight tremor of Chen Yu's eyelashes as he bowed over his writing was somewhat endearing. Chapter 44. He is now with me. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. Within the study, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the scratching of pen on paper. By the fifth transcription, Chinyu no longer needed to reference the code of conduct. The stipulations were etched into his mind like a brand. His writing accelerated, the strokes remaining neat, yet imbued with a fierce intensity. Just as he reached the 29th transcription, with his wrist aching and swollen, the phone resting on the table vibrated. He stole a glance at the name flashing on the screen. With a furrowed brow, he allowed the phone to ring until it disconnected automatically. Yet, the caller seemed unwilling to relent. The persistent ringing echoed once, twice, like a haunting melody piercing through his thoughts. Su Wenyuan's displeasure deepened as he set aside his book. Rising to stride over to the desk, casting a commanding gaze upon Chinyu. "Whose call is this? Why aren't you answering?" Chinyu bit his lip, lowering his head further, engrossed in his writing as if he had not heard. "Chinyu, speak." Su Wenyuan's tone was laced with authority. He detested such passive resistance. Chinyu remained silent, his writing growing more frantic, the pen nearly tearing through the paper. "I am addressing you. Have you lost your voice?" Su Wenyuan's voice sharpened, and he grasped Chunyu's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Caught off guard by Su Wenyuan's eyes, tinged with a hint of anger, Chunyu's heart sank. He understood that further silence might lead to graver consequences. "It's my father," he finally conceded, his voice trembling. After all, Su Wenyuan was already aware of his troubled family matters, leaving little to conceal. Su Wenyuan then released his grip, revealing faint red marks on Chunyu's pale chin. Su Wenyuan's expression hardened, his voice carrying an ominous warning. "Should I inquire again, and you choose to remain silent?" His gaze flicked meaningfully to his phone. "I wouldn't hesitate to employ a more effective method to elicit your response. Do you understand?" Chinyu nodded, his head drooping lower. The sting on his chin and Su Wenyuan's cold admonition filled him with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He felt like an object, a mere plaything, bound to obey Su Wenyuan's every command, stripped of any dignity. Previously, he had scornfully labeled Lin Nuohang a canary, a toy. Now, reflecting on himself, how ironically absurd it seemed. Noticing Chunyu's complete despondency, enveloped in a dismal aura, Su Wenyuan felt an inexplicable discomfort. He chose not to speak further, his gaze drifting to the neatly penned words before Chinyu. The handwriting was elegant and forceful, impeccably neat. His attention then shifted to Chunyu's slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly pressed lips, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the phone rang stubbornly once more. Chinyu instinctively reached to silence it, but Su Wenyuan was quicker, extending his arm to seize the device, pressing the answer key, and activating the speakerphone. "Chinyu, have you grown wings? I demand you return home tonight. Do you dare to defy me? Speak. Why are you pretending to be mute? You ungrateful wretch. The Chin family has raised you all these years." Chinyu's face paled, and he closed his eyes in embarrassment. "Su Wenyuan Litsten," a vein throbbing at his temple. He interjected clearly, cutting through Chun Jiaming's tirade. "Mr. Chun, such anger is detrimental to your health." On the other end, the unfamiliar, composed voice seemed to momentarily stun Chun Jiaming. After a few seconds, tentative inquiry emerged. "Who is this?" "Hung in hospital, Su Wenyuan." Su Wenyuan stated his name in a tone that was unremarkable. The silence on the other end of the phone lingered longer than expected. It was evident that Chun Jiaming had heard of Su Wenyuan and was aware of his association with Huo Jinzhuo, as well as the young director's capabilities. His tone became considerably more restrained. "So it is Director Su, my apologies. May I ask how you came to possess Chinyu's phone? Kindly pass it to him. I wish to speak with him for a moment." Su Wenyuan scoffed lightly. "Chinyu is currently unavailable." He deliberately paused, under Chunyu's fearful gaze, and added each word clearly. "He is now following me." "What?" Chun Jiaming's voice suddenly escalated. "Director Su, what do you mean by that?" Su Wenyuan, disinterested in further conversation, promptly pressed the hang-up button. The busy tone echoed through the study, plunging it into a profound silence. Chinyu sprang up from his chair, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Su Wenyuan, what nonsensical claims are you making? What do you mean he is following you?" That assertion is utterly humiliating and ambiguous. Su Wenyuan nonchalantly tossed his phone onto the desk, adjusted his glasses with an air of leisure, and retorted, "Given your current situation, eating my food, residing under my roof, enjoying my protection, and adhering to my rules, with penalties for any missteps, do you not find it rather accurate?" Chen Yu fell utterly silent. It was indeed too accurate, almost painfully so. He opened his mouth, but could not muster a single retort. The overwhelming sense of frustration constricted his chest, leaving him only able to glare at Su Wenyuan, his eyes beginning to redden. He felt that Su Wenyuan was indeed his nemesis. Su Wenyuan diverted his gaze back to his notebook. "Have you finished copying?" "Continue." Chen Yu, brimming with indignation, yet lacking an outlet for it, begrudgingly seized a pen and forcefully completed the last few rules. Upon finishing, he pushed the notebook towards Su Wenyuan, practically exuding the energy of his suppressed anger. "I'm done," he mumbled. Su Wenyuan accepted it, meticulously flipping through the pages. Chen Yu's handwriting was undeniably impressive, remaining neat and forceful even amid his emotional turmoil. He examined it for an extended period, long enough for Chen Yu's heart to rise into his throat. Finally, he set the notebook down, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Very good." He glanced at Chen Yu's tense profile. "We shall leave it at this for now. Should you err again, the repercussions will not be so simple. Do you understand?" Chen Yu, wishing fervently to mar that handsome face, ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. "Understood." At last, Su Wenyuan appeared genuinely satisfied. He reached out, unconsciously ruffling Chen Yu's still damp, dark hair. Chen Yu stiffened, retracting his neck slightly. "See, can I go rest now?" His voice tinged with exhaustion. He longed to escape the suffocating study in this fearsome man. "Certainly." Su Wenyuan withdrew his hand, leaning back in his chair. "Tomorrow morning at 7:30, rise and come downstairs for breakfast. Do not make me call for you again." "Understood." Chen Yu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, promptly rising to leave, eager to depart. As he approached the doorway, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to halt momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he turned back and inquired, "Su Wenyuan, how did you know I was a Wanyi?" He distinctly recalled not confiding in anyone. Su Wenyuan let out a soft chuckle. His gaze inscrutable. "I have my methods." Naturally, he would not disclose that since the moment Chen Yu had rushed out of the office that morning, his agents had been trailing him from a distance, ready to report his movements at any moment, including the sight of him silently weeping on a bench in the hospital's garden. Upon hearing this revelation, a peculiar heaviness settled in his chest. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that Su Wenyuan might have someone following him. However, he was utterly drained, both physically and mentally, and lacked the energy to delve deeper. What did it matter? All he desired was rest. "I need to take a break," he declared, hastily exiting the study, as if pursued by some monstrous force. Left alone in the study, Su Wenyuan became aware that his feelings for Chen Yu had seemingly transcended mere annoyance or being a tool for his purposes. Chapter 45. A grave mistake at the first light of dawn. Chen Yu opened his eyes. He swiftly rose, attended to his hygiene, and donned his attire before descending the stairs. He could not allow Su Wenyuan to rouse him. That was his established boundary. In the dining room, Su Wenyuan was already seated at the head of the table, engrossed in his phone, a cup of black coffee by his side. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze and scanned Chen Yu's figure. Clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, with slightly damp hair and a hint of morning disorientation on his face. Chen Yu's eyes, however, appeared clear and alert. "You're up quite early," Su Wenyuan remarked, setting his phone aside, his tone neutral. It seemed Chen Yu had taken his words to heart. "Yes," Chen Yu replied, drawing out a chair and reaching for a slice of toast. The atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. He endeavored to disregard Su Wenyuan's commanding presence, concentrating instead on his breakfast. He understood that Su Wenyuan was observing him, evaluating his obedience. Their silence lingered until breakfast concluded. Su Wenyuan stood up. "Let us go to the hospital." At Hungin Hospital, in the director's office, Chen Yu instinctively seated himself at the computer designated for him. Powering it on, his fingers danced across the keyboard as he immersed himself in the task of cracking Hungda's core system. The lines of his profile were taut with an unwavering resolve, embodying a sense of determination akin to a do-or-die situation. The recollection of the previous night's punishment and Su Wenyuan's warning echoed in his ears. He needed to produce results swiftly. Meanwhile, Su Wenyuan sat behind the expansive desk, sifting through a stack of documents. Occasionally, he would glance at Chenyu. The young man, brows slightly furrowed, typed with fervor as the code on the screen scrolled rapidly. Su Wenyuan's gaze lingered on Chenyu's earnest profile for a moment. Quite well behaved. He understands the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door. Assistant Xiao Gao entered, bearing an unmistakable air of tension and awkwardness. "Director, there is a gentleman outside who wishes to see you. His surname is Chun. He inquired whether Mr. Chenyu is here and requested that you bring Mr. Chen to him." Chenyu's fingers froze mid-typing, the flow of code on the screen abruptly ceasing. He lifted his head, his complexion draining of color, turning pale. "So soon? Is it my father?" Su Wenyuan closed the document in his hands, his expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment. "Let him wait in the reception room," he instructed. Xiao Gao complied and withdrew. As the door clicked shut, Chenyu immediately rose, his voice taut with suppressed tension. "It must be my father. Why is he so anxious?" Su Wenyuan interrupted him, urging him to sit down. "Continue with your task." He leaned back in his chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yet his gaze remained piercing. "All you need to do is extract what I require from Hongda thoroughly and meticulously. I shall handle the rest." Chenyu pressed his lips together, fixated on Su Wenyuan's enigmatic eyes, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. After a moment of hesitation, he asked softly, "Should I accompany you?" He truly did not wish to face Chun jamming alone, but pushing Su Wenyuan out as a shield seemed cowardly. Su Wenyuan let out a light scoff, amused by the vacillation inherent in the question. He reached out, gently brushing aside a rebellious strand of hair from Chenyu's forehead. The gesture laced with a hint of intimacy. "Is that foolish? What purpose would that serve? To listen to him berate you, or to witness a display of paternal affection? Remain here and execute your duties beautifully. That would be the greatest assistance to me." He turned towards the door, glancing back at Chenyu before opening it. "Trust me." The door closed softly behind him. Chenyu stood still, his heart still racing erratically. Taking a deep breath, he returned to his computer. He shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate. Yes, trust him. Su Wenyuan's words were indeed quite compelling, albeit infuriating. He struck the first key, and the code on the screen began to flow once more. In the back kitchen of the honey jar, a complex aroma of burnt sugar, sweetness, and an unusual chemical scent permeated the air. The oven door stood wide open, revealing a chaotic interior. Several suspiciously colored pastries clung to the baking tray, surrounded by scattered powdered substances. The air purifier emitted a dull hum, laboring to clear the air. Lin Nuohang donned a bear-themed apron, his originally fair face now smudged with flour and soot. In his hands, he held an open notebook, densely filled with various ingredient ratios and hand-drawn sketches of desserts. Scrawled in red ink were several popular suggestions from videos by renowned food bloggers. Try using XX instead of baking powder for a fluffier texture. Highly recommend adding YY powder for a unique flavor. He furrowed his delicate brows, staring at the dismal interior of the oven, then glanced down at the notebook where the YY powder suggestion had been heavily circled in red. A look of frustration and confusion crossed his face. "This shouldn't be. The ratios I calculated for fluffiness were correct, but the taste is so peculiar, and the color." He set the notebook down and picked up a tablet, his beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. "If this doesn't work, let's try something else." On the screen was a video tutorial for a molecular ice cream mousse cake shared by a food blogger. The comment section was abuzz. "Blogger, try using lemon juice instead of part of the water for the base. It will be more refreshing." Yes. Add a sprinkle of popping candy into the layers for an absolute surprise. Using dry ice for a smoky effect would be even more spectacular. Lin Nuohang's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. He found these suggestions to be incredibly creative. A refreshing lemon base, a playful texture, a dazzling smoky effect. This was undoubtedly a new product that could tantalize both the taste buds and the visual senses. He immediately became engrossed in preparing the ingredients. completely immersed in the thrill of innovation, neglecting the potential risks, the unverified formula ratios, and the special requirements for handling dry ice. Carefully following the inspirations from the comments, he increased the proportion of lemon juice and mixed in a large bag of crushed popping candy into the mousse mixture. In pursuit of the ethereal, cloud-like effect seen in the video, he retrieved the dry ice storage container, which he rarely used. Just as he was about to sprinkle the dry ice shards into the specially crafted container to place it at the bottom of the cake display cover, an accident occurred. He momentarily lost his grip, and a small piece of dry ice fell into the pot beside him, which was heating up to prepare the lemon syrup. With a sizzle and a bang, a dull thud resonated as a large plume of white smoke erupted. The intense reaction between the high-temperature liquid and the dry ice generated enough gas pressure to forcefully pop the pot lid open. Scalding syrup mixed with white smoke splattered everywhere. Fortunately, Xiaoya, who had just entered the kitchen, reacted swiftly. In the moment Lin Nuohang was momentarily stunned, she quickly pulled him aside. "Little boss, be careful," Xiaoya exclaimed, her heart racing as she surveyed the chaotic scene and the billowing smoke. The pot had been overturned, and syrup was flowing everywhere. Lin Nuohang, shielded by Xiaoya, turned pale, utterly bewildered by the pandemonium before him. He felt a surge of panic. This was a disaster. "Quick, open the windows for ventilation. Turn off the oven. Evacuate the customers in front." Xiaoya forced herself to remain calm, directing the stunned staff while anxiously retrieving her phone. This situation required immediate notification to Mr. Huo. Chapter 46. Stern and fierce in the Minghui Group conference room. Huo Jinzhuo was finalizing the last contract terms with several key overseas partners. He exuded an air of composure, effortlessly controlling the pace of the discussion as negotiations approached their conclusion. "As for the patent authorization, we insist on adhering to the original agreement. The duration and scope cannot be altered, and the additional clauses must take effect simultaneously." No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone, in the inner pocket of his suit, began to vibrate incessantly. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the persistent vibrations proved impossible to overlook. He was compelled to gesture apologetically to his partners and retrieve his phone. The screen displayed a message from Xiaoya, which featured a honey jar icon. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Xiaoya never called during his working hours unless something had happened to Lin Nuohang. His heart tightened, and without hesitation, he answered the call. "Mr. Huo, it's bad. The little boss." Xiaoya's disjointed voice came through. The dry ice pot in the back kitchen exploded, there's smoke. And it seems the little boss, tried Huo Jinzhuo, could feel the tension in his forehead as he stood abruptly. "Where is he? Is he hurt?" "No. He's not injured. I pull him away." In the chaotic kitchen, he seemed to have consumed something he had prepared himself, and now his whereabouts were unknown. Xiaoya's voice was filled with panic. "Secure the scene and evacuate everyone. I will arrive shortly." Huo Jinzhuo commanded swiftly, his gaze sharp as a hawk scanning the startled partners present. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions of anger and worry, rapidly regaining an outward semblance of calm. However, the icy coldness in his eyes remained unthawed. "Dingyu." He turned to his assistant beside him. "You're fully responsible for following up on all subsequent matters regarding the contract. Contact me immediately if any issues arise." Without waiting for Ding Yu's complete response, he grabbed his coat, draped over the chair, and strode out of the conference room, leaving behind partners exchanging glances and Ding Yu, who wore a solemn expression but quickly adapted to the situation. The journey from Minghui to the honey jar typically required 40 minutes. Huo Jinzhuo drove his high-performance sports car as if it were on a racetrack, disregarding several yellow traffic lights, compressing the travel time to a mere 20 minutes. He abruptly halted the vehicle in front of the dessert shop, flung open the car door, and marched inside. The customers had already been evacuated, and the air retained a faint scent of charred remnants and something peculiar. Upon seeing him, Xiaoya rushed over as if he were a savior, her eyes reddened. "Mr. Huo, you finally made it." The young boss was just dazed in the kitchen, and now he has vanished. "We searched the entire downstairs but couldn't find him." Huo Jinzhuo's gaze sharpened, lacking the patience to listen to her elaborate explanation as he made a beeline for the kitchen. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. The workstation was in disarray, syrup congealed on the floor and countertop. The oven door stood ajar, revealing a charred interior that emitted an even more pungent odor. Scattered on the ground were fragments of dry ice and packaging. Damn it, he dared to touch dry ice? The intertwining feelings of anger and concern surged within Huo Jinzhuo. Lin Nuohang, his voice, though not loud, resonated with thunderous authority throughout the kitchen. Come out. There was no response, only the faint sound of the lingering smoke alarm. Huo Jinzhuo's brow furrowed deeper as he surveyed the entire kitchen, finally fixing his gaze on the small staircase leading to the second-floor lounge. He ascended the stairs in 3 swift strides, while Xiaoya, trembling with fear, hesitated to follow. The lounge door was tightly shut. Lin Nuohang opened the door. He called out, his tone commanding and uncompromising. He twisted the doorknob, but it was locked. Inside, there was an eerie silence. Huo Jinzhuo's fury reached a boiling point. He raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the heavy door. With a resounding crash, the entire door shook. Lin Nuohang, I will count to 3. If you do not open the door, you shall bear the consequences. 1. A faint, frantic rustling sound came from within. 2. Huo Jinzhuo's voice served as a final ultimatum. Click. The door lock was turned from the inside, and a gap appeared as the door creaked open. Huo Jinzhuo forcefully pushed the door wide, revealing Lin Nuohang curled up on a small sofa in the corner, hugging his knees and shrinking into a tiny ball. His usually fair and soft features now appeared disheveled, resembling a dirty stray cat. His beautiful, large eyes brimmed with terror and guilt. Tears, yet to dry, clung to her eyelashes as she timidly gazed at the formidable figure of Huo Jinzhuo at the door, her body trembling involuntarily. Relief washed over him upon seeing her unharmed. It was swiftly followed by a tidal wave of lingering dread and fury. He strode towards her, his commanding presence instinctively causing Lin Nuohang to shrink back. Hiding? Only when trouble arises do you think to hide. Huo Jinzhuo's voice was laden with gravity as he reached out, not to strike, but to roughly wipe away the smudges from Lin Nuohang's face. His gaze bore into her, demanding, where does it hurt? Speak. Startled by his stern tone, Lin Nuohang shivered. Her tears cascaded down even more fiercely as she choked out, I'm not hurt. It's just, my stomach feels a bit uneasy. She clutched her upper left abdomen, her voice tinged with distress as she added, I only took a small bite of that pastry and lemon mousse to try the flavor. A vein throbbed at Huo Jinzhuo's temple, altering recipes, recklessly handling hazardous materials, consuming unknown substances, and then daring to hide. The fury within him was almost overwhelming. A primal urge to seize her and deliver a reprimand. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. What matters most now is your well-being. What does it hurt? Here? His warm hand gently pressed against the area she was touching, carefully assessing the situation. Lin Nuohang nodded through her sobs, her small hand instinctively clutching the hem of Huo Jinzhuo's expensive suit, gripping it tightly in fear that he might storm off in wrath. Darling, please don't be angry. I understand my mistake. I won't dare again. She kept her gaze averted, her eyes cast downwards. Seeing her in such a pitiful state of remorse quelled much of Huo Jinzhuo's rage, leaving only a profound sense of heartache and apprehension. He rubbed his temples, letting out a resigned sigh. Lin Nuohang had a knack for landing herself in trouble, yet somehow would promptly forget her misdeeds, only to repeat them time and again. Quite the troublemaker, aren't you, Lin the pastry chef? Huo Jinzhuo teased, pinching her nose while his tone bore a hint of exasperation. With that, he took her hand, saying, let us go to the hospital. He swiftly helped Lin Nuohang cleanse her face. As they descended the stairs, he instructed the flustered Xiaoya, thoroughly disinfect the kitchen. Dispose of all items that came into contact with the unidentified substance. I will arrange for a new oven to be delivered. We will suspend operations for today, but salaries will be unaffected. Yes, Mr. Huo. Xiaoya promptly replied. Huo Jinzhuo assisted the dejected Lin Nuohang into the car, carefully fastening her seatbelt. She slumped, her forehead resting against the cool window, watching their pastry shop, now a scene of calamity, fade from view, her heart a mix of fear and regret. It's over. The oven is broken, The shop is closed, and my husband is furious. As Huo Jinzhuo started the engine, he dialed Ding Yu's number. His voice regained its usual steadiness. Ding Yu, has the contract been finalized? Yes, Mr. Huo. Everything went smoothly, and the other party is very satisfied, Ding Yu responded. Excellent. Immediately contact the supplier and order a top-of-the-line professional oven to be delivered to the honey jar. Today, attend to all matters that you can manage. Those that you cannot, set aside until my return to the company tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Huo. Ding Yu comprehended the underlying message, suggesting that there was considerable unrest on the young lady's end. After hanging up, Huo Jinzhuo promptly dialed Su Wenyuan. His tone was succinct and direct. Wenyuan, I will be arriving at Heng'an Hospital shortly. Su Wenyuan, on the other end, appeared somewhat taken aback. Now? What is the matter? I am taking Nuohang over to see him. He has been eating indiscriminately and is experiencing discomfort. We might as well conduct a full physical examination. Huo Jinzhuo cast a glance at the little quail huddled beside him, too afraid to make sound. Oh! Su Wenyuan's voice carried a hint of amusement. Very well, upon your arrival, come straight to my office. I have a minor issue to attend to and will not be able to greet you personally. Understood. Huo Jinzhuo acknowledged, then ended the call. Silence enveloped the car. Chapter 47. Fortunate to have a good father, Lin Nuohang stole glances at Huo Jinzhuo's stern profile. In a soft whisper, she implored, Husband, please do not be angry anymore. I recognize my mistake. Her voice was gentle, laced with cautious appeasement. Huo Jinzhuo tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His gaze fixed ahead, refraining from an immediate response. He was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of dread, fearful for his safety, anxious about potential mishaps. This emotion required time to settle, and it was crucial for this little fool to learn a lesson. He resolved to withhold conversation for the time being, allowing her to reflect on her actions. It was essential for her to understand the gravity of her missteps. The vehicle merged into traffic, speeding toward Heng'an Hospital. When Su Wenyuan entered the reception room, Chen Jiaming immediately rose from the sofa, donning a somewhat forced smile, typical of commercial courtesies. Director Su, I apologize for the intrusion. Su Wenyuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement and proceeded to sit on the primary sofa, his demeanor both aloof and dignified. His calm gaze swept over Chen Jiaming, who was not met with the anticipated presence, and a flicker of anxiety and disappointment crossed his eyes. Isn't Chen Yu accompanying you? Chen Jiaming inquired tentatively. He is preoccupied with important affairs on my behalf. Su Wenyuan lifted his eyelids slightly, stating, Mr. Chen, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly. My time is limited. The smile on Chen Jiaming's face faltered. He had tossed and turned last night, ruminating over Su Wenyuan's previous remark about having Chen Yu. Coupled with the realization that Chen Yu's personal belongings were significantly diminished at his apartment, a thought began to crystallize. Does Su Wenyuan harbor feelings for Chen Yu? This could potentially be a turning point. If Chen Yu could be leveraged to connect with Su Wenyuan, perhaps even through him to gain favor with Huo Jinzhuo, the Chen family's current crisis might be alleviated. He had even inadvertently gleaned from Su Wenyuan's assistant that Chen Yu was presently at the hospital. But why would Su Wenyuan keep Chen Yu from appearing? And how had Chen Yu managed to climb this lofty tree? Director Su, Chen Jiaming suppressed the schemes swirling in his mind, adopting a facade of concern and confusion. Last night, you mentioned over the phone that Chen Yu is now under your wing? Forgive my impertinence, but what does this mean? As his father, I ought to know my son's whereabouts, correct? He deliberately emphasized his paternal role. Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. The implication was straightforward. Chen Yu is now mine. He has signed a contract binding him to me. He deliberately emphasized the last three words, savoring the moment as Chen Jiaming's face transformed into a ghastly visage. He continued to leisurely elaborate. As for the direction, a person who can treat his own son as a mere commodity, bartering him for personal gain to fill the void of his mismanagement, seems hardly qualified to inquire further. These words struck like a resounding slap, forcefully landing upon Chen Jiaming's face. His countenance turned an ashen hue, a surge of fury rushing to his head. Su Wenyuan, mind your words. If it weren't for Huo Jinzhuo 6 months ago, Su Wenyuan coldly interrupted him, In business as in warfare, if one lacks skill, one must not blame others. To attribute your failures to others, even to unleash your ire upon your powerless son, is this your notion of fatherhood? He did not conceal the disdain in his tone. I am genuinely curious, you who profess to be a father, what have you ever given Chinyu aside from exploitation and harm? Chun Jiaming felt the sting of truth. His chest heaved, fingers gripping the armrest of the sofa tightly. Su Wenyuan had thoroughly investigated the Chun family. He was acutely aware of everything. This realization filled Chun Jiaming with dread. You! He sprang to his feet, pointing an unsteady finger at Su Wenyuan. Su Wenyang, do not slander me. I demand to see my son. Now, immediately. Li Tianhao had granted him only 3 days to retrieve Chunyu, and he could not fathom that Su Wenyuan would dare to withhold him in front of him. He understood Chun Yu's disposition. He must have been ensnared by some leverage Su Wenyuan possessed. Su Wenyuan remained composed, lifting his chin with an air of superiority. This is Hung'an Hospital, not the Chun Group, nor is it a place for your tantrums. You will not see Chinyu. He stood, looking down at the agitated Chun Jiaming. If you continue to cause a scene, I shall call security to escort you out. Mr. Chun, I trust you wouldn't want to lose face here at Hung'an Hospital, would you? Chun Jiaming's complexion shifted from ashen to black, the blatant threat and humiliation causing him to tremble. He glared into Su Wenyuan's emotionless eyes, recognizing the seriousness of his demeanor. Confrontation would yield him no victory. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to force out a venomous statement. Very well. Su Wenyuan, you have some audacity. Tell Chunyu, that rebellious son of mine. Tomorrow, if he does not appear before me by noon, he shall never lay eyes on that worthless box of relics left by his mother again. Su Wenyuan's pupils constricted sharply. The calm facade on his face shattered, replaced with a deeper, colder fury. Chunyu truly has the misfortune of having you as a father. His voice was as frigid as ice, each word resonating with piercing clarity. I have heard that the Chun family's financial chain is on the verge of collapse, desperately seeking assistance. He took a few steps closer. You would do well to pray those precious items remain unscathed. If even a single hair is harmed, or if Chunyu sheds a tear due to your foolish remarks. He leaned in closer, whispering in a tone audible only to them. I would not hesitate to assist you in experiencing what true devastation feels like, a state from which there is no recovery. I mean every word I say. Chun Jiaming's body quivered, as if struck by lightning. He had no doubt Su Wenyuan possessed the capability and an unyielding resolve to follow through on his threats. Indeed, he is not entirely oblivious to the nuances of retreat. It appears that Su Wenyuan is quite protective of Chunyu. A direct confrontation would surely be futile. A more subtle approach is necessary, one that stabilizes the situation for the Chun family first. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering another word, turning awkwardly and hastily exiting the reception room. Su Wenyuan remained rooted in place, his chest rising and falling slightly. Frustrated, he pinched the bridge of his nose and made his way to the window. Below, Chun Jiaming stumbled into a car, hastily departing. The relics of Chun Yu's mother? Huo Jinzhuo had previously mentioned this briefly. It seems he must inquire further with Chunyu. Huo Jinzhuo's vehicle was parked at the VIP entrance of Hung'an Hospital. He unbuckled his seatbelt, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door. Lin Nuohang was still slumped in her seat, her small face devoid of color, clutching her abdomen tightly. Get out! Huo Jinzhuo's voice lacked warmth as he noticed Lin Nuohang pouting and remaining motionless. He extended his hand, not to assist her, but to lift her directly from her seat. Her small hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, cradled in the familiar and secure embrace. Lin Nuohang's taut nerves began to ease slightly. She buried her face into the crook of Huo Jinzhuo's neck, gently nuzzling against him. Such delicacy. Huo Jinzhuo held her close, striding into the hospital, disregarding the occasional glances cast his way, heading straight for the exclusive elevator. His brow furrowed slightly, worry still lingering. Meanwhile, the door to the director's office swung open. Su Wenyuan had just returned to his office after dealing with a minor inconvenience posed by Chun Jiaming. Chunyu remained seated before the computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. The progress bar on the screen had advanced significantly. Upon hearing the door open, He instinctively looked up, locking eyes with Su Wenyuan. Their gazes met. Su Wenyuan's expression was deep and complex, tinged with a lingering chill, and accompanied by a profound, inscrutable curiosity that Chun Yu could not comprehend. His heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his eyelashes, his fingers moving even more swiftly. Had he finished his conversation? What had his father said? Questions swirled in his mind, yet he dared not voice them. Just as Su Wenyuan was about to speak to Chun Yu, there was another knock at the office door. The voice of Xiao Gao called out, "Director, Mr. Huo and Mr. Lin have arrived." Chapter 48. Why such tenderness towards him? Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, momentarily withdrawing his gaze from Chun Yu. He turned towards the entrance. "Please, come in." The door opened, and Huo Jinzhuo entered, carrying Lin Nuohang, his presence emanating an unyielding chill that filled the entire space. Lin Nuohang, nestled in Huo Jinzhuo's arms, timidly lifted her small face, catching sight of Chun Yu seated at the desk. Chun Yu, in turn, noticed Lin Nuohang, pale and appearing exceedingly fragile and dependent, sheltered in Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, and the concern that, despite its sternness, emanated from Huo Jinzhuo's face. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Yu's eyes, swiftly followed by discomfort. Why? This thought surged uncontrollably within him. Why was Lin Nuohang afforded such affection and protection, even when she faltered, with someone always there to catch her fall? He cast a fleeting glance at Su Wenyuan's position beside him, feeling the humiliation of being admonished magnified infinitely in this moment, nearly overwhelming him. He hurriedly lowered his gaze, attempting to redirect his attention back to the screen. However, his fingertips were icy, and he found himself unable to type. Su Wenyuan's gaze traversed across Huo Jinzhuo, Lin Nuohang, and Chun Yu, who was seated behind a desk. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. Addressing Huo Jinzhuo with a tone of familiarity, he quipped, "You've arrived?" With that demeanor, one might think you're carrying a bomb. He gestured with his chin towards Lin Nuohang, nestled in Huo Jinzhuo's arms, and inquired, "What is going on with the little one?" You didn't clarify over the phone. Huo Jinzhuo disregarded his teasing and proceeded to a spacious leather sofa on one side of the office, carefully settling Lin Nuohang down. Straightening up, he pointed his chin toward Lin Nuohang, his tone turning stern. "Ask him." Gained too much confidence. Watching a silly video and heeding a plethora of so-called expert advice, recklessly experimenting with new concoctions, nearly blew up the kitchen. Not to mention he actually consumed what he made. Now he's crying about a stomachache, upper left abdomen. With every utterance, Lin Nuohang shrank further, ultimately curling into the sofa, his small face buried low, exposing only a tuft of fluffy hair and the tips of his ears, which had turned bright red. This is it, facing reprimand from Dr. Su, and with Chun Yu present, how embarrassing. How could his husband yell at him in front of others, especially Chun Yu, who would surely mock him? Su Wenyuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He crouched down to meet Lin Nuohang's gaze, his voice unusually gentle. "Little one, don't be afraid. Besides the stomachache, do you feel nauseous? Want to vomit? Or perhaps feel dizzy?" As he inquired, he swiftly pressed the intercom button. "Xiao Gao, prepare a VIP examination room immediately." Chun Yu perked up, his fingers hovering above the keyboard. The tone Su Wenyuan used with Lin Nuohang was a softness laced with coaxing that Chun Yu had never heard before. Why such gentleness towards him? For him, it was always the punishment of writing lines 30 times. A wave of inexplicable, bitter discomfort crept into his heart. Unable to resist, he quickly cast a glance back at the sofa. That glance happened to collide with Su Wenyuan's casual yet piercing gaze. The warmth that had adorned Su Wenyuan's expression in Lin Nuohang's presence vanished without a trace, replaced by a warning tone. "What are you staring at? The sky falling has nothing to do with you. Continue with your tasks. The Hengda system awaits your attention." Chun Yu's face paled suddenly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water in public. He pressed his lips together and swiftly turned back to the screen, focusing on the dancing lines of code. Taking a deep breath. Right, it had nothing to do with him. He merely needed to fulfill his duties. Gritting his teeth, his fingers resumed their rapid dance across the keyboard, even faster than before. That foolish Lin Nuohang deserved to suffer for eating something bad. Look at that cowardly appearance. Huo Jinzhuo must have scolded him thoroughly, and Su Wenyuan's earlier words were undeniably grating. Lin Nuohang was gradually comforted by Su Wenyuan's gentle tone. He timidly lifted his head slightly, murmuring, "I feel a bit nauseous and somewhat dizzy." He dared not glance at the visibly tense Huo Jinzhuo beside him, focusing instead on the buttons of Su Wenyuan's white coat. Su Wenyuan nodded, having formed a preliminary assessment in his mind. He stood up and addressed Huo Jinzhuo. "It sounds like acute gastroenteritis. The issue shouldn't be serious. However, to be thorough, a detailed examination is necessary to rule out other possibilities. It would be appropriate to conduct a full physical checkup to see if there are any other hidden health concerns from your indulgent care." His tone held a hint of teasing, yet his gaze remained earnest. Huo Jinzhuo's taut jawline relaxed slightly, though his eyes towards Lin Nuohang remained stern, suggesting he would settle accounts once Lin was well. "Is the examination room ready?" Su Wenyuan inquired of the assistant, Xiao Gao, who had just entered. "It's ready, Director." "In the adjacent building B, 3rd floor, VIP 1, Xiao Gao promptly replied. "Let's go." Su Wenyuan signaled for Huo Jinzhuo to assist Lin Nuohang. Huo Jinzhuo bent down, his arm once again slipping beneath Lin Nuohang's knees, lifting him securely into his arms. This time, Lin Nuohang refrained from gasping in surprise, wrapping his arms deftly around Huo Jinzhuo's neck, burying his face once more into that familiar, safe haven. Although his husband could be fierce, his embrace remained warm. Su Wenyuan exited the office first, with Huo Jinzhuo closely following, cradling Lin Nuohang. As they passed Qinyu's desk, Huo Jinzhuo's icy gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over the young man seated at the computer, whose rigid posture was conspicuously tense. Su Wenyuan seems to be managing things rather effectively. Huo Jinzhuo mused with a hint of amusement. He could not deny that Qinyu's appearance was indeed to Su Wenyuan's taste. However, he wondered whether Chen had been tamed or merely subdued for the moment. Qinyu felt the piercing gaze slice through him like a tangible blade of ice, raising the hairs on his neck. He fixed his eyes on the screen, too afraid to move, even holding his breath. What was he looking at? It was not until the office door was gently closed that Qinyu exhaled a breath he had been holding for far too long, his shoulders sagging slightly. This was the second time he had felt Huo Jinzhuo's oppressive presence, which was even more overwhelming than Su Wenyuan's anger. How could Lin Nuohang endure such a demeanor? As for Huo Jinzhuo, the unrealistic infatuation he once felt had long since faded, replaced by a complex mix of emotions regarding Huo Jinzhuo's dismantling of the Chen family. Hate that seemed unwarranted. His father had brought it upon himself. Resentment? Perhaps a little. But more than anything, he wished to distance himself from it all. The examination proceeded swiftly. Su Wenyuan personally conducted the assessment and, combined with the test results, confirmed the diagnosis of acute gastroenteritis. It was evident that Lin Nuohang had been well taken care of by Huo Jinzhuo, as the health report was all clear. Watching the transparent fluid drip slowly into Lin Nuohang's hand through the four, Su Wenyuan sighed with relief and addressed Huo Jinzhuo, who was stationed by the bedside. "It's merely a case of food poisoning, acute gastroenteritis. Nothing serious. Once this bag is finished and the pain subsides, he can go home. For the next few days, he should stick to a light diet and avoid those questionable experimental items." The final sentence was directed towards Lin Nuohang, imbued with the gentle admonition characteristic of a physician. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Nuohang's pallid face showed a hint of color, though his spirit appeared somewhat lifted. His large eyes cautiously scrutinized Huo Jinzhuo's expression, seemingly less intimidating than before. With the hand that had not been subjected to an drip, he pitifully reached out, gently tugging at Huo Jinzhuo's large hand resting by the bedside, his fingertips icy. Huo Jinzhuo reciprocated by clasping his chilly little hand and tenderly tousled his curls. The gesture exuded palpable affection, yet his tone remained grave. "Are you beginning to feel fear now?" Lin Nuohang fervently nodded, his voice thick with contrition as he pleaded. "Darling, please don't be upset. Will you forgive me?" At this moment, his primary concern was not his stomach, but rather the impending punishment he would face from Huo Jinzhuo once the four was completed and his health restored. "I promise I won't dare again. I won't recklessly explore the comments section for new products anymore. His desperate plea for mercy stemmed from a fear of repercussions. Chapter 49. He has his support. Unafraid of the collapse of the heavens, Su Wenyuan leaned casually by the window, observing the scene with amusement. His peach blossom eyes glimmering with delight as he silently savored this fresh display of affection. Ah, a grand scene of taming, he mused. Huo Jinzhuo carefully tucked Lin Nuohang's hand beneath the covers, ensuring he was warm. His deep phoenix eyes locked onto Lin Nuohang's, questioning, "Are you afraid of my punishment?" Lin Nuohang's gaze immediately fell, his long lashes quivering slightly. He nodded vigorously, his voice thick with nasal tones. Su Wenyuan, watching with keen interest, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of this timid little creature readily admitting his faults. He was even more curious about how Huo Jinzhuo would choose to respond. Noticing Lin Nuohang's pitiable and fearful demeanor, Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened. With a sigh, he adjusted his tone. "Remember this lesson. Given your illness, I shall spare you this time. Truly, Lin Nuohang's spirits lichtet." His eyes sparkling with renewed life. His face transitioned from overcast to sunny, breaking into a sweet smile tinged with a hint of playful entitlement. "You're the best, darling." He quickly seized the opportunity to make demands. "Once I recover, I want to indulge in that strawberry Napoleon from the private restaurant you mentioned. And also, the new arcade machine." His sudden vitality elicited both amusement and exasperation from Huo Jinzhuo, who playfully pinched the tip of his nose. "Fine, I will grant your wishes. But you must promise to remember this lesson." Yes, I promise to remember." Lin Nuohang nodded vigorously, his laughter illuminating his features. Su Wenyuan, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of discomfort and couldn't help but cough lightly. Ahem. Let us be mindful of our surroundings, gentlemen. There's still a living person present. It was only then that Lin Nuohang recalled Su Wenyuan's presence, his cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment as he shyly nuzzled against Huo Jinzhuo's arm. Huo Jinzhuo remained unfazed, naturally wrapping his arm around Lin Nuohang's shoulders. Turning to Su Wenyuan, he stated, "Let us discuss serious matters. What is the progress with Chenyu?" Su Wenyuan suppressed his playful demeanor, responding earnestly, "I just caught a glimpse before coming out. The progress is remarkably swift. Although this fellow has a wild temperament, his intellect is commendable. The core firewall of Hongda seems almost flimsy before him. By the end of today, we should be able to extract everything." Huo Jinzhuo nodded slightly, his gaze sharpening. With the evidence in hand, he promptly submitted it anonymously to the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Land and Resources Regulatory Department. Simultaneously, he decided to disseminate the circumstantial evidence regarding Hongda's manipulations of the medical land in the southern suburbs to sway public opinion. Employing a dual approach would surely leave them in disarray, ultimately stripping them of their bidding qualifications. He paused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. That parcel of land was, after all, destined for us. Hongda was merely a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. This time, we would decisively eliminate them from the competition. Su Wenyuan nodded in satisfaction. Very thorough. As for the public opinion aspect, our hospital can also subtly leak some information regarding the qualifications of the medical equipment they provided. As you understand, the two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. After discussing business, Huo Jinzhuo lifted his glass for a sip of water and casually inquired, "What about the one in your office? Seems rather obedient, doesn't he?" He recalled the image of that diligent figure in the office, who had been silenced by Su Wenyuan's words. Lin Nu, hearing this, perked up, her ears attuned. Her husband actually praised Chenyu for being obedient? A wave of unidentifiable anger surged within her, her lips pursing high as she puffed her cheeks and glared at Huo Jinzhuo's profile. How is he obedient? How could her husband commend him? Su Wenyuan, noticing Lin Nu's irritable glances and then looking at Huo Jinzhuo's teasing expression, snorted softly. Obedient? Huh. That is only because something is keeping him in check. He spoke vaguely, laced with a hint of secretive intimacy. Oh, what could possibly be so effective? Lin Nu's curiosity piqued, tilting her head and blinking at Su Wenyuan, completely forgetting her earlier annoyance. Su Wenyuan merely smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. Little one, Knowing too much can be quite troublesome. Huo Jinzhuo, observing Su Wenyuan's inscrutable demeanor, understood the underlying implications. It seemed Wenyuan had indeed become entangled, as even his methods of manipulation now carried a playful undertone. This was fortuitous, sparing them from further disturbances caused by Chunyu. Seeing Su Wenyuan's reluctance to reply, Lin Nuohang pouted in dissatisfaction, about to press for answers when Huo Jinzhuo pinched her cheek. Still concerned about others? His voice deepened, tinged with a warning. Have you forgotten the lesson from the last time? He referred to Lin Nuohang's previous return to the Lin family, spurred by Chunyu's words. With her face pinched, Lin Nuohang spoke indistinctly. I'm not concerned. I'm just curious. And besides, you just praised him for being obedient. The memory of this only fueled her silent jealousy. Forcefully swatting Huo Jinzhuo's hand away, she turned her head in a huff. Huo Jinzhuo was amused by her sudden display of temper. He reached out, gently rubbing Lin Nuohang's soft, puffed cheeks with his fingertip. His voice, laced with affection, teased, "Has the little vinegar jar overturned again? Are you upset already?" "Umph." Lin Nuohang responded with a nasal sound, yet her body instinctively leaned closer to Huo Jinzhuo. "All right, I'm not angry anymore." Huo Jinzhuo took the opportunity to pull her closer into his embrace, softly reassuring her, "In my eyes, no one is more obedient than you." He lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Lin Nuohang's ear. Lin Nuohang's ears flushed with a hint of crimson, the fleeting jealousy swiftly dissipated by sweet nothings. He whimsically requested, "Then come sit here and be my pillow. My neck is sore." Huo Jinzhuo complied readily, leaning against the headboard. Lin Nuohang immediately nestled contentedly into his embrace, seeking the most comfortable position. Huo Jinzhuo's large hand rested atop his head, gently tousling the soft curls. His fingers occasionally slid down to pinch Lin Nuohang's sensitive earlobes, imbued with boundless affection and possessiveness. Lin Nuohang comfortably squinted his eyes, relishing his husband's devoted ministrations. The discomfort in his stomach and the earlier fright dissipated in the warmth of this embrace. He secretly mused, although trouble had found him. Having his husband around somehow made it less terrifying. Su Wenyuan, observing their intimate display, felt somewhat like an unwelcome third wheel. He adjusted his white coat and remarked, "All right, you two continue your affectionate antics. Just ring the bell when the four is finished, and I have a few matters to attend to. Once the little one is done and feeling all right, bring him to my office for a chat." Huo Jinzhuo nodded. "Sure, you go ahead." Su Wenyuan nonchalantly turned and exited, closing the door behind him. The hospital room was left with just the two of them. Huo Jinzhuo lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Lin Nuohang's crown, asking, "Does your stomach still hurt?" "Much better." Lin Nuohang nuzzled against him, his voice tinged with lazy satisfaction. After a moment of quiet, curiosity got the better of Lin Nuohang. He tilted his face upward. "Husband, did you hear what Dr. Su said about suppressing Chunyu? What does that even mean? It sounds so mysterious." He couldn't shake the feeling that Chunyu seemed less detestable today, even evoking a sense of shared sympathy. Huo Jinzhuo pinched his inquisitive little face, his tone carrying a note of warning. "Curiosity killed the cat. It's better you remain unaware of Su Wenyuan's methods." "What? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being suppressed?" This little one truly needed a lesson. Lin Nuohang felt a shiver at the depth of his gaze, conjuring certain restricted images. He hastily shook his head. "No, I don't want to." Lowering his eyelashes, he dared not inquire further. Huo Jinzhuo smiled, leaning down to lightly nip Lin Nuohang's nose in a playful reprimand. "Mind yourself, little troublemaker." Lin Nuohang scrunched his nose and let out a soft hum, ultimately yielding to the ticklish sensation and breaking into a smile. He nestled back into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, securely closing his eyes. After all, he had his steadfast support. The sky could fall, and he would not fear. Chapter 50. Accident or Envy. When Su Wenyuan returned to his office, Chunyu was still seated before the computer. Rather than interrupting him immediately, he treaded lightly to stand behind him. The screen no longer displayed a complicated code interface, but rather a progress bar indicating core data download. 98. Several encrypted folders were being rapidly copied and transferred beside it. Chunyu sensed the movement behind him and stiffened momentarily. Yet his fingers did not cease. Instead, they struck the keys with greater urgency and vigor. as if to affirm something. Finally, as the progress bar reached 100, a green, download complete, notification popped up on the screen. Simultaneously, Chun Yu's fingers, resting on the keyboard, came to a halt. He had completed the task, yet the exhilaration he had anticipated was overshadowed by a profound sense of fatigue and relief. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at Su Wenyuan behind him. The core data from Hengda had been acquired. There was no boasting, no triumph, merely the unadorned declaration of an established fact. He swiftly accessed several encrypted folders marked with financial records, project approvals, and internal communications. Within lay a plethora of documents pertaining to bribery, forged qualifications, collusion in bidding, and improper dealings with certain officials, including emails, scanned contracts, and transfer records. Among these, a particular memorandum regarding the irregularities in the bidding for medical land in the southern suburbs stood out prominently. Su Wenyuan leaned closer to scrutinize the critical information on the screen. A glimmer of amusement danced in his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes. Excellent. His voice betrayed little emotion. Yet Shan Yu sensed the keen intensity of his scrutiny. Faster than anticipated, it seemed that our young Master Chun possesses genuine skill. The phrase young Master Chun carried an inexplicable undertone that unsettled Chun Yu, though he refrained from retorting. At this moment, he was solely concerned with one matter. You promised that upon my completion of the task, you would grant me a condition. He wished to destroy the recording, immediately, at once. What's the rush? Su Wenyuan straightened up, hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, his gaze lingering on Chun Yu's face for a moment. With a hint of curiosity in his enchanting eyes, he remarked, earlier in the office, when Huo Jinzhuo entered, your gaze upon Lin Nuohang seemed rather peculiar. Did it not? Chun Yu's heart raced. He had not anticipated Su Wenyuan would suddenly bring this up, nor did he foresee that his concealed emotions would be so astutely perceived. He quickly lowered his eyelashes, attempting to mask the tumult within. His voice came out stiff and unyielding. There's nothing odd about it. Just a bit of surprise. Surprised that someone like Huo Jinzhuo would regard him with such careful affection. Surprised that Lin Nuohang could be cherished and protected with such abandon. This thought caused a tightness in his chest. Surprise? Su Wenyuan chuckled lightly, a note of playful curiosity in his tone, or perhaps envy. Su Wenyuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun Yu hastily retorted, the fragile calm he had just maintained shattering in an instant. He raised his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, meeting Su Wenyuan's gaze with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Su Wenyuan recognized that he had hit the mark. Witnessing Chun Yu's anger ignited a sense of malicious satisfaction within him. He chose not to press further. Instead, he watched Chun Yu with keen interest, relishing the vivid expressions playing across his face. Chun Yu felt as though he was suffocating under Su Wenyuan's gaze. Ultimately, he lowered his head heavily. I will agree to your condition. Su Wenyuan spoke slowly, but not at this moment. Wait until the matter with Hengda is completely resolved. Before that, he leaned in once more, close to Chun Yu's ear, whispering, be good and don't cause me any trouble. Do you understand? The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through Chun Yu, causing half of his body to tingle. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched tightly. Once again, he felt ensnared, perpetually controlled. A deep sense of helplessness intertwined with a hidden thrill, one he was reluctant to acknowledge, left him feeling suffocated. He tilted his head back, meeting the striking face of Su Wenyuan, who was mere inches away. Within those enchanting peach blossom eyes lay an unmistakable dominance and a hint of inscrutable depth. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a single syllable. Su Wenyuan, satisfied, straightened up, as though he had successfully tamed a wild creature. He raised his hand, delivering a measured pat on Chun Yu's taut shoulder, affirming his approval. He then turned and casually returned to the sofa area, swiftly typing on his phone. Chun Yu sat rigidly in place, his brow slightly furrowed. He heard the notification sound of Su Wenyuan's WeChat message and sensed his movements as he stood up. Soon, Huo Jinzhuo and the others would arrive. Su Wenyuan approached him, urging him to comport himself well. His gaze fell on Chun Yu's stiff profile. Moreover, those outrageous remarks you directed at Lin Nuohang in the cafe must be addressed with an apology. Apologize? To Lin Nuohang? Chun Yu felt as if he had stepped on something sharp, springing to his feet in an attempt to assert his height. Yet, he despairingly realized that Su Wenyuan still towered over him, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. Why should this be? His voice rose, infused with resentment and anger. I refuse to apologize. He had already endured enough humiliation. Why must he bow to that individual, so cherished by Huo Jinzhuo? Su Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze turning frigid. He was displeased with Chen Yu's defiant demeanor. He stepped closer, lowering his voice into a chilling threat. Given your current predicament, do you wish for that recording to be heard by a third party? He tilted his head slightly, relishing the pale despair that washed over Chen Yu's face. The recording, yet another cursed recording. Chen Yu's once proud head slumped, his shoulders sagging, utterly defeated. All his stubbornness crumbled under the weight of absolute control, proving to be frail and shatterable. His voice was hoarse, laced with the humiliation of resignation. I apologize. However, as those words left his lips, a vague memory flickered through his mind. That day, when Su Wenyuan's bodyguard pursued him, he had frantically sought refuge in Lin Nuohang's dessert shop. That seemingly soft individual, although ultimately unhelpful, had appeared to want to protect him at the time, even if he was eventually caught. Perhaps a word of thanks was warranted? Reflecting on this, his initial resistance seemed to wane slightly. Yet, why did Su Wenyuan's unwavering stance leave him feeling so unsettled? More so than when he was being threatened? Observing Chen Yu's despondent demeanor, Su Wenyuan's frosty exterior softened ever so slightly. He reached out, his gesture imbued with a touch of reassurance. Gently pressing down on Chen Yu's lowered head, "Be good." His tone softened. "I'll find a way to retrieve that box of belongings your mother left behind." Chen Yu looked up, his dull, apricot eyes suddenly ignited with disbelief and joy. "Are you serious?" he asked, only to become wary again. "How do you know about my mother's belongings?" He had never mentioned it to Su Wenyuan. "This morning, your esteemed father used it as leverage against me," Su Wenyuan replied, his tone dripping with unabashed contempt. "Say you won't show up tomorrow, and he will destroy it." Chen Yu's heart clenched painfully, his complexion paling further. A tumult of excitement, worry, and anger swirled within him. "Do not fret." Su Wenyuan's voice was calm and assured. He certainly wouldn't dare to act rashly for the time being. "I will find a way to bring it to you," he promised, his gaze falling upon Chen Yu's almond-shaped eyes that suddenly sparkled before becoming clouded with unshed tears. The sight of those glistening eyes inexplicably caused Su Wenyuan's heart to momentarily stutter. Was it truly just a trivial matter? He averted his gaze, choosing silence as he turned back to the sofa. Perhaps the pressure exerted on Chen Yu in recent days had been too severe, making this seemingly insignificant promise stir such deep emotion within him. Chapter 51. For people, utterly awkward. Su Wenyuan glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. Perfect timing, as Huo Jinzhuo and the others were due to arrive shortly. He picked up his phone and dialed the top-rated private chef, ordering an exquisite lunch for 4. Just before hanging up, he paused momentarily to add, "By the way, one of the meals should be light and nutritious, suitable for someone recovering from acute gastroenteritis. Please include a serving of fresh strawberries." The lunch arrived swiftly. Su Wenyuan gestured towards the coffee table, addressing the still brooding Chen Yu. "Come over and help set the table." Chen Yu rolled his eyes internally, reluctantly moving closer. In silence, he unwrapped the packaging, arranging the visually appealing dishes with a hint of frustration. He noticed one particularly bland porridge and side dish, clearly prepared for Lin Nuohang. How considerate. Nearby lay a box of glistening, vibrant strawberries, and the bitterness he had just suppressed surged back to the surface. He focused on arranging the cutlery with a bit more force than necessary. Just as he finished, the office door swung open. Huo Jinzhuo entered, leading Lin Nuohang by the hand. Lin Nuohang's complexion appeared much improved compared to before. Upon seeing Chen Yu, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossed her face, quickly replaced by Huo Jinzhuo, guiding her to a seat on one side of the sofa. Observing her significantly better condition, Su Wenyuan inquired with a smile. "You seem to be doing well now. Are you all right?" Lin Nuohang hastily shook her head. "I'm fine, really." Her small hands were neatly folded on her lap, reminiscent of a well-behaved student, in stark contrast to her earlier playful demeanor in Huo Jinzhuo's arms. The atmosphere among the four was palpably awkward, especially for Dr. Su and Chunyu. Lin Nuohang felt as though the air had thickened. Su Wenyuan found it amusing to watch Lin Nuohang trying so hard to appear obedient while snuggling closely to Huo Jinzhuo, and his smile deepened as he glanced at Chunyu, who was visibly uncomfortable, striving to diminish his presence. "Let's eat," Su Wenyuan announced, directing his gaze towards Huo Jinzhuo. "I will send you a portion of the fine items from Hangda later." In the vastness of the world, dining reigned supreme. Huo Jinzhuo nodded, picking up his chopsticks to serve Lin Nuohang first. Chunyu found himself seated on one side of the sofa, with Su Wenyuan on his left and the closely huddled Huo and Lin on his right. Sandwiched in between, he felt the air grow thin, discomfort overwhelming him like a bed of nails. Did Huo Jinzhuo also know about Hangda? Truly, they were all in cahoots. He thought aimlessly as he mechanically picked up his chopsticks. "That bowl of congee is yours," Su Wenyuan said, gesturing to the specially prepared dish before Lin Nuohang. "You've just recovered. It's best to eat something light to soothe your stomach." Lin Nuohang gazed at the array of delectable dishes on the table, and then at her own plain congee, her lips unconsciously pouting in discontent as she cast a pleading glance towards Huo Jinzhuo. Her eyes silently protested. "I crave ribs. I long for shrimp." Huo Jinzhuo caught her unspoken plea, his gaze darkening slightly. "Be obedient. Your stomach is just right. Do not indulge." Though his tone was mild, his eyes conveyed a clear warning. "Test me and see what happens." With a resigned sigh, Lin Nuohang slumped her shoulders and murmured an acquiescent "oh," picking up her spoon to sip her congee in small mouthfuls. Meanwhile, Chunyu sat nearby, listlessly pushing the rice around in his bowl, devoid of any appetite. He felt as though this meal was causing his stomach to cramp. Lin Nuohang was too spoiled. Even mealtime required coaxing. Su Wenyuan stole a glance at him, clearly perceiving his petulant thoughts. He feigned indifference, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "Chunyu, are you planning to cultivate immortality by eating plain rice?" Chunyu pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Reluctantly, he extended his chopsticks, picking up the nearest piece of braised ribs and chewing on it with a sense of frustration. Almost simultaneously, Su Wenyuan also reached for his chopsticks, effortlessly selecting the most tender, least bony piece of steamed base and placing it steadily into Chunyu's nearly empty bowl. His movements were fluid, his demeanor calm, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Chunyu's chopsticks froze midair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enticing piece of fish in his bowl. His heart clenched tightly before racing wildly. Did he just serve him food? With his own chopsticks? A wave of warmth rushed uncontrollably to his cheeks and ears. He quickly lowered his head to mask his sudden fluster, hastily shoving the rib into his mouth, but he could taste nothing. Lin Nuohang was equally astonished, momentarily forgetting to set down her spoon. Her mouth slightly agape. She stared blankly at Su Wenyuan, then at Chunyu, and finally down at her own bowl congee. Her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Su Yuan had served food to Chunyu? Hadn't he always suppressed him? What was their relationship now? "Nuohang, what are you staring at? Your congee is getting cold." Huo Jinzhuo lightly tapped the table in front of Lin Nuohang, snapping her back to reality. Startled, she nearly jabbed her spoon into her nose, hurriedly lowering her head to gulp down the congee. "And no, it's nothing. The congee is delicious." Her cheeks also turned a subtle shade of red. Huo Jinzhuo observed everything keenly. His sharp, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, glancing meaningfully between Su Wenyuan and Chunyu. A smirk played at the corners of his lips, a blend of understanding and amusement. This was intriguing. Su Wenyuan had become more entangled than he had anticipated. This meal was laden with unspoken currents and varied thoughts. Afterward, the tea table was cleared, and the group settled back onto the sofa. Huo Jinzhuo and Su Wenyuan engaged in hushed conversation about some matters, while Lin Nuohang found their topic uninteresting, idly toying with the sapphire cufflinks on Huo Jinzhuo's expensive suit. Occasionally lifting his head, he sweetly cooed into Huo Jinzhuo's ear. Huo Jinzhuo, while engaged in serious discussions, reached out to embrace him, gently patting his back with his palm. Chunyu, seated across from them, observed the entire scene with a complex expression. It became evident that Lin Nuohang was so delicate and dependent before Huo Jinzhuo, receiving boundless indulgence. He averted his gaze, his eyes landing on the plate of strawberries on the coffee table, his mind wandering elsewhere. He recalled the earlier encounter in the cafe, where Lin Nuohang had regarded him with suspicion, his expression cold. He seemed like a different person now. This stark contrast stirred a tumult of emotions within him, a mix of discomfort and inexplicable relief. It was not that Lin Nuohang was pretentiously aloof. Rather, he realized he was not the one capable of lowering Lin's defenses. The conversation between Su Wenyuan and Huo Jinzhuo came to a natural pause, enveloping the office in a brief silence. Chen Yu acutely sensed an invisible gaze laden with unspoken pressure upon him. He raised his eyes, only to meet Su Wenyuan's ambiguous, half-smiling gaze. Su Wenyuan remained silent, merely observing him. A wave of anxiety surged within Chen Yu, prompting him to divert his gaze. After a moment, he cast another glance at Su Wenyuan, who continued to fixate on him with a silent command. It struck him, under Su Wenyuan's quiet intimidation, he inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a resolution. He lifted his head, directing his attention to Lin Nuohang, who was nestled against Huo Jinzhuo's side. His voice came out somewhat stiff and rushed, betraying his evident discomfort. Lin Nuohang, I apologize for my previous remarks in the cafe. I was speaking thoughtlessly. Upon finishing, he immediately lowered his eyes, unable to bear the weight of Lin's reaction, his ears burning with embarrassment. Cursed at Su Wenyuan. Chapter 52. Never have I served anyone like this in my life, what? Lin Nuohang was taken aback by the sudden apology, staring blankly at Chen Yu, completely caught off guard. He even questioned whether he had misheard. Chen Yu was apologizing to him? Was the sun rising from the west? Instinctively, he tugged at Huo Jinzhuo's suit jacket, looking up at him in search of confirmation. Huo Jinzhuo gave him a slight nod, his expression serene. With his husband's affirmation, Lin Nuohang dared to believe it was genuine. Feeling somewhat flustered, his cheeks flushed. He replied, It's all right. In truth, he had long forgotten the unpleasantness. At that moment, he merely found Chen Yu's apologetic demeanor somewhat pitiable. In the blind spot of their gazes, Huo Jinzhuo and Su Wenyuan exchanged an unspoken understanding. One with a look that seemed to say, watch over this, and the other, a glance of reluctant satisfaction. Chen Yu felt utterly mortified, as if all his concealed discomfort had been laid bare, leaving him nowhere to hide. He could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere and longed to escape. I need to step outside for some fresh air. He had barely risen when Su Wenyuan interrupted him. Wait. Su Wenyuan gestured towards the vibrant strawberries on the coffee table, instructing, go wash some fruit for young Master Lin. His tone was as casual as if he were directing a servant. Damn it. Su Wenyuan, you wretched man. Order me around. Young Master Lin? What given the right? Su Wenyuan, you deliberately did this. He was so furious he nearly exploded on the spot. A torrent of anger mixed with overwhelming grievance surged to the top of his head. Yet, he dared not unleash it. He could only suppress the fiery turmoil within. Seizing the box of strawberries and storming out of the office, the door slammed behind him with a resounding bang. He rushed to the sink in the tea room and turned on the faucet. Cold water cascaded down. Chen Yu grabbed the strawberries, scrubbing them vigorously, the motion rough and splashing water everywhere. Washing strawberries for Lin Nuohang? He had never served anyone in such a manner in his life. Su Wenyuan, you scoundrel. You are intentionally tormenting me. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. A tingling sensation crept to his nose, and his eyes burned with unshed tears. He bit down hard on his lower lip, holding back the embarrassing tears. By the time he had cleaned the entire box of strawberries, his t-shirt front was drenched, sticking uncomfortably to his skin, a picture of disarray and pity. They were ready to eat. Chen Yu placed the fruit platter on the coffee table with a stiff tone, not even sparing Su Wenyuan a glance. Su Wenyuan's gaze immediately fell on the soaked front of his shirt. His brow furrowed slightly. Was he agitated while washing? Fine. He responded with a nod, gesturing to the seat beside him, suggesting they eat together. However, the phrase let's eat together sounded unbearably harsh at that moment. His nose tinged with bitterness, the grievance almost choking him. Turning his back to them, his voice trembled with restraint. No need, you all eat. I'll step out for some air. Before he finished speaking, he dashed out of the office like a gust of wind. The door softly closed behind him. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze returned from the doorway to Su Wenyuan's face. He distinctly observed the fleeting complexity in Su Wenyuan's eyes. Was it irritation? Was it heartache? Huo Jinzhuo's lips curled into a knowing smile. He picked up a plump, red strawberry and offered it to Lin Nuohang's lips. Here, try this. Chen Yu washed it meticulously. Lin Nuohang opened his mouth and devoured the strawberry, narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. So sweet. Su Wenyuan also reached for a strawberry. Placing it in his mouth, the luscious juice burst forth, truly a fine cream strawberry, delightfully sweet. Yet as he chewed, a hint of undeniable sourness arose from a hidden corner of his heart. Gazing at the vibrant red fruits in the platter, he suddenly found them tasteless. Huo Jinzhuo observed his reaction keenly and leisurely remarked, "Look at the splendid things Chen Yu has brought forth." Su Wenyuan steadied his emotions, suppressing that inexplicable annoyance, and rose. "Let us go." The two approached the desk, quickly perusing the core materials that Chen Yu had uncovered. The records of bribery, violations, and underhanded dealings were clearly organized, with a complete chain of evidence, a formidable arsenal. Chen Yu, indeed, was competent. Huo Jinzhuo rarely bestowed such commendation, seemingly altering his impression of Chen Yu. He recalled Ding Yu's previous report, where admiration was scarcely concealed in his eyes. This information was sufficient to plunge Hangda into irreparable ruin. However, their aim was not total annihilation. These were nuclear weapons to be stored carefully. At present, it suffices to anonymously reveal the evidence of violations regarding the southern suburbs to the pertinent individuals, and with a gentle incitement, allow public opinion to ferment. That would be sufficient to trouble Hangda. Su Wenyuan nodded, his eyes glimmering with understanding. "I comprehend. It's akin to boiling a frog in warm water, gradually simmering." Huo Jinzhuo glanced at his watch. "It's getting late. I shall take Nuohang back to rest. We shall gather another day." He approached the sofa and gently lifted Lin Nuohang, who was savoring the strawberries with every small bite. He meticulously adjusted the collar of Lin's attire. Before departing, he patted Su Wenyuan's shoulder, implying, "Wenyuan, when you have the chance, do check on that individual." He understood his brother too well. Any distraction would not escape his notice. Having said that, he led Lin Nuohang, who was still preoccupied with thoughts of strawberries, out of the room. As the office door closed once more, tranquility enveloped the space, leaving Su Wenyuan alone. He remained rooted in place, his gaze once again drawn to the plate of impeccably clean yet slightly wilted strawberries. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The peculiar tang of acidity seemed to intensify. Irritated, he tugged at his collar and strode out of the office. In the hospital's lengthy corridor, the scent of disinfectant mingled with the afternoon sun's warmth. Su Wenyuan wanka boditki. Several passing nurses and aides respectfully greeted him. "Director Su." "Good day, Director Su." He merely nodded slightly, his pace unbroken. His eyes swept across the lounge areas and the bustling lobby, yet he did not find that familiar figure. His feet involuntarily turned toward the side door leading to the hospital's rear garden. Might he be there? This thought intrusively invaded his mind, recalling the corner where it was reported he had shed tears alone. The back garden was lush and vibrant. A few patients strolled in the company of family members or aides, basking in the sun. Su Wenyuan followed the cobblestone path, scanning each bench and every shadow beneath the trees. There was no sign of him by the flower bed, nor by the fountain, and even the secluded stone bench from last time was deserted. The inexplicable sense of agitation within him grew heavier. He halted, standing beside a bush of blooming roses. His brow furrowed as he reached for his phone within his white coat. Just as he was about to dial, his peripheral vision seemed to catch a glimpse of a solitary figure almost merging with the shadows beneath the dense foliage in the far corner. His heart fluttered, as if gently nudged by something unseen. He turned, softening his steps to approach the concealed corner, shrouded by greenery. Chen Yu sat with his back to him on the edge of a stone bench, his head bowed low, shoulders slightly slumped. The dark tips of his hair swayed gently in the breeze. That silhouette exuded an overwhelming sense of desolation and grievance. A strange, Sharp pang of empathy seized Su Wenyuan. A feeling so unfamiliar it transcended his usual realm of control and calculation. How could he appear so wretched? Chapter 53. Gentle words for him, cold remarks for me. He silently maneuvered around the bushes, extending his long legs as he sat directly beside Chunyu on the bench. The faint scent of sunlight and fresh grass enveloped him as he drew near. Chunyu was lost in his thoughts when he was startled by this unexpected closeness, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze first landing on the polished black leather shoes, then the neatly pressed dark trousers, followed by the meticulously draped corners of a white lab coat. Further up, he noted the sharp lines of thin lips, and finally, his eyes met the deep, complex gaze of peach blossom eyes that were quietly observing him. A sudden tightness gripped Chunyu's heart, his almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. Su Wennian? How could he have found him here? What was his purpose? Was he here to revel in his misfortunes? Chunyu was in a foul mood, reluctant to speak, or even to face this visage. The overwhelming embarrassment and sense of grievance instinctively prompted him to shift to the far side of the bench, creating a meager distance between them. Keep your distance. Su Wenyuan noted this blatant attempt to avoid him. The irritation and displeasure that he had just suppressed resurfaced. Did Chunyu disdain him? Or did he believe he was a hindrance to his self-pity? When had Su Wenyuan ever been so shunned? He was not a person who cared for appearances. The more Chunyu recoiled, the stronger Su Wenyuan's desire for control and inquiry became. Maintaining his composure, Su Wenyuan moved closer, reducing the distance yet again, even encroaching upon Chunyu's side. Their arms nearly brushed against one another. Chunyu abruptly turned his head, staring at him in disbelief, his eyes filled with an accusation of madness. The potent sense of offense and an inexplicable anxiety compelled him to shift away again. Su Wenyuan remained unfazed. It seemed as if he had become addicted to this game, following Chunyu's movements to press even closer. Chunyu, this is insane. Anger bubbled within him, prompting another shift away. Su Wenyuan mirrored his actions, inching closer with each of Chunyu's movements. Eventually, Chunyu's back collided heavily against the cold stone pillar. There was nowhere left to retreat. Su Wenyuan's presence nearly enveloped him entirely, cloaked in his aura and shadow. Chunyu's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding furiously within his chest. He felt as though he might be driven to madness. This proximity was perilous. He could even discern the distinct eyelashes of Su Wenyuan. In a sudden surge, he stood up, desperate to escape this source of turmoil. I'm leaving. However, a warm, powerful hand grasped his wrist, the force yanking him back down onto the bench with a jolt. The inertia caused his upper body to lean towards Su Wenyuan. He cried out, thoroughly incensed. Without a care, he shouted at Su Wenyuan, Su Wenyuan, are you out of your mind? What do you want? He was at his wit's end, disregarding all decorum, recordings, and punishments. What did he take him for? A summoned servant? Or merely a plaything for his amusement? Commanding him to apologize, ordering him to wash fruit, and now pursuing him like a game? I tell you, I will no longer serve. If you have the capability, release the recording. I'm not afraid. I refuse to comply, even if it means writing it 100 times. Break the rules. Destroy the recording. Just get the hell out, he shouted, his voice urgent and rapid, with red veins of grievance visible in the whites of his eyes. Glaring at Su Wenyuan with a fierce, accusatory gaze. Su Wenyuan, with a somber expression, fixed his gaze upon him, his grip on Chunyu's wrist loosening slightly, yet still holding on. He understood that the young man's indignation and fury stemmed not solely from the embarrassment endured in the office moments prior, but also from his orders to wash strawberries for Lin Nuohang, from his insistence on an apology, and from his pervasive control. Raising his other hand, he rested his elbow against the stone pillar behind Chunyu, adopting a half-encircling posture, leaning in closer. Have you finished your tirade? He murmured near Chunyu's ear, close enough to feel the subtle breath of his words. Is this anger due to your sense of injustice? Speak to me. What troubles you? His tone carried a hint of coaxing allure. Chunyu opened his mouth, intending to continue his tirade, but found his throat constricted, a wave of bitterness rising within him. His voice faltered, his eyes reddening further as he turned away, his tone low and fragmented, thick with emotion. I see that you are unwell. Is that acceptable? If you would just distance yourself, I would feel better. On what grounds do you command me to wash fruit for him? For young Master Lin? Am I your servant? Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? The thought of it deepened his sense of grievance, and as he spoke, his agitation intensified. Yes, I am indeed aggrieved. I completed the task. I acquired what you required. But what about you? All you do is threaten and command. You speak sweetly to Lin Nuohang, yet to me, you offer only cold words. His chest heaved violently, and the more he spoke, the more he felt like an unreasonable, aggrieved woman. He cast a furtive glance at Su Wenyuan and quickly lowered his gaze. What if he became even angrier? What if he threatened him again with the recording? Listening to Chun Yu's complaint, laden with resentment and jealousy, Su Wenyuan did not grow angry. Instead, he let out a low chuckle. He reached out, his touch almost soothing, ruffling Chun Yu's soft, dark hair. All right, let go of your anger. It is my fault. It is unworthy to upset oneself. His voice softened considerably, exuding a gentleness that would astonish even Huo Jinzhuo. Later, I shall treat you to something delicious. Consider it a recompense for your grievances. He intentionally used the term recompense with a playful tease. Perhaps Huo Jinzhuo's assertions were not entirely correct. This young man might simply be in need of guidance, or perhaps a touch of proper direction. The thought intrigued Su Wenyuan. Chun Yu stood rigid, momentarily stunned by the gentle touch above his head, forgetting to respond. This left him more flustered than if Su Wenyuan had been angry. He cautiously raised his eyes, catching a glimpse of the complex, lingering softness in Su Wenyuan's gaze. He was not angry. He even patted his head, and he wished to take him out for a meal, had a change of heart. He was utterly bewildered by the capricious thoughts of this man. Nevertheless, the overwhelming sense of grievance and anger seemed to have been somewhat subdued by those light-hearted words and the casual gesture of ruffling his hair. Su Wenyuan observed his silence and the noticeably less tense profile, recognizing this as a form of appeasement. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. Let us return to the office and change your attire. It must be uncomfortable wearing soaked clothes, he remarked, indicating the darkened patch on Chun Yu's chest, still damp from the water. Chun Yu cast a fleeting glance downward, but remained silent. I will take you to the Shengshi Wantang to reward the deserving, Su Wenyuan continued, standing up with a tone that had reverted to its usual composure. Securing the core data of Hongda was no small feat, Shengshi Wantang. A flicker of resistance stirred within Chun Yu's mind. Yet, the prospect of accompanying Su Wenyuan did not seem entirely disagreeable. Moreover, the offerings at Shengshi Wantang were indeed of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic expression, betraying little emotion, though his body obediently rose alongside Su Wenyuan's. He emitted a low sound of acquiescence, a subtle agreement. Oddly, he pondered why he felt a spark of joy merely because of an invitation to dine. Chun Yu found himself vexed by this inexplicable emotion, a peculiar blend of annoyance and ambiguity. Su Wenyuan observed the facade of indifference that masked Chun Yu's internal softening, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his lips. He refrained from further comment and took the lead. Chapter 54. A bat for a candy. The two returned to the dean's office in a front-and-back procession. Su Wenyuan removed his white coat and hung it neatly, revealing a well-tailored dark gray shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Chun Yu's gaze instinctively flickered towards him before retreating to the coffee table. The plate of strawberries remained, now reduced to a lonely few, their skin marred, evidently scrubbed vigorously. His cheeks flushed slightly. Su Wenyuan changed into his regular attire and picked up a casual jacket draped over the chair's back. He approached Chun Yu and handed him the coat. Put this on. We win tea when you're catching a cold, he advised. His gaze then fell upon the plate of strawberries. What is this? Craving a taste? Alas, these few have been ravaged by a certain temperamental child, their beauty marred, he remarked, glancing pointedly at Chun Yu. Chun Yu's eyes wandered, his grip on the jacket tightening. Turning his face away, he clumsily donned Su Wenyuan's oversized coat, which enveloped him in the lingering scent of cedar and antiseptic creating an unsettling intimacy. He stiffly retorted, "Who cares? Strawberries?" The thought irked him. Su Wenyuan chuckled softly, retrieving the car keys. "Whether you care or not, I assure you, there will be plenty for you to indulge in later. Let us proceed, my little meritocrat." Chen Yu feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky outside as he followed Su Wenyuan down the stairs. The sleek black luxury car glided smoothly toward Shengshi Wantang. The private room on the top floor offered a magnificent view, capturing the city's dazzling nightscape in its entirety. The waiter respectfully presented the menu. Without even glancing at it, Su Wenyuan directly ordered several signature dishes. Steamed E-Star grouper, abalone with goose feet, black truffle baked lobster, and crab meat lion's head were delicately presented, alongside a lavish platter of vibrant, plump strawberries placed prominently on the table. Once the server departed, only the two remained in the private room. Su Wenyuan picked up a soup spoon and personally served a bowl of rich, golden sea cucumber soup, placing it before Chen Yu. "Try this. It's nourishing for the stomach," he suggested. Chen Yu gazed at the steaming bowl of soup, then back at Su Wenyuan's calm and unyielding expression, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He lowered his eyes and softly uttered, "Thank you," before taking the spoon and sipping cautiously. The soup was delicious and warm, soothingly enveloping his stomach and seemingly warming his heart as well. He drank earnestly, nearly finishing the entire bowl. Su Wenyuan observed the serene profile of Chen Yu, his slightly trembling eyelashes, and the sight of him dutifully consuming the soup evoked a profound sense of satisfaction within him. A genuine, gentle smile unconsciously graced his lips. In fact, the tranquility was rather pleasant. The dinner unfolded in an unusual silence, yet it was far from awkward. Each was lost in their own thoughts. Occasionally, Su Wenyuan would discreetly transfer a dish that Chen Yu had taken an extra helping of to his side of the table, while Chen Yu focused intently on his meal, replenishing the energy and mental fortitude spent throughout the day. As dessert time arrived, the server cleared the main course dishes, pushing the vibrant strawberries before Chen Yu. "Go ahead." Su Wenyuan broke the silence. Chen Yu stared at the tempting strawberries, recalling the discomfort from earlier in the office. He pursed his lips and remained still. "What's wrong? Are you still sulking over the strawberries?" Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, his tone playfully teasing. "The fruit is innocent. Try them. These strawberries are far superior to those you washed." Chen Yu felt momentarily stung, his cheeks slightly flushed. It seemed Su Wenyuan had playfully offered him a treat after a reprimand, and the irony was not lost on him. Ultimately, the temptation proved too strong to resist. With a hint of defiance, he picked the largest strawberry and took a hearty bite. The sweet, succulent juice burst in his mouth, surpassing any strawberry he had ever tasted. Unable to resist, he reached for another, his brows easing into a smile, his heart feeling light and sweet. This sensation of being cared for, of being fed, had dissipated since his mother's passing. It was only when he habitually reached for yet another strawberry that he realized he had nearly devoured the entire platter, while Su Wenyuan had not touched a single one. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, he awkwardly pushed the fruit bowl towards Su Wenyuan. "You should eat some too," he said, his voice somewhat strained. Su Wenyuan regarded him for a moment, amusement glimmering in his eyes, before he took a strawberry for himself. Quite sweet," he remarked, his gaze pointedly directed at Chen Yu. Chen Yu felt his ears grow warm, acutely aware of the intensity of Su Wenyuan's gaze. Upon returning to the elegant villa of Shengshi, night had fallen deeply. Chen Yu retreated to his room, likely fatigued, and did not emerge again. Su Wenyuan, however, proceeded to his study. He opened his computer and accessed the core data package from Hongda Group that Chen Yu had acquired earlier that day. Additionally, there are several reports regarding Hongda's provision of medical equipment to a public hospital, which were subsequently found to have certain parameters that did not meet standards. A smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The hospital's strategy was to muddy the waters, prompting the public to question Hongda's qualifications and credibility. This would pave the way for future official investigations, while allowing Hengan Hospital to dissociate itself from any involvement. The rest, he mused, depended on Huo Jinzhuo. He dialed the number of a contact through a special channel. "It's me. Have the materials been received?" "Yes, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." I want to see the doubts surrounding Hengda's medical equipment parameters and the bidding scandal for the non-geo medical land trending in the top 3 local hot topics. Correct. Use the voice of an internal informant to guide the suspicion, but be cautious with your wording. Avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. After hanging up, Su Wenyuan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his brow before finally standing up and leaving his study. At Uni Mountain Villa, in the master bedroom, the soft glow of the night light illuminated the room. Lin Nuohang, exhausted from a day of battling acute gastroenteritis, had succumbed to fatigue and, for once, did not cling to Huo Jinzhuo for playful antics, drifting off to sleep early. Huo Jinzhuo stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window, his phone pressed to his ear, gazing down at the city below, shimmering like a river of stars. On the other end was his assistant, Ding Yu. Mr. Hua, the materials have been received and are quite comprehensive. Ding Yu proceeded to report on the arrangements. The anonymous reporting channels with the Discipline Inspection and Land Resource Regulatory Departments had been confirmed. Encrypted emails and printed copies of key documents would be delivered via completely independent and untraceable means to the desk of the key responsible party by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. Huo Jinzhuo nodded. Ensure it's handled discreetly. Furthermore, Su Wenyuan will assist in igniting public sentiment. Keep an eye on the direction of the narrative and, if necessary, you may discreetly lend a push, but do not engage personally. Understood, Mr. Hua. I will ensure everything is foolproof. Thank you for your hard work. Huo Jinzhuo ended the call and turned back towards the bed. The little one on the bed was soundly asleep, unwittingly rolling over to reveal half of their cherubic face. Huo Jinzhuo sat on the edge of the bed, his warm hand reaching out gently to rest on Lin Nuohang's forehead, then sliding down to caress their cheek. The touch was soft and tender. This little fool has finally settled down, he thought, lingering with his fingertips on the delicate skin for a moment. A barely perceptible worry crept into his heart. In a few days, the crucial economic summit would take place. Huo Jinzhuo furrowed his brow. As the helm of Minghui Group, his presence was imperative, and the schedule would be tightly packed with numerous social engagements. The mere thought of leaving Lin Nuohang home alone for several days sent a twinge of pain to his temples. Without supervision, who knew what mischief might ensue? He felt utterly uneasy. However, there was no way he could bring Lin Nuohang to such an event. It was too crowded and chaotic, leaving him unable to focus entirely on them. He needed to find a reliable person to keep watch. Although Steward Zhao was loyal and could manage their daily needs, he lacked the necessary authority. Huo Jinzhuo recalled the last business trip when he returned home to find the refrigerator stuffed with ice cream and chips that Lin Nuohang had secretly purchased, along with the telltale dark circles under their eyes from staying up late in front of the game console. Steward Zhao had helplessly reported that the young lady insisted it would be just this once. The little creature, accustomed to relying on affection. How could one trust his assurances in front of Butler Zhao? The idea of having Ding Yu assign several bodyguards for round-the-clock protection and surveillance seemed inadequate to him. When Lin Nuohang became aware of this, he would surely accuse him of treating him like a prisoner. His small face puffed with indignation as he lamented his lack of freedom. He could not bear to witness his distress. Perhaps fostering him with Su Wenyuan? This thought slightly eased the furrow of Huo Jinzhuo's brow. Chapter 55. Still playing him, Huo Jinzhuo understood him well. This person inherently possessed a moral compass and a strong sense of responsibility. Entrusting Lin Nuohang to him would ensure absolute safety. The refined ambience of Shengshi Yiyun was commendable, and the security was top-notch. However, another figure soon emerged in his mind, Chun Yu. To place Lin Nuohang in the ambiguous and tumultuous environment shared by Su Wenyuan and Chun Yu was fraught with risk. What if conflict arose between the two? Su Wenyuan was already busy enough. Could he also manage the fiery Chun Yu while accommodating Lin Nuohang? Huo Jinzhuo rubbed his temples, contemplating the considerable risks involved. Could chaos ensue? He felt uncertain. Yet, upon reflection, Su Wenyuan had managed to temporarily subdue Chun Yu. Perhaps accommodating one more Lin Nuohang would not be insurmountable. After all, it was preferable to leaving Lin Nuohang alone at home or subjecting him to the tribulations of the summit. He decided to postpone the fostering plan for the time being. He pulled back the covers and lay down. extending his long arm to draw the sleeping child entirely into his embrace, holding him tightly. Lin Nuohang seemed to sense the familiar security, instinctively burrowing closer to his chest, snuggling in deeper, and falling into a more profound slumber. How akin to a little kitten he was. Huo Jinzhuo felt a stirring in his heart. Lowering his head, he pressed a kiss upon Lin Nuohang's forehead. "Good night, my dear." The following morning, a wave of explosive news swept through the city. The top 3 trending topics, emblazoned in crimson, were alarming. Questions surrounding Hengda medical equipment parameters. Dark secrets of the southern suburb medical land bidding exposed. Internal documents leaked. Disturbing health risks of Hengda. An article, leaked by an insider, was rapidly shared. The writing was coherent and the chain of evidence robust. Each keyword, medical health, public rights, elite conspiracies, and collusion between officials and businessmen, struck a chord with the public's most sensitive nerves. The article ignited like a spark in an oil-soaked environment. Heartless enterprises. Are they willing to disregard human lives for profit? A thorough investigation is imperative. Good heavens! This is utter disregard for human life. Hengda must be expelled from the medical field. No wonder my grandfather's test results fluctuated wildly. Was it the machines that malfunctioned? That Li Tianhao, responsible for what exactly? His private life is a mess. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Another dark conspiracy. Are regulatory bodies merely idle spectators? The local disciplinary committee and land bureau must take action, provide the public with answers. In an instant, the numbers of shares, comments, and likes surged exponentially. Major online media outlets and influential bloggers caught wind of the sensationalism, diving in to provide in-depth analyses, fanning the flames of outrage. The name of Hengda's heir, Li Tianhao, was firmly affixed to the pillar of public disgrace. Hengda Group, President's Office. Li Tianhao's complexion darkened, and he violently slammed the tablet in his hand onto the ground, shattering the screen. He was not a fool. The overwhelming storm of public opinion was no mere coincidence. The accusations were pointed directly at the medical equipment and the southern suburban land, with the target being painfully clear. The primary suspects were Minghui Group and Su Wenyuan from Heng'an Hospital. Yet, despite his awareness of the machinations at play, he recognized that against the combined forces of Huo Jinzhuo and Su Wenyuan, he was utterly powerless. Even with the knowledge of their plotting, he found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. Moreover, the evidence they presented was irrefutable. However, the onslaught of public scrutiny was merely the beginning. By afternoon, officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Land Resources Regulatory Department arrived at his door with documents and law enforcement recording devices. Faced with the comprehensive and undeniable evidence provided by an anonymous tip-off, Hengda was left with no avenue for defense. The responsible party was taken away for questioning, and the bidding eligibility for the southern suburban medical land was immediately revoked. Li Tianhao was in a state of utter disarray, hastily pushing forward the financial director Wang Zhenhai to take the blame, barely managing to extricate himself from the situation. Nonetheless, the company's stock price plummeted in response, resulting in significant losses. Furious, the elderly stormed into the office, leaning on his cane, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse accompanied by a few well-placed strikes. "You fool! I told you to be cautious, yet you continue to play around. Now you've left us vulnerable. You are on the verge of ruining the Li family's legacy." Li Tianhao dodged in embarrassment, his eyes filled with an overwhelming mixture of hatred and frustration. Suddenly, a critical question struck him. How had the most sensitive financial data and internal communications been leaked? He trusted Wang Zhenhai, unless it was a systemic failure. The thought sent a chill down his spine. His temples throbbed, and he roared at his assistant. "Investigate. Dig deep and find out who has breached our system. I want them uncovered, no matter the cost." Huo Jinzhuo leaned back in his high-backed chair, his slender fingers gliding over the tablet, which displayed a plethora of negative news concerning Hengda. Ding Yu stood before the desk, reporting the latest developments. "President Huo, Hengda has formally withdrawn from the southern suburban bidding. The task force is still conducting an in-depth investigation." Following Wang Zhenhai's departure, the atmosphere within Hengda was fraught with anxiety. The fervor of public discourse was expected to persist for several more days. Huo Jinzhuo nodded. Hengda was not naive. They could easily surmise our involvement, increase our personnel presence, and keep a close watch on Li Tianhao and his restless associates. A cornered dog may bite. We must prevent him from making any foolish moves. Understood, President Huo. I will arrange it immediately. Ding Yu accepted the orders and quickly exited. Once the door closed, Huo Jinzhuo rose and strode out of the office. He intended to visit the sweet jar. He had promised Lin Nuohang something yesterday, and tonight it was time to fulfill that promise. Su Wenyuan had just concluded a lengthy administrative meeting, entering with the scent of disinfectant lingering around him and a hint of fatigue. Chen Yu sat at the computer, his expression serious, as the complex interface of the hospital's back-end system illuminated the screen. Following Su Wenyuan's directives, he was identifying potential security risks while performing routine maintenance and fortification. Upon hearing the door open, Chen Yu paused, raising his gaze with a dry voice. Director Su. His eyes quickly scanned Su Wenyuan, betraying a hint of distraction. In the morning, the news storm kept him captivated, the fervor still lingering. Observing the flustered expressions of Hengda and Li Tianhao, he couldn't help but recall when his own company was suppressed by Huo Jinzhuo, who seemed to have left some leeway. At least he hadn't employed the dual assault of public opinion and official measures to such an extreme against Hengda. This realization left Chen Yu feeling rather conflicted. Su Wenyuan approached him, his gaze not immediately directed at the screen, but rather lingering on Chen Yu's composed profile for a few seconds. The normally proper Dean Su elicited a slight arch of Chen Yu's brow, hinting at unexpected amusement. What thoughts crossed his mind? His voice, though soft, possessed a penetrating quality. Was there any anomaly in the system? Chen Yu swiftly focused his mind, redirecting his attention to the screen. No anomalies were detected. The safety boundaries were intact. There were no unusual log accesses, and several low-risk vulnerabilities had been patched. Su Wenyuan nodded, seemingly satisfied with his efficiency. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu couldn't restrain himself from speaking. Given the turmoil at Hengda and the situation in Nanjiao now dire, could this be considered an end? You mentioned fulfilling one of my conditions. He fixed his gaze on Su Wenyuan, wary of any excuses that might delay matters. Su Wenyuan zhuge lai di, leaning slightly forward against the edge of the table before Chen Yu, narrowing the distance between them. The crisp scent of wood mixed with a faint trace of disinfectant forcefully invaded Chen Yu's senses. Only when that land is firmly secured in our possession. When everything settles, can we consider this phase concluded? Why the haste? He deliberately emphasized the word phase. Chen Yu's heart sank, a wave of frustration washing over him, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. Indeed, he was being toyed with again. He pressed his lips together, his hands resting on his lap, forming silent fists. Ultimately, he could only respond sullenly, understood. With his eyelids drooping, he refrained from looking at Su Wenyuan again, his fingers striking the keyboard with increased intensity. As if to vent his frustration, Su Wenyuan observed him, noting the anger he dared not express, the paleness of his lips, and a faint trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. The pleasure of teasing Chen Yu seemed to double in that moment. However, even when the day of resolution arrived, he intended only to acquiesce to Chen Yu's reasonable requests. As for what constituted reasonableness, naturally, that would be determined by him. Chapter 56. The necessity of whimsical charm in the evening. Huo Jinzhuo's sleek black luxury car halted at the entrance of the honeypot. He chose to drive himself rather than summon old Zhang for assistance. Lin Nuohang was in the kitchen, diligently piping cream into a row of freshly baked cream puffs. Xiaoyao lifted the door curtain and peeked in. Little boss, Mr. Huo is here. Huo Jinzhuo. Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled, nearly causing her piping bag to slip from her grasp. She quickly washed her hands and wiped them haphazardly, darting out like an exuberant little bird. Just as she was about to step out of the kitchen, she spotted Huo Jinzhuo's tall and upright figure illuminated by the warm yellow light, impeccably dressed in a suit, his handsome visage captivating. "Husband," she exclaimed joyfully, recklessly leaping towards him. With a mix of arms and legs, she sprang into the air, wrapping her arms tightly around Huo Jinzhuo's neck while her legs expertly entwined around his sturdy waist. The delicate face nestled into the crook of his neck, murmuring softly, "Why did you come and pick me up today? I miss you so much." A smile danced in Huo Jinzhuo's eyes as his large hand cradled the wonderfully supple form of the person in his embrace, preventing them from slipping away. "What clingy little one you are today, hmm?" Lin Nuohang lifted his small face, his puppy-like eyes sparkling as they gazed into Huo Jinzhuo's profound gaze. Unreservedly, he showered praise, "Yes, because my husband looks exceptionally handsome today." Of course, he had not forgotten the matter at hand. Yesterday, Huo Jinzhuo had promised him a strawberry Napoleon and the latest gaming console, which had yet to be fulfilled. Being adorable and charming was a necessary tactic. Huo Jinzhuo was well aware of his little schemes, and he felt his heart soften at the straightforward compliments and the warm affection directed towards him. He playfully pinched the tender form he held, eliciting a soft, affected hum from Lin Nuohang. Lifting him slightly, he seized the chance to plant a resounding kiss on Lin Nuohang's soft cheek. "Good boy. Later, I'll take you to have strawberry Napoleon, and then we'll buy the new gaming console, all right?" His voice was tender to an extraordinary degree. "Yay, you're the best husband." With his objective achieved, Lin Nuohang beamed, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and leaned in to plant a loud kiss on Huo Jinzhuo's alluring lips. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze darkened. How could he let go of this willingly offered little prey? He grasped the back of Lin Nuohang's head, taking the initiative to deepen the kiss. Their lips and tongues entwined, gently yet assertively claiming the sweetness of each other's mouths. Suddenly, he tasted a familiar, sugary essence that did not belong to the kiss. He pulled back slightly, his thumb brushing over Lin Nuohang's moist, swollen lips, where his fingertip detected a barely perceptible white residue. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly at the little trickster. "Have you been sneaking cream?" He had just tasted it. It was undoubtedly the flavor of freshly whipped animal cream. Lin Nuohang's heart quivered, panic rising at being caught. His gaze flickered, and he stubbornly retorted, "No, I didn't sneak a bite." "A lie." Huo Jinzhuo's eyes sharpened, and his large hand descended without mercy, delivering a firm smack on that pert backside, even through the fabric. "Oof." Lin Nuohang exclaimed, feeling both shy and frightened, squirming against Huo Jinzhuo. "Please don't hit me. I only tasted a tiny bit, just as small as my fingernail." He extended his pinky to illustrate, attempting to wriggle out of the situation. Just then, the curtain was lifted. Xiaoyu peeked in, "Little boss, today's desserts are all sold out. No need." Her words halted abruptly as she stood, wide-eyed, staring at Lin Nuohang, flushed and in an ambiguous posture against Huo Jinzhuo. Mr. Huo's large hand still rested on Xiaoyu's face, flushed bright red, and she quickly dropped the curtain, stammering, "No need to make more. You two continue." With that, she hurriedly scurried away. Lin Nuohang felt his neck flush crimson, struggling to detach himself from Huo Jinzhuo. "It's all your fault. Xiaoyu saw us. How embarrassing." Yet, it seemed he was the one who had climbed onto him first, and had also been the one to teasingly lean in. His ears warmed even further, and Lin Nuohang turned his face away, biting his lip in embarrassment. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled softly, the vibrations in his chest resonating against Lin Nuohang. He obediently released his hold, allowing him to stand steady. He gently pinched Lin Nuohang's flushed earlobe, his tone laced with teasing. "What are you shy about? You weren't embarrassed to act spoiled in front of Su Wenyuan in the hospital. Yet now, in your own store, you seem bashful?" Lin Nuohang puffed her cheeks, straightening her crumpled apron. "Well, that's entirely different. At that time, I was the patient. What is wrong with being a little spoiled? Besides, Dr. Su is not a stranger. This is a workplace. It would create a poor impression," she asserted, her words ringing with conviction. Huo Jinzhuo caught the key phrase, and his brows furrowed slightly. His voice deepened. "Dr. Su is not a stranger? Then who is he?" The question made Lin Nuohang's heart skip a beat. Realizing she had misspoken, she hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. "I meant my husband and Dr. Su are good friends, so he is not a stranger," she insisted, her small face brimming with sincerity. Huo Jinzhuo was amused by her convoluted reasoning, yet a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He hadn't intended to press the matter. But hearing the familiarity with which she spoke Dr. Su's name stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. He leaned closer, his sharp phoenix eyes locking onto her pure but slightly flustered gaze. A mischievous smile curved his lips. "Oh, so, does that mean you can act spoiled in front of your husband anytime and anywhere?" No. The way he said her name was enchanting. Under his potent aura and burning gaze, Lin Nuohang felt herself retreating, her heart racing, her face growing even redder as she stammered, "I didn't mean it that way." Defeated, she could no longer meet Huo Jinzhuo's eyes. Satisfied, he straightened up, ruffling her hair and taking her hand. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us go. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food." He led the blushing Lin Nuohang out of the store, instructing Xiaoya and the others that they could leave early. Then, amidst the knowing glances and smiles of the staff, he helped her into the passenger seat. On Huafu Street, they arrived at a high-end private dining establishment that offered tranquility amidst the bustle. The reserved private room was elegantly appointed. Lin Nuohang curiously examined the exquisite tableware. "Husband, you made a reservation in advance?" "Yes," Huo Jinzhuo replied, pulling out her chair. "Tonight, I intended to fulfill my promise to bring you here." A sweet warmth filled Lin Nuohang's heart. Her husband had remembered all along. Delicate dishes arrived one after another, each tailored to Lin Nuohang's tastes. She savored her meal with delight, her small mouth glistening with sauce as she squinted contentedly. Huo Jinzhuo, meanwhile, ate slowly, most of his attention focused on his precious companion. Seeing her enjoy her meal greatly enhanced his own appetite. Finally, the main course was cleared away, and the waiter presented an exquisitely plated strawberry Napoleon. The golden, crispy pastry was layered perfectly, filled with silky vanilla custard and plump, vibrant strawberries, topped with gold leaf and mint leaves. Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instead of immediately taking a spoon, she carefully scooped the most perfect bite, complete with a whole strawberry, and offered it to Huo Jinzhuo's lips. Her voice was soft and filled with anticipation. "Husband, you take the first bite." Huo Jinzhuo was not particularly fond of sweets. However, he would never decline anything offered by Lin Nuohang, whom he cherished. With a subtle smile, he took in the sweetness that was presented to him. "Is it delicious?" Lin Nuohang inquired eagerly. "Indeed, it is quite sweet," he sincerely praised, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Nuohang's face. With the affirmation from his beloved, Lin Nuohang contentedly began to relish his delightful treat. He savored each bite, his eyes sparkling with happiness, eventually patting his round little belly in satisfaction. After their meal, Huo Jinzhuo dutifully took him to purchase the latest gaming console along with a stack of game cartridges. Cradling his new toys, Lin Nuohang walked with a spring in his step, overflowing with joy. Upon returning to Uni Villa, the night had deepened. After a refreshing bath, Lin Nuohang snuggled into the soft, expansive bed with a new gaming console, eagerly engrossed in his exploration. Once Huo Jinzhuo finished his evening routine and emerged, he found Lin Nuohang completely captivated by the gaming device. With a mix of exasperation and affection, he shook his head and approached him, gently confiscating the console from his hands. "It's quite late. You can play tomorrow. But just a little longer. Just a moment," Lin Nuohang protested, reaching out to reclaim it. Huo Jinzhuo effortlessly evaded him, leaning down to envelop him beneath his form. His hand slid to the soft flesh at Lin Nuohang's waist. "It seems that my earlier lesson in the store was not adequately memorable." Lin Nuohang instantly recalled the sharp slap and the ensuing tingle, his body stiffening as he surrendered. He obediently curled up under the covers, revealing only his pair of eyes. Tired. "Good night, dear husband." With that, he promptly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Chapter 57. My husband's memory is remarkably good. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled softly, extinguished the lights, and pulled the pretending little ostrich into his embrace. He placed a gentle kiss atop his head and, after a moment's contemplation, felt it necessary to clarify their upcoming arrangements. His large hand patted Lin Nuohang's slender shoulder. "No, in a few days, I shall be attending a summit in Huaiqing, and the schedule is quite demanding. You must remain at home and refrain from any mischief, all right?" The one in his arms immediately ceased pretending to be asleep, his long eyelashes fluttering. "Why? Can't I accompany you?" He tilted his little face upwards, striving to discern Huo Jinzhuo's expression in the dim light. "With great patience," Huo Jinzhuo explained, his fingertips caressing Lin Nuohang's smooth cheek. "This summit involves numerous social engagements, and the agenda is packed. I want to be able to take care of you properly. Furthermore, those business negotiations and forum lectures would be exceedingly tedious for you. I fear you would be utterly bored." He understood Lin Nuohang all too well. Subjecting him to the gravity of a formal summit for several days would be sheer torment. Lin Nuohang listened, his mind racing through the implications. The thought of a gathering filled with suited individuals discussing astronomical figures indeed made him yawn. Moreover, he couldn't completely leave his sweet treasures to Xiaoya and the others. More importantly, with his husband absent, it meant he could secretly fill the refrigerator with ice cream and chips, spending the night on the sofa, immersed in gaming without anyone to oversee him. The taste of freedom felt tantalizingly close. He instinctively nodded, his thoughts spilling forth. "All right, then I can play freely at home." His voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. These words fell upon Huo Jinzhuo's heart like a bucket of cold water. He had anticipated it. This little creature's compliance would not endure for even 3 minutes. His brow furrowed, arms tightening around the person in his embrace. His voice lowered, imbued with a warning. "Lin Nuohang." You listen closely. The use of his full name caused Lin Nuohang to shudder. "During these days at home, you are forbidden from touching junk food or takeout fried chicken. The gaming console must be turned off by 10 o'clock at night for sleep. If I return and find you sneaking chips or playing games late into the night," his large hand suggestively slid to the junction of Lin Nuohang's waist and hips, delivering 2 light taps, the warmth of his palm penetrating through the thin fabric of the nightwear. "You are well aware of the tools in the study. Consider the consequences carefully." The person in his arms tensed slightly. He felt the unmasked concern and impending threat in Huo Jinzhuo's words. The cold sensation of the tools in the study seemed to linger just behind him. The earlier excitement had vanished without a trace. "Darling, I am not a 3-year-old child. I can take care of myself." He attempted to negotiate for a modicum of trust and breathing space. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled derisively, wholly unconvinced by his assurances. He gently pushed the person in his arms away, peering into Lin Nuohang's somewhat evasive eyes in the dim light. With an air of scrutiny and finality, he declared, "I remain unconvinced. I intend to find someone to watch over you for a few days. You must behave and not cause any trouble for them." "Watch over me?" Lin Nuohang instantly flared up, his little mouth pouting high. "Mr. Huo." He was so enraged that he ceased calling him darling. "You are restricting my personal freedom. You do not trust me. I have already stated that I am not a child. I do not need a guardian." He shook his wrist adorned with a diamond-studded tracking bracelet. "Is this not sufficient? Must you assign someone to monitor me?" He felt as though he was being treated like a preschool child requiring 24-hour supervision, his self-esteem gravely wounded. Turning away, he presented his back to Huo Jinzhuo, exuding an aura of displeasure. Huo Jinzhuo sighed helplessly at the sight of that irritable little head. Firmly, he turned him back to face himself. His voice softened somewhat. "It is not a matter of distrust. No, it is that I know you too well. Consciously reflect on this, if no one is watching. Can you truly restrain yourself?" Hitting a nerve, Lin Nuohang let his head droop. After several seconds, a small voice, tinged with guilt, emerged. "It seems I cannot." Indeed, he appeared to lack self-control, particularly in the face of delicious food and enticing games. A hint of a smile finally graced Huo Jinzhuo's face as he ruffled Lin Nuohang's little curly hair. "Therefore, I must find someone reliable. I plan to ask Su Wenyuan if he could stay with him for a few days. His environment is pleasant and the security is thorough." "Su Wenyuan?" Lin Nuohang suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide in disbelief, filled with resistance. "I absolutely refuse to go to his house. Moreover, he has Chinyu there." The peculiar and unexplainable atmosphere between Su Wenyuan and Chinyu instantly flashed through his mind. Lin Nuohang felt a shiver run down his spine. The prospect of meeting him could potentially lead to a confrontation. Was he really going to play the third wheel? How utterly awkward. Of course, Huo Jinzhuo was well aware of this concern. He soothingly patted Lin Nuohang's back, saying, "I share your worries." However, at this moment, Su Wenyuan appears to be the most suitable candidate. I know him well. When he makes a promise, he fulfills it, and he can certainly manage you. Moreover, he paused for a moment. It's far better than sending you back to your parents, isn't it? The last time I went on a business trip, you stayed at the Lin family for 3 days, and what happened? Who was it that, under the guise of keeping your mother company, stayed up late binge-watching dramas and indulging in takeout barbecues, leaving your father in a fit of anger? Lin Nuohang's cheeks flushed as he recalled that infamous incident. His confidence wavering. It had indeed been a bit excessive, and it had resulted in his mother receiving a scolding as well. Well, then I can just stay at our home. Uncle Zhao will be there, and I will be very obedient. Huo Jinzhuo mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Obedient? Who was it last time that, while I was away, stuffed the refrigerator with all kinds of ice cream flavors and piled the snack cabinet high? Playing video games all night until morning without being able to get out of bed? Do you think Uncle Zhao can manage you? Lin Nuohang's expression fell completely. His husband's memory was remarkably sharp. He recalled every piece of evidence against him, although he hadn't been physically punished for it. Being lectured for an entire night while pinned down by Huo Jinzhuo was far worse than any punishment. Seeing Lin Nuohang's distressed expression, Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened. He pulled him back into his embrace, holding him tightly. "Darling, just a few days. As soon as my conference concludes, I will fly back to fetch you. Whatever you wish to eat or do, I shall accompany you, all right?" This gentle promise and the warmth of his embrace gradually assuaged Lin Nuohang's resistance. He hesitated for a moment, snuggling closer in Huo Jinzhuo's arms, softly confirming, "Really? You're not deceiving me? You will accompany me for many days upon your return?" "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Huo Jinzhuo assured, kissing his forehead. "Very well then," Lin Nuohang finally acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps visiting Su Wenyuan's home would allow him to observe closely the situation between him and Chenyu. Additionally, he was curious about the means of restraining Chenyu that Su Wenyuan had mentioned, and his curiosity momentarily eclipsed his reluctance. Chapter 58. Su Wenyuan was undoubtedly his nemesis. 2 days later, the highly coveted medical land in the southern suburbs was, without a hint of surprise, secured by the new consortium led by Ming Hui Group, with Hung and hospital playing a significant role in the endeavor. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Wenyuan had just completed 2 challenging surgeries, a hint of fatigue etched on his brow. He changed out of his surgery attire, which bore the scent of disinfectant, into a crisp, dark gray suit and stepped into his office. Hearing the commotion, Chenyu looked up, rising swiftly from his chair and striding towards him. His voice was taut as he inquired, "The medical land has been finalized. When will you fulfill that condition I requested?" He had awaited this moment for far too long, yearning to rid himself of the shameful burden that loomed overhead. Su Wenyuan rubbed his brow and chuckled softly. "What's the rush? The condition remains. It's not going anywhere." He approached the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down with an air of composure, gazing at him intently. "Speak, what are your terms?" "I am listening." Chenyu took a deep breath and, with deliberate clarity, stated, "I want you to delete that recording. Immediately." "The recording?" Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow. Leaning slightly back in his chair, his hands folded on the table. "What recording? Be clear." He was determined to force Chenyu to articulate that most humiliating moment, when he desperately wished to erase from memory. Chenyu's face flushed slightly as he extended his index finger towards Su Wenyuan, trembling with indignation. "You. Stop playing dumb." His voice rose, tinged with the humiliation of being mocked. "It's the recording from when I was drugged, delirious, and babbling." After speaking, he turned his face away, his ears burning with embarrassment. He had had enough of Su Wenyuan's demeanor, which exuded an air of control and an ability to exploit his vulnerabilities. No wonder his father had not dared to contact him again after that last encounter. He must have been thoroughly infuriated by this polished scoundrel. Hung Da was now preoccupied with its own troubles, and there was no need to leap into the fiery pit that was Li Qianhao for the time being. If only he could erase that recording, he would regain his freedom and return to his own apartment. Su Wenyuan observed his flushed profile, a smirk of malicious satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Oh, that. He paused, and in response to Chun Yu's rekindled hope, he casually uttered a cruel pronouncement. Chun Yu, I recall stating that I would fulfill a reasonable request. Your request is not reasonable. Therefore, it is denied. Propose another. Unreasonable. Chun Yu's mind raced. A surge of blood rushing to his head, constricting his chest, leaving him on the verge of blacking out. He had never encountered someone so shameless, so adept at distorting the truth. You scoundrel. His voice trembled with rage. You made that promise yourself. Why is this request unreasonable? For you, it is merely a matter of lifting a finger. Su Wenyuan raised his hand, lightly brushing the corner of his brow, his words capable of inciting fury. Whether it is reasonable or not is for me to determine, not you. The rules are interpreted by the Creator. Do you understand? Moreover, I remember you boldly stating that if you had the ability, you would let it go. You wouldn't be afraid. Since you are unafraid, why the urgency to delete it now? As he spoke, he stood up, circled the expansive desk, and approached Chun Yu. The invisible pressure intensified with his proximity. Su Wenyuan extended his hand, almost affectionately, ruffling Chun Yu's soft black hair. His voice lowered. Be good, don't make a fuss. Propose another. You. Chun Yu's body stiffened under his touch. That single word of be good was the final straw, utterly shattering the defenses he had struggled to maintain. He was on the verge of tears, his eyes stinging and his nose tingling. Su Wenyuan was his nemesis, deliberately designed to ensnare him. It appeared that the hope of deleting the recording had vanished. His previous bravado about not fearing its release had merely been a reaction to anger. Now, upon reflection, if it were truly released, he was uncertain how it would affect Su Wenyuan, but he himself would undoubtedly be too ashamed to face anyone. His gaze fell slightly. It seemed that a direct confrontation would not yield results. The recording resided on Su Wenyuan's phone, and the initiative would forever remain in his hands. Hope seems elusive. Shall we remain in this predicament indefinitely? Perhaps it would be more prudent to stay close to him, seeking an opportunity to acquire his mobile phone. A nebulous thought began to take shape amidst the chaos of his mind. He blinked forcefully, pushing back the moisture that threatened to surface in his eyes. When he raised his gaze once more, his emotions were meticulously reined in. I have yet to finalize my thoughts. I shall speak when I am ready. Su Wenyuan observed his face for a moment, recognizing the facade of composure he was attempting to maintain. He nodded, straightened his posture, and gracefully moved to the seating area of the sofa. With his long legs elegantly crossed, he remarked, Take your time. There is no rush. Chun Yu fell silent, and the air settled into a delicate stillness. After a brief interlude, Su Wenyuan stood and approached the water dispenser, pouring himself a glass and savoring a few leisurely sips. Setting the cup down, he retrieved the jacket draped over the chair's back and addressed Chun Yu. I have some matters to attend to tonight. A driver will come shortly to escort you home. Chun Yu looked up, somewhat surprised. You're going out? The question escaped him instinctively. Indeed. Su Wenyuan ziplit nun tialen, adjusting his cuff before exiting the office. Watching Su Wenyuan's silhouette vanish beyond the closed door, Chun Yu felt a surge of confusion and frustration welling within him. 20 minutes later, in the VIP room on the top floor of the Rosemary Bar, Su Wenyuan arrived to find Huo Jinzhuo already present. A bottle of brandy was open on the table. His expression was inscrutable, yet those familiar with him could detect a subtle gravity in his brow. Su Wenyuan removed his suit jacket and draped it over the armrest before unfastening a cufflink and taking a seat opposite Huo Jinzhuo. He poured himself a glass of liquor, allowing his gaze to linger on Huo Jinzhuo's slightly pensive face before lifting his glass to his lips. Huo Jinzhuo, a rare visit indeed. Twice in 1 month at our usual haunt? Speak freely. What brings you here with such seriousness? Su Wenyuan sensed that Huo Jinzhuo bore some weighty concern tonight. Huo Jinzhuo wasted no time, raising his glass and taking a sip. I have a matter to discuss with you. There is a summit tomorrow, and the schedule is quite tight. I am uneasy leaving Lin Nuohang at home alone. He placed his glass down and fixed his gaze intently on Su Wenyuan. I would like to send him to stay with you for a few days. Please keep an eye on him. Su Wenyuan's eyebrows arched, leaning back slightly against the sofa, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Chairman Huo, you truly place your trust in me? Are you not afraid I might lead your young charge astray? His long fingers tapped gently against the glass. However, I must inform you that I am not alone at home. Lin Nuohang and Chun Yu are quite the pair. He paused, envisioning the scene, his smile deepening. Ah, one a delicate flower, the other a powder keg. Are you certain they want to tear my roof off? Or might they engage in a brawl themselves? Though he jested, a glint of amusement in his eyes belied any genuine concern. Huo Jinzhuo certainly shared that apprehension, his handsome brow furrowing. I have considered that as well. Yet, after deliberation, your place seems the most secure. Housekeeper Zhao cannot manage him, and returning to the Lin family. His parents are too indulgent, rendering him uncontrollable. Please assist in keeping things from escalating too far. The primary concern is, he rubbed his brow, a hint of paternal exasperation evident. Do not let him indulge in junk food, nor stay up late playing games. This is the core concern. Chapter 59. Is my husband not feeling quite happy tonight? Su Wenyuan observed the rare trace of worry etched on his brow and lifted his glass to clink with Huo Jinzhuo's. Taking a sip, the spiciness coursed down his throat. He set down the glass and nodded in agreement. Very well. For your sake, and considering that young Master Lin is rather endearing, I shall reluctantly accommodate him for a few days. He shifted the conversation slightly with a hint of jest, but let me be clear. When he is under my roof, he must abide by my rules. You must clearly communicate this to your little one, ensuring he behaves impeccably. He articulated the last 3 words with particular emphasis, recalling Lin Nuohang's spoiled antics with Huo Jinzhuo. Su Wenyuan mused that he would likely find it quite challenging to resist. Huo Jinzhuo understood his implication, a smirk gracing his lips. Once Lin Nuohang arrived, accompanied by Chun Yu, he would surely behave more appropriately and not cause too much mischief. He chuckled softly, a note of certainty in his voice. That would be a great trouble for you, Wenyuan. Once the summit concludes, I will personally fetch him and express my gratitude. No need to be so formal with me. Su Wenyuan waved his hand casually, suggesting that upon your return, we should gather for a meal together. Very well. Huo Jinzhuo acquiesced, but soon his expression turned serious as another matter crossed his mind. Hengda has suffered a significant setback this time, incurring considerable losses. Li Tianhao is no fool. Although our actions were discreet and left no tangible evidence, he can surely deduce our involvement. He cautioned, particularly regarding our intrusion into their system to obtain core data. He will undoubtedly pursue this relentlessly. Please ensure safety on your end. His words carried a deeper meaning. Su Wenyuan's lips tightened as he nodded. I understand. Rest assured, the individuals are under my watchful eye, and there will be no missteps. The two continued to converse in hushed tones regarding subsequent business arrangements. Once their drinks were finished and matters settled, they parted ways. At that moment, Lin Nuohang was busily stashing away his secretly accumulated provisions, several bags of potato chips, boxes of chocolate wafers, and the latest handheld gaming console, cramming them into the corner of an oversized suitcase. Nearby lay neatly folded articles of clothing. His husband was to fly to Huai City the following day for some summit, and he needed to prepare his source of joy in advance. Once he arrived at Dr. Su's abode, he would be free as a bird. After finally hiding the snacks beneath his clothes and zipping up the suitcase, Lin Nuohang had just pushed the suitcase against the wall when the bedroom door swung open. Huo Jinzhuo's tall figure appeared in the doorway, accompanied by a whisper of cool night air and a faint scent of alcohol. His gaze swept over the bulging suitcase before landing on Lin Nuohang's face, which bore a hint of guilt. With a slight arch of his brow, he inquired, Have you packed everything? Are you so eager to visit Su Wenyuan? His tone was inscrutable. Lin Nuohang's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head, dashing into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. He affectionately nuzzled against his chest, wrapping his small hands around his lean waist. The voice was muffled. There was no anticipation whatsoever. He greedily inhaled the familiar scent emanating from Huo Jinzhuo, catching a hint of alcohol. Lifting his petite face, he inquired, Darling, have you been drinking? Yes. I had a few discussions, Huo Jinzhuo replied, ruffling his chestnut curls. He gently cupped Lin Nuohang's chin, scrutinizing the clarity in his eyes. Go lie down on the bed. I'll take a shower. Huo Jinzhuo sensed that Lin Nuohang was unusually compliant tonight, as if concealing something. Okay. Lin Nuohang obediently responded, releasing his grip and clambering onto the bed, glancing back twice. He burrowed under the covers, revealing his large, round eyes, eagerly watching Huo Jinzhuo's silhouette as he entered the bathroom. A thought nagged at him. Was his husband displeased tonight? Was it because of his earlier remark about wanting to play freely? Did he think Lin Nuohang disliked being with him? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. When Huo Jinzhuo emerged from the shower, he was clad only in a deep gray silk robe, loosely tied at the waist, revealing his well-defined collarbone and firm chest. Lin Nuohang's eyes sparkled with fascination, unable to tear his gaze away. Huo Jinzhuo, perceptive to the intense stares from the bed, approached and observed the small figure swathed in blankets. His voice, low and laced with amusement, inquired, "Are you still awake? Waiting for me?" Lin Nuohang nodded, lifting a corner of the blanket and extending a small hand. "Yes, I want to sleep with you." Instead of lying down, Huo Jinzhuo extended his long arm, scooping the little one into his lap. Lin Nuohang instinctively wrapped his arms around Huo Jinzhuo's neck, leaning in to plant a kiss on his lips, tinged with a hint of sweetness. His kissing technique had not improved in the slightest. He nibbled and sucked at Huo Jinzhuo's lips with an unrefined eagerness, yet brimming with passion. Huo Jinzhuo was taken aback by Lin Nuohang's boldness that night, his eyes widening ever so slightly, soon darkening in response to the youthful kiss. His large hand cradled the back of Lin Nuohang's head, deepening the kiss. During a brief moment of breath, Lin Nuohang held Huo Jinzhuo's face in his delicate hands, his puppy-like eyes earnestly searching his husband's gaze. In a soft murmur, he asked, "Darling, are you feeling down? Is it because I mentioned playing freely at home? Are you unhappy?" A trace of anxiety crept into his voice. "Do you think I resent you for being overprotective?" Huo Jinzhuo did not anticipate his beloved's sensitivity. He was indeed affected by that offhand remark about freedom, as if his presence and guidance were perceived as a constraint on Lin Nuohang. His dark, phoenix-like eyes fixed upon Lin Nuohang, he countered with a question. Nuo, do you think I have never granted you freedom?" Lin Nuohang hastily shook his head, his small hand climbing over Huo Jinzhuo's broad shoulder. He urgently clarified, No, darling, I don't feel constrained. It's just that sometimes I struggle to control myself." His voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He was gradually learning to accept Huo Jinzhuo's guidance, which made him feel cherished and valued, even if it occasionally frightened him. Eager to express his feelings, his small hand instinctively glided along the open neckline of Huo Jinzhuo's robe. The fingertips, both curious and affectionate, brushed against the warm, firm chest muscles. The sensation was exquisite. Huo Jinzhuo narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the muscles swell and contract under the caress of warm fingertips. This little one certainly had a talent for teasing. He seized the wandering hand firmly, his voice low and filled with a warning. No, if you continue to roam, I may find it impossible to restrain myself." The body's response was unmistakable. Lin Nuohang, caught in Huo Jinzhuo's grasp, felt the heat radiating from him and the palpable tension in the air. Rather than retreating, he grew emboldened, knowing that Huo Jinzhuo would be leaving on a business trip the following day and likely would not punish him tonight. He pouted, his lips a rosy hue, and boldly protested, "You'll be away for several days, starting tomorrow. What is wrong with me touching my husband a little?" Huo Jinzhuo found his petulant, spoiled demeanor amusing. With a gentle exhale, he tightened his grip on Lin Nuohang's wrist while his other hand firmly encircled his waist. "Just a little touch? How dull." With that, he pressed Lin Nuohang closer, their bodies fitting together seamlessly, the heat between them palpable. "Since you seem so spirited tonight, why not indulge in something more intriguing?" He lowered his head, capturing Lin Nuohang's slightly flushed earlobe with his lips, gently nibbling as he sensed the shivers coursing through his partner. "Several days without holding my Nuohang," he murmured. The tingling sensation in Lin Nuohang's ears spread throughout his body, and he realized he had ventured too far. Yet, the fire in Huo Jinzhuo's phoenix-like eyes made his heart race. An unfamiliar thrill and anticipation surged within him. Rather than pushing him away, He found himself drawn to Huo Jinzhuo, instinctively tilting his head to offer his lips. Huo Jinzhuo allowed him to kiss, observing his movements, awkward yet earnest. His little face filled with determination. He found it utterly adorable and felt a surge of affection. After a brief moment, Lin Nuohang, breathless, looked up and asked, "Husband, why aren't you kissing me?" Realizing he was the one taking the initiative while Huo Jinzhuo had yet to respond. He was caught off guard when Huo Jinzhuo suddenly laid him back on the bed. His strong frame followed suit, clothes becoming disheveled amidst their fervent kisses and explorations. Scorching kisses traced down his delicate chin and slender neck, igniting flames wherever they touched. Their breaths intertwined, growing hotter and more urgent. Chapter 60. You both are bullying me. As Su Wenyuan pushed open the door, a thick haze of mingled tobacco and spirits enveloped him. The living room was dimly lit. Chenyu sat with his back to the door, slumped on the sofa, a few wisps of smoke curling upwards from his fingers. Su Wenyuan furrowed his brow and strode over, taking in the scene on the coffee table. An open pack of cigarettes, a silver lighter, a bottle of Hennessy Richard that was clearly more than half empty, and a glass filled with amber liquid. That bottle of liquor had undoubtedly been taken without permission from his cabinet. He, without uttering a word, reached out and seized the cigarette from Chenyu's lips, forcefully pulling it away. The smoldering tip, still faintly glowing, was extinguished against the surface of the coffee table. With a swift motion, he swept the entire pack of cigarettes, along with the lighter, into the nearby trash bin as if discarding refuse. Chenyu, visibly incensed, shot back. "What do you think you're doing? Is my house meant to serve as your chimney?" His gaze, piercing, fixated on Chenyu's slightly raised face. "It is clearly stated in the rules. These items are off limits. Have you forgotten again? And who gave you permission to meddle with my liquor cabinet?" Chenyu, bewildered by the sudden barrage of actions and accusations, found his reaction dulled by the alcohol coursing through him. As he stared at the discarded cigarette box in the trash, a surge of frustration and rebellion rushed to his head. He lifted his chin defiantly, emboldened by the liquor, and retorted, "It's none of your business. I feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with having a smoke and a drink? Am I infringing on you, Director Su?" He lamented his lack of freedom, feeling as though everyone was scrutinizing his every move and squeezing him into submission. Su Wenyuan was genuinely enraged now. This fellow, perpetually nursing grievances, dared to defy him? He leaned in, gripping Chenyu's chin, forcing him to meet his cold gaze. "Understand this clearly. This is not your home. This is not a place where you, young Master Chun, can run amok as you please. Do you comprehend?" The pressure of his grip was merciless. Chenyu winced in pain, feeling as if his jaw might fracture. His lips quivered involuntarily, and soon his beautiful almond eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners tinged with a vivid blush. "You all, each one of you, bully me," his voice cracked, barely able to contain the sobs. "How can you treat me this way?" He turned his face away, breaking free from the hold, and hastily wiped away the tears threatening to spill. Yet the more he wiped, the more they flowed, resembling a child who had suffered a great injustice. Su Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden display of tears and breakdown. He tilted his head slightly. "Scrutinizing sen strict, flushed visage." "Crying? I was only gone for 3 hours. What could have upset you this much?" Indeed, the deletion of the recording had left Chenyu in a foul mood. He sat at the computer, his mind elsewhere, awaiting the driver's arrival. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he hesitated but ultimately answered. Chen Jiaming's voice dripped with veiled menace, informing him that he was at the hospital and demanding an immediate meeting in the back garden. Chenyu was reluctant to comply, yet Chen Jiaming had a knack for exploiting his vulnerabilities. Eventually, he acquiesced. In a secluded corner of the hospital's back garden, Chen Jiaming stood with his back to him, exuding an air of despondency. "Dad," Chenyu's voice was hoarse. Chen Jiaming turned, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if attempting to peel away his layers. "Well, it seems your wings have grown quite strong. When did you manage to climb this lofty tree, Su Wenyuan?" He scoffed, recalling the time he had urged Chenyu to pursue Li Tianhao, only for him to feign superiority and refuse. "And now, are you not still relying on Su Wenyuan's protection?" What a charade of chastity you put on. I am not. Chen Yu's complexion was ashen, and he vehemently denied the accusations. Chen Jianming, however, remained unconvinced, letting out a cold snicker. He recounted, with embellishments, the conversation he had previously had with Su Wenyuan in the reception room, particularly emphasizing Su's protective stance and the phrase, "he is my person." Does Su Wenyuan not have any feelings for you? How could he be so protective? Chen Jianming pressed on. The downfall of Hengda is critically linked to that piece of land, and the system being hacked. Who else but you could have orchestrated this? He recalled Su Wenyuan's previous remark about Chen Yu doing work on his behalf. Now that Hengda was in dire straits, the Li family was no longer a reliable ally. As he scrutinized Chen Yu's shifting expression, his tone oscillated between softness and firmness. Xiao Yu, since Su Wenyuan harbors such sentiments for you, why not plead with him? Ask him to assist the Chen family in securing some funds for circulation. For the Su family, it would be a mere trifle. A chill coursed through Chen Yu's heart as he realized that his father had surmised the connection between the hacking of the Hengda system and him. Impossible. He resolutely refused, vowing never to beg Su Wenyuan for the Chen family's sake, as that would only render him more subservient. Seeing that Chen Yu was unyielding, Chen Jianming dared not press further, hurling a few curses in irritation. He issued a warning. Hengda is investigating the system breach. Li Tianhao is not to be trifled with. Take care not to implicate the Chen family. Watching Chen Jianming's retreating figure, Chen Yu felt a profound chill enveloping him, his heart sinking to the depths. He was engulfed by a tempest of frustration, despondency, humiliation, and a flicker of panic at having his thoughts so brazenly exposed. The words "my person" and "protecting you" stirred an unexpected tremor within him. When the driver arrived, he instructed the vehicle to halt at a convenience store. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he purchased cigarettes and a lighter, items he had never before touched. He recalled that Qianlai had mentioned smoking could alleviate stress. Upon returning to the opulent abode of Shengshi Yeyun, he sat alone in the empty living room, smoking one cigarette after another. The acrid smoke brought tears to his eyes, leaving his throat dry and painful, yet his mind grew even more chaotic. In a daze, he retrieved his phone, instinctively sending a message to Su Wenyuan. "When will you be back?" Yet his words fell into the void, met with silence. Eventually, exasperated, Chen Yu rose and approached the liquor cabinet, retrieving a seemingly expensive bottle of Hennessy. Slumping back onto the sofa, he poured himself glass after glass. At that moment, Su Wenyuan arrived, unleashing a torrent of anger upon him. Chen Yu, already brimming with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain his tears. "I know," he sniffed. "This is not my home. I am merely a guest beneath another's roof. Do as you please." This unexpected remark struck Su Wenyuan sharply. Observing the drooping head, the slightly trembling shoulders, and the tightly clenched fists, a wave of profound tenderness surged within him, accompanied by a soft ache in his heart. To his astonishment, he found Chen Yu's pouting, tear-streaked visage somewhat endearing, radiating a fragility that made him want to cradle and mend him. After a brief silence, he extended his hand, pulling Chen Yu up from the sofa, his tone softening. "Enough of this tragic performance. Go take a shower. You reek of smoke and alcohol." He half supported and half held the unsteady Chen Yu, who exuded an air of despondency, as he led him to the second floor. "Clean yourself up, and then tell me in detail what's troubling you this time." Chen Yu leaned heavily against Su Wenyuan, his head spinning from the lingering effects of alcohol and the tumult of his emotions, his legs feeling weak beneath him. Su Wenyuan assisted him into the bathroom, instructing him to stand by the sink. He then approached the bathtub, bending down to adjust the water temperature and begin filling it. The steam quickly enveloped the room. When he turned back, he found Chen Yu still dazedly leaning there, his cheeks flushed alluringly from the alcohol, his gaze hazy and fixed on him. Su Wenyuan felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart at the sight. Chapter 61. This appearance certainly appeals to him in an unexpected turn. Chen Yu suddenly spoke, his voice low and resonant. "Su Wenyuan, why haven't he replied to my message?" Well, he sent that message. He intended not only to inform Su Wenyuan of his father's visit, but also, more subtly, to hint at Hengda's investigation into the hacker. Perhaps he was also seeking a semblance of response? Su Wenyuan paused, pulling out his phone. Indeed, there was an unread message from Chenyu, timestamped during his clandestine conversation with Huo Jinzhuo at the bar. His gaze darkened as he explained, I was in a meeting and had my phone on silent. I didn't see it. Chenyu merely responded with a soft "oh," lowering his eyelashes and refraining from further inquiry. Su Wenyuan noticed his dejection more acutely now. He gestured towards a prepared bathtub, saying, the water is ready. After you're done, come to the study and find me. He hesitated for a moment before adding, don't keep me waiting too long. With that, he turned to leave. Chenyu remained rooted in place, staring at the swirling steam, pouting silently. As Su Wenyuan reached the door, he paused and looked back, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Aren't you going to undress? Do you want me to help you? Just like that night at the hotel when I assisted you with your bath. He deliberately evoked memories of that evening, relishing the sight of Chenyu's cheeks flushing a deeper crimson, reaching all the way to his ears. Chenyu swallowed hard, his eyes darting in panic elsewhere. He called out softly, no, I can manage. You go out. Then, he lunged forward, using nearly all his strength to push Su Wenyuan out of the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Su Wenyuan stumbled back slightly, shaking his head as he regarded the closed door. He turned and walked towards the study, settling into the spacious leather chair, closing his eyes to recuperate. He would need to thoroughly interrogate this young man later to discern what had provoked him tonight. Time passed slowly. Su Wenyuan dealt with several emails and reviewed some documents. The wall clock indicated that nearly an hour had elapsed since he had ushered Chenyu into the bathroom. The study door remained firmly shut, and the outside was eerily silent. Su Wenyuan furrowed his brow. Does it really take this long to take a shower? Has he drowned or fallen asleep? He rose, striding out of the study and into Chenyu's bedroom. The bathroom door was still tightly closed, and there was no sound from within. Chenyu? Su Wenyuan rapped on the door, his voice tinged with palpable impatience. Having spent an hour, was he inside hatching eggs, or had he fallen into the sewer? The silence within was palpable. Su Wenyuan's brow furrowed ever deeper as he struck the door twice more with increased force, demanding, speak. If you do not respond, I shall enter. Yet there was no reply. His gaze sharpened, and without further hesitation, he twisted the doorknob. The door was unlocked. A veil of steam enveloped him as he stepped inside, and the sight before him rendered Su Wenyuan momentarily breathless. Chenyu lay with his head tilted, resting against the edge of the bathtub, and, astonishingly, had fallen asleep. White foam floated atop the water, barely concealing the submerged scenery beneath. His eyes were closed, long eyelashes resting gently, his cheeks flushed from the steam, and his lips glistened with a rosy hue. Exposed shoulders and collarbone glistened, their contours smooth and skin fair. The sweet fragrance of shower gel mingled with the steam, pervading the air with an intoxicating allure. Su Wenyuan felt a wave of heat surge from his lower abdomen straight to his head. He swallowed hard, suppressing the tumult within, and quickly approached. Crouching down, he gently patted Chenyu's warm, slick cheek. His voice was husky. Hey, wake up. Have you really fallen asleep in a bath? Are you a pig? Perhaps due to the lingering effects of alcohol, Chenyu remained oblivious, merely turning his face to the side and pouting slightly. Su Wenyuan observed him for a moment, then chuckled softly. Chenyu's appearance was indeed to his liking. Round, expressive eyes, elegant brows, and a pleasing lip shape, though he bore a non-threatening demeanor. A slight provocation would ignite an explosive reaction, leaving him seemingly fragile afterward. With these thoughts, Su Wenyuan raised his hand and gave Chenyu's face a firmer tap. This time, the sensation roused Chenyu from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. At first, his vision was blurred, but gradually it focused. The first thing he noticed was Su Wenyuan's impeccably tailored deep gray trousers, followed by the scrutinizingly handsome face that loomed close. Su Wenyuan, he exclaimed, startled, his voice rising in pitch as clarity returned. You big pervert, how did you get in here? In that instant, he became acutely aware of his own predicament, completely naked, submerged in the bathtub, exposed before Su Wenyuan's gaze. With a shriek, he flailed, attempting to cover himself, but his movements were too vigorous, causing him to slide down sharply. Water splashed high, choking him and splattering Su Wenyuan in the process. Su Wenyuan glanced down at his damp shirt and trousers, closing his eyes for a moment as a vein throbbed at his temple. He contemplated expressing his anger, yet upon gazing at the flustered figure huddled in the bathtub, blushing and wishing to sink beneath the surface, a wave of inexplicable amusement washed away his ire. He raised a hand to wipe the droplets from his face, chuckling. "What are you shouting for? Only now do you remember to be shy?" He then stood tall, casting a condescending glance at the submerged ostrich. His gaze unabashedly swept over the graceful lines concealed beneath the water. Besides, with such a petite frame, he paused, satisfied as he observed the tension in the water. Previously, within the confines of the hotel, I had meticulously scrutinized every detail, inside and out. Now, is it too late to conceal? You silence yourself. Scoundrel, depart. The voice of Chenyu, filled with shame and fury, came through the water, muffled. He buried his head even lower. Dare to utter another word, scoundrel, pervert? Su Wenyuan's voice turned colder, laced with menace. Do you believe I won't demonstrate to you what a true scoundrel is right now? Chenyu, trembling with anger, raised his head, pointing at Su Wenyuan, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. The blatant words from Su Wenyuan made him wish to vanish at once. He could only bury his head firmly underwater, leaving only a flushed, steaming back of his head exposed to Su Wenyuan. Su Wenyuan leisurely admired his foolish appearance, as if he wished to drown himself. His mood inexplicably brightened. He added slowly, I shall give you 10 minutes. Dry yourself off, dress appropriately, and come to my study. Exceed the time, and I would not mind personally coming in to fetch you. I stand by my word. With that, he turned away from the scene in the bathtub, leaving the bathroom with a trace of dampness and a certain satisfied smile, closing the door behind him. Inside, the sound of Chunyu's frustrated splashing and indistinct curses echoed. He felt as if he might combust from embarrassment. Social death. Utter social death. What does it mean to have examined everything so thoroughly? A cultured rogue. A beast in human guise. A grand pervert. After a moment, he finally climbed out of the bathtub, dried his body, and donned the black and white striped cotton pajamas. 10 minutes later, there was a gentle knock at the study door. Come in. Su Wenyuan's voice beckoned. Chenyu pushed the door open. His almond-shaped eyes, wary, scrutinized the figure sitting on the sofa. Su Wenyuan appeared relaxed, one long arm draped over the back of the sofa, a long leg elegantly crossed over the other. He tilted his head, his gaze lingering on the silhouette at the door, for the half-dry tips of his hair, sweeping over his rosy cheeks. To the slender waist enveloped in soft pajamas, his gaze was profound, tinged with a hint of heat. Chenyu felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively closing his legs, gripping the hem of his pajamas tightly. Come here, take a seat. Su Wenyuan gestured with his chin towards the adjacent single sofa. Chenyu hesitated for a moment, but cautiously approached, sitting demurely at the edge of the sofa. His body was slightly tense, as if poised to flee at any moment. He spoke first with a hint of desperation. If you wish to punish me, then do so swiftly. Is it copying rules or something else? Speak plainly. He only desired to hasten the end of this torment. Su Wenyuan appeared unhurried, his gaze lingering on Chenyu's round, still slightly damp almond eyes for quite a while, before slowly responding. Why the haste? Debts must be settled meticulously. First, explain what transpired tonight. Why the smoke and the drink? Chapter 62. Let bygones be bygones. This time I shall refrain from punishment, shall I not? Chenyu pressed his lips together, his long eyelashes fluttering down, beneath Su Wenyuan's all-seeing gaze. He found it difficult to lie, and moreover, he had no desire to deceive. He took a deep breath and recounted, in meticulous detail, the humiliation he endured at the hands of Chun Jianming in the hospital's rear garden that afternoon, wherein he was coerced into soliciting assistance from Su Wenyuan on behalf of the Chen family. Yet instinctively, he omitted the part regarding Chun Jianming's suspicion that he had hacked the Hengda system, and that Hengda was in pursuit of the hacker. Upon finishing his account, he felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him, yet inexplicably, a slight relief lingered in his heart. Su Wenyuan listened quietly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. Once Chenyu concluded, he finally spoke, So what do you wish for? Do you desire my intervention to aid the Chun family in overcoming their predicament? This question served as a litmus test, directly posed at Chunyu. Chunyu looked up abruptly, astonished by Su Wenyuan's straightforwardness. Did he hope for assistance? It appeared he had no grounds to demand anything of Su Wenyuan. He opened his mouth, only to ultimately choose silence, uncertain of how to respond. Su Wenyuan's fingertips gently tapped on the armrest of the sofa, seemingly having reached a conclusion in his mind. He refrained from pressing further and instead, with a languid exhale, stated, "Very well, let's not discuss the Chun family. Now, let's turn our attention to the matter of punishment." Chunyu's heart began to race. "You tell me," Su Wenyuan said leisurely, counting off on his fingers, "smoking and polluting my air, consuming my wine without permission, and cursing me as a bastard and a pervert in the bathroom, exhibiting a deplorable attitude. You took a bath and fell asleep, making me wait for an hour, and even caused my clothes to get splashed." With each transgression he enumerated, Chunyu's expression grew increasingly despondent. "With so many offenses, how do you propose I punish you?" He tossed the ball back into Chunyu's court, his eyes glinting with amusement. Chunyu was momentarily taken aback by the litany of accusations, particularly the last two. His face flushed crimson as he attempted to negotiate. "Am I to be punished simply based on your whims? You are merely playing word games. In the end, do you not have the final say?" He had developed a keen understanding of Su Wenyuan's tactics. Su Wenyuan's lips curved into a smirk, adopting an expression of attentive interest. "Oh, then enlighten me. What reasonable suggestions do you have?" Chunyu steeled himself and decided to take a gamble. "Considering I assisted you in acquiring the core data from Hongda, let us call it even this time and forego any punishment, shall we?" As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Su Wenyuan's expression, finding it inscrutable. He quickly added, with a hint of desperation to appease, "What if we regard this waiver as a fulfillment of my earlier request? That is, let this offset the punishment, if that is agreeable to you." He referred to his earlier demand for the deletion of the recording. Upon finishing, he lowered his gaze, harboring a subtle hope. The amusement in Su Wenyuan's eyes finally broke through. This little rascal was attempting to barter his merits and requests to evade punishment. His mind certainly worked quickly and was quite entertaining. He feigned contemplation before leisurely replying, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Chunyu perked up, raising his head with widened eyes. "Really?" The incredulity washed over him. Could Su Wenyuan truly be this accommodating today? Of course, Su Wenyuan nodded, wearing a countenance that conveyed reasonableness. "Since you have rendered significant assistance, it is only fair that one request offsets one punishment." He gazed into Chunyu's eyes, where a spark ignited, and elongated his tone with malice. However, the word "however" plunged Chunyu's heart into a profound despondency. "You just mentioned that you would offset this punishment with that request. This punishment refers to your opening of my wine, correct?" Chunyu instinctively nodded, a wave of intense foreboding surging within him. "Excellent." Su Wenyuan's smile deepened, radiating sheer malevolence. "Thus, smoking and polluting the air counts as one infraction. Insulting my character in the bathroom counts as another. Exceeding the time for your shower and indirectly causing my clothes to be ruined, resulting in both mental and material losses, counts as yet another. Chunyu, can you count how many offenses that is?" He extended his slender fingers, leisurely gesturing as he spoke. Chunyu sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Exceeding shower time counts as a violation? And isn't insulting you your own doing?" He felt as though Su Wenyuan's shameless logic was driving him to madness. Su Wenyuan squinted, leisurely retorting, "Do you need me to remind you of what you said in the bathroom?" Chunyu grimaced, instinctively mumbling under his breath. "You bastard pervert," a phrase of utter exasperation. You see, Su Wenyuan seemed to seize upon this moment, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his lips. "You insulted again? That adds to your guilt." He observed Chunyu's shocked expression, as if his worldview had shattered, and found it utterly amusing to toy with him. "You." Chunyu trembled with rage, pointing at Su Wenyuan, struggling to articulate a response. He had truly experienced what it meant to be unjustly accused, with no recourse. This man was an absolute rogue. Su Wenyuan dismissed his accusations with indifference, rising to his feet and striding over to Chunyu. He leaned down, benevolently announcing the punishment. This time, you shall not be required to copy those rigid rules. Chunyu lifted his head, watching him warily, uncertain of what trickery lay ahead. Remember this, Su Wenyuan locked eyes with him, each word deliberate. First, no smoking, especially not in the house. Should I catch you again? He deliberately paused, his gaze dangerously sweeping over Chunyu's waist and hips. The consequences will be yours to bear. Chunyu instinctively closed his legs, his face contorting in distress. Second, Su Wenyuan's gaze settled on Chunyu's still indignant expression. He declared the true punishment. Tomorrow afternoon, you shall spend 3 hours at a children's rehabilitation center, playing with the children. Experience firsthand what it means to be innocent and cleanse yourself of the stench of smoke and alcohol. Observing Shen Yue's increasingly grim visage, Su Wenyuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He slowly added the final and most crucial piece of information. Third, and most importantly, tomorrow evening, Lin Nuohang will be moving in for a few days. What? Chunyu's astonishment escaped his lips, his brows furrowing. Lin Nuohang is coming? Why? What does he want? Doesn't he have a home? Only after speaking did he realize his overreaction. This is Su Wenyuan's home. Why does he have to question it? Su Wenyuan focused intently on Chunyu's tightly pressed lips. With an outstretched hand, his fingertips grazed the collar of the sleepwear, smoothing out the non-existent creases. Do not dwell on the reasons. His gaze locked on Chunyu's somewhat flustered eyes. You need only remember to behave, refrain from causing mischief. Avoid arguing with him, and certainly do not engage in any physical altercation. Do you understand? He spoke as if admonishing a child lacking in understanding. After finishing, he raised his hand and gently patted Chunyu's shoulder, akin to soothing a small dog. There, the admonition concluded. Get some rest. Tomorrow we must rise early to face the consequences. Without waiting for Chunyu to utter another word, Su Wenyuan turned and strode out of the study. Chunyu stood alone, staring at the vanishing figure, his mind a tumult of confusion. Lin Nuohang would be staying for a few days? This meant he would have to confront the very person he had once ridiculed, now indulged by Huo Jinzhuo. How awkward. Utterly awkward. Moreover, Su Wenyuan always conversed with Lin Nuohang so gently. He irritably rubbed his throbbing temples and instinctively lifted his hand to sniff his sleepwear. There was no unpleasant odor. Instead, it bore a pleasant scent. Chapter 63. Tempting someone so early? Not the original version the next morning, when Huo Jinzhuo opened his eyes. Lin Nuohang had yet to rise. He lay on his side, observing the little figure sleeping beside him for a while. His large hand instinctively caressed the boy's back gently. In his dreams, Lin Nuohang seemed to sense the familiar comfort and warmth. Drowsily, he nestled closer into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace. One soft arm draped over Huo Jinzhuo's firm waist, fingers unconsciously exploring. Accidentally, they landed in a rather curious spot, eliciting a touch of intrigue. Huo Jinzhuo's pupils dilated slightly. His body stiffened. A familiar heat surged within him, rising swiftly. The soothing hand that had been patting him ceased, prompting Lin Nuohang to wrinkle his little nose in discontent. His eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurred before it sharpened, landing directly upon Huo Jinzhuo's face, close enough to discern the depth of his gaze, which seemed to brew a storm. Awake? Huo Jinzhuo's voice was low, as if suppressing some impulse. What was that little hand doing? He shifted slightly, indicating the troublesome hand. Lin Nuohang was momentarily dazed, his mind not yet fully operational, until he followed Huo Jinzhuo's gaze boom. A rush of heat surged to his head. Lin Nuohang quickly withdrew his hand, stammering an apology. Husband, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Oh my, was he so restless in his sleep? What was that hand doing? How mortifying. Huo Jinzhuo gazed at his flushed face, the earlier darkness in his eyes replaced by a hint of exasperated amusement. He was not angry. Rather, he found it amusing that this little one had ignited a fire so early in the morning, fearing he might not be able to restrain himself. After all, the previous night, he had indeed lost control, leaving Lin Nuohang begging for mercy after quite the ordeal. This was precisely why he had chosen not to wake Lin Nuohang, hoping to allow him to rest and recuperate. "It's all right." Huo Jinzhuo softened his voice. He reached out and gently tousled Lin Nuohang's tousled curls, his movements imbued with a sense of reassurance. "Nuohang, do you feel any discomfort?" His gaze fell upon Lin Nuohang's slender waist. Lin Nuohang nodded, cautiously rising to nestle into Huo Jinzhuo's broad, warm embrace. Clutching Huo Jinzhuo's large hand, she guided it to her lower back, her voice laced with a touch of spoiled grievance. "It feels sore here and a bit painful. Last night, her waist had borne too much strain and her muscles were protesting." Huo Jinzhuo understood immediately. His palm enveloped her delicate waist, applying just the right amount of pressure as he began to knead gently. He had become quite adept at this, for each time they finished, Lin Nuohang would request a massage, prompting him to learn various techniques. As he worked, he softly admonished her, "Nuohang, you must be on your best behavior at Su Wenyuan's tonight, understand? No mischief, eat on time, and don't stay up gaming." A paternal worry surged within him. Lin Nuohang blissfully closed her eyes, relishing her husband's exclusive massage service. She tilted her face upward, admiring Huo Jinzhuo's sculpted jawline and alluring Adam's apple. Pouting slightly, she teased, "Got it, darling. You're even more nagging than my father." Despite her words, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, her heart swelling with a sweet delight at being cared for and held dear. "Nagging, you say?" Huo Jinzhuo slightly increased the pressure of his hands, eliciting a soft hum from Lin Nuohang. "Isn't it just concern for you? Who knows if you'll end up in a hospital or wake up with panda eyes from staying up too late?" "A 1T, I promise," Lin Nuohang quickly declared, burying her face in Huo Jinzhuo's neck and nuzzling against him. With a muffled voice, she assured, "I'll be good and wait for you to come back." Once the soreness in her waist had significantly eased, Lin Nuohang shyly pressed down on Huo Jinzhuo's hand. "All right, darling, it doesn't hurt anymore." She rose, stretching languidly and revealing a glimpse of her fair, supple waist beneath her pajamas. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze darkened, pulling her back into his embrace. They lingered in their intimacy for a while before he carried Lin Nuohang to the bathroom to freshen up. They shared a heartwarming breakfast together. Before heading out, Huo Jinzhuo stood at the entrance, performing a final check of Lin Nuohang's attire. He adjusted her collar and tucked away a few errant curls from her forehead. His deep, expressive eyes focused intently on her delicate features. "Nuohang, I'll be back in a few days. If anything comes up, call me immediately, understood?" He reminded her once more. I know." Lin Nuohang nodded vigorously, leaping into Huo Jinzhuo's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist and tilting her face up to plant a kiss on his chin. Her voice softened. "Darling, you must take care of yourself too. Don't tire yourself out. I'll miss you." She endeavored to appear obedient and sensible, wishing not to cause him worry. Seeing her bright, affectionate eyes filled with longing, Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened. He ruffled her hair and said, "Be good. Wait for me to return." Only then did he turn and leave the house with a sense of ease. Not long after Huo Jinzhuo departed, the servant loaded Lin Nuohang's bulging suitcase onto old Zhang's car. Lin Nuohang himself climbed into the vehicle and instructed Uncle Zhang, "Let's head to the honeypot first." He intended to visit the shop initially and, after closing, have old Zhang take him to the temporary detention center. In the afternoon, Chenyu stood in the lobby of the Children's Rehabilitation Center, holding a bag of colorful lollipops purchased from a convenience store, his demeanor somewhat awkward. He had arrived punctually, adhering to Su Wenyuan's directive. The receptionist, evidently informed of his arrival, greeted him warmly. "Are you Mr. Chenyu? Director, Su has mentioned you. The children are in the activity room. Allow me to escort you there." Chenyu nodded, his heart fluttering with anxiety. Playing with children? Telling stories? His life experience had scarcely afforded him any interaction with such delicate little beings. He followed the nurse through the corridor and pushed open a door adorned with whimsical cartoon designs. The activity room was filled with the joyous laughter of children and the sounds of toys. A dozen children of varying ages were engaged in play. The nurse clapped her hands and announced, "Little friends, look who has come. This is Brother Chenyu, here to play with you all this afternoon." Instantly, A multitude of curious and innocent eyes fixated on him. A small girl with braided pigtails was the first to rush over, looking up at him with her cherubic face. "Brother, you're so beautiful. Are you an angel?" This candid compliment momentarily stunned Chunyu, causing his ears to flush with warmth. Soon, more children gathered around him, clamoring, "Brother, help me build a castle. Brother, tell me a dinosaur story. Brother, hug me." The soft, melodic voices of the children rose and fell, their tiny hands tugging at his clothing and pant legs. Overwhelmed by this sudden surge of affection, he felt a bit stiff and at a loss. He was unaccustomed to such intimate physical contact, let alone being the focus of so many trusting gazes. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down, striving to make his voice sound gentle. "All right, I will play with you. One at a time, okay?" He accepted a toy car from a boy and pushed it across the floor. He read half a picture book to a girl clutching a stuffed doll and helped a few boys construct a wobbly castle with building blocks. Gradually, he began to relax, and his spirits lifted considerably. Yet, Su Wenyuan's words about cleansing himself of smoke and hostility echoed in his mind. Hostility? What hostility did he harbor? He pursed his lips and silently cursed Su Wenyuan for being neurotic. Chapter 64. Torn asunder. Time flew swiftly in the midst of the children's laughter. Before long, evening arrived, and the nurses began ushering the children to rest and have dinner. The little ones reluctantly bid farewell to their charming brother, and Chunyu distributed the lollipops he had brought, receiving a chorus of sweet "thank you, brother." In return, the activity room fell into a tranquil silence. Chunyu rose, stretching his somewhat stiff arms, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Stepping out of the activity room, he finally came to a halt by the window at the end of the corridor. Outside lay the rehabilitation center's rear garden, lush with greenery, bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun. At that moment, a gentle tug brushed against his thigh. Chunyu looked down to find a petite girl, around 5 or 6 years old, clad in a pink hospital gown. She gazed up at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with anxiety and hope. "Brother." The little girl spoke softly, her voice tinged with a quivering tremor. "Have you seen my mother?" "I haven't seen her since I woke up this morning." Chunyu recalled her name was Yinin, and he vividly remembered the last time he saw her nestled between her parents in the garden. Her laughter radiating pure joy and carefree bliss. That image had stirred a subtle ache deep within him. He crouched down to meet her gaze, softening his tone as much as possible. "Yinin, don't be afraid. I haven't seen your mother, but I can help you ask the nurse, all right?" He took her icy little hand and led her toward the nurse's station. The attending nurse clearly recognized Yinin, and, upon hearing Chunyu's words, her face darkened with concern. "Yinin's mother came this morning," she explained. "She said she was going home to fetch some things and asked us to look after Yinin. But it's already evening, and she hasn't returned. I tried calling, but her phone is off, and no one answers her husband's number." The nurse sighed, turning to Chunyu. "Oh dear. This child's mother hasn't been well lately. She always seems troubled when she visits. But I'm sure it's nothing serious. She may just be delayed." As the nurse spoke, she took Yinin's hand. "Yinin, let us head back to your room and wait for your mother, shall we? She might have gotten caught up with something." Yinin nodded obediently, following the nurse, but not before turning back to Chunyu with a sweet smile. "Thank you, brother." That smile was pure and dazzling. Chunyu remained rooted in place, watching the tiny figure vanish around the corner of the corridor, a heavy sensation weighing down his chest. He ambled aimlessly down the hallway, his thoughts in disarray. Suddenly, a few panicked figures rushed past him, their voices raised in urgency. "Hurry! The top floor. They say someone is going to jump." Moments later, more people dashed by, and he could faintly hear the shrill sound of sirens in the distance. Chunyu's heart lurched. Grabbing the arm of a passerby, he inquired, "What is happening?" "On the top floor of the inpatient department. A woman is about to jump. The police and firefighters are already here." The person replied hastily before breaking free and continuing to run. A terrifying thought rapidly took shape in his mind. His complexion paled as he disregarded everything else and sprinted toward the flow of people heading to the inpatient department. On the rooftop of the inpatient department, the wind howled, billowing their garments. A cordon had been established, with firefighters and police officers meticulously setting up air cushions and maintaining order. At the edge of the rooftop stood a slender woman, her long hair whipping wildly in the wind. The back of one foot dangled precariously over the edge, her body swaying as if it could topple at any moment. It was Yinin's mother. "Stay back. Don't come any closer," she shouted, her emotions frayed, her voice shattering. "If you come any closer, I'll jump." "Mom, please calm down. Stay composed. Don't act impulsively. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly." The seasoned negotiation expert cautiously began. "Discuss? Ha ha." The woman emitted a chilling laugh filled with despair. "What is there to discuss? That good husband of mine, who has pretended to be devoted for years, has squandered all the life-saving money I saved for our daughter on a mistress. That he is nowhere to be found when our daughter needs him the most." As she spoke, her agitation grew, her body leaning further out. This elicited a chorus of gasps from the crowd below. "He deceived me. He deceived Yinin. He promised to take her to Disneyland once she recovered. But it was all a lie, a complete ruse." Her voice was laden with profound hatred and despair. "I found him yesterday, and he struck me for that wretched woman. He called me a mad woman. He claimed Yinin's illness was a bottomless pit. He has long since abandoned us." The surrounding murmurs buzzed with sympathy, anxiety, and helplessness. Firefighters and police officers attempted multiple times to approach, only to be repelled by the woman's fierce reactions. The negotiation expert's persuasion seemed tragically inadequate. As seconds ticked away, the woman's strength waned, and her mind grew increasingly disoriented. Chunyu pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his heart racing within his chest. He gazed at the woman's face, twisted in despair, and heard her utter Yinin's name. The image of the little girl's sweet smile and her words of thanks flooded his mind, sending a sharp pang through his heart. He could not bear to witness Yinin lose her mother, just as he had lost his own mother forever. Just then, as the woman's emotional turmoil caused her to sway violently, prompting gasps from the crowd below, Chunyu forcefully pushed past a firefighter blocking his path and dashed towards the innermost part of the cordoned area, within mere steps of the woman. "Andy, Yinin is still waiting for you," Chunyu shouted. The woman's body jolted slightly, her unfocused gaze instinctively locking onto him. "Yinin was just looking for you," he continued, his voice steady and clear. "She asked me, 'Brother, have you seen my mother?' I haven't seen her since this morning. She is scared. She has been waiting for you." He noticed the woman's body stiffen noticeably. "I understand the pain of losing a loved one." Chun Yu's voice rose, carrying a raw, uncontrollable anguish, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My mother left me long ago. I never even got to see her one last time. I dream of meeting her again, even if just once. But I will never have that chance." As he spoke, tears flowed unbidden down his cheeks. The deep-seated sorrow within him laid bare in that moment. "Yinin is still so young. She depends on you so much, loves you dearly. Can you bear to let her, like me, only call for her mother in dreams?" Chun Yu's voice trembled as he cautiously stepped forward, locking his gaze onto the wavering eyes of the woman. "And that man? What is he? Trash. Scum. Is it truly worth sacrificing yourself and abandoning Yinin for such filth? As long as Yinin's illness is cured, everything will be all right. Regarding the money," he took a deep breath, as if resolutely committing to a decision, his gaze incredibly earnest. "I will help you." These 3 words resonated like thunder in the woman's ears, shocking everyone around them. He was unaware if his meager savings would suffice, but at that moment, all he wished for was to grasp any glimmer of hope to stabilize her. You will help me? What reason do you have to assist me? Why should I trust you?" The woman looked at the unfamiliar, handsome young man before her with disbelief. "Simply because I do not want Yinin to become a second version of myself," Chunyu replied, pressing his lips together, his sincerity and pain undeniable. "Because I envy her for having a mother to turn to. And I—" He inhaled sharply, tears finally streaming down his cheeks. "And I will never have that opportunity again. So, I beg you, for Yinin's sake, please step down. She cannot be without her mother." Just as the woman's eyes reflected intense inner turmoil and her defensive stance began to waver, Chunyu abruptly lunged forward, gripping her arm with all his might and yanking her towards safety. "Ah!" The woman let out a sharp cry, her body being pulled away from the edge of danger by his tremendous strength. Chapter 65. Dying like this wouldn't be so bad, however. The instinct for survival and overwhelming terror caused her to instinctively push back with her arm as she lost her balance. Bang! This forceful push landed squarely on Chunyu's chest, who was already leaning forward due to his own exertion. A sudden impact knocked him off balance, sending him staggering backward, his feet slipping as he lost control and began to tilt backward. Behind him lay the abyss of dozens of floors. Heavens! I am falling. Help! Cries of terror erupted from both the rooftop and below. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Chunyu felt an abrupt loss of weight, the wind howling past his ears. The woman's terrified face at the rooftop's edge, the outstretched hands of firefighters, all faded rapidly from his view as he plummeted. It's over. A thought crystallized in his mind. Is this how I die? So be it. It seems no one truly cares. Resigned, he closed his eyes and surrendered to the descent. Just as he believed he was about to plunge into eternal darkness, a powerful, bony hand grasped his wrist, firmly preventing him from slipping off the rooftop's edge. The sharp pain of his bones being gripped jolted Chunyu back to reality. He opened his eyes to see a face he had never encountered before, filled with extreme urgency and panic. It was Su Wenyuan. Half of his body was extended over the rooftop's edge, his hair a disheveled mess from wind. Veins bulged at his temples, his complexion a ghastly pale, and his thin lips pressed into a rigid line. Half an hour earlier, Su Wenyuan had just concluded a meeting and discussed various matters with several leaders. Returning to his office, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He glanced at the time. It was already past the hour when Chunyu was supposed to return from the rehabilitation center. This kid, he hasn't run off, has he? He furrowed his brows, picked up his phone to make a call, but then set it down again. Never mind, he would go see for himself. Upon arriving at the Children's Rehabilitation Center and inquiring with a nurse, he learned that Mr. Chen had been playing with the children all afternoon and had just left a short while ago. The inexplicable agitation within Su Wenyuan subsided slightly. Just as he was preparing to return to his office, his phone rang. It was his assistant, Xiao Gao. He informed him that someone on the top floor of the inpatient department was threatening to jump and that the police and firefighters had arrived, creating a scene of chaos. Su Wenyuan's heart sank. As the director, he had to be present during such a grave incident. He immediately rushed to the inpatient department. The elevator took him straight to the top floor. Pushing open the rooftop door, he was met with the blaring of police sirens, the howling wind, and the clamor of the crowd. He quickly spotted a woman on the edge of the terrace, emotionally unraveling and surrounded by onlookers. The police and firefighters were urgently trying to persuade and strategize. Just as he was about to step forward to assess the situation and coordinate resources, a familiar figure burst out from the crowd. He watched in disbelief as Chunyu approached the woman, calling out to her. He recognized the stubbornness inherent in Chunyu, tempered by a hidden softness. This young man truly dared to put everything on the line. As Chunyu edged closer, Su Wenyuan felt his heart race. He had never been so tense. It was as if every second was an agonizing eternity. Then he witnessed Chunyu grasp the woman's arm and pull with all his might. He saw her lose control and push back, causing Chunyu to lose his balance and stumble backward. He watched in horror as half of Chunyu's body hung in midair, plummeting toward the abyss. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had been crushed by an icy hand. Blood surged backward, and his mind went blank. There was no time for thought. Instinct took over. He shoved past those in front of him and lunged toward the edge of the terrace. Just as Chunyu's body was about to disappear from view, he extended himself fully, straining his arm to its utmost, using every ounce of strength to grasp that cold wrist firmly. The immense force of the fall propelled Su Wenyuan forward. Gritting his teeth, his arm muscles tensed, showing no sign of yielding. When Chunyu opened his eyes, he saw the shock and a semblance of eerie calm reflected in those almond-shaped eyes. Chunyu, hold on to me. Don't let go. Su Wenyuan shouted, his voice distorted by sheer terror and dread. The firefighters and police quickly reacted, rushing forward to assist. Several strong hands gripped Su Wenyuan and Chunyu's other arm. Together, they gradually pulled the suspended Chunyu back to safety. When Chunyu's feet finally touched the solid ground of the rooftop, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. But Su Wenyuan caught him. The overwhelming sensation of having survived and the agony in his wrist left Chun Yu gasping for breath. Yet, Su Wenyuan did not look at him. He released his grip and even pushed away those who sought to support him. His face was ashen, his gaze chillingly cold, and his chest heaved, clearly still rattled by the ordeal. He initially suppressed his fury and instructed the arriving medical personnel in a low voice. Take this lady to the lounge, conduct a thorough examination, and arrange psychological intervention. Subsequently, he swiftly and calmly communicated with the police and fire department heads, confirming the arrangements for subsequent actions. After dispersing the crowd and managing the chaotic scene, Su Wenyuan turned around, his thin lips tightly pressed together. Gripping Chun Yu's wrist with considerable force, he commanded, "Come with me to the office." As he spoke, he pulled Chun Yu along, entering the elevator in silence, traversing the corridor with such rapidity that Chun Yu had to jog to keep pace. Bang! The door to the dean's office was slammed shut by Su Wenyuan with great force. Releasing Chun Yu's wrist, he pivoted, his peach blossom eyes radiating a fierce crimson hue. With a gaze that bore an almost savage scrutiny, he meticulously assessed Chun Yu from head to toe, confirming that aside from excessive fright, a pallid complexion, and a wrist reddened by his grip, there were no other visible injuries. He then raised his hand to vigorously massage his throbbing temples. Yet the overwhelming rage and fear remained unassuaged. Chun Yu. Su Wenyuan could not restrain himself, seizing the uninjured wrist of Chun Yu. His voice trembled with unprecedented fury. Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the audacity to charge in without ensuring your own safety? Has heroism clouded your judgment? Do you realize that if I hadn't? He choked momentarily. If I hadn't caught you, you would be a mere heap of flesh downstairs. It would be a Herculean task to even retrieve your body. Fool! He could not fathom the consequences had he failed to intervene, and merely contemplating it sent waves of tightening dread through his heart. He recognized his fear of losing this little rascal, who constantly opposed him, evoking both exasperation and helplessness. Chun Yu stood dazed by his outburst, his pale face devoid of expression. He merely lowered his eyelashes, allowing Su Wenyuan to vent his frustration. He could distinctly feel the bone-crushing grip on his wrist, alongside the intense emotional turmoil radiating from Su Wenyuan. Was he truly concerned for him? This thought rippled through the turbulent waters of Chun Yu's heart. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, his eyelids fluttering. Are you worried about me? He ventured tentatively. Upon uttering the question, he found it somewhat absurd. How could someone like Su Wenyuan possibly worry about him? At most, he was likely concerned about the repercussions of an incident occurring in his hospital. Indeed, Su Wenyuan seemed to be struck by something, his eyes flickering momentarily. Then, with a colder, more impatient tone to mask his emotions, he replied, Yes, of course. I'm worried. If something happens on my turf. He paused, seemingly at a loss for words to articulate the more complex emotions beyond mere trouble. Oh, the faint glimmer in Chun Yu's eyes dimmed. He understood. It was indeed about the fear of bearing responsibility, of implicating Su, the esteemed dean. He exerted effort to withdraw his hand, his voice dry. I'm fine now. Let go of me. Chapter 66. Truly affectionate, however, Su Wenyuan did not release his grip. Instead, he stepped closer. In the astonished gaze of Chun Yu, another arm extended forth. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him fiercely into her embrace. Su Wenyuan's chest was broad and solid, radiating the heat of intense exertion and the quickened pulse that had yet to subside, clearly conveyed to Chun Yu through the fabric of their clothes. He rested his chin atop Chun Yu's head, his voice low and husky. Be good for a while, and we shall return home shortly. He paused, recalling Chun Yu's promise on the rooftop. Also, regarding the funds you pledged for Yining's treatment, you need not worry. The hospital will cover her medical expenses. Do you understand? Chun Yu was utterly bewildered by his embrace and words, stiffly leaning against him. His nostrils filled with Su Wenyuan's unique scent, mingled with the earthy aroma of survival. So he had been on the rooftop all along? Had he heard everything Chun Yu said about his mother? It was of little consequence now. Su Wenyuan was already aware of too much. Since he was willing to provide Yining with treatment free of charge, that was acceptable. Perhaps it was prudent to save his meager savings for another purpose. Chun Yu relinquished his struggle, nodding slightly, responding almost inaudibly as Lin Nuohang boarded old Zhang's car with her luggage. Huo Jinzhuo's flight had just arrived in Hawaii City, and Lin Nuohang promptly sent a message. Nuohang, darling, have you arrived in Hawaii City? Was the journey smooth? How was the in-flight meal? Was the seat comfortable? Within seconds, a reply came. Old man, just arrived, disembarked the plane. Is Nuohang in the car? Nuohang, puppy in the car, JPG. Nuohang, I'm already in the car. Image, old man, good. My good baby, Nuohang. Happy twirling, JPG. Old man, I'm heading to the hotel first. Hug, JPG, of a fluffy bear, tightly embracing another. Mr. Hua, this way. Please, Dingy respectfully opened the car door. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Huo Jinzhuo suppressed a smile, his expression turning cold as he entered a sleek black Bentley. Dingy remarked, TSK, the speed at which his mood changes could astonish even a master of Sichuan opera. Lin Nuohang, cradling her phone, gazed at the tightly hugged bear, chuckling to herself. After she put her phone away, she leaned her little head against the back of the seat, lost in thought as she watched the blurred shadows of the trees outside. Without Huo Jinzhuo by her side, there was an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Half an hour later, the car entered the Shengshi Yiyun Villa district, stopping in front of a brightly lit villa. Old Zhang swiftly retrieved the nearly bursting suitcase. Standing by the car, Lin Nuohang looked at the door she was about to enter, her heart inexplicably racing. Little madam, please go in, Old Zhang prompted. MHM, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Please drive safely on your way back. She nodded obediently, suppressing her unwarranted anxiety as she took the handle. Pulling out her phone, she snapped a picture of the villa's entrance to send to Huo Jinzhuo, informing him of her safe arrival. Watching old Zhang's taillights disappear around the corner, Lin Nuohang took a deep breath, dragging her suitcase to the door. What should she say if she were to run into Chunyu right away? Hi, long time no see? Or perhaps, sorry for the interruption? He raked his fingers through his curly hair and paced back and forth at the door for a brief moment. Ultimately, he extended his index finger and pressed the doorbell. The door opened promptly, revealing Chunyu, whose face bore a hint of aloofness. Lin Nuohang instinctively straightened his small chest, a somewhat forced smile gracing his features. Chunyu's gaze swept across his face before settling on the enormous suitcase at his feet. With an emotionless tone, he uttered, "Come in." A wave of embarrassment washed over Lin Nuohang, prompting him to nod and awkwardly drag the suitcase over the threshold. Upon entering, he noticed Su Wenyuan approaching from the direction of the living room. His peach blossom eyes, framed by golden-rimmed glasses, sparkled with a hint of amusement as they scanned Lin Nuohang and his beleaguered suitcase. "Welcome, young one." Su Wenyuan's voice was melodious and inviting. He naturally reached out to take the heavy suitcase from Lin Nuohang's grasp, effortlessly carrying it to a corner of the living room. "You must be tired from your journey. Perfect timing. We haven't had dinner yet, so come join us." Lin Nuohang quickly expressed his gratitude. "I'm not tired." "Thank you, Dr. Su." Chunyu silently followed behind, his gaze lingering on Su Wenyuan's upright figure before shifting to Lin Nuohang's cherubic face, which appeared particularly innocent. A strange sense of discomfort stirred within him. Su Wenyuan was notably attentive, personally handling the suitcase and addressing Lin Nuohang with warmth, such familiarity. In the dining room, a lavish dinner was laid out upon the long table, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Su Wenyuan took his seat at the head of the table and casually gestured with his chin. "Please sit comfortably, as if you were at home." Lin Nuohang complied, taking a seat opposite Chunyu, and immediately began to devour his meal, his cheeks swelling with food. As he munched away, he couldn't help but steal glances at Chunyu across the table. Oddly enough, Chunyu's gaze seemed less disdainful this time. Instead, it appeared somewhat awkward and peculiar. He remained focused on his white rice, which was entirely unadorned. Su Wenyuan, perceptive to Chunyu's unusual demeanor, furrowed his attractive brows slightly. He picked up the serving chopsticks and selected a few plump, glistening shrimp, crossing the expanse of the table to place them directly into Chunyu's bowl. "Eat more. What nourishment can you derive from just rice?" he remarked. Lin Nuohang, while gnawing on a rib, was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before him, his mouth agape. His wide-eyed gaze flitted between Su Wenyuan and Chunyu. Wow, more food. Could it be that Su Wenyuan and Chun Yu were truly developing something? Chunyu stiffened slightly, his head bowing lower, a faint blush creeping up his ears. He stared at the shrimp that had been added to his bowl and murmured, "Thank you." Finally, his chopsticks reached for the shrimp. The discomfort that had arisen from Su Wenyuan's attentiveness towards Lin Nuohang was significantly dulled by the sweetness of those shrimp. Su Wenyuan's gaze traversed from the top of Chun Yu's lowered head to Lin Nuohang, whose eyes were round with astonishment, forgotten food before him. He rapped his knuckles lightly on the table, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "What are you staring at, young one? Is the food not to your liking? Would you like me to serve you some?" "Huh?" Lin Nuohang snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head, his cheeks puffing up. No, Dr. Su. I can manage it myself." He lowered his head and took a large mouthful of rice to mask his embarrassment. However, his large eyes couldn't help but sneak glances at the person across from him. After the meal, Su Wenyuan stood up and once again lifted Lin Nuohang's enormous suitcase. "Let us proceed. I shall show you to your room." He led Lin Nuohang up to the second floor and opened a door at the end of the corridor. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with a simple yet comfortable decor, imbued with a faint scent of sunlight. "You shall reside here for the next few days." Su Wenyuan pushed the suitcase inside and pointed to another direction in the corridor. "My room is over there. Feel free to seek me if you need anything." His gaze swept over Lin Nuohang before glancing at Chunyu, who had been silently trailing behind. Lin Nuohang tilted his small face and nodded eagerly. Understood. "Thank you, Dr. Su. Do take a good rest," Su Wenyuan replied before closing the door. Once he had shielded Lin Nuohang from his inquisitive gaze, he turned toward Chunyu, who stood in the shadow by the door, his tone unremarkable. "You, come here for a moment." Chapter 67. A disquieting thrum, Chunyu looked up in confusion, but silently followed Su Wenyuan down the corridor to the master bedroom. Entering the room, he was enveloped by a crisp, woody aroma that mirrored Su Wenyuan's own essence, instantly surrounding him. The room, much like its occupant, was impeccably tidy. By the expansive bay window sat a set of deep gray sofas. Su Wenyuan said little, merely gesturing toward the sofa with his chin. "Please, take a seat." Chunyu, somewhat bewildered, obeyed and sat down on the sofa, his body slightly tense. Su Wenyuan moved toward a small alcove within the room. "Moments latte." He emerged holding a silver home medical kit, placing it on the low table in front of the sofa and opening it. He retrieved a bottle of spray designed to alleviate bruising and swelling, extending his hand toward Chunyu. Su Wenyuan twisted off the cap of the spray. Chunyu hesitated for a moment, then lifted his right hand, presenting his wrist to Su Wenyuan. On his fair wrist lingered several distinct purplish marks, the remnants of Su Wenyuan's urgent grip from earlier that afternoon at the rooftop's edge. Initially oblivious to the tension, he only now felt the faint throbbing pain as it was brought to his attention. Su Wenyuan lowered his gaze, his eyes darkening as they fell upon the bruised area. Without uttering a word, he picked up the spray and evenly applied it to the bruises. Then he reached out, applying gentle pressure with his fingertips, massaging the area. Chunyu kept his head down, unable to meet Su Wenyuan's eyes, his heart racing uncharacteristically. The spot on his wrist where Su Wenyuan's fingers pressed felt as if it were ignited, a warmth radiating to his ears. When Su Wenyuan finally ceased his actions, Chunyu felt as if his wrist, an entire arm, had succumbed to a delightful numbness. It was not pain, but rather an unsettling thrill. He recalled the moment in the office when Su Wenyuan had embraced him. Perhaps Su Wenyuan indeed harbored a different sentiment towards him. Su Wenyuan retracted his hand, securely replacing the spray canister back into the medicine cabinet. Chunyu withdrew his hand, his gaze slightly lowered, and murmured a hoarse thank you. Rising to his feet, he prepared to depart, yet his eyes involuntarily wandered to the slightly unbuttoned collar of Su Wenyuan's shirt. He recalled the moment on the rooftop when Su Wenyuan had collided fiercely with the edge of the cement, his brow furrowing in pain. He paused, his voice hesitant. "Did you sustain any injuries today? It seemed like you hit your chest." He gestured towards Su Wenyuan's chest area. Su Wenyuan's movements faltered for a brief moment as he glanced up at Chunyu. In his captivating almond-shaped eyes, concern was unmistakably reflected. A warmth enveloped Su Wenyuan's heart, though his expression remained stoic. It's nothing. Just a superficial injury. You should rest now. Chinyu opened his mouth to say more, but ultimately refrained, nodding slightly before turning to leave. However, he was called back by Su Wenyuan at the doorway. Chinyu. He froze, not turning around. Good night. Su Wenyuan spoke, watching his retreating figure. Chinyu's heart fluttered at the response, and he hurriedly echoed good night before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Su Wenyuan distinctly noted the tips of Chun Yu's pale ears, flushed to the point of appearing almost crimson. After a brief pause, he picked up the medical kit and entered the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him, washing away the weariness of the day. As he dried his body in front of the mirror, his gaze fell upon the left side of his chest. A vast expanse of glaring red swelling and bruising occupied the area, with a small abrasion at the center seeping tiny droplets of blood. He pressed a finger gently against it, eliciting a dull ache. The memory of Chun Yu's eyes, brimming with clumsy concern during their earlier exchange, surfaced in his mind. Lost in thought, a faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. This lad certainly possesses keen observational skills. He opened the medical kit, cleaning the abrasion with iodine-soaked cotton, then applying a layer of transparent anti-inflammatory ointment. Although it stung a bit, the warmth blossoming in his chest, ignited by Chun Yu's concern, lingered long after. Once he had finished, Su Wenyuan buttoned his sleepwear and exited the bathroom. As he approached the bedside, his phone buzzed alive with a call from Huo Jinzhuo. Su Wenyuan ansua. Huo Jinzhuo inquired succinctly about Lin Nuohang's condition and reiterated the importance of adhering to protocols, particularly highlighting the suspicious suitcase. Su Wenyuan Li's then, a knowing smile flickering in his peach blossom eyes. Understood. Don't worry. Your little one is safe with me. Nothing untoward will occur. I'll go check on the homework right away. He replied half-jokingly, exchanging a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Su Wenyuan shook his head in resignation. This crafty old fox was astutely aware of his little one's antics, even from afar, orchestrating their affairs remotely. He adjusted his collar to ensure everything was in order before stepping out of his room. In the guest room, Lin Nuohang had just finished a fragrant hot shower, clad in a bear-themed pajamas, radiating warmth. He was contemplating how to hide the treasures from his suitcase before sneaking in a bit of gaming, followed by a goodnight call to Huo Jinzhuo. Humming a tune, he dragged the hefty suitcase to the center of the room. Unzipping the suitcase, I first retrieved several sets of clean clothes to hang in the wardrobe. Subsequently, with a clear objective, I rummaged through a pile of soft, fluffy garments, my eyes gleaming as I unearthed a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips. Just as I was about to tear open the packaging to reward my startled soul, a knock echoed at the door. Startled, I nearly dropped the chips. Cautiously, I glanced towards the door and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Su Wenyu," came the clear voice from outside. Instantly, a shiver ran down my spine. I quickly concealed the chips among the clothes, closed the suitcase, and hesitated before ambulating toward the door. I opened a crack, peering out. Outside stood Su Wenyu, clad in a deep gray silk pajama set. His eyes, framed by glasses, held a hint of amusement as they swept over my excessively adorable bear-themed pajamas, and his lips seemed to curve slightly. I recalled Chun Yu's soft rabbit pajamas. Indeed, these two young individuals shared a remarkably consistent taste in sleepwear. "Dr. Su, is there something you need?" I endeavored to muster an innocent smile. Su Wenyu remained silent, his gaze drifting over my head to the center of the room, landing on the suitcase whose zipper appeared inadequately secured. With a subtle smile, he effortlessly pushed the door open and strode in, his long legs covering ground with ease. "It's nothing serious, just a casual inspection to see if there are any prohibited items that require safekeeping." A loud alarm blared in my mind. In a swift motion, I darted forward, arms outstretched like a protective hen, firmly positioning myself between Su Wenyu and the suitcase. My eyes, wide with vigilance, feigned calmness. "Dr. Su, what are you planning to do? It's inappropriate to rummage through someone else's belongings." I attempted to reason with him. Su Wenyu had that, observing my increasingly anxious demeanor with a composed expression. The mirth in his almond-shaped eyes deepened as he leisurely replied, "My dear child, why are you so tense? I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any contraband items hidden within the suitcase." He took a step closer, towering over my increasingly guilty visage. For instance, certain high-calorie, low-nutrition snacks, or perhaps some addictive gaming devices. My face fell, the corners of my mouth drooping in a mix of grievance and defiance. Inside the suitcase, it's just clothes. Truly, Dr. Su, you can't seriously intend to forcibly inspect someone else's possessions, can you? That's against the rules. I emphasized the notion of propriety, hoping Su Wenyu would adhere to the gentlemanly principles he appeared to embody. Chapter 68. Caught red-handed, Su Wenyu seemed to anticipate my protest, remaining unfazed as he invoked his authority. "Oh, rules? Unfortunately, young one, those are not my rules." He leaned in slightly, clearly perceiving the tension in my eyes. "These are the regulations set forth by your family's director Huo. He specifically called to convey these instructions." He paused, savoring my frozen expression, before delivering the final blow with languid precision. He also mentioned that should you refuse to cooperate upon his return, you would be summoned to the study for a rather lengthy discussion. In the study, a few words exchanged like a thunderclap struck Lin Nuohang's mind. The ruler and the slender rattan stick loomed ominously. A faint ache began to resurface behind him, causing his calves to feel weak. His small face fell completely, lips protruding in a defiant pout, and his entire visage resembled a disgruntled little bun. He glared at Su Wenyu, a mixture of anger and fear swirling within him, cursing the old man far away in Huai City 100 times over. How infuriating! It was evident he had plotted this from the beginning. The bulging suitcase was like damning evidence against him. After struggling for a few moments and contemplating the authority of the study, Lin Nuohang's shoulders slumped in resignation. He let his hands fall to his sides, sidestepping with a defeated voice. "All right, fine, you see." His tone resembled that of a pitiful little landlord whose home had been raided. Su Wenyuan's eyes twinkled with amusement. He was immensely curious about the enchanting allure of Huo Jinzhuo's study. "Well, at least you're somewhat obedient," he remarked, nodding as he approached the suitcase and crouched down. Without a hint of courtesy, he unzipped it completely. Chips, wafers, and a brand new gaming console lay brazenly atop a few neatly folded t-shirts. Lin Nuohang stood by, his eyes darting anxiously like a guilty puppy, his toes awkwardly curling within his slippers. It was over. The evidence had been discovered. Su Wenyu pointed at the colorful array of snacks and the gaming console, raising an eyebrow at the little boy who wished to shrink away. Little one, care to explain? Those clothes look rather unique." I don't know," Lin Nuohang stammered, shutting his eyes and feigning ignorance, his voice barely audible. They snuck in by themselves. Really? Perhaps the suitcase possesses magical powers." His feeble excuse rendered his ears crimson. Su Wenyu chuckled at his antics, shaking his head. Did he truly believe he could deceive him like a 3-year-old? "All right then, a magical suitcase, is it?" he declared without hesitation. "In that case, all these magical items will be confiscated." As he picked up the gaming console, he waved it before Lin Nuohang's eager gaze. "This, you may play for a maximum of 1 hour each day. Exceed that? Confiscated." His tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuohang panicked. He immediately stepped forward, his eyes brimming with a pitiful sheen. In a final plea, he exclaimed, "Dr. Su, Brother Su, can you please just let me keep 1 bag of chips? Just 1. And a box of cookies. Just 1 box. Please?" He extended a delicate finger, gesturing for this minuscule quantity. Su Wenyu, nearly unable to restrain his laughter at the boy's bargaining antics, found his eyes genuinely pitiable. Even invoking Brother Su was quite amusing and rather endearing. He raised his right hand, shaking his index finger resolutely in the air. Undeterred, Lin Nuohang's face scrunched tighter as he sought a compromise. "How about just 1 bag of chips? Surely, that's reasonable?" Su Wenyu maintained his smile, once again shaking his finger with unwavering firmness. The last glimmer of hope extinguished. Lin Nuohang completely wilted, his shoulders drooping as he mumbled, "Oh." His voice trailed on, imbued with reluctant acquiescence. Su Wenyu felt a sense of satisfaction. With a deftness akin to magic, he produced a large cloth bag that had evidently been prepared in advance, swiftly sweeping the contraband into it. Lin Nuohang watched in dismay as his snacks were unceremoniously confiscated, his heart aching with each item lost. Su Wenyuan stood up, the heavy bag in hand, and approached the dejected child. He gently patted Lin Nuohang's shoulder, his tone laced with a touch of reassurance. "All right, it's time to rest. Remember, gaming is limited to 1 hour. Lights out at 10, promptly." Lin Nuohang, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, nodded weakly, his lips forming a sulky pout. "I know." As he observed Su Wenyuan striding away with the bag of spoils, the door clicked shut behind him. It was only then that Lin Nuohang turned, silently mimicking a roar against the closed door. He swung his tiny fists, delivering a series of mock punches to the air, and, still unsatisfied, stomped his feet in a huff, producing a series of soft thuds. "Damn it, Su the skinflint and Huo the scoundrel colluding together, humph," he muttered indignantly, a weight of pent-up frustration pressing against his chest. He marched over and slammed the nearly empty suitcase shut in a fit of vexation. The zipper rattled loudly, and with a kick, he sent it skidding into the corner of the room. Gaming console? His enthusiasm had evaporated entirely. Lin Nuohang flopped heavily onto the soft, expansive bed, pulling the covers over him and burying his head beneath them. He declared in a huff, "Sleep. I won't be calling that old man tonight. Let him keep his lonely vigil." Yet, as the world beneath the covers fell silent, his body began to honestly yearn. The bed felt too large, too empty, lacking the familiar warmth of that soothing presence, faintly scented with pine. There were no sturdy arms enveloping him, no broad hands gently patting his back. Lin Nuohang restlessly tossed and turned, akin to a small rice cake on a hot skillet. Previously, when Huo Jinzhuo was away on business, he had not found it so agonizing. He threw off the covers and sat up, the room illuminated only by a dim wall lamp. Grabbing his phone, he glanced at the time, 10:05 p.m. It was past the hour when Huo Jinzhuo typically insisted he retire for the night. The phone remained quiet, with no new messages. Perhaps the old man was indeed quite busy. A small wave of grievance and longing bubbled up within him. Lin Nuohang pouted, tapping the screen a few times before pressing the voice message button. His voice, tinged with petulance, came through softly, "Darling, I'm going to sleep now. Good night." After sending the message, he tucked the phone beneath his pillow and lay back down, closing his eyes in an effort to clear his mind. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed without the slightest hint of slumber. He opened his eyes, staring at the blurred patterns on the ceiling. Was it the absence of Huo Jinzhuo's scent that kept him awake? A bold, albeit slightly embarrassing, thought emerged. With a sudden resolve, Lin Nuohang leaped up, flicking on the bright light. He dashed across the room, bare feet pattering against the floor, toward the corner where the suitcase lay, which he had previously dismissed. He yanked it open, his small hands rummaging through the neatly folded clothes, and finally, at the very bottom, he extracted a finely textured dark gray dress shirt. He remembered it well. It was one of the business shirts Huo Jinzhuo frequently wore. As he was packing his luggage, an inexplicable impulse led him to tuck it away. Lin Nuohang brought the shirt to his nose, inhaling deeply. The crisp and steady scent of pine, coupled with a hint of a unique freshness that belonged solely to Huo Jinzhuo, instantly filled his nostrils. It was the fragrance of Huo Jinzhuo, so familiar that it brought a slight sting to his eyes. He immediately buried his face in the soft fabric, rubbing against it. What did it matter if it was peculiar? With his husband absent, what harm was there in donning his clothing? It was perfectly justified. Chapter 69. Surprise inspection in a swift motion, he discarded his bare pajamas and seized the oversized shirt, slipping his arms into the sleeves. The garment, tailored for Huo Jinzhuo, had a breathtaking effect on Lin Nuohang. The shoulder seams sagged to his upper arms, and the cuffs completely enveloped his hands. The hem fell gracefully, covering his rounded and pert backside, the length reaching mid-thigh. Instantly, he was enveloped in a strong, possessive aura. Lin Nuohang gazed down at himself, swaying the lengthy sleeves and tugging at the hem, finally satisfied. He turned off the main light, leaving only the soft glow of a small night lamp in the corner. Then, he flopped back into the center of the large bed, pulling the covers high, burying his nose deep into the broad collar of the shirt, greedily absorbing the comforting scent. Humph, the old man may not be here, but his clothes certainly knew how to soothe him, he muttered softly. Why City? When Huo Jinzhuo returned to the hotel, he coincidentally encountered several executives who had also come to attend the summit. Among them were key figures with deep collaboration intentions with Minghui Group, were currently negotiating significant projects. The leading figure, Chairman Zhang, greeted Huo Jinzhuo with a beaming smile, inviting him to dine together. Huo Jinzhuo hesitated for a moment, his sharp eyes scanning the group, weighing the pros and cons. The intertwining interests necessitated maintaining relationships, and subsequent collaborations were critical. Naturally, he did not decline. By the time this business dinner concluded, it was already 10:30. Huo Jinzhuo. This level of social engagement was as natural as breathing and hardly exhausting. What truly tugged at his heart was the little treasure residing thousands of kilometers away at Su Wenyuan's home. Huo Jinzhuo hurriedly took a shower, towel drying his hair, while his other hand reached for the phone resting on the sink. The screen illuminated, revealing a voice message that had been patiently waiting in the pin chat for half an hour. Huo Jinzhuo pressed play. Hubby, I'm going to sleep. Good night. That voice felt like a gentle hook, lightly scratching at Huo Jinzhuo's heartstrings. He replayed it several times, allowing his stern brows and eyes to soften. His dear Nuohang, even saying good night, was so obedient and adorable, just as a sense of comfort began to surface. It was swiftly replaced by a stronger emotion, a subtle discontent. His Nuohang could sleep so soundly without him by his side. He disliked the notion that Lin Nuohang didn't need him, even for something as trivial as sleep. Perhaps he hadn't fallen asleep yet? Maybe he was secretly playing games? Or waiting for his message? Huo Jinzhuo's gaze darkened slightly as his long fingers glided across the screen. Upon opening a dedicated app linked to the positioning bracelet on Lin Nuohang's wrist, the location was displayed as Shengshi Yiyun, safe. His gaze was immediately drawn to the section reflecting real-time health data below. Heart rate, 78 BPM, at rest, sleep status, not asleep. The corners of Huo Jinzhuo's tightly pressed lips suddenly curved upward. That flicker of displeasure dissipated, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, while his Nuohang murmured good night, her body remained steadfastly truthful. Without his warmth enveloping her, she simply could not drift into slumber. This realization greatly delighted him. He caressed the edge of his phone with his thumb, observing the unusually active heart rate number, and chuckled softly. He then opened WeChat, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Old man is no asleep. The message sank into silence. After patiently waiting 2 minutes, his fingertips tapped once more. Old man, darling, I'm so tired. I long to hear your voice. Meanwhile, beneath the covers, Lin Nuohang was wrestling with the Sandman. The fragile sleep she had finally managed to muster was shattered by the sudden ringing of a video call. It was the exclusive ringtone from Huo Jinzhuo. Startled, her heart nearly leapt from her chest as she clumsily fumbled to mute it, only to have her fingers betray her. She withdrew her hand, holding her breath, eyes fixed on the wildly flashing and vibrating phone screen, as if it were a ravenous beast. A surprise inspection. It was undoubtedly a surprise check on whether she was behaving and sleeping properly. She pressed her pounding chest, frozen in place, watching helplessly as the ringtone obstinately continued until it eventually hung up. At last, the world fell silent. Just as she exhaled in relief, the phone screen illuminated once more. Old man, Nuohang, why aren't you answering the video call? Lin Nuohang bit her lower lip, glancing at the message and then at her oversized, ill-fitting shirt, and the emptiness of her lower half. Oh no, if she had answered the video call just now, wouldn't she have been fully exposed? What would the old man think of her? Would he perceive her as a perverse little voyeur donning someone else's clothing? She curled up tightly, burying her face in the pillow like an ostrich, gloomily contemplating pretend to sleep. Under no circumstances would she answer. Yet Huo Jinzhuo's words, darling, I'm so tired. I long to hear your voice, tickled the softest part of her heart like a feather. The old man, typically so assertive, seemed genuinely weary this time. Lin Nuohang bit her lip, her finger hovering over the voice message button, hesitating. Just then, Huo Jinzhuo glanced at the freshly updated data on the app. Heart rate, 121 BPM. Lin Nuohang's heart raced as though she had just sprinted 800 meters. Huo Jinzhuo smiled broadly and sent another message. Old man, no. Be good, answer the call. Almost instantaneously upon the message's arrival, a new voice message zipped through. Huo Jinzhuo opened it. Thank you for your hard work, darling. Lin Nuohang's voice, deliberately softened, carried a hint of post-sleep grogginess. Upon hearing it, Huo Jinzhuo's eyes filled with tender affection as he initiated a video call. When the phone rang, Lin Nuohang felt a jolt run through her scalp. He let out a frustrated sigh, as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Change clothes? There was no time. Hanging up? That would only intensify his unease. The older man would undoubtedly be displeased. What to do? He anxiously turned in circles beneath the covers. In the end, his meager hope prevailed. The light of the night lamp was dim, after all. He wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, exposing only his face. Surely, perhaps, it was unlikely he would be discovered. Taking a deep breath, his trembling fingertips pressed the green answer button. The screen illuminated, revealing the ever-cold and noble visage of Huo Jinzhuo. He appeared to have just showered. His damp black hair casually swept back, exposing a full forehead and deep, captivating eyes. Leaning back on the sofa, he donned a dark blue silk robe, its collar loosely open, revealing a well-defined and muscular chest. His gaze fell deeply upon Lin Nuohang's face. No, why is it so dark? He asked. Lin Nuohang felt a tremor in his heart at the gaze, instinctively turning away to point the phone's camera at the small night lamp on the bedside. It's on. It's just the night lamp. I was already asleep, so my voice might be a bit faint. A soft chuckle drifted from the other end of the line. Huo Jinzhuo adjusted his posture, causing the collar of his robe to part slightly further. The glimpse of his physique made Lin Nuohang's eyes involuntarily wander before quickly averting. His ears burning, his mind raced with a flurry of risque images. The sensation of those abs, firm yet elastic, despite having touched and kissed them countless times. Viewing them through the screen remained utterly captivating. He heard Huo Jinzhuo's voice, soothing yet commanding, akin to one speaking to a child. Nuohang, let your husband see you. Lin Nuohang tightened his grip on the quilt, his heart pounding within his chest. Slowly, he turned the phone's camera back to himself, directing it at his flushed face. His voice barely a whisper. Husband can see? Huo Jinzhuo feigned a frown, pretending not to have heard, patiently reminding him, word by word. What did Nuohang say? Playing with your phone in the dark is not good for your eyes. Be good and turn on the main light. The reasoning was sound. The logic flawless, all for his well-being. Chapter 70. Not a perverted scoundrel. Lin Nuohang internally lamented, resignedly placing his phone beside the pillow. Stretching out his arm, he clicked the main light on with a soft snap. He squinted, unaccustomed to the brightness. Quickly lying back down, he frantically pulled the quilt snugly to his chin, exposing only his fluffy head. He then picked up the phone again, feigning calmness. Husband, I've turned it on. The screen filled with Lin Nuohang's small face, which was now fully illuminated. Perhaps it was the earlier stuffiness, or perhaps his nervousness, but his cheeks and ears were flushed with an unmistakable, enticing crimson. Even his nose tinted pink. His big, soulful eyes glistened with moisture, their gaze wandering, his lips unconsciously pouting slightly. Soft and beautiful, they exuded an unaware allure. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze traced every detail of his face, a tempest brewing in the depths of his phoenix-like eyes. His voice, deeper than before, carried a hint of concern. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? He leaned slightly closer to the screen, as if intent on scrutinizing it more carefully. Come now. Let me have a good look, he said. Red? Lin Nuohang himself was unaware, but upon Huo Jinzhuo's remark, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic, fearing that he would worry excessively and rush back overnight. No, I'm perfectly fine. He hastily defended himself, reaching up to sweep away the damp strands of hair from his forehead, revealing a smooth, full brow and flushed ears. He endeavored to demonstrate his normalcy, insisting, see, I'm not flushed. His gesture of brushing back his hair was rather vigorous, his delicate, porcelain fingers fluttering in the air. In that fleeting moment, Huo Jinzhuo caught sight of a small section of a deep gray shirt sleeve that had slipped from his wrist. That texture, that hue was all too familiar. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Nuohang raised his hand, the quilt that had been tugged up to his chin slipped down slightly, unveiling the collar of the deep gray shirt and the exquisite contours of his collarbones. Caught off guard, Huo Jinzhuo's heart raced. All the scattered clues suddenly aligned. The earlier spike in his heart rate to 121, the refusal to accept a video call, the unusually rosy hue after turning on the light. It all pointed to this moment. His Nuohang missed him, so much so that he needed to wear his clothes and breathe in his scent to find solace and sleep. This realization set his mouth dry. Nuohang, he stated with playful certainty, "You are wearing your husband's shirt, aren't you?" It was not a question, but a confident assertion. Boom! Lin Nuohang's mind erupted like fireworks, and upon glancing down, he felt his soul leave his body. The quilt had indeed slipped down. The deep gray evidence was brazenly displayed before him. "Ah!" Lin Nuohang exclaimed, scrambling to pull the quilt back up to conceal himself. "Don't move," Huo Jinzhuo said, his voice laced with amusement. "What are you hiding? Your husband has already seen everything." Lin Nuohang's hand, clutching the quilt, froze mid-air, his face aflame with embarrassment. This was it. He had been discovered. His mind raced, and he resolved to take the initiative. "I don't know why there is your shirt in my suitcase." He began, his little mouth babbling earnestly. And I really missed you. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to wear it. I swear I'm not a pervert, nor am I a lecher. You have to believe me." He widened his eyes, striving to convey his innocence with the utmost sincerity. Huo Jinzhuo gazed at his earnest little face, a smile spreading from his eyes to his lips. "Yes, your husband knows," he said, his voice warm and gentle. Nuohang is certainly not a little pervert, nor a little lecher." He looked into those puppy-like eyes, his tone teasing yet coaxing. "Now be a good boy and stand up. Hold the phone a little further away so your husband can see how well it fits. Stand up." Lin Nuohang instantly turned to stone. He was only wearing a thin pair of shorts beneath the quilt. To stand up meant he would be fully exposed. He shook his head frantically, wrapping the quilt even tighter around himself. In a plaintive tone, she murmured, "Darling, I don't wish to move. Shall we simply go to sleep? I'm so weary." As she spoke, she covered her mouth and let out a large yawn, rubbing her eyes to feign a look of exhaustion. Unfortunately, such a trivial act was utterly ineffective before Huo Jinzhuo. With a mere glance, he inquired, Huo Jinzhuo, brimming with patience, spoke in a deep, husky voice. "Just look at how adorably you're dressed in my clothes. Be good, listen to me. I miss you." The final phrase, "I miss you," was deliberately delivered in a low, languorous tone, sending a tingling sensation deep into Lin Nuohang's ears. Lin Nuohang bit his lip, wrestling with inner turmoil. Rationality told him that rising would be an act of embarrassment. Yet Huo Jinzhuo had expressed his longing, and it seemed he genuinely wished to see. The words of refusal remained unspoken. He glanced once more at the screen, where Huo Jinzhuo's focused and slightly expectant gaze awaited him. Ultimately, the remnants of his feeble resistance crumbled entirely. "Then you promise just a quick glimpse," he said, his cheeks flushed, making one last stand. "Yes, I promise." Huo Jinzhuo replied with a playful arch of his brows, a solemn vow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nuohang slowly lifted the covers. He approached the desk, adjusting his phone's angle before positioning it securely. Then, steeling himself, he took 2 steps back and stood still. Under the bright lights, the image was strikingly clear. The blush on his cheeks lingered, framing a bashful visage. The oversized dark gray shirt hung on his slender frame like a minuscule dress, accentuating his delicate physique. Beneath the shirt, 2 long, slender, pale legs emerged, their graceful lines complemented by a faint rosy hue at the knees. He stood there timidly, awaiting inspection. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze traversed the screen inch by inch, his breath unconsciously deepening. He raised a glass of brandy that had been poured earlier, tilting his head back to consume it in one swift motion. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, unable to quell the surging warmth within his heart. His darling, adorned in his clothing, appeared to issue a silent yet lethal invitation, innocent yet enticing. He swallowed hard, fixating on those dazzlingly white legs, thinking how obedient and beautiful they were. Everything Lin Nuohang wore was beautiful, but nothing compared to how he looked in Huo Jinzhuo's attire. Lin Nuohang felt a rush of heat at being so intensely scrutinized, his toes curling in embarrassment. Hearing the compliment sent him into a fluster, wishing to escape the camera's gaze immediately. "Is that enough, darling?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Yes," Huo Jinzhuo replied, his tone even deeper than before. "Return to bed, lest you catch a chill." Lin Nuohang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, rushing forward to snatch up his phone and hastily retreat into the warm cocoon of his blankets, exposing only his wide, reproachful eyes to the screen. Huo Jinzhuo found him utterly endearing. He realized that to tease further would risk provoking genuine ire from Lin Nuohang. "It's getting late," he said, his voice returning to its usual calmness. "Turn off the lights, set your phone down, and cover yourself well." He paused, adding, "Be good, close your eyes, and sleep." Lin Nuohang eagerly nodded, wishing to conclude this mortifying display, and replied quickly, "Okay. You should also sleep early, darling. Do not tire yourself too much." The sight of his understanding demeanor stirred a slight ache in Huo Jinzhuo's heart. "Good night." Huo Jinzhuo gazed at the pair of sparkling eyes on the screen. Nuo was the first to hang up, a habit of his. "Good night, darling, sleep early." Lin Nuohang's voice emerged from beneath the covers, soft and gentle, as he playfully blew a small kiss towards the screen. Reluctantly, he pressed the red button to end the call. This time, a profound weariness finally ensnared him completely. As consciousness sank into darkness, his last thought was, "Darling, the feeling of a real person is the best." Chapter 71. There will always be someone watching over him, comforting him. Meanwhile, in another room, the light remained on. Chunyu sat at his desk, his brow slightly furrowed. His fingertips danced across the keyboard with fervor. Lines of intricate code cascaded down the screen. He was adding additional layers to conceal the traces of his previous infiltration into the Hongda system. Layer upon layer, he endeavored to obscure his true location further, buying time against being tracked. He knew this was merely a stopgap measure. If that lunatic Li Tianhao was truly willing to invest heavily, relentlessly pursuing him, capturing him was only a matter of time. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and struck the return key with force. When a green notification confirming the completion of fortification popped up on the screen, he finally exhaled in relief. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the door, as if he could penetrate the door panel and glimpse the guest room at the end of the corridor. Lin Nuohang was probably sleeping soundly and carefree at this moment. Why was he always so well protected? As moonlight surrendered to dawn, Lin Nuohang was jolted from his sweet dreams by a rhythmic knocking on the door. "Little one, it's time to wake up. Come downstairs for breakfast." It was Su Wenyuan's voice. The room fell silent for 2 seconds before Lin Nuohang's drowsy response came, "Got it." Rarely did the urge to linger in bed arise so strongly in an unfamiliar place. Lin Nuohang rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. After washing up and changing clothes, with his hair tousled, he slowly made his way downstairs. In the dining room, Su Wenyuan and Chunyu were already seated. The long table was adorned with a typical Su-style healthy breakfast: boiled eggs, whole grain bread, unsweetened yogurt with crushed nuts, a small plate of blanched broccoli, and a pale-colored vegetable juice. Lin Nuohang pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the healthy meal before him, his small face subtly falling. At the Uni Mountain Villa, although Huo Jinzhuo was strict, a little act of cuteness, a nuzzle against his husband's neck, would often grant him the opportunity to sneak a soft honey pancake or a waffle drizzled with maple syrup. But here, he discreetly cast a glance at Su Wenyuan, who was sitting upright and meticulously peeling an egg, and sighed inwardly. "Little one, what are you looking at?" Su Wenyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "Don't you want to eat?" Lin Nuohang jolted, straightened his back, and shook his head. No. I like it. It's healthy and nutritious." Saying this, he picked up a spoon and scooped a generous amount of bland yogurt into his mouth. Chunyu observed from the side, suppressing a scoff in his heart. Spoiled. There will always be someone watching over him, comforting him, even when confronted with such a healthy meal. Su Wenyuan could immediately sense the discontent brewing within him. rendering his already expressionless face even colder. Lin Nuohang, chewing on the tasteless fragments of nuts, felt an odd gaze from Chun Yu, one that seemed to carry a hint of frost. He recalled the small cakes Chun Yu had taken from his shop earlier, chocolate hazelnut and vanilla rum flavors. Perhaps Chun Yu had a fondness for sweets as well? After all, indulging in sugary delights can elevate one's mood. With a naive thought that perhaps this could ease their relationship, he considered charming Dr. Su as well, especially since his stash of forbidden snacks was still firmly in the latter's grasp. Resolute in his decision, he felt a slight lift in his spirits, even finding the broccoli in his mouth a bit more palatable. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Su Wenyuan. Dr. Su, may I use your kitchen? Sometimes I would like to bake some bread or small cakes. Su Wenyuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Lin Nuohang's unexpected initiative. He set down his coffee cup, scanning Lin Nuohang's eager face before nodding in agreement. However, he swiftly added a note of caution, characteristic of a diligent physician, but no reckless scientific experiments that could yield bizarre concoctions. If you upset your stomach, Chairman Huo will be quite distressed and may hold me accountable. Lin Nuohang immediately raised 3 fingers in a solemn pledge. I promise it will be absolutely safe and delicious. His eyes sparkled with earnestness. After breakfast, Su Wenyuan and Chun Yu departed for Hung and hospital, while Lin Nuohang was promptly picked up by the driver, Old Zhang, and taken to the honey pot. As evening fell, the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the honey pot's glass windows. Old Zhang's car arrived punctually at the entrance. Lin Nuohang huffed and puffed as he unloaded several bulging bags filled with high-gluten flour, imported butter, cocoa powder, vanilla pods, and several meticulously tied, transparent dessert boxes containing the diplomatic treats he had baked earlier that afternoon. "Young madam, let me assist you," Old Zhang said, hastily exiting the vehicle. No, Uncle Zhang." Lin Nuohang tightened his grip on the bags, his cheeks slightly flushed. "I can handle it myself. It's good exercise," he jested. For these were his strategic reserves and peace offerings, deserving of personal escort to convey sincerity. Old Zhang observed Lin Nuohang as he tirelessly transferred items from the shop to the car and then to the splendidly illuminated living room of Shengxia Yun, shaking his head with a smile. Youthful energy is a wonderful thing. However, I fear Chairman Huo will be concerned once again. Finally, after safely transporting all the items into the living room, Old Zhang drove away. Lin Nuohang exhaled, neglecting to rest as he carefully arranged the beautiful dessert boxes on the coffee table. The low-sugar matcha red bean mousse and coconut mango pudding were intended for Dr. Su. The chocolate hazelnut lava cake, vanilla rum tiramisu, and a box of berry cream tarts were for Chun Yu. He had thoughtfully prepared a variety for Chun Yu to choose from, alongside a box of his own favorite caramel sea salt cheesecake. Yes, that would be a delightful secret indulgence for later. The delightful aroma of dinner wafted through the kitchen as Auntie busied herself with preparations. Upon noticing Lin Nuohang in the living room, delicately arranging a cake, she kindly suggested, "Young Master Lin, why not take a moment to relax and watch some television? Dinner will be ready shortly." Lin Nuohang shook his head, a rosy hue still lingering on his cheeks from the exertion. "No, thank you, Annie. I just want to call my husband." He retrieved his phone and tapped on the contact of the older gentleman. "Nuohang, honey, are you busy? May I call you?" In less than a minute, he received a response. "Old man, just finished a meeting. Are you missing me, Nuohang?" A smile crept onto Lin Nuohang's lips as he dialed directly. The call connected swiftly. His husband's soft, tender voice radiated an unmistakable joy and affection. "I miss you so much." From the other end, the sounds of paper rustling and faint voices hinted at his busyness. Lin Nuohang lowered his tone. "Am I interrupting your work?" "Not at all," Huo Jinzhuo quickly denied, the background noise seemingly retreating from a microphone. Nuohang remarked, "I miss you. It's a matter of utmost importance." He seamlessly shifted the topic. "Did you sleep well last night? Did you eat properly? How was Dr. Su's breakfast?" Clutching his phone, Lin Nuohang reported every detail. "I slept wonderfully. The breakfast was healthy, and I finished it all. Dr. Su even promised I could bake a cake in the kitchen." He selectively omitted the blandness of the healthy meal, choosing only to share the positive. "When will you be back, darling?" I'll return to pick you up as soon as the summit concludes, Huo Jinzhuo patiently reassured him. Be good and listen to Dr. Su. No mischief, okay? Yes. I'm extremely well behaved. Lin Nuohang nodded vigorously, as if the person on the other end could see him. At that moment, a clear voice interrupted through the receiver. Mr. Huo, Mr. Wang and the others have arrived and are waiting for you in conference room 3. Instantly understanding, Lin Nuohang said, Honey, you should go back to work. Bye. Though reluctant, he recognized the need to be sensible. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled softly. All right. Hang up first, Nuohang. Okay. Bye, darling. Lin Nuohang kissed the receiver audibly before disconnecting. His heart swelled with sweetness, knowing his husband would always take his call, no matter how busy he was. Chapter 72. The quarrel. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Su Wenyuan and Chen Yu entered in succession. Dr. Su, Chen Yu, you're back. Lin Nuohang exclaimed with joy, springing up from the sofa and bouncing towards them, his face radiating an unclouded smile. Su Wenyuan removed his coat, observing the exuberant young man before him, his peach blossom eyes crinkling behind golden-rimmed glasses, exuding warmth. Yes, we're back. Chen Yu, however, remained expressionless as he changed his shoes, his gaze sweeping over Lin Nuohang's brilliant smile. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. He could not comprehend how Lin Nuohang could maintain such a carefree, radiant demeanor, seemingly untouched by the burdens of the world. Lin Nuohang paid no mind to Chen Yu's indifference. His attention was entirely captivated by the peace envoy resting on the coffee table. He jogged over, gingerly lifting the small box containing low-sugar matcha mousse, presenting it to Su Wenyuan with twinkling eyes. Dr. Su, this is for you. It's low in sugar, not overly sweet. Please give it a try. Su Wenyuan's gaze swept over the 5 or 6 exquisitely packaged boxes on the coffee table, and he understood in his heart. This little one, was he attempting to bribe him, or was it a simple gesture of sharing? He was not particularly fond of sweets, but upon seeing Lin Nuohang's eager, yet slightly ingratiating eyes, he extended his hand to accept the offering. His tone was gentle. Thank you, little friend. That is very thoughtful of you. However, he gestured towards the dining area. Let us dine first, and we shall discuss desserts afterward. Oh, all right. Lin Nuohang nodded obediently. Then, his gaze shifted to Chen Yu, filled with a hint of excitement and a determination to mend their relationship. He picked up the box containing chocolate hazelnut cake and berry cream tart, presenting it to Chen Yu. His voice carried an air of anticipation. Chen Yu, this is for you, the chocolate hazelnut one. And this berry tart, it's the flavor you had last time. He hesitated, sensing that mentioning the previous occasion might be inappropriate, and instead said, these are all ones I find quite delicious. Chen Yu's eyes fell upon the cake box, his pupils narrowing. It was precisely the flavor he had taken from the honey jar last time. What was Lin Nuohang implying? A reminder? Or was he flaunting it before him? He felt that Lin Nuohang's demeanor was both hypocritical and glaring. His expression darkened, resentment evident in his almond-shaped eyes. He thrust the cake box back towards Lin Nuohang, declaring, no need. I don't want to eat. Lin Nuohang was taken aback, his dog-like eyes brimming with confusion and hurt. He instinctively hugged the cake closer, nearly dropping it. Why not? It smells so good. I haven't tea poisoned it. Undeterred, he leaned forward again, his voice coaxing, just give it a try. Sweets can lift your spirits. Just one bite? Lin Nuohang. Chen Yu's patience evaporated entirely, his voice sharp and laced with suppressed anger. Are you annoying? I said I don't want to eat. Can't you understand? He pushed the box with greater force. Lin Nuohang, caught off guard, stumbled slightly, barely managing to protect the cake box, but he was left bewildered. He gazed at Chen Yu, whose eyes were filled with annoyance and fury, feeling both wronged and inexplicably hurt. Why are you like this? It's so unfair. Enough. Su Wenyuan's voice resonated, quiet yet icy. He strode closer, his penetrating gaze fixed on Chen Yu's face. He recognized Lin Nuohang's goodwill and discerned the sharp animosity Chen Yu harbored towards him. What lay beneath that hostility? Was it misplaced anger towards Huo Jinzhuo regarding his father's company, or was it an instinctive jealousy towards Lin Nuohang as a rival? The latter thought cast a shadow of displeasure over Su Wenyuan's heart. He fixed his stare on Chun Yu, articulating each word with unwavering authority. He is extending kindness to you. Accept it. Do not be ungrateful. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. Chun Yu looked at Su Wenyuan in disbelief. Why? Why did Su Wenyuan always side with Lin Nuohang? Why did everyone revolve around him? He bit his lip, shooting a resentful glare at Su Wenyuan. His eyes filled with accusation and hurt. Then he cast a fierce look at Lin Nuohang, turned on his heel, and walked away in silence. Fueled by a tempest of pent-up frustration, he stormed up the stairs, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Lin Nuohang, clutching a cake box, froze in place. Her expression deflated. With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze and silently placed the cake back onto the coffee table, her mind swirling in confusion. What had she done to provoke him? Had she truly overstepped her bounds? Su Wenyan, noticing Lin Nuohang's dépendant furrowed his brow even tighter. Approaching her, he awkwardly ruffled her soft hair, a gesture of reassurance. Don't take it to heart. He may just be in a foul mood. It's not directed at you. Even he found little comfort in his own words. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I will call him. With a sullen nod, Lin Nuohang obediently made her way to the dining room. Su Wenyuan, his expression somber, ascended the stairs and halted before Chun Yu's door. He knocked with a forceful rap, but received no reply. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he twisted the doorknob and entered without hesitation. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of neon lights filtering through the window. Chun Yu sat hunched in the single armchair by the window, his back turned, resting his chin on his knees while gazing into the depths of the night. Su Wenyuan approached, standing over him, his voice laced with an icy edge. Are your ears deaf? Can you not respond to a knock? Chun Yu stiffened, remaining silent, a statue in defiance. The air grew thick with tension. Su Wenyuan furrowed his brow further, his tone deepening. Have you lost your voice? Just moments ago, Lin Nuohang offered you cake out of kindness, and you choose to display that sour face? At this remark, Chun Yu sprang from the chair, turning to face Su Wenyuan. His striking almond-shaped eyes burned with anger and indignation, his voice quaking. Kindness? What kindness? He was merely mocking me. It was pity. What do you understand? I am the one who cannot comprehend. Su Wenyuan stood firm, his voice steady yet cutting. Chun Yu suppressed that pitiful and laughable jealousy. Has Lin Nuohang wronged you? Is it solely because she married Huo Jinzhuo? Or is it the remnants of your father's company's past debts? Taking your anger out on someone who merely wishes to coexist peacefully with you reveals your own shortcomings. Shut your mouth. Chun Yu's hands, clenched at his sides, trembled slightly. In his fury, he spoke recklessly. Su Wenyan, you, along with him and Huo Jinzhuo, are of the same ilk. You only favor him. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Who do you think you are? His chest heaved with rage, his eyes bloodshot. I am your only shield at present. Su Wenyuan's voice rose, stepping closer, his teeth clenched. And I still possess that recording that could ruin you. Chun Yu, understand your position. With each word, Chun Yu felt his heart sink further. His lips quivered slightly as he gazed into Su Wenyuan's cold, unyielding eyes, finally confronting the harsh reality. His long lashes fluttered down. His voice dry. I understand. That is good, Su Wenyuan replied, suppressing his boiling anger. He cast a glance at Chun Yu. Now, come downstairs for dinner. Do not keep me waiting. After finishing his meal, he said, it's time to take a shower and tidy yourself up, pausing slightly before adding, then wait for me in the study. Chun Yu's body subtly trembled. The study again. He raised his head, his eyes, now flushed, fixed on Su Wenyuan, filled with humiliation, anger, and a hint of panic. He was uncertain of what awaited him this time. Copying texts? Standing in punishment? Or perhaps the kind of community service that made his scalp prickle. How could it be Lin Nuohang's fault? This thought stubbornly resurfaced in his mind. Did you hear me? Su Wenyuan's voice carried the weight of a final ultimatum. Chun Yu squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. I know. Su Wenyuan no longer regarded him, turning on his heel and striding out of the room. The atmosphere in the dining room plummeted to freezing point. At the long table, Lin Nuohang sat obediently, his little head drooping. It was evident he had overheard some of the quarrel from upstairs. Seeing Su Wenyuan and Qin Yu enter, their faces grim, he dared not breathe, picking at his rice in small bites, wishing he could shrink into a ball. The meal was tasteless. After dining, Su Wenyuan approached the coffee table in the living room and picked up the matcha mousse that Lin Nuohang had given him. He leisurely spooned it into his mouth. The flavor was indeed delightful, sweet yet not cloying. Setting down the spoon, his gaze shifted to the several cake boxes in front of Qin Yu. He pointed his chin toward Qin Yu and remarked, "Yours, eat it." Qin Yu's face was a canvas of resistance. Yet, under Su Wenyuan's unyielding gaze, he could only stiffly grasp the box of chocolate hazelnut cake. Opening it, he mechanically prodded at it with a fork. The rich chocolate mingled with the aroma of roasted hazelnuts spread across his palate, smooth and sumptuous, indeed a flavor he relished. However, at this moment, the delicacy only served to amplify his humiliation, rendering it difficult to swallow. He forced down a few bites, and under Su Wenyuan's silent scrutiny, he begrudgingly stuffed the remainder into his mouth. Lin Nuohang watched from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. He too took a piece of the caramel sea salt cheesecake. The sweet flavor somewhat soothed his dejected spirits. After finishing one piece, he licked his lips, then surreptitiously reached for the last remaining berry cream tart. Just as his spoon touched the tart crust, Su Wenyuan's voice, calm yet resolute, interjected, "You cannot have any more. Excessive sugar intake is detrimental to your health." His tone was gentle, yet it left no room for debate. Lin Nuohang's movements halted, the spoon suspended in midair. He raised his damp, pleading eyes, gazing at Su Wenyuan with a pitiful expression. In a soft voice, he implored, "Dr. Su, can I just have one more? Just the last one, a tiny piece. Please?" He extended his pinky to illustrate the diminutive size. Su Wenyuan shook his head, his eyes behind the lenses taking on a serious warning. No. Lin Nuohang clearly underestimated Su Wenyuan's resolve. Taking advantage of Su Wenyuan's demeanor, which was not as stern as Huo Jinzhuo's, he boldly reached out again toward the enticing berry tart. Snap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Su Wenyuan's hand moved faster than his thoughts, striking Lin Nuohang's outstretched hand with swift precision. The force was mild, yet it carried a significant punitive undertone. Lin Nuohang instinctively withdrew his hand, a small patch of red rapidly blooming on the fair skin of his wrist. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Wenyuan, then glanced at his slightly reddened hand, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Su Wenyuan actually slapped his hand? Qin Yu was equally bewildered, his almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. Did Su Wenyuan truly lay hands on Lin Nuohang? Although it was merely a slap on the wrist, the recipient was Lin Nuohang, the cherished darling of Huo Jinzhuo, who was treated with utmost care. Su Wenyuan, known for his strict demeanor, had never resorted to physical reprimands. He only imposed writing penalties or cold stares. Watching Lin Nuohang cover his hand, with his eyes slightly reddened, a mix of indignation and helplessness etched on his face, Qin Yu's intense dissatisfaction with Lin Nuohang dissipated significantly, even leaving a trace of amusement. So, it appeared that when Su Wenyuan was truly incensed, he treated everyone equally. When he said no, it meant no. Su Wenyuan retracted his hand, his tone nonchalant. Overindulgence in sweets leads to cavities, obesity, and adverse health effects. What makes it worth the risk? If you shouldn't eat it, then don't. You miser. Lin Nuohang, clutching his slightly reddened hand, puffed up his cheeks in frustration, feeling both wronged and unwilling to retaliate. He turned his head away in a huff. At that moment, the aunt from the kitchen emerged, having finished her tasks and preparing to leave. Su Wenyuan called out to her, "Sister Wang, thank you for your hard work. Please take these cakes home for your children to enjoy." "Oh, how can I accept this?" The aunt protested politely, yet her face lit up with joy. "It's fine, please take them." Su Wenyuan's tone left no room for refusal. Lin Nuohang watched helplessly as the aunt delightedly cleared the dessert table. His heart ached. He had been bustling about in the store all day, suppressing his cravings without daring to sneak a taste of the cream, eagerly anticipating the chance to indulge at home. It was utterly cruel. He and T-Bin left even a morsel. Suddenly, he stood up, not sparing a glance at Su Wenyuan, and muttered, I'm going to take a shower." With that, he stomped up the stairs. Su Wenyuan watched the indignant figure vanish at the staircase, shaking his head helplessly. This little one certainly had a flair for dramatics. He turned his gaze to Chunyu, still frozen on the sofa. You too. Clean up. I expect you in the study in half an hour. Chunyu shivered. The fleeting pleasure he had felt watching Lin Nuohang's predicament vanished in an instant. The inevitable had arrived. He bit his lip, refraining from retorting, and replied softly, understood. Rising, he ascended the stairs with heavy steps. In the office of the president at Hongda Group, Li Tianhao sat on the sofa, gazing out at the nightscape, his expression grim. It had been days since he ordered an investigation into the system breach, yet not a single clue had surfaced. Useless. He reached for the crystal ashtray on the coffee table and hurled it with force at the trembling assistant's feet, shattering it into pieces. Continue the investigation. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, and find that scoundrel who hacked the system. I have plenty of money. Hire the best hackers. If the local ones can't do it, seek out foreign experts. I am eager to discover who has grown weary of life. He roared, veins bulging on his neck. The assistant trembled in fear, bowing his head even lower. Just half an hour ago, the venerable patriarch of the Li family, now retired, had personally come to confront him with a cane in hand. He had pointed an accusatory finger, berating him as a squanderer and condemning the continuous plummet of the company's stock price. Finally, he had delivered a stern ultimatum. If Li Tianhao could not rectify this mess, his half-brother, who had long been eyeing his position, would take his place. Those words struck Li Tianhao like a death sentence. With simmering rage in his eyes, he barked, "Get out. Take care of it immediately. If you fail, you too will be dismissed." "Understood, Mr. Li. I will attend to it at once." The assistant, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, scurried out of the office, tail between his legs. Chapter 74. A gentleman is open and broad-minded on the second floor. In the study, Chunyu was already seated behind a large desk. Before him lay an ancient, yellowed tome, bound in a traditional style, the Analects. Beside it rested a familiar notebook and a black pen. As he had approached after his shower, he had clung to a flicker of hope. Yet now, gazing at the musty book, his sense of unease erupted. He cast a glance at Su Wenyuan, who stood beside the desk, backlit and imposing. The peach blossom eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses were icy, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Copy it," Su Wenyuan said, gesturing toward the book, specifically that line about a gentleman being open and broad-minded. Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, confusion flickering in his almond-shaped eyes, soon replaced by incredulity. "Copy this?" "Indeed." 2,000 times, Su Wenyuan replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Does that seem insufficient? The entire book is also an option." 2,000 times. Chunyu's eyes widened slightly. The thrill he had felt last night, when Su had applied medicine to his wounds, was now crushed by the harsh reality. He sprang from his chair, indignation surging within him. "Su Wenyuan, are you out of your mind? I want to finish even if I write all night. Have you truly become addicted to your role as the discipline officer? You're psychologically disturbed." After his outburst, he found himself breathing heavily, glaring at Su Wenyuan, suddenly realizing he had insulted him again. Great, he had let slip another harsh word. Would this old scoundrel retaliate? To his surprise, Su Wenyuan remained unfazed. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the edge of the desk, casting a shadow over Chunyu. His voice was cold and deep. "Try cursing again. Now, sit down and begin copying." He scrutinized Chunyu's flushed face, which had reddened with anger, and added, slowly, unable to finish, "Tomorrow, you will volunteer as a guide at the hospital for an entire day." Chunyu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His hands clenched in a fist by his sides, trembling slightly. He turned his face away, refusing to engage further. Noticing the hint of red in Chunyu's eyes, Su Wenyuan felt a fleeting pang of compassion, but it vanished as swiftly as it came. Chunyu's unfounded, malicious barbs directed at Lin Nuohang had to be addressed. Furthermore, 2,000 repetitions amounted to merely 10,000 words. He had calculated that at Chunyu's pace, he could complete it in 4 to 5 hours. He wouldn't die from it. "Chunyu," Su Wenyuan's voice returned to its steely tone. "Do you hear me? Are you deaf or mute now?" "I understand." Chunyu let out a muffled 3-word response. Dejectedly collapsing back into his chair. Resigned, He opened the notebook, grasped his pen, and fixed his gaze upon the 5 large characters that seemed to mock him. A gentleman is open and honest. Damn it, Huo Jinzhuo was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, using it to ridicule him. That rascal should be a disciplinary officer, not some pitiful dean. He took a deep breath, poised to write. His handwriting was neat. Huo Jinzhuo's gaze lingered on his defiant expression. If he made a single mistake, that attempt would not count. He would have to rewrite it. Each time he paused, clearly articulating his demands, numbering them as he went. I want to check. Chen-Yu's grip on the pen trembled violently, nearly snapping it in two. He tilted his face upwards, glaring intently at Huo Jinzhuo's unperturbed visage. He squeezed out a few more words. I know it. Damn it. I truly thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Huo Jinzhuo's lips curled slightly. Ah, this pitiful yet submissive demeanor was far more pleasing than his previous lifeless expression. He then sauntered over to the sofa area, casually picking up a medical journal to read. Meanwhile, in the guest bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Lin Nuohang submerged himself entirely in the bubble-filled bathtub, with only a disgruntled little head peeking out. He was still sulking over the flying berry tart and the nearly imperceptible reddish marks on the back of his hand. Oof. Huo Jinzhuo was worse than an old man. Even fiercer. He mumbled softly, blowing a bubble and watching it burst. The more he thought about his cake and chips, the more aggrieved he felt, his puppy eyes drooping. After his skin had wrinkled from soaking, he reluctantly climbed out and dried himself off. He glanced at the little bear pajamas hanging nearby and the oversized dark gray shirt. Lin Nuohang hesitated for a moment, deciding to let his husband's shirt rest for the night. He slipped into the bear pajamas, snuggled up in bed with his game console, but after only a couple of rounds, he found it utterly uninteresting. Without Huo Jinzhuo beside him, winning felt pointless. Frustrated, he tossed the controller aside, turned over, and buried his face in the pillow, rubbing it. No, he was still quite tempted. His mouth felt empty, and his heart was equally hollow. He longed for something salty and crunchy like chips or sweet creamy treats. A daring plan began to take shape in his little head. He would venture into the kitchen and make an enormous cream cake to reclaim what he had lost. With determination, Lin Nuohang rose, tiptoeing out of the room and sneaking into the downstairs kitchen. He flipped on the light, illuminating the vast space like daylight. Rolling up the sleeves of his pajamas, he began rummaging through cabinets for ingredients. Flour bags, sugar canisters, eggs, and the clattering of a whisk filled the air. Where's the cream? He tiptoed, opening the topmost cabinet door, peering and probing. Nothing. Had he been so careless that the ant had tidied it away? He opened the next one below. Still nothing. Growing a bit anxious, he dove into a lower cabinet, leaning in deep to search. Suddenly, his fingertips brushed against a rough-textured large cloth bag. Lin Nuohang's heart skipped a beat. Curiosity piqued, he tugged, and with a rustle, the contents revealed themselves. A bulging cloth bag was dragged out by him. The opening of the bag was not securely tied, revealing a colorful array of chip wrappers and wafer boxes instantly illuminated by the bright kitchen lights. It was his treasure. Lin Nuohang nearly exclaimed in joy, hastily covering his mouth. The dog-like gleam in his eyes was filled with the ecstasy of recovering something lost. Dr. Huo, your hiding skills leave much to be desired. Ha ha ha. He cautiously glanced back at the empty doorway, ensuring his safety, and promptly plopped down onto a nearby small stool. Eagerly, he tore open a bag of barbecue-flavored chips, grabbing a generous handful to stuff into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The delightful, salty flavor exploded on his taste buds, causing him to squint in bliss. The bag was soon emptied, and still wanting more, he tore open a packet of cucumber-flavored chips, growing ever more addicted. With his stomach somewhat satisfied, Lin Nuohang finally remembered the task at hand. He placed the bag of beloved snacks beside the small stool and began to earnestly prepare his grand cake. In a flurry, he measured flour, cracked eggs, poured milk, and added sugar, finally sending a bowl of well-mixed batter into the preheated oven. Setting the timer, he clapped his hands, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Lowering his gaze, he spotted the open snack bag at his feet, chuckling to himself as he comfortably returned to the small stool, tearing open a third bag of chips. Chapter 75. Caught red-handed, double trouble in the study. Chen Yu was grappling with the 739th repetition of "the gentleman is open and honest." His wrist throbbed, and his fingers felt stiff. Shaking his hands, he felt parched. Su Wenyuan. He lifted his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. "May I get a drink of water?" He cast a glance at Su Wenyuan, who was leisurely reading on the sofa, mentally cursing his pretentious demeanor. Su Wenyuan did not raise his eyes. "Yes." "Return immediately after drinking." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu stood up and floated out of the oppressive study. As he reached the staircase, a rich, enticing sweetness wafted into his nose. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. What was Lin Nuohang concocting in the kitchen at this hour? He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen door. Under the bright lights, the oven hummed busily. The countertop was a chaotic mess of flour, a whisk, and empty eggshells. The culprit, seated on a small stool with his back to the door, had his head lowered, shoulders rising and falling, seemingly gnawing on something. Beside his feet lay an open bag. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. How amusing this little darling was. He walked straight in, deliberately making heavy footsteps. Lin Nuohang jumped up from the stool in fright. The half-eaten chip he clutched slipping from his hand. His eyes widened in terror as he stammered, Chen Yu? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" His heart raced wildly in his chest, realizing he had been caught in the act. Chen Yu's gaze swept over his panicked little face, settling on the childish bare pajamas he wore, finding it utterly ironic. Sleep? He had been forced by Su Wenyuan to repeatedly transcribe "gentleman is open and honest" to the point of despair, while this fool was here sneaking snacks and baking. Why should he get away with it? A sardonic smile played at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "Why can't I come? Has this kitchen been inscribed with your name, Lin Nuohang?" He strode directly to the water dispenser, filled a cup with cold water, and gulped it down. His gaze returned to the open snack bag and the several empty, crumpled chip packets in the trash. An unbidden thought surfaced. Lin Nuohang was indulging in snacks, clandestinely baking a cake, and he had caught him red-handed. Wasn't Su Wenyuan also keeping an eye on him, forbidding him from indulging in sweets? If Su Wenyuan were to find out, Chen Yu set down the cup and turned to Lin Nuohang, narrowing his eyes. "Young Master Lin, sneaking around in the dead of night to engage in such antics? Aren't you afraid Su Wenyuan will find out?" He deliberately emphasized the words "sneaking around." Lin Nuohang's heart raced. A report. Chen Yu was certainly going to report him. In a moment of panic, he felt a surge of survival instinct. He thrust the packet of chips into Chen Yu's arms and quickly retrieved several bags of assorted flavors from a pile at his feet, dumping them all into Chen Yu's embrace. A beguiling smile spread across his face. "Here, these are all for you. They're really good. The barbecue flavor is absolutely divine. Do try some." He attempted to seal the matter with snacks. Chen Yu stared at the sudden heap of colorful chip bags in his arms, his expression mirroring someone who had just swallowed a fly. He chuckled with irritation. "Lin Nuohang, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to bribe me?" He found the situation absurd and ironic. Was this person truly foolish or merely pretending to be so? "Just consider it as such," Lin Nuohang insisted, striving to maintain his smile, his eyes flickering. "Good things are meant to be shared. You should eat this one. It's fantastic." He pointed to one of the bags, earnestly marketing it. Chen Yu scoffed, unhesitatingly tossing all the chips back into the large bag with a look of disdain. "Save it for yourself. Enjoy it at your leisure." With that, he turned to leave. To Lin Nuohang, that tone felt like an overt threat. "Hey, don't go, Chen Yu!" Lin Nuohang exclaimed in desperation, tugging at the sleeve of Chen Yu's pajamas to pull him back. "The cake will be ready soon. It's enormous. I can't finish it alone. It would be such a waste. Let us eat it together. And these snacks, there's plenty to share." He attempted to sway him with the notions of sharing and avoiding waste, completely oblivious to the fact that he was dragging Chen Yu into a predicament. Chen Yu was on the verge of losing his temper at Lin Nuohang's naive invitation. Being around this brainless, pampered individual made him fear he might lose his composure. He abruptly wrenched his arm away from Lin Nuohang's grasp, the force causing Lin Nuohang to stagger slightly. His striking almond eyes sparkled with fury as he pointed accusingly at Lin Nuohang. "Lin Nuohang, are you genuinely this foolish or merely pretending? Dragging me down with you to feast? If Su Wenyuan catches us, I'll be in serious trouble. Are you doing this on purpose?" After his outburst, He was taken aback himself, his cheeks flushing. How embarrassing to have uttered such a phrase about being in trouble. Lin Nuohang stood there, momentarily stunned by the outburst. His eyes wide and innocent as he blinked in confusion. Being in trouble? What does that mean? He was utterly perplexed by Chun Yu's agitation. Was it not merely about sharing a cake? What further punishment could Su Wenyuan impose? Perhaps a slap on the wrist? Chun Yu gazed into his clear, yet foolish eyes. A surge of frustration lodged in his chest, rendering him speechless. He yearned to escape this suffocating place and the maddening individual before him. Just then, a deep, eerily calm voice pierced through from the kitchen doorway. "Little one, do you wish to experience the taste of being punished to death?" Moments earlier, Su Wenyuan glanced at the clock. Nearly 15 minutes had passed since Chun Yu mentioned going for water. He knew Chun Yu well. That rascal would never meekly accept punishment. Perhaps he was concocting some mischief or taking the opportunity to slack off. Rising to his feet, Su decided to investigate personally. If that boy dared to defy him, tonight's punishment would be doubled. As he reached the foot of the stairs, he faintly heard the sounds of an argument emanating from the kitchen, mingled with Lin Nuohang's timid yet forced voice, alongside Chun Yu's clearly heightened, frantic shouts. Su Wenyuan halted, a fiery indignation flaring within him. One Chun Yu was already enough to give him a headache. Why was Lin Nuohang, this little troublemaker, also causing a ruckus in the dead of night? Handing this little nuisance over to him was truly testing his patience. With a stern expression, he strode towards the kitchen, catching snippets of Lin Nuohang attempting to drag others into sharing the spoils. Upon entering, he beheld the kitchen, resembling a post-battle scene, and the two little rascals caught red-handed. Frozen in shock, Lin Nuohang, gazing at Su Wenyuan as if a deity of wrath had descended, paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were caught in the act, and the consequences would be dire. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Chun Yu stood rigidly, equally pale, mentally berating himself for his indiscretion, while a twisted sense of camaraderie in impending doom surged within him. Chapter 76. Compelled difficulties. Su Wenyuan, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, his peach blossom eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses sweeping over the scene. The cake batter gently rising in the oven, the chaotic countertop, the open snack bags, and the glaringly empty chip bags in the trash. His gaze finally settled on Lin Nuohang's small face, smeared with chip crumbs and etched with terror. He raised a hand, wearily massaging his throbbing temples. One Chun Yu was already enough to exhaust him, and now he had to contend with Lin Nuohang, who was capable of mischief, adept at whining, and possessed an insatiable appetite. What kind of life did his good friend Huo Jinzhuo lead? Lowering his arm, he pointed his chin at Chun Yu, commanding Yu go on. Continue. Chun Yu, not wishing to linger for even a second, bowed his head and bolted out of the kitchen with stiff, hurried steps, discreetly pressing himself against the corner. Only two individuals remained in the kitchen. Su Wenyuan's heavy gaze bore down on Lin Nuohang, his expression one of unprecedented severity. Each word he uttered struck Lin Nuohang's heart like a hammer. Lin Nuohang. He seldom addressed him by his full name. It was a warning to clarify matters. Countertop, oven, trash can, snack bags? Lin Nuohang shivered under that piercing gaze. Yet the remnants of his rebellious spirit still flickered. I was just hungry. I wanted to eat cake. Snacks are often discovered inadvertently while searching for something. The voice grows progressively softer, yet for reasons unknown, it lacks conviction. Su Wenyuan nearly chuckled at the clumsiness of this excuse. Found it by accident? Should I praise your good fortune, then? The last vestige of warmth faded from his expression. His demeanor mirrored the genuine anger of Huo Jinzhuo, a sentiment that Lin Nuohang understood all too well. He stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow that nearly engulfed Lin Nuohang entirely. Now, immediately, clean up this workstation. Do not touch the cake in the oven. And Su Wenyuan's gaze swept over the open snack bag strewn across the floor. Confess. How many packets did you sneak? His words were directed away from Lin Nuohang's despondent face. Bending down, he effortlessly grasped the heavy snack bag and walked over to the cabinet from which Lin Nuohang had previously rummaged. He opened the cabinet door and shoved the bag back into the depths. With a resounding thud, he forcefully closed the door. If I catch you sneaking into this cabinet again. Su Wenyuan turned, his peach blossom eyes darkening ominously. You shall bear the consequences. He paused, delivering his final decree. Now, tidy up, then return to your room to wash up. After you have done all this, report to me in the study. The mention of study made Lin Nuohang instinctively flinch. A surge of indignation, fear, and a rebellious sense of encroached freedom exploded within him. With reddened eyes, tears swirled in his gaze, yet he stubbornly refused to let them fall. I don't want to. Why should I? I'm not a child. Huo Jinzhuo, doesn't he impose such restrictions on my sweets? This is my freedom. You cannot do this. It's unreasonable. After shouting, he turned to grasp the oven door, yearning to escape with his cake. However, just as his small hand touched the oven handle, a large, knuckle-defined hand, brimming with strength, swiftly pressed down on the oven door, pinning his hand in place. Lin Nuohang froze, lifting his gaze to meet Su Wenyuan's face, which was alarmingly close. Those deep, peach blossom eyes exuded an overwhelming pressure. Su Wenyuan leaned in closer, his voice low and laced with a raw warning. Here, I am in charge. Huo Jinzhuo entrusted you to me, and I bear the responsibility of overseeing you. His gaze swept over Lin Nuohang's taut form, eventually lingering in a suggestive manner. His tone was both dangerous and straightforward. Either you tidy up yourself, obediently wash up, and then come to the study to find me. Or, he paused ever so slightly. I have no qualms about employing a more direct method to engrave these rules deeply within you. Choose one now. That gaze, that tone. That direct approach made Lin Nuohang's mind buzz. Huo Jinzhuo. Surely, Huo Jinzhuo had divulged all his deepest secrets and vulnerabilities to Su Wenyuan. The flicker of rebellious spirit was utterly extinguished, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. He shrank completely subdued. Tears finally broke free, cascading down in large droplets. He pouted, responding with a sense of resignation. I will clean up. He began to clumsily clear the battlefield, his movements awkward and filled with a sense of grievance. Flour was scattered everywhere. When he wiped it with a damp cloth, it only smeared further. The cream on the whisk was sticky, splattering all over the place. The trash can was overflowing, necessitating a trip to fetch a new garbage bag. Throughout this chaotic endeavor, Su Wenyuan stood nearby with his arms crossed, silently observing the flustered and pitiable figure before him. A rare flicker of helplessness washed over Su Wenyuan's heart. Indeed, he had succumbed to his cowardice quite swiftly. If Huo Jinzhuo were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of heartache. After a considerable effort, the kitchen was reluctantly restored to its former state, though the air still lingered with the sweet aroma of cake and a faint trace of potato chips. Lin Nuohang lowered his head and mumbled, "It's all cleaned up." Su Wenyuan replied, his expression slightly brightening, yet his tone remained unyielding. "Remember, in the future, you must inform me in advance before making any snacks. Excessive sugar intake is absolutely unacceptable. Do you understand?" Lin Nuohang's head drooped even lower as he nodded sullenly. Su Wenyuan's tone rose slightly. "I understand," Lin Nuohang added in a small voice, tinged with a hint of tears. "Good," Su Wenyuan said, raising his hand as if to ruffle his hair, but ultimately letting it fall back down. "Go drink some warm water and wash up properly." Then he paused, observing Lin Nuohang's face tense with anxiety. "Then come to the study. You have 10 minutes. Lin Nuohang looked up, his cheeks slightly flushed, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "What do you mean, go to the study?" Su Wenyuan found his despondent expression amusing, as if he were facing the end of the world. He felt an inexplicable urge to tease him. "You'll find out once you go," he said cryptically before turning and leaving the scene of the crime. Chen Yu, lurking around the corner, heard the commotion and swiftly made his way to the study. "Here it comes. The show is about to begin." He could almost envision Lin Nuohang's pretty face crumpled in tears. "Delightful. Serve you right for sneaking snacks. Dragging me into this mess." Lowering his head, he pretended to write furiously, feeling as though his wrist was no longer sore. 10 minutes later, Lin Nuohang dawdled through his washing up, his face clean, yet his eyes still slightly red. Standing outside the study, he felt a sinking dread at the thought of the punishment Chen Yu had mentioned. After several deep breaths, he timidly raised his hand and gently knocked 3 times. Top, top, top. From within, Su Wenyuan's cool voice beckoned. Enter. Lin Nuohang turned the doorknob and cautiously poked his head in. The first sight that met his eyes was Chen Yu, diligently writing at the desk. Chen Yu glanced up quickly, his gaze complex. Following that, Lin Nuohang's eyes met Su Wenyuan's, who was also looking at him. Su Wenyuan's expression was inscrutable. It made Lin Nuohang's legs feel a bit weak. He approached, and Su Wenyuan gestured lightly towards an empty chair beside the desk. Sit there. Chapter 77. A duo package in the study. Lin Nuohang shook his head, but upon seeing Su Wenyuan's stern face, he resigned himself to moving to the designated spot and sitting down. He peeked over, his gaze falling upon the notebook that Chen Yu was writing in. The meticulously arranged volumes caused Lin Nuohang's eyes to widen in astonishment. It dawned on him that Chen Yu's mention of being punished to death referred to the torturous task of copying texts. He lifted his gaze once more to the tall figure standing before the bookshelf. Su Wenyuan had extracted a hefty tome, its cover emblazoned with a prominent red cross, titled Healthy Nutritional Dietary Guidelines. He returned to the desk, opened a page, and then with a decisive slap, placed the book before Lin Nuohang. Copy. Su Wenyuan instructed in a calm voice, his finger tapping the densely packed text. Reproduce this section on the dangers of excessive sugar intake and reasonable dietary suggestions 10 times. He added, ensure your handwriting is neat and numbered. Submit it to me for review. If I find a single typo or illegible handwriting, you shall stand by the wall for reflection. 10 times? And standing punishment? Lin Nuohang could scarcely believe his ears. The notion of Dr. Su as a gentle gentleman shattered in an instant. His face flushed with indignation. He no longer addressed him as Dr. Su and exclaimed, Su Wenyuan, you are being utterly unreasonable. I refuse to copy. He crossed his arms defiantly, turning away, resolute in his rebellion. He was no elementary school child. Punished with copying and standing? Where was the gentlemanly decorum? It was all a facade. He was merely a disciplinary figure donning a white coat. Su Wenyuan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, showing no sign of anger. However, the fact that the child called him by his name indicated genuine frustration. With an air of composure, he crossed his arms and leaned slightly forward, encroaching upon Lin Nuohang's space, his voice lowering further. Not going to copy? Very well. He paused, scrutinizing Lin Nuohang's irate yet fearful visage. Slowly, he continued, then I shall have to personally instruct you on the consequences for disobedient children in this setting. The word consequences was pronounced with a weighty deliberation, echoing the menacing tone he had employed earlier in the kitchen. Lin Nuohang's face contorted in distress, fully aware that Su Wenyuan was a man of his word. The fleeting courage he had previously summoned dissipated in an instant. His eyes lowered. Unable to meet Su Wenyuan's gaze, his voice barely a whisper, I will copy it. Su Wenyuan was a devil, the formidable second-in-command of evil. Across the table, Chen Yu continued writing, his pen never faltering, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a coward! What had happened to the bravado he had just displayed? A mere threat from Su Wenyuan had rendered him meek? While internally berating Lin Nuohang, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why was it that Lin Nuohang only had to copy 10 times? A mere standing punishment for mistakes? While he himself had endured 2,000 repetitions, with the added consequence of having to rewrite upon errors. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent. This simmering sense of injustice ignited a fire within Chen Yu, culminating in an abrupt outburst as he slammed his palms on the table, rising to his feet and pointing at the thin sheet of paper before Lin Nuohang. His beautiful apricot-colored eyes blazed with fury, his voice sharp and piercing, resonating throughout the study. Su Wenyuan, why is it that he only has to copy 10 times? A standing punishment for mistakes? And what about me? I had to copy 2,000 times. If I made a mistake, I had to rewrite. Your differential treatment is rather conspicuous. Is Lin Nuohang truly your beloved son? Lin Nuohang flinched at the sharp reprimand, his small mouth unconsciously agape. The astonishment in the dog's eyes was palpable. 2,000 times? He cast a sympathetic glance at Chun Yu's thick notebook, filled to the brim with scrawled notes, sensing that his wrist was beginning to ache in a phantom manner. Su Wenyuan, the formidable overlord, the absolute tyrant. A vein in Su Wenyuan's temple throbbed. Had these two little rascals conspired? One after another, they were barking at him? This was utterly outrageous. He furrowed his brow and shot a cold glare at Chun Yu. Due to your status as a first-time offender and your habitual transgressions, sit down. If you utter another word, you shall be copying until dawn. The term habitual offender stung Chun Yu's face with a burning humiliation. He felt like a chicken with its neck grasped, all words lodged in his throat, choking him painfully in the chest. He glared fiercely at Su Wenyuan, then indignantly shot a look at Lin Nuohang, who was still in a state of shock. Reluctantly, he returned to his chair, grasped his pen, and resumed writing. Su Wenyuan no longer regarded him, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. He extended his hand, sliding a pristine notebook and a black pen toward Lin Nuohang. Copy it, little friend. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of an unyielding decree. Lin Nuohang pouted, grasping the pen that felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. As he mechanically wrote the heart-wrenching phrases about excessive sugar intake leading to obesity, increasing the risk of cardiovascular diseases, and accelerating skin aging, tears flowed silently in his heart. Oh, Huo Jinzhuo, where are you? I miss you so much. I am in such despair. Su Wenyuan is a tyrant, and Chun Yu is the unfortunate one. We are so pitiful. Su Wenyuan observed the two drooping figures before the desk, immersed in their somber task of copying, before finally returning to the sofa. Picking up the medical journal anew, a slight smile graced his lips. Ah, the world is temporarily tranquil. Time trickled by. Lin Nuohang rubbed his aching wrist, finally completing the 10th copy. He gingerly cradled the notebook and approached Su Wenyuan, who was nestled in the sofa. Dr. Su, I have finished. His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of supplication. Su Wenyuan set aside the journal and took the notebook, examining it with utmost scrutiny. Soon, his slender fingers halted at a particular word. Gently tapping it, a vivid red circle instantly appeared beside the term cardiovascular diseases, accompanied by a small red cross. Lin Nuohang's heart sank. The dog's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in dismay. I wrote it wrong. Su Wenyuan lifted his gaze, calmly regarding him, remaining silent. Yet, his expression conveyed the message. Rules are rules. Lin Nuohang felt a wave of panic. Standing in the study? Before Chun Yu? How embarrassing. He was resolute against it. In a moment of desperation, he gazed up at Su Wenyuan with pleading eyes. His voice bore a note of entreaty. Dr. Su, could we consider an alternative punishment? He racked his brain, envisioning the daunting prospect of copying 2,000 times. In a flash of inspiration, he blurted out, what if I help Chun Yu copy 10 times? At that moment, Chun Yu, engrossed in his 1,760-second repetitive line, paused mid-pen stroke. He looked up, somewhat astonished, at Lin Nuohang. What did this fellow mean? Had his brain been muddled by cake? To actively offer to help him copy? Although it was merely 10 repetitions, a drop in the ocean, the flicker of animosity and schadenfreude he held towards Lin Nuohang seemed to be gently stirred. Su Wenyuan was also taken aback. He raised an eyebrow at Lin Nuohang's earnest, puppy-like eyes filled with sincerity in his proposal. A reconciliation of sorts? That was indeed an unexpected gain. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at Chun Yu's somewhat dazed expression and finally nodded. All right, go ahead. Lin Nuohang's face transformed from overcast to sunny in an instant. He nodded vigorously, MMHM, and promptly scampered back to his desk. He leaned in to examine Chun Yu's notebook, where the disheartening sequence number 1788 lay, and then glanced at his own rather crooked handwriting. If I'm helping Chun Yu copy, I must write neatly. He picked up the pen, took a deep breath, and began to write with utmost seriousness. A gentleman is open and at ease. The soft sound of writing resumed as Lin Nuohang put forth great effort, his small face reddening with concentration. As he wrote, he completely forgot that he had only promised 10 copies. 10, 20, 50 times. When his wrist began to ache once more, he paused to count, realizing he had written a full 100 times. Looking over at Chun Yu, he noticed that he had also just stopped at 1900. Chun Yu, stop copying. Lin Nuohang's eyes lit up, and with a sense of triumph, he pushed his notebook towards Chunyu, his voice tinged with excitement. Look, I've copied your 1,900 to 2,000 times for you. 100 times. Just enough. He pointed at the neatly filled pages of his own writing, and then at the point where Chunyu had halted. Chapter 78. The second overlord Chunyu gazed at the page filled with somewhat immature handwriting, then at Lin Nuohang's sparkling, guileless eyes. The last remnants of his discomfort dissipated almost instantaneously. He shook his wrist, which was nearly cramping, and though he said nothing, the tension in his shoulders visibly eased. Well, as long as I can be freed, it doesn't matter who copied it. The two were whispering to each other in preparation to submit their work when Su Wenyuan, having approached the desk silently at some point, observed the scene of the copying alliance reuniting with a hint of amusement in his eyes behind his glasses. Chunyu quickly handed both his and Lin Nuohang's notebooks over. Su Wenyuan took them, examining them meticulously. Chunyu's handwriting remained as neat and forceful as ever, bearing a touch of his cold, personal style. Lin Nuohang's script, though a bit crooked, was earnest enough to be legible, barely passable. He glanced at his watch. Indeed, it was getting late. All right, Su Wenyuan declared, closing the notebooks. It's late. You all should return and rest. Yay! Lin Nuohang's face blossomed with joy, eager to fly back to his room. Then I'm heading back, Dr. Su. He was about to rush out when Su Wenyuan called out to him, his gaze settling on him. Young man, it's very late. No more video games. Immediately turn off the lights and go to sleep. Understand? In a splendid mood. Lin Nuohang nodded enthusiastically, his voice bright. I understand. I'm free. Finally free. He swiftly exited the study, while Chunyu languidly gathered his pen and notebook. Suddenly, his gaze collided with Su Wenyuan's, who was staring intently at him. The peculiar look sent a jolt through Chunyu's heart, prompting him to instinctively avert his eyes. Before Chunyu could speak, Su Wenyuan's calm voice broke the silence. Did you hear everything I discussed with Lin Nuohang at the kitchen door? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Chunyu's heart raced. With his eyelashes slightly lowered, he attempted to mask the turmoil in his eyes. How did he know? Had he been discovered at that moment? Or was he merely testing him? Struggling to maintain composure, his voice emerged somewhat strained. No. A lie. Su Wenyuan advanced, and a familiar pressure enveloped him once more. Do you think reciting it 2,000 times was too easy? Would you like to add a little more? Perhaps spending an entire day at the rehabilitation center with the children tomorrow? Or maybe incorporating some additional activities? Chunyu bit his lip. Indeed, he could not deceive this cunning fox. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his voice was barely a whisper. Yes, I heard everything. He braced himself for Su Wenyuan's wrath or a more severe punishment. However, Su Wenyuan merely chuckled softly. At that moment, when he exited the kitchen, he had coincidentally glimpsed a flustered figure disappearing around the staircase corner. He reached out, ruffling Chunyu's hair in a swift motion that left Chunyu momentarily stunned. Good boy, he said in a voice so low it bore a nearly gentle admonition. Next time, no more sneaking around. If there is something, just say it. This statement seemed laden with implication. Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, dazedly absorbing the barely perceptible warmth and sensation atop his head. He raised his face, locking eyes with Su Wenyuan's enchanting gaze. In those eyes, there appeared to be no reproach, but rather an oddly soothing gentleness. Surely, he must have been dizzy from copying texts. It seemed he was increasingly unable to comprehend Su Wenyuan, and his heart raced uncontrollably in his presence. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he awkwardly responded, Turning to leave, he paused at the door, recalling something. With his back to Su Wenyuan, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. I'm going to rest now. You should also get some rest. Came Su Wenyuan's faint reply from behind him. The door closed gently. Su Wenyuan stood still, exhaling a long, silent breath. Raising his hand, he wearily removed his gold-rimmed glasses from the bridge of his nose, rubbing his aching temples. Raising children and managing two troublesome adolescents was proving to be far more exhausting than performing 3 complicated surgeries consecutively. Finally returning to his guest room, the first thing Lin Nuohang did was lock the door. Leaning against the door, he released a long breath. In the next moment, all the grievances, fears. An intense longing for Huo Jinzhuo completely overwhelmed his mental defenses. He collapsed onto the bed, grasping his phone, his fingers trembling as he opened a pinned contact of the older man, unhesitatingly initiating a video call. The screen illuminated, revealing Huo Jinzhuo's face, which bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained strikingly handsome. In an instant, the facade of strength Lin Nuohang had been maintaining crumbled. Husband. Tears cascaded down like golden droplets, swiftly coating Huo Jinzhuo's face. He sobbed uncontrollably, his voice thick with anguish and accusations. Please come back. Woo-woo, Dr. Su, he bullies me. He is so ferocious, 100 times more than you. Woo, he won't let me eat the little bread. He conveniently omitted the snacks he had secretly brought. He scares me with that particularly terrifying gaze. He punishes me, makes me copy texts. Copy what? Healthy eating 10 times over. If I make a single mistake, I must stand in punishment. Woo, he is not a gentleman at all. He is the Dark Lord too. He embellished his tale, vividly recounting how Su Wenyuan had threatened him, tormenting his stomach. In conclusion, he added, attempting to evoke even more sympathy from Huo Jinzhuo. Darling, you don't know. Chen Yu is worse off. He was punished to copy 2,000 times, a whole 2,000. 10,000 characters his hand is about to give out. I felt sorry for him and helped him with 100 copies. Though that only amounts to 500 characters, woo, I am so unfortunate. And Chen Yu is even worse. We are both mercilessly bullied by the Dark Lord too. His lips quivered, his small nose flushed, and his tearful eyes swollen like walnuts. An image of utter misery. On the other side of the screen, Huo Jinzhuo felt a pang of pain as he beheld his precious little one in tears. His heart twisted painfully, causing his brows to furrow. The flowing tears, the swollen eyes, the distorted face full of grievances made him wish he could instantly fly back and confront the scoundrel who had caused his darling to cry. However, as Lin Nuohang's exaggerated accusations continued to spill forth, especially the claims of being 100 times fiercer and the Dark Lord too, coupled with Su Wenyuan's typically calm demeanor and his special attention to Lin Nuohang's minor faults, Huo Jinzhuo quickly grasped the truth. His darling must have sneaked into the kitchen in the middle of the night, caught red-handed, and dealt with sternly by the unyielding Su Wenyuan. A strong wave of amusement instantly dispelled his earlier concern. Huo Jinzhuo's lips involuntarily curled upward, but he quickly clenched his fist to his mouth, stifling a laugh to avoid being seen by his weeping little wife. His darling surely knew how to provoke anger while also being utterly endearing. Yet, the fact that Su Wenyuan resorted to such punitive measures must indicate that it was more than just a minor cake mishap. Don't cry, my sweet. Your husband is here. Huo Jinzhuo's voice softened further, imbued with an overwhelming tenderness. His gaze remained fixed on the tear-streaked face on the screen. Look, your eyes have turned into little rabbits, all red and puffy. My heart aches for you. He continued, shifting the subject. However, is it because my baby misbehaved again, sneaking into the kitchen late at night, only to be caught by him? His eyes were gentle, filled with a knowing smile. Chapter 79. Smiling on the surface, crying within Lin Nuohang's sobs momentarily faltered, tears still clinging to his long eyelashes as he blinked in guilt. Upon witnessing the pitiable expression on his beloved's face, Huo Jinzhuo's heart softened, a mixture of indulgence and helplessness enveloping him. His concern for you stemmed from a desire to protect you, to shield you from harm. Intentionally lowering his voice, he infused it with a hint of protective authority for his dear wife. But had he truly been harsh? Had he frightened you? A slight frown creased his brow, revealing his dissatisfaction. When I return, I shall ensure he receives a proper scolding. How dare he be unkind to my precious one? He mused, a gentle huff escaping his lips before he softened his tone to soothe you. My dear, endure just a few more days. Once I finish my obligations, I will fly back to you. At that time, whatever delightful pastries you wish to indulge in, I shall take you to enjoy them, all right? Lin Nuohang found solace in his reprimand and the promise of a grand feast upon his return, gradually quieting his sobs. The overwhelming sense of grievance was alleviated, yet a profound yearning surged within him. Cuddled with his knees drawn up, he rested his chin atop them, his tearful eyes gazing through the screen at Huo Jinzhuo. His voice was muffled with emotion. "Darling, I miss you so much, more than words can express." Just 2 days apart felt as though an eternity had elapsed. He realized he was becoming increasingly reliant on Huo Jinzhuo. Huo Jinzhuo, touched by this candid expression of longing, felt a pang of tenderness and vulnerability within him. Just as he contemplated uttering more affectionate words of comfort, he caught the faint sound of his assistant Ding Yu's voice from outside the screen. "Mr. Huo, you have been working tirelessly for nearly 16 hours today. There is a crucial meeting tomorrow morning. You must rest." It was only then that Huo Jinzhuo became aware of his surroundings, having just returned to his hotel room without even removing his coat. He slightly turned his head in acknowledgement, murmuring, "Understood." When he redirected his attention to the screen, he noticed Lin Nuohang watching him with concern. "Darling, did you just return to the hotel? Have you been in meetings all day? Are you tired? Have you eaten?" His little face was etched with worry. Huo Jinzhuo felt a warm glow in his heart, comforted by Lin Nuohang's sudden display of concern. He smiled gently, his gaze as soothing as a tranquil stream. "I am not tired. Seeing you makes everything worthwhile. Do not worry, I have eaten." He paused, taking in the sight of his little treasure clad in a bear-themed pajama set, eyes red, yet brimming with affection for him, which softened his heart further. "My dear, it is quite late. Please wash your face and turn off the lights to sleep. All right?" Though reluctant, Lin Nuohang felt a deeper sense of empathy for Huo Jinzhuo's exhaustion. He nodded obediently, suddenly recalling something, and murmured softly, "Darling, I didn't tea-wear your shirt today, letting it rest a bit." There was a hint of playful pride in his tone. Huo Jinzhuo chuckled at his words. "Very well, let it rest. You look lovely in your bear pajamas, too." After a few more gentle reminders, he watched as Lin Nuohang, with reluctance, sent a kiss through the screen before ending the video call. Once the conversation concluded, the gentle smile on Huo Jinzhuo's face lingered. He leaned back wearily on the sofa, massaging his temples. Thoughts of Lin Nuohang's exaggerated grievances and the potential misfortune awaiting Su Wenyuan made him shake his head in a blend of helplessness and amusement. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the second Demon King. The call connected almost instantly. "Hello." The weary voice of Su Wenyuan resonated through the line. A chuckle escaped Huo Jinzhuo's lips. "Director Su, you must be exhausted. I hear you've made my little ancestor cry, and now he has been promoted to the second great demon." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call, followed by an exceedingly clear, disenchanted sigh from Su Wenyuan. "Has your little ancestor lodged a complaint against you?" He cried as if the world was ending. Huo Jinzhuo remarked while removing his suit jacket, lamenting how Su had tormented the child's stomach, threatened his tender psyche, and even penalized him like a primary school student by making him copy lines. Su Wenyuan seemed astonished that Lin Nuohang would outwardly grin while secretly sobbing and reporting him. Amusement tinged his voice, laden with exasperation. "Oh, am I the villain here? Huo Jinzhuo, let your conscience speak." In the dead of night, rummaging through the kitchen, I found 3 empty chip bags in the trash, the countertop in utter disarray, and a vengeful cake baking in the oven. Yet you dare speak of freedom? If I leave the cabinets unlocked by the time you return, you would fill the dental clinic at Hungen Hospital. His indignation grew. Furthermore, I kindly asked him to copy the 10 points of a healthy diet 10 times, and instead, to avoid standing in disgrace, he voluntarily copied 100 times for Chunyu. His handwriting resembles that of a doggess. I didn't even say anything to him. Yet he cried first. "Huo Jinzhuo, has your little one become too unruly from your pampering?" The final remark brimmed with skepticism about his friend's parenting methods. Huo Jinzhuo listened to Su Wenyuan's rare, fiery complaints, envisioning the conspiratorial antics of Lin Nuohang and Chunyu in the study, a smile spreading across his face. He could vividly imagine the overwhelming sense of despair Su must have felt at that moment. However, Lin Nuohang hadn't mentioned anything about the snacks. "Well, I concede to his unruliness," Huo Jinzhuo admitted with a hint of amusement. "His audacity is growing bolder. It seems my usual education has not been sufficiently profound." Su Wenyuan hummed in agreement from the other end of the line, clearly resonating with the sentiment. Yet, Huo Jinzhuo shifted the conversation, adopting a more serious tone. "Thank you, Wenyuan. You've worked hard these past few days. He understood that Su Wenyuan was essentially managing that uncontrollable little rascal on his behalf, a gesture he appreciated. "Spare me the formalities." Su Wenyuan's voice regained a hint of its usual coldness. "Just keep your little ancestor in check and refrain from causing me further trouble. Also," he paused, a note of warning in his tone, "if he dares to pry open my snack cabinet again." Huo Jinzhuo interjected with a light laugh, "Rest assured, when I return, I'll settle both old and new scores with him." The certainty in his voice caused Su Wenyuan on the other end to silently mourn for Lin Nuohang for a moment. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. The following morning, as Lin Nuohang descended for breakfast, he found Su Wenyuan already seated at the head of the table. He hesitated for a moment, the painful memories of the previous night still fresh in his mind. His small face bore a hint of timid defiance, and with dog-like eyes, he stole a glance at Su Wenyuan before quickly looking down. It was as if nothing had transpired. Su Wenyuan, raising his gaze, maintained his usual gentle and refined demeanor. Smiling at him, "Good morning, little friend." He gestured toward the seat in front of Lin Nuohang. Lin Nuohang's heart raced with a rhythmic thump of anxiety. Reluctant to lower his guard completely, the formidable figure was indeed formidable, changing his demeanor faster than one could turn page. He responded grumpily to Dr. Su's morning greeting, drew out a chair, and prepared to face the blandness of his healthy breakfast. However, a delicate glass bowl was placed before him, filled with an aesthetically pleasing arrangement of fresh fruits, strawberries, blueberries, diced mango, and kiwi chunks, all drizzled with thick yogurt and sprinkled with a handful of oatmeal. The vibrant colors and enticing aroma caught Lin Nuohang by surprise, leaving him momentarily incredulous. He glanced between the yogurt cup and Su Wenyuan, his expression questioning whether this was a trap. Su Wenyuan seemed oblivious to his silent apprehension, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Dear child, today's breakfast is low in sugar and nutritionally balanced," he remarked, his gaze lingering on Lin Nuohang's lightly flushed cheeks. "Your Mr. will call me early this morning to warn that he was quite alarmed last night, as his little treasure was frightened to tears, and he advised me to take it easy." Su Wenyuan teased him deliberately, and upon seeing Lin Nuohang blush to the roots of his ears, he relished the moment. Sipping his coffee with amusement, embarrassed, Lin Nuohang wished he could bury his face in the yogurt cup. So, the involved parties were aware, and Mr. Huo had revealed this to Su Wenyuan. How utterly humiliating. Was his husband inadvertently teaching Su Wenyuan a lesson on his behalf? With his head lowered, he picked up a small spoon and began to eat the yogurt, feeling a mix of shame and irritation. Nevertheless, the yogurt was exquisitely sweet and smooth. Across the table, Chunyu silently observed this scene, mindlessly prodding at the fried egg on his plate. Su Wenyuan's method of delivering a sharp reprimand followed by a sweet treat was indeed masterful. Chunyu's perception of Su Wenyuan grew increasingly complex. He was undeniably strict and stern, yet also remarkably attentive and thorough. In the subsequent days, the atmosphere at Shengshiyun was notably tranquil. Lin Nuohang had learned his lesson well. Craving sweets? No problem. He had mastered the art of approaching Su Wenyuan with bright, pleading eyes, requesting, "Dr. Su, may I bake a small cake? I promise it will be low in sugar, and I one tea overindulge." Only upon receiving approval would he eagerly dart into the kitchen to prepare. Once baked, regardless of the cake's appearance, he would promptly slice it, serving the most aesthetically pleasing and lowest sugar piece first to the formidable figure. He would then offer a portion to Chunyu, who was lounging on the sofa watching the news, saying, "Chunyu, this is for you." The remainder he would dutifully hand over to the kitchen staff without needing Su Wenyuan's prompting, ensuring it was shared with his family. Not once did he hide any. Su Wenyuan observed Lin Nuohang's obedient demeanor, his peach blossom eyes slightly crinkling with amusement. Chunyu accepted the still warm slice of cake, gazing at Lin Nuohang's genuine smile. It seemed that the icy barrier in his heart had begun to thaw. He awkwardly murmured, "Thank you." Though his voice was barely audible, it was sufficient to make Lin Nuohang's eyes curve into crescent moons, leading Chunyu to feel that perhaps Lin Nuohang was not so disagreeable after all. At this moment, in the office of the president of Hongda, Li Tianhao sat ensconced in a grand master chair, his expression dark and brooding. Opposite him, the internationally renowned hacker, hired at great expense, had just concluded a report on the tracking results. Mr. Li, the hacker began, his Chinese somewhat stilted, as he gestured towards the complex network topology displayed on the screen. The source of the attack had traversed multiple layers of proxies and disguises, ultimately pointing to two primary locations. One was an internal node of Hung Hospital. The other, he paused, indicating another IP segment circled in red, was deeply fortified and concealed. However, the trace indicated that it had briefly appeared within the network coverage of the Shengshiyun Villa area. I can only trace it this far. Diving deeper would trigger a self-destruct mechanism, and any forced breach would obliterate all traces, the hacker admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Li Tianhao's lips twitched in anger as he fixated on the two marked points. Hung Hospital, Shengshiyun. Su Wen Nian. All the clues connected instantaneously. He should have anticipated this. Su Wenyuan possessed both the capability and motive, and he could easily shelter that audacious little brat. As for whether the signal from Shengshiyun belonged to Su Wenyuan himself or someone he was protecting, he waved for the hacker to leave, his inner fury nearly consuming him. At that moment, a subordinate dispatched to surveil reported in real time. Several covertly taken photographs appeared on his phone screen. Su Wenyuan's car entering Hung Hospital. In the evening, the same license plate drove into Shengshiyun. More crucially, one photograph captured Su Wenyuan disembarking, a handsome young man following from the passenger seat, none other than Chen Jiaming's son, Chenyu. The images even caught Lin Nuohang being picked up by the driver, old Zhang, at the villa's entrance. Bang! Li Tianhao could no longer contain himself. He seized a fine porcelain cup and smashed it onto the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. Lin Nuohang, the cherished one of Huo Jinzhuo, he could not touch her. But this Chenyu, the young man from the Chen family whom he had long coveted, yet was thwarted by Chen Jiaming. Had he actually latched onto the sturdy branch of Su Wenyuan? Had he become Su Wenyuan's young lover? He was almost certain that Chenyu knew the ins and outs of the situation. Directly confronting Su Wenyuan would be tantamount to courting death. However, targeting a pawn entwined with Su Wenyuan, a glimmer of ruthless calculation flickered in Li Tianhao's eyes. The risks were present, but it was worth the gamble. He intended to make Chenyu aware of the consequences of betraying Li Tianhao, and he also wished to make Su Wenyuan feel the sting of vulnerability. Without hesitation, he dialed Chen Jiaming's number. His tone was icy, dripping with sarcasm. "Mr. Chen, long time no see. I hear your young master has been getting rather close to Director Su lately, entering and exiting Shengshiyun together. What great fortune indeed." Chen Jiaming, on the other end of the line, broke into a cold sweat. Li Tianhao's sardonic tone sent shivers down his spine. He responded cautiously, "Mr. Li, you jest. Little Yu is quite rebellious and has long ceased to heed my words. Where he is and what he does, what can a father like me control? As for Director Su, he is simply beyond my reach." Li Tianhao scoffed, uninterested in beating around the bush. "Chen Jiaming, stop playing the fool with me. The recent downfall of Hongda is inextricably linked to Su Wenyuan and Huo Jinzhuo. Your son is currently under the protection of Su Wenyuan, and you claim to be unaware of this?" He exhaled sharply, casting out both bait and blade. "Have you not been pleading with me for investment in your struggling company? Very well. Bring your son to me for a few days to quell my anger, and the funds will be transferred immediately. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hongda may be in dire straits, but crushing an ant is well within my capabilities." Chen Jiaming's hand trembled violently as he gripped the phone. In the past, he might have mustered the courage to send Chenyu over for the sake of the company. But now, Chenyu is in Su Wenyuan's grasp. Su Wenyuan's previous warnings were no idle threats. Li Tianhao is barely holding on himself. How much credence can be placed in his words? His eyes darkened, cursing Li Tianhao and Su Wenyuan 1,000 times in his heart, ultimately opting for a more prudent course of action. He shifted his tone on the phone to one of furious disappointment. "Li Tianhao, you are simply intolerable. That ungrateful child I have long considered him dead. Whom he associates with is no concern of mine. If you wish to find him, go to Su Wenyuan yourself. Do not come to me." His outburst was filled with genuine emotion, as if he had truly severed ties with Chenyu. On the other end of the line, Li Tianhao's face turned ashen upon hearing the tirade and the subsequent sound of disconnection. Chen Jiaming, that old fool. Yet, he realized that Chen Jiaming's inability to intervene only underscored Su Wenyuan's formidable control over Chen Yu. Very well, so Su Wenyuan is protecting you, is he? Li Tianhao sneered softly to himself. I wonder how long that will last. That night, in the opulent setting of Shengshiyun after dinner, Lin Nuohang lingered in the living room for a while to digest her meal before obediently returning to her room. Chen Yu ascended to the guest room on the second floor. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Standing outside was Su Wenyuan. As Chen Yu opened the door, Su Wenyuan strode in without hesitation, his expression neutral, yet his gaze was more intense than usual. In recent days, Su Wenyuan had been unambiguous. Without my permission, do not venture out alone, nor stray too far from my side. Remain at home as much as possible. Chen Yu's heart raced, and his brow furrowed. Why? He instinctively resisted this almost confining restriction. Is it not enough to heed your words? Is reporting my outings insufficient? Now I cannot even step outside. He felt that the fragile improvement in their relationship had been abruptly undone. Su Wenyuan fixed his gaze on Chen Yu, observing the rising defiance in his eyes, his own gaze deep and imbued with an uncommon patience. This is for your own good. There have been some movements from Li Tianhao's side. He noted the flicker of brightness in Chen Yu's eyes dimming noticeably. He continued, their people are nearby. For your safety, we must exercise caution. As for Li Tianhao's affairs, I will handle them. Once resolved, I will help you retrieve what your mother left behind. The final statement was delivered with unwavering certainty, carrying the weight of a promise. This information stemmed from a conversation with Huo Jinzhuo earlier that morning, who also reminded him to protect Lin Nuohang, assuring him that he would return in 2 or 3 days. Chen Yu's complexion paled. Li Tianhao is acting with such swiftness? Has he come looking for me? He lifted his gaze, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes meeting Su Wenyuan's deep and steady black ones, and his heart involuntarily fluttered. Was Su Wenyuan protecting him? Very well. Chen Yu lowered his eyelashes, concealing the turmoil in his eyes, and softly replied, I understand. He could only choose to trust Su Wenyuan. Su Wenyuan observed his subdued demeanor, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, and he gently reassured him not to overthink and to rest early. Chen Yu obediently nodded, good night. You should rest early as well. Su Wenyuan cast a lingering glance at him before turning to leave. Chapter 81. Clearly arranged the following afternoon, after receiving a nod from Su Wenyuan, Lin Nuohang busied himself in the kitchen once more. On the baking tray lay several freshly baked cookies shaped like adorable bear paws. Chen Yu sat languidly on the sofa in the living room, aimlessly pressing the remote control. The flickering television screen failed to capture his attention. At that moment, Su Wenyuan's phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. After listening for just a couple of sentences, the lines on his forehead deepened and his temples throbbed. Understood. I will head over immediately, Su Wenyuan said before hanging up the phone. He swiftly stood up and, addressing the kitchen and living room, commanded in a deep voice, Lin Nuohang, Chen Yu. Both turned to look at him. There's an emergency at the hospital. I must go at once. Su Wenyuan spoke rapidly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them. You both stay at home obediently, and do not go anywhere. Wait for my return. Do you understand? Lin Nuohang immediately poked his head out from the kitchen, nodding vigorously. I understand, Dr. Su. I promise to be good. His face radiated sincerity. However, Chen Yu felt a sudden pang in his heart. Observing Su Wenyuan's grim expression, he blurted out, What happened? Is it serious? Do you need me to go with you? After speaking, he paused, somewhat regretting his impulsiveness. Su Wenyuan looked at him, and his tense expression seemed to soften for a moment. He smiled faintly. No need. Just being obedient is the greatest help you can offer me. He picked up his car keys and strode towards the entrance. Wait for my return. As the door closed, the villa fell into silence. Chen Yu returned to the sofa, his heart racing faster. A strange sense of restlessness and unease enveloped him. With Su Wenyuan absent, the shadow of Li Tianhao seemed to loom larger, pressing heavily upon his heart. Chen Yu, would you like to try? A tentative voice sounded beside him. Chen Yu snapped back to reality. seeing Lin Nuohang standing before him with a plate of freshly baked cookies. The cookies were golden and fragrant, with the adorable bear paw prints clearly visible. Lin Nuohang's dog-like eyes glimmered with a hint of eagerness and caution. New product from the honey jar, bear paws. Low sugar. Chunyu gazed at the cookies, then at Lin Nuohang's expectant little face. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to take one, softly saying, "Thank you." Lin Nuohang's lips curled into a smile, his eyes crescent-shaped. He took one for himself, nibbling on it, and sat back on the other side of the sofa, quietly watching television. This is a rare moment of tranquility devoid of hostility between the two individuals. Chunyu, lost in thought, absent-mindedly took a bite of cookie, its crisp sweetness undeniably delightful. He was about to say something to Lin Nuohang to ease the atmosphere when suddenly his phone vibrated. In a swift motion, he retrieved it. It was a message from Chun Jianming. "Xiaoyu, I have the items belonging to your mother. Meet me tonight at 7 in the alley behind Xiao, number 139. Come alone. If you are late, you shall bear the consequences." The terse lines pierced Chunyu's mind like daggers. His father. Once again, it was his father. How utterly inhumane. This was certainly another ploy to coerce him into seeking help from Su Wenyuan. He understood that going there would be akin to walking into a trap. His father would undoubtedly extract the last vestiges of his usefulness. But if he chose not to go, what would become of his mother's belongings? Those precious remnants of his hazy, yet cherished memories. Would they be torn apart by his enraged father, or cast into flames? He lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over Lin Nuohang, who was blissfully nibbling on a cookie, cheeks puffed out. An audacious, reckless thought began to take shape in his mind. Chunyu abruptly rose from the sofa, striding a few steps to stand before Lin Nuohang. "Lin Nuohang." Chunyu fixed his gaze on the boy's clear eyes, his body instinctively leaning closer. "I need you to do me a favor. Right now. It's crucial. It concerns my mother's possessions." Lin Nuohang was taken aback by the sudden intensity of Chunyu's voice and the alarming bloodshot in his eyes. He instinctively crushed the small bear paw in his hand. "What favor?" he asked softly. "I need to go to a place, the alley behind Xiao. He fixed his gaze on Lin Nuohang, unveiling his plan to exploit him. "Can you cover for me? If Su Wenyuan asks, just say you want to go to the honey jar to fetch some special molds for cake making and that I offer to help you. He wants to make things too difficult for you. I'll be quick, just a moment." He even offered a feeble promise. "Help me this time. I swear, I will never target you again. I'll take care of all the orders for the honey jar for the second half of the year. I mean it." Chunyu's words detonated in Lin Nuohang's mind like a bomb. Possessions? Alley behind Xiao. Cover? Orders? Lin Nuohang's brow furrowed in concern. His instinct screamed, danger. Too much danger. How Ping Tian Yu Di Say Su Wenyuan? What if something happened to Chunyu? Su Wenyuan would surely hold him accountable. His small face contorted with worry. He firmly refused. "No, it's too dangerous." Dr. Su, he could not envision Su Wenyuan's wrath. But he felt an instinctive fear. "Thank you," Chunyu suddenly interjected, forcing a stiff smile. "It's settled then. Wait. I have in tea." But Chunyu had already turned and strode toward the door, snatching up his coat as he rushed out. Lin Nuohang stood dumbfounded, staring at his retreating figure, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he been so explicitly maneuvered? Chunyu's expression had seemed as if he were marching to his demise. He switched off the television, biting his lip in contemplation. Should he inform Su Wenyuan? But Chunyu had claimed he would return promptly. Upon arriving at the narrow alley of Xiao, Chunyu paid the fare and stumbled out of the taxi. The time read 5 minutes to 7. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the frantic pounding of his heart, and plunged into the dim, constricted alleyway. The ground was littered with refuse and shards of glass, and occasionally he caught a whiff of a putrid, sour odor mingled with a faint trace of urine, compelling himself to venture a few more steps. His feet squelched on the slick, clammy surface, producing a disconcerting sound. Something felt profoundly amiss. His father, Chun Jianming, a man who prided himself on decorum and practically bore the mark of high society upon his forehead. How could he possibly arrange a meeting in such a place? The haze from earlier, clouded by the news of the relics, dissipated in an instant, and a thin sheen of sweat formed at his temples. He halted, retrieving his phone. Once more, he opened the message, reading it word by word. The tone was unnaturally calm and excessively deliberate, starkly contrasting with his father's usual harshness towards him. He then accessed the call log, staring at the familiar number, and with a steely resolve, dialed it directly. The phone rang twice before being answered. A clearly perturbed voice from Chun Jiaming came through. "Hello? You finally decided to call me? Where are you?" "I've arrived." Chun Yu's voice was taut, laced with urgency. "Arrived? Arrived where?" The background noise on Chun Jiaming's end was chaotic, indicating he was indeed engaged in some social affair, his tone baffled. "Chun Yu, have you lost your mind? Or taken the wrong medication? Where on earth are you at this hour?" Chun Yu furrowed his brow, his voice rising. "The relics of my mother. Did you not message me, saying to meet at 7 in the alley of Xiao Chao to hand them over? When did I ever agree to give you those relics? When did I send you a message to meet in that godforsaken place?" Chun Jiaming's voice elevated in pitch, tinged with indignation and a hint of wariness. "I'm very busy. I'm in discussions with several executives. I have no time for your nonsense." With that, he abruptly hung up, leaving no room for Chun Yu to respond. Chapter 82. Kidnapping. A jolt of fear coursed through Chun Yu. He glanced around the pitch-black surroundings, feeling a chill envelop him, his teeth starting to chatter. He had fallen into a trap. Li Tianhao. It could only be Li Tianhao. Trembling, he reopened the message, this time extracting the number details. On the screen, beneath the familiar number, a chilling line gripped his heart. Location: unknown, IP address, overseas relay server, a spoofed base station, a counterfeit number. Damn it. He couldn't help but curse aloud. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly turned, desperate to flee this cursed place. However, just as he pivoted, two shadowy figures sprang forth from the dark corners on either side. One wielded a stun gun, while the other, quicker still, pressed a chemical-soaked cloth tightly over his mouth and nose. "Let go!" Chun Yu's cries for help were forcefully stifled. He struggled with all his might, clawing and kicking. "Damn it! The little brat has some fight," muttered the burly man, covering his mouth, though his grip did not relent. Soon, however, Chun Yu was engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness and nausea. Immediately, a sharp pain pierced the side of his neck. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness and his body slumped limply. Two burly men swiftly dragged him into an unmarked black van, which sped away in a flash. Su Wenyuan had just resolved a tumultuous medical dispute and was nursing a headache in the dean's office, rubbing his temples. He lifted a porcelain cup to his lips when his phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Lin Nuohang. A sudden jolt coursed through Su Wenyuan's heart as he quickly answered. "Su, Dr. Su." On the other end, Lin Nuohang's voice came through, thick with nasal distress and frantic incoherence. Chun Yu didn't listen. He ran out. He said he was going to the alley behind Xiao Jiao to retrieve something of his mother's. "I feel something is off. I must tell you." The alley behind Xiao Jiao? Su Wenyuan sprang to his feet, his heart pounding heavily within his chest. How long had he been gone? Over half an hour. He ran so fast, I couldn't stop him. Lin Nuohang's voice was laden with helplessness and guilt. Half an hour had plunged Su Wenyuan's heart to its lowest depths. In a place like the alley behind Xiao Jiao, half an hour was ample time for anything to transpire. Chun Yu, he had indeed not heeded the warning. For the sake of that relic, he dared to venture into such a perilous location. Did he not believe in my ability to resolve this? Lin Nuohang. Su Wenyuan's voice turned cold as he commanded, "You must at once lock the doors. You're not to go anywhere. Stay in the villa. Wait for my return. Do you understand?" "I understand," came Lin Nuohang's tearful assurance. "Dr. Su, you must find him." "Good." Su Wenyuan ended the call without further ado, immediately dialing Chun Yu's number. Anger and an undeniable sense of urgency churned within his chest. "I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Redial. Still unreachable." Su Wenyuan clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to remain calm. Just as he contemplated calling Chun Jiaming directly, his phone rang. It was Huo Jinzhuo. Su Wenyuan answered almost instantly. "Speak." On the other end, Huo Jinzhuo seemed taken aback by his demeanor. "Wenyuan, there's movement on Li Tianhao's side. My people just confirmed he entered the top floor of the Beiwang Grand View private club 20 minutes ago, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces, likely henchmen. Furthermore, Tanwei is near the hospital with our security department's elite team. You can direct him. He knows the routes best. Su Wenyuan's taut nerves slackened slightly, soon replaced by a deeper sense of trepidation. Huo Jinzhuo had already set the stage. He was fully aware of Li Tianhao's movements. Such foresight and control. Thank you. Su Wenyuan offered no further pleasantries, his voice laced with an icy resolve. Have Tanwei meet me at the A zone of the Hongyan underground parking lot. I'm on my way down. He's already en route, Huo Jinzhuo replied, his gaze shifting slightly. Be careful. I'll contact you once I've calmed the frightened little rabbit at home. With that, the call ended. Su Wenyuan tightened his grip on the phone. His almond-shaped eyes clouded with despair. Seizing the suit jacket draped over the back of the chair, he strode purposefully out of the office. At that moment, within the elegant villa of Shangxia, Lin Nuohang curled up in the corner of the living room sofa, clutching his knees tightly. His phone was gripped firmly in his hand, its screen lingering on the call-end interface with Su Wenyuan. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, consumed by the image of Chun Yu's desperate and resolute eyes as he had rushed out, along with Su Wenyuan's chilling and stern command. Just then his phone rang, a video request from Huo Jinzhuo. In a flurry, Lin Nuohang connected the call. The screen revealed Huo Jinzhuo's handsome and composed face, the backdrop suggesting a hotel suite terrace. Husband, Lin Nuohang called out, tears welling up once more. Chunyu. He ran away. To the alley behind Xiaojiao. Is Dr. Su angry? Will he be okay? It's all my fault. I should have stopped him. Seeing the pale face of his beloved on the screen, with tears pooling at the corners of his eyes, Huo Jinzhuo felt a pang of anguish. Yet, his expression remained calm and reassuring, his voice gentle yet firm. I understand. This is not your fault. He expertly reassured him, adding, that reckless boy Chun Yu is on his own. No one could have restrained him. He paused slightly, his phoenix-like eyes deeply penetrating Lin Nuohang's. As for Su Wenyuan, he is likely venting his frustration while trying to rescue him. Rest assured, with my people coordinating with him, nothing serious will occur. He subtly conveyed this information, soothing Lin Nuohang while withholding excessive details. Observing Lin Nuohang's tears begin to cease, though his expression remained anxious, Huo Jinzhuo softened his tone, coaxing gently. All right, my darling, do not overthink. Go take a warm bath, then obediently go to bed. When I return, I will take you out for your favorite ice cream hot pot, all right? Should the sky fall, I will be here to shield you. Lin Nuohang sniffled, calmed somewhat by Huo Jinzhuo's unwavering assurance. He responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Good, off you go. I'll watch you ascend the stairs. Huo Jinzhuo's voice was incredibly tender. It was only after watching Lin Nuohang glance back multiple times as he made his way to the bathroom that Huo Jinzhuo ended the video call, his expression shifting from gentle to one of cold severity. He picked up another phone, swiftly dispatching an order. Target, Beiwang Dawan Yunding Club. Fully cooperate with Su Wenyuan. Ensure safety. When Chunyu awoke, he found himself bound to a heavy wooden chair, his wrists and ankles tied with coarse hemp rope, painfully constricting. The surroundings were dim, his vision blurred. The air was thick with the acrid stench of alcohol and smoke, causing him to cough several times. Groaning in discomfort, he instinctively struggled, his heart racing within his chest. Where was this? Had he truly been captured by Li Tianhao? Oh, you're awake? A gruff male voice sounded nearby. Chunyu struggled to focus his gaze, spotting a burly man with crossed arms, staring at him with cold, indifferent eyes. Kid, if you're awake, perk up. Our boss has some questions for you. Answer honestly, and you might spare yourself a bit of suffering. Chunyu furrowed his brow in response. He instantly realized that resisting would lead to certain doom. Escaping? Impossible. He had to feign weakness, buy time, and minimize harm. He hastily nodded. All right, brother, ask away. I will cooperate as long as I know the answer. His eyes brimmed with the will to survive. Chapter 83. Intimidation. The towering, muscular man let out a derisive laugh, remaining silent as he gestured with his chin toward the shadows. At that moment, a soft sound echoed. Blinding light flooded in. Chunyu instinctively closed his eyes. When he finally adjusted to the brightness and slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a figure striding toward him from the depths of the private room. The man, cigar in mouth, donned a dark patterned suit with several buttons of shirt undone, exposing a considerable expanse of chest. Chen Yu felt a jolt of shock. His blood surged to his head and quickly receded, leaving a chilling sensation. It was indeed him. Li Tianhao came to a halt before Chen Yu, his piercing eagle-like eyes scanning his pale, terrified face inch by inch. "Young Master Chen, I apologize for your predicament," Li Tianhao said, a hint of languid amusement gracing his features. "I only have a few simple questions. Is there any connection between you and Heng Da's system? Who is the mastermind hiding behind and creating chaos for Heng Da? Answer truthfully, and you may spare yourself considerable suffering." Chen Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, goosebumps erupting all over his body. Li Tianhao moved closer, slightly leaning in, his tone growing increasingly frigid. "Tell me, who is orchestrating this? Su Wennian or Huo Jinzhuo? What leverage do they hold over Heng Da? Where are the incriminating evidences hidden?" Chen Yu opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted, unable to produce any sound. Gazing at the handsome yet sinister face before him, a tumult brewed in his stomach. "Speak," the burly man beside him suddenly bellowed, startling Chen Yu back to reality. He bit his lip, forcing himself to meet Li Tianhao's gaze. I don't know. I don't understand anything about this dark system," he said, fixing his glare upon Li Tianhao's wicked eagle eyes. "Oh, you don't understand?" Li Tianhao scoffed, reaching out to grasp Chen Yu's chin, compelling him to lift his face. "You play the part quite well." As he spoke, his fingers maliciously caressed the smooth skin of Chen Yu's jaw. "TSK, TSK. Such a pretty little face. No wonder Su Wenyuan treasures you so dearly. Let go of me." Chen Yu forcefully turned his head away, his brow furrowed in distress. "We are innocent." "Innocent?" Li Tianhao's expression darkened with fury, his voice laced with venom. "You little wretch, you're asking for trouble. Back then, when I wanted you to serve me, you acted so high and mighty. Now, you're merely a warm bedfellow for Su Wenyuan, and you think that makes you noble?" He leaned in, narrowing his eyes, each word a hammer blow. "I will give you one last chance. Speak. What is your connection to Heng Da's system? What evidence do Su Wenyuan and Huo Jinzhuo possess, and where is it concealed?" Chen Yu closed his eyes, pressing his lips tightly together, opting for silence in response. He understood that once he spoke,